Chapter 1. A Transforming World. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello? Mom, yes. I'm fine, don't worry. Yes, take care of yourself. All right, I will. Goodbye, Mom. Hey. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng let out a deep sigh. In truth, his life at school was far from pleasant. University was not as idyllic as he had imagined, and the pressure was quite substantial that I wonder if the rumors of the apocalypse are true, he mused, glancing at a box of compressed biscuits stored in his wardrobe. Being a senior, I still have to go for an interview later. What a drag. He caught a glimpse of himself in a small mirror and managed to smile. Regardless of whether the apocalypse comes or not, if it does, I will finally have a purpose. If it doesn't, it won't affect me. After adjusting his attire and consuming some compressed biscuits with mineral water, Li Feng exited his dormitory. Due to the influx of new students, the university typically did not allow seniors to remain in the dorms for extended periods. The administration had already reprimanded him several times, and although he considered renting a place, he simply could not afford the rent. The school dormitory was not far from the nearest bus stop. After a 5-minute walk, Li Feng arrived. As he looked around, he noticed that everyone was wearing masks. The bus soon arrived, and he boarded. Finding a seat by the window, the bus ride was as tranquil as usual, punctuated only by the occasional soft conversation and the familiar morning news. Good morning, dear viewers. Today's weather is. Before the announcer could finish, an urgent news bulletin interrupted. Good morning, everyone. We interrupt this program with breaking news. A highly lethal and contagious virus has suddenly erupted in City H. Infected individuals become extremely violent and aggressive. Citizens are advised to take necessary precautions, travel in groups, wear masks, and minimize outings, especially to crowded public places. City H is under siege, and the military has implemented a full lockdown. Please rest assured, trust the government, trust the party, we will surely. The news abruptly cut off, and the bus erupted in a cacophony of commentary. Some speculated about alien invasions. Others suggested the virus was a military experiment gone awry, while some claimed it was a bioweapon unleashed by foreign powers. Li Feng shook his head at the absurdity of the discussions and turned to gaze out of the window. Observing the bustling crowd and the overcast sky, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. Cough, cough. A coughing sound broke his reverie, and Li Feng turned to see a man nearby, covering his mouth, his expression one of distress, leaving those beside him in a state of panic. The bus driver, upon receiving consent from other passengers, redirected the vehicle to the nearest hospital. Suddenly, the man coughed up a mouthful of black blood, startling those around him, causing them to scatter. He collapsed, convulsed a couple of times, and then lay still. The atmosphere in the bus shifted to one of chaos as the driver hastened toward the hospital. However, just as they neared the hospital, the man who had been lifeless abruptly sprang up and lunged at a nearby woman, who was frozen in shock. He sank his teeth into her neck, and blood splattered everywhere. The driver quickly exited the cabin, rushing to separate the man from his victim. Yet, as he approached, the man noticed him and shifted his target, attacking the driver instead. The driver, paralyzed with fear, could not move as the man bit into his neck, watching helplessly as his own blood soaked his uniform, feeling his life ebb away. The driver convulsed violently, and Li Feng knew there was no hope for him at that moment. The woman began to rise slowly, black blood oozing from her mouth, a grotesque object resembling intestines hanging from her lips. She turned her hollow gaze toward Li Feng, sending chills down his spine. Was this the gaze of death? Before he could ponder further, she let out a scream and charged at him. But with the chaos in the bus, her advance was hindered, and she was repeatedly blocked by others. As he watched her approach, panic surged in Li Feng. His body instinctively recoiled, colliding painfully with the window glass, jolting him back to reality. This jolt snapped Li Feng to attention, reminding himself to remain calm. Stay composed. He surveyed his surroundings. The doors were shut tight. He glanced at the window beside him. There was no other option. With determination, he quickly opened the window and began to climb out. However, a misfortune struck. The window was too small, and he got stuck, realizing that the woman was mere moments away from biting his foot. With all his strength, he yanked himself free. Thud! He landed hard on the ground. Pain surged through him as he scrambled to his feet and turned to look at the disfigured woman behind him. Li Feng patted his chest, muttering, "That was close. I almost got bitten." Just as he prepared to turn and flee, He was suddenly knocked down by a person rushing past him. Having just escaped death, Li Feng was already irate, and this collision only exacerbated his frustration. He sprang up and grabbed the person, who appeared to be around his age. When the individual realized he was being restrained, he panicked, struggling wildly, shouting, "Monster! It's eating people!" Hearing this, Li Feng recalled his recent experience and shouted back, "Hey, brother, I'm human, not a monster." Upon realizing his captor was not a monster but a fellow human, the man calmed down somewhat. Yet, just as he was about to respond, he became agitated again, breaking free from Li Feng's grasp and sprinting forward, yelling, "Brother, run. There's a monster chasing me. It's right behind you." Instinctively, Li Feng glanced back, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he took off after the man, cursing, "Why the hell didn't you say earlier there were so many monsters behind us?" Fortunately, the monsters were not particularly fast, allowing Li Feng and the man to quickly shake them off. Once the pursuit ceased, Li Feng had the chance to survey his surroundings. It was as if he had been transported to a war-torn Middle Eastern country, with smoke billowing from burning cars and panicked crowds fleeing in all directions. Li Feng stood frozen, stunned by the scene before him. It was the first time he had witnessed such chaos in what was supposed to be the safest country in the world. Boom! A small car collided with another, and the impact caused an explosion, jolting Li Feng back to reality. Watching helplessly as people were overrun by monsters, he understood that he had not escaped danger. The chaos around him was overwhelming. "I can't run on the street anymore," he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a clothing store nearby caught his attention that he dashed toward it, pulling down the roller shutter just as he entered. Just as the shutter descended halfway, someone sprinted toward him. "Hey, brother, wait!" the person shouted. Li Feng paid no mind to the individual, his focus instead on the horde of monsters trailing behind. Damn it! Without uttering a word or paying heed to whether the individual had entered, Li Feng resolutely pulled down the roll-up door once more. Observing that the door was on the verge of closing, the person outside summoned their last ounce of strength and lunged forward. Just as they stepped into the shop, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "I can't believe it. Did you just attempt to end my life?" The newcomer complained vehemently upon entering. Li Feng glanced at the roll-up door, which trembled incessantly from the relentless assault of the creatures outside, seemingly on the brink of collapse. "If I wanted you dead, do you truly believe you could stand here and engage in such trivial banter with me?" Li Feng retorted coldly, turning his gaze. The individual, rubbing the back of his neck, nodded in acknowledgement before stepping closer. "Greetings. I am Wu Lei, a delivery person." "Hello. I am Li Feng, a university student." Li Feng introduced himself without further ado and then proceeded to gather items to barricade the door. Approaching a coat rack, he requested, "Brother Wu Lei, could you assist me by moving this rack to the roll-up door?" "Certainly," Wu Lei responded eagerly. "Indeed, you truly embody the spirit of a delivery person. Your hard work has not been in vain." Li Feng jested that Wu Lei sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "There's no choice. Running around delivering food has naturally honed my skills." Noticing the roll-up door's tremors had subsided, Li Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Li Feng, what on earth are those creatures outside? I have seen so many people devoured by them. It terrified me. If it weren't for the agility I developed over years of delivery work, I might have been one of their victims." Wu Lei exclaimed. Li Feng pondered for a moment, realizing that his explanation might be met with disbelief. Those creatures outside could very well be zombies. "Zombies? Like those from the movie Resident Evil?" Wu Lei asked in astonishment. "Yes, precisely like those in Resident Evil. What shall we do now?" Wu Lei inquired, a hint of panic evident in his voice. Li Feng regarded Wu Lei and replied, "Do not fret. The government will dispatch troops to rescue us. Trust in the authorities. Historically, they have always responded swiftly to disasters, and I believe this situation will be no different. Indeed, we must have faith in the government." Wu Lei seemed to regain a glimmer of hope. "Now, let us first address the immediate situation. We need to search all the rooms and eliminate potential dangers. You wouldn't want to be bitten by a zombie while we sleep, would you? We should stick together and not separate." The clothing store's ground floor was modest in size, yet it boasted 3 larger upper levels. Therefore, there was no need to run about excessively. A thorough inspection of the surroundings would suffice. "Brother Feng, should we not arm ourselves with weapons before we go searching? It feels unsafe to go in unarmed." Noticing Wu Lei's lingering apprehension, Li Feng chuckled. I have already prepared something for you. Here, take this. He tossed a metal shard to Wu Lei. This is from the rack we just moved, he added, revealing his own piece of metal and shaking it for emphasis. Now, are we ready to conduct our search? Absolutely. Wu Lei nodded vigorously. The second and third floors housed living quarters, thus presenting a greater number of rooms, making the search more complex. Wu Lei, let's search one room at a time. I'll lead the way, and you provide support from behind. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Feng called out to Wu Lei. In a world like this, entrusting one's back to another person is a mark of true trust. And from the moment Wu Lei entered the shop, Li Feng recognized him as someone worthy of that trust. Otherwise, he would not have placed his safety in Wu Lei's hands. Chapter 2. The first night. Upon entering the living room, the chilling roars of zombies echoed through the air. One could sense an overwhelming fury, undoubtedly a result of their entrapment. Li Feng approached the living room, straining to listen intently. There, he pointed toward the room on his right. As he reached the door, he pressed his ear against it. Roar, roar. Indeed, they were inside. Li Feng exclaimed with excitement. Wu Lei, prepare yourself. I am about to open the door, he announced to Wu Lei behind him. Creak. As the door swung open, a pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses. Yet the zombies did not lunge forth as he had imagined. Instead, an even more furious cacophony of roars erupted, likely stirred by the scent of fresh prey. Entering the room, he beheld a struggling zombie upon the bed. It was then that Li Feng comprehended why it had not attacked. It was ensnared by the mosquito net above the bed. Lying beside it was another corpse. They appeared to be a married couple. Slowly, Li Feng approached the female zombie, plunging a shard of metal into her skull. He then delivered a final blow to the man's head to prevent any chance of resurrection. All right, Wu Lei, let us depart. The deceased deserve our respect, and we must not disturb their rest. We shall proceed to the third floor. Turning, Li Feng directed Wu Lei, then made his way upstairs. The third floor was devoid of life. For safety's sake, Li Feng ascended to the rooftop, confirming that only 2 individuals inhabited the 3-story building. The staff on the ground floor likely fled in the initial chaos. Now, Wu Lei, let us reinforce the roller door on the ground floor. Back on the ground level, the duo moved heavy furniture, sofas, refrigerators, and desks from the second floor to barricade the entrance. Once their task was complete, twilight was fast approaching. Grr. Feeling the protest of his stomach, Li Feng shook his head in resignation, recalling that he had only consumed some compressed biscuits and bottled water throughout the day. He had intended to prepare a meal after returning from his interview, but alas, a sigh escaped him. Fate had played a cruel trick. Glancing at Wu Lei, who was resting nearby, Li Feng understood that surviving alone in this apocalyptic world was impossible. He approached Wu Lei, patting him on the shoulder. Brother, let us prepare something to eat. Absolutely. Yes. Wu Lei eagerly responded, revealing his hunger. Let us go to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, a wave of blood-stained air greeted them at the stairwell. Never mind, let us head to the third floor instead. The layout on the third floor was quite similar to that of the second. In the kitchen, after searching high and low, they found only a single bag of noodles. Looking at it, Li Feng shook his head in exasperation. I suppose this will have to suffice. With that, he began to cook the noodles. Approximately half an hour later, the noodles were ready. Wu Lei, unable to contain his anticipation, rushed forward as soon as they were done. Wow, Brother Feng, it smells incredible. Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a twinge of something amiss. After a moment of reflection, he realized, what the hell? Are you so desperate that you wish to devour me? What do you mean it smells good? Hearing Li Feng's discontent, Wu Lei chuckled awkwardly. I apologize, Brother Feng. I was just so hungry. My language arts were taught by the physical education teacher. Observing Wu Lei's goofy smile, Li Feng refrained from saying much. It was merely a jest. The tension of the day had been palpable, and this moment served as a much-needed reprieve. All right, enough chatter, let us eat. We have matters to attend to later. Li Feng urged Wu Lei. In no time, less than 10 minutes had passed, and the pot of noodles had been thoroughly devoured, leaving only a trace of broth. Li Feng, astonished, inquired of Wu Lei, did you truly eat that fast because I urged you to? How can you consume so much? I've barely finished one bowl. And you're already on your third. Wu Lei merely chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Li Feng, instead of being vexed, felt a sense of joy, as it attested to his culinary skills. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and outside, silence reigned, broken only by sporadic explosions, cries of anguish, and the distant roars of zombies. After finishing their meal, they ascended to the rooftop. Gazing at the flames engulfing the city, Li Feng realized it had transformed into a second H-city. Survival now depended solely on them. Wu Lei, at dawn, I intend to leave. We cannot linger here. Do you have any plans for the future? Li Feng asked with a grave tone. Plans? I do. My plan is to go wherever you go, Brother Feng. I owe you my life, Wu Lei replied, and upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a twinge of emotion but knew he had to clarify matters. Following me, you will encounter numerous dangers, and death may be a possibility. I fear not. This is the apocalypse. People die every day. What is there to be afraid of? Wu Lei asserted resolutely. Very well, my brother. Together, we shall struggle to survive in this damned apocalypse, Li Feng exclaimed, throwing an arm around Wu Lei's shoulders with fervor. Tonight, I will take the first watch, and you will take the second. Absolutely, Brother Feng. I shall rest now. As Li Feng turned away, he heard the sound of snoring and glanced back to see Wu Lei fast asleep, prompting a soft smile from him. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he stared into the distance at the flickering flames and the zombies prowling below. A sudden thought of his parents struck him. He was far from home, with only his parents there. What if danger befell them? Li Feng retrieved his phone and dialed his mother's number. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. The automated message filled him with despair. Sighing, Li Feng thought, my parents should be fine. They are far from the city. Moreover, there is ample food at home. They are safe, undoubtedly safe. He continuously reassured himself, as he knew he could not afford to falter or act impulsively. In this apocalypse, even a minor misstep could lead to fatal consequences. One cannot afford carelessness in such dire times. Only by ensuring his own survival could he hope to reunite with his parents and protect them, as well as others in need of safeguarding. Reflecting on those he wished to protect, aside from his parents, Li Feng cast another glance at Wu Lei. Another sigh escaped him. With Wu Lei's disposition, how long could he survive without me? It is better for him to stay close. We can look out for one another. Li Feng realized he had placed complete trust in Wu Lei, a sentiment that could prove perilous in the future, as trusting someone too quickly in these times was fraught with danger. A week later, how many individuals will still adhere to the ethical and moral standards of the pre-apocalyptic world? The apocalypse, an era marked by an explosion of human instincts, has indeed arrived. In such times, trust among individuals becomes paramount. Only through mutual trust can one navigate the challenges of this new world. Even the mightiest among us, if met with distrust, will find their strengths diminished, for the capacity of a single individual is inherently limited. In the apocalypse, one cannot survive in isolation. Humans are, after all, inherently social beings. With this realization, Li Feng conceived an ambitious and audacious blueprint. The effort required to bring this vision to fruition would be substantial, yet its realization would undoubtedly benefit the entire Chinese nation. However, the first step towards achieving this blueprint is to locate his parents. One must see the living for the living and the deceased for the deceased. Regardless of the circumstances, parents will always hold the highest significance. The debt of gratitude owed to them is immeasurable. In the distance, flames continued to blaze, punctuated by intermittent screams and the guttural roars of zombies. Perhaps the undead had found fresh prey, or perhaps someone had come into their sights. Regardless, the fact remains that he was still alive, and that is what truly matters. Is not all that one does in the apocalypse ultimately aimed at survival? Thus commenced the first night of the apocalypse, a night that would prove sleepless for Li Feng. Chapter 3. Rescue. As Li Feng stood contemplatively at the edge of the rooftop, a blinding beam of light from a flashlight pierced through the darkness, flickering in a repetitive pattern. Having dabbled in Morse code during his university days, Li Feng recognized that the flickering light was a distress signal from the opposite building. Wu Lei, Li Feng called out urgently. Brother Feng, has it really reached midnight already? I feel as if I just fell asleep, Wu Lei replied, yawning and sluggishly rising. It's not midnight yet, but someone is calling for help from the building across. We must go to their aid, Li Feng said, observing Wu Lei's weary demeanor with a tinge of reluctance. Help someone? Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Lei perked up at the mention of a rescue. Seeing Wu Lei's enthusiasm, Li Feng was aware that his friend still retained the remnants of his pre-apocalyptic self. Yet he harbored concerns that this naivety might lead to dire consequences in the future. People need saving. However, we must deliberate first. A blind rescue could result in perilous outcomes, Li Feng cautioned. All right, I'll follow your lead, Brother Feng. You call the shots. Wu Lei responded. What do you mean I call the shots? If I were making all the decisions, we wouldn't need to discuss anything. My ideas have flaws too. And we must acknowledge them, understand? Li Feng replied. In the apocalypse, minimizing one's shortcomings increases the chances of survival. With a sigh, Li Feng shook his head. So, Brother Feng, what is our plan? Wu Lei inquired. After contemplating Wu Lei's question, Li Feng articulated, the individual in distress is on the 4th floor. While we are situated on the 3rd, there lies a street between us, approximately 60 meters apart. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 8 minutes to cross, but now, with zombies lurking, and given our unfamiliarity with the conditions on the opposite floor and within the building, nighttime renders movement risky. We shall wait until daybreak. For now, let us rest and replenish our strength. We will set out to rescue them first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing Li Feng's analysis, Wu Lei nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps noticing the prolonged silence from their side, the individuals across sent a Morse code distress signal. Li Feng, uncertain if they could comprehend Morse, responded in kind. We shall come to rescue you at dawn. It is too dark now, and it is inconvenient. Indeed, once Li Feng sent his message, silence fell on the other side, clearly indicating that they too had retreated to rest, preparing themselves mentally and physically for their escape the following day. All right, Wu Lei, it's time for you to sleep. We have a significant operation ahead of us tomorrow. Let us not allow any mistakes to occur, Li Feng urged. Understood. Wu Lei, truly remarkable, had barely finished his affirmation before he fell into a deep slumber. Li Feng chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards the darkened window of the floor where the distress signal originated. Staring at that pitch-black opening, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. After switching shifts with Wu Lei in the dead of night, Li Feng eventually succumbed to slumber. The inaugural night of the apocalypse did not lend itself to easy sleep. The next morning, Li Feng awoke, his eyes adorned with dark circles akin to those of a panda. Upon seeing Li Feng's appearance, Wu Lei erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng. What happened to your eyes? Cough, cough. Wu Lei continued to laugh heartily. Enough of that. Do you not fear your boisterous laughter might attract the zombies? As if in response to Li Feng's words, at that very moment, 2 zombies began to shuffle toward Li Feng's building. Damn it, my ominous words have summoned them. These zombies are too obedient, he muttered to himself, relieved there were only 2. He patted his chest and exhaled deeply. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 6:35 a.m. We'll prepare for 5 minutes and depart at 6:40. Remember, be extremely cautious. If anything seems amiss on the floor, withdraw immediately, Li Feng stated with utmost seriousness. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was time to move. Let us go, Wu Lei. We must rescue whoever we can. In truth, Li Feng's notion of preparation was rather minimal, as they only possessed the metal scraps they had pried off from the ground floor. Upon reaching the 1st floor, they discovered the main entrance had been barricaded. Wu Lei searched for an alternative exit. Found it, Brother Feng. Over here. He pointed to a small window in the glass wall, just large enough for an adult to squeeze through. Wu Lei, I will exit first to ensure it is safe. You follow after, Li Feng instructed. All right, Brother Feng. Be careful. Li Feng climbed to the window and wriggled through. He surveyed the surroundings and gestured to Wu Lei inside. Not wasting a moment, Wu Lei swiftly followed suit. However, the unpredictability of the world struck again. As soon as Wu Lei landed, he inadvertently knocked a can off a nearby trash bin. Clatter. Damn it. Li Feng cursed under his breath. As anticipated, the 2 zombies they had previously observed on the upper floor slowly turned and began their approach towards Li Feng. Observing the chaos he had caused, Wu Lei hastily apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Feng, I didn't mean to. Noticing the zombies at a distance, Li Feng dismissed Wu Lei's mistake, saying, It's fine, let us hurry into the building. Don't worry about the zombies. We must conserve our energy. Crossing the street, they reached the entrance of the building, which was ajar. An open door suggested the presence of zombies within. As Li Feng approached the threshold, a zombie lunged at him. He swiftly sidestepped the attack, and in that fleeting moment, he raised a metal shard, striking the zombie's head, causing a gruesome explosion of brain matter. The sight of the splattered remains on the metal piece made Li Feng feel nauseated, his stomach churning violently. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he warned Wu Lei, be cautious. There might be more inside. That startled me. Seeing Li Feng still shaken, Wu Lei covered his mouth, chuckling softly. Noticing Wu Lei's amusement, Li Feng, feeling disgruntled, asked, Aren't you disgusted? Upon seeing Li Feng's displeasure, Wu Lei ceased his laughter and replied, "Not at all." Hearing this, Li Feng patted Wu Lei on the shoulder. "You're quite something, kid. Let us head upstairs, and next time you take the lead. We'll see if you're still unfazed. If you throw up, you'll owe me a meal." Wu Lei assured him, "Don't worry, Brother Feng. I promise I won't puke." As they entered the first floor, Li Feng instructed Wu Lei, "You go ahead. I'll follow closely. Stay alert." The first floor was devoid of any additional zombies, but the eerie silence was unsettling. Li Feng shook off the feeling, reasoning that he was overthinking. Let us move to the second floor. Upon reaching the stairwell, they discovered two corpses lying on the stairs. Their faces unrecognizable, with their abdomens torn open and entrails scattered across the crimson floor. One corpse had its head bitten open, empty and devoid of eyes. Gazing at the gruesome sight, Wu Lei jested, "These zombies are not picky eaters. They truly consume everything. Look at those intestines, barely anything left." Li Feng could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 4. Escape. The second floor revealed no zombies, only disordered rooms. Observing the bloody handprints on the white walls and the skeletal remains of a corpse beneath them, Li Feng comprehended the horrors that had transpired here. As they passed the corpse and ascended to the third floor, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. Without a second thought, he surmised that zombies awaited them above. Peering from the stairwell, Li Feng glimpsed 3 zombies within the room, realizing the precariousness of their situation. They stood at the junction of the third and second floors, with zombies above them, rendering their position difficult to defend or attack. Their only hope lay in reaching the fourth floor via the staircase, where they could confront the zombies from a vantage point, as the narrow staircase allowed only one to ascend at a time. With a plan in mind, Li Feng relayed the details to Wu Lei, who listened attentively without a word. "Wu Lei, I will count to 3 and then start running." Sprinting all the way to the entrance of the stairs leading to the fourth floor, before turning back to confront these 3 zombies, Li Feng softly instructed Wu Lei. Upon hearing Li Feng's plan, Wu Lei nodded continuously in agreement. 1, 2, 3, go. As soon as he uttered the word 3, Li Feng immediately took off running. The distance to the fourth floor staircase was not far, and within mere seconds, Li Feng reached it. However, Wu Lei was not as fortunate. Just as he ascended to the third floor, he stumbled and fell. The zombies had also detected their presence, witnessing the undead charging towards him. Wu Lei's legs froze in terror, a natural response of the body. This reaction is common among ordinary individuals. Only those who have undergone special training or are accustomed to such circumstances can consciously control their fear. Before the apocalypse, Wu Lei was merely a food delivery worker, likely never having encountered a fight, thus leading to his current predicament. As he watched the approaching zombies inch closer, Wu Lei realized escape was futile and braced himself for the worst. Glancing at Li Feng, he urged, "Brother Feng, you must go up. I will buy you some time." With the zombies looming ever closer, Wu Lei closed his eyes and smiled, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. 10 seconds passed, then a minute. "What the hell? How long are you going to keep your eyes shut?" A familiar voice echoed, sounding so endearing. Wu Lei opened his eyes to see the fallen zombie, then looked at Li Feng, his gaze filled with admiration. Li Feng, feeling the intensity of that look, was suddenly covered in goosebumps and instinctively reached for his backside. Observing Li Feng's reaction, Wu Lei burst into laughter, quickly assuring him, "Brother Feng, I am not interested in you, so don't worry." Li Feng, feeling embarrassed, replied, "You brat. Can't you act normal for once? Let's go, we need to get to the fourth floor." Upon reaching the door to the fourth floor, Li Feng knocked. "Hello. Is anyone alive in there? I'm here to rescue you." After he spoke, sounds of commotion could be heard from within. "Knock, knock, knock. If there are living people inside, please respond. If there are only dead ones, we will leave." Li Feng emphasized the last 2 words. Perhaps genuinely fearing that Li Feng would depart, a man's voice finally emerged from within, pleading, "Don't go, don't go. I'll open the door. Just please don't leave." His voice trembled with fear. Indeed, moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a man in his early 20s, his face etched with terror, standing frozen at the threshold. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Feng exclaimed impatiently, "Can we come in? It's dangerous out here." The man, clearly shaken, only reacted after Li Feng's urging, allowing both him and Wu Lei to enter. Once inside, Li Feng and Wu Lei wasted no time and collapsed onto the living room sofa, disregarding the zombie blood that might stain it, treating the place as if it were their own home. The man remained silent, standing still, until Li Feng, having rested sufficiently, inquired, "Hey, brother, what's your name?" The man trembled at the question, stammering, "I am Su Yuan." Observing the extreme terror etched upon Su Yuan's face, Li Feng lowered his voice, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Greetings. My name is Li Feng, and this is my brother, Wu Lei." He gestured towards Wu Lei, who lay nearby. "You were the one who sent the Morse code distress signal last night, correct?" "Yes, indeed," Su Yuan responded, his excitement palpable. Suddenly, a terrifying roar from a zombie shattered their conversation, and Su Yuan's expression turned to one of sheer horror. "Damn it! It must be that the noise we made upon entering attracted them," Li Feng cursed silently. He approached the window to gaze outside, and a chill ran down his spine. The street was inexplicably teeming with zombies, as if they had materialized out of thin air without any warning. "Quickly, find something to barricade the door. We need to get to the rooftop," Li Feng urged hastily. Moments later, the original door had vanished, replaced by a makeshift barricade of a sofa, a refrigerator, and other heavy objects. The zombies had arrived at the 4th floor, relentlessly battering the frail door, perhaps sensing the presence of potential prey within. Their assaults growing ever more frantic. With the door now secured, Li Feng felt a slight sense of relief. "Let us head to the rooftop and see if there's an escape route." The rooftop was not large, and the surrounding area was easily visible. Approaching the edge, Li Feng gazed down at the mass of zombies below, realizing the dire nature of their predicament, just as despair threatened to engulf him. The sound of helicopter blades sliced through the air, rekindling a flicker of hope. A helicopter from an unknown faction was approaching them. "Look, a helicopter!" Wu Lei shouted excitedly. "Hey, over here!" The trio waved their arms frantically, calling out, "Attention, we have spotted 3 civilians in District B of City A, requesting immediate assistance." Came the voice over the radio. "Permission granted for rescue," was the firm response from the other end. The helicopter hovered above, lowering a rescue ladder. Just as Wu Lei was about to ascend, Li Feng grasped his arm, causing Wu Lei to look confused. "Brother Feng, what are you doing?" Noticing Su Yuan's fearful demeanor, Li Feng calmly stated, "Let Su Yuan go first." "Captain, look at that guy down there. He is quite admirable, allowing the weaker to go first even at this moment," remarked the individual referred to as Captain, who remained silent, merely casting a glance at Li Feng before attending to the instruments. Before long, the 3 were aboard the helicopter, which soared away into the distance. Through the window, Li Feng observed the throng of zombies below, an inexplicable sadness washing over him. These were once people. "Hello, uncle." Wu Lei's exclamation jolted Li Feng from his reverie. Hearing someone address him as uncle, the helicopter pilot burst into laughter. "What uncle? I'm not that much older than you. Just call me Lao Zhao. I'm the captain of the helicopter rescue team, and this is my co-pilot, Sun Bin." Li Feng interjected, "Lao Zhao, where are we heading?" "We're bound for the survivor base in City A, just on the outskirts, protected by high walls." "You are truly fortunate. I am the last search team, and I'm personally leading this mission," Lao Zhao explained. Upon hearing Lao Zhao's words, Li Feng fell once again into deep contemplation. Upon arrival at their destination, Li Feng remained oblivious. Brother Feng," Wu Lei called out repeatedly until Li Feng regained his senses. "We have arrived," Wu Lei exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, they had reached a helipad at the base, where several doctors clad in white coats were hurrying towards them. "What do you intend to do?" Li Feng shouted, his excitement palpable. "Calm down, Li Feng," Lao Zhao quickly interjected. "This is merely a routine check. We are concerned about potential infections, and you will undergo a 12-hour quarantine." Observing Li Feng's agitation, Lao Zhao hastened to clarify. Soon, Li Feng and his companions were escorted to the isolation rooms, each assigned their own. The rooms, stark white, were equipped with a restroom, a bed, and a few educational books. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Li Feng collapsed onto the bed and promptly fell asleep. The preceding events had been rather mundane, and the author extends their apologies, assuring readers that the latter portion will strive for greater excitement. Chapter 5, Urgent. Urgent. A zombie horde approaches Creek. "Who is it?" Li Feng sprang from his bed. Though he had been asleep, he was acutely aware that in this apocalyptic world, one must remain vigilant, for danger could strike at any moment. "Ahem, Comrade Li Feng, do not be alarmed. I am merely here to inform you that your quarantine period has concluded, and you are now permitted to move freely within designated areas." Lao Zhao had not anticipated Li Feng's heightened alertness. Had he been a zombie, he might have met an untimely end. Is it over already? Have I truly slept for 12 hours? Li Feng exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Come, I shall take you to collect supplies, Lao Zhao said, patting Li Feng's shoulder as he led the way outside. Upon exiting, Wu Lei and Su Yuan were already waiting. The three followed Lao Zhao, and it was then that Li Feng seized the opportunity to scrutinize the survivor base. The base was encircled by 10-meter-high concrete walls, with watchtowers positioned at intervals. Inside, the structures were predominantly tents, distributed across designated zones. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the supply distribution point, which consisted mainly of tents and sleeping bags. Once you collect your supplies, you may choose a location to set up your tent. As for food, there will be 2 meals daily, which you can collect from the designated area. Thank you, Lao Zhao. We shall take our leave now, Li Feng replied, bidding farewell as he picked up his supplies and headed towards a secluded corner. Observing Li Feng's choice, Wu Lei expressed confusion and pulled him back. Brother Feng, why are we heading towards that corner? It seems so isolated. Because in the event of an emergency, this area is less likely to be affected. Furthermore, with fewer tents surrounding us, the open view allows for better observation of unfolding events, facilitating an escape if necessary. Li Feng explained, feeling a sense of helplessness at having to justify his decision. He wished to avoid any discord within their small group. Upon reaching their destination, Li Feng began to assign tasks. Wu Lei, you and Su Yuan will set up the tent while you go collect food. We haven't had proper meals in over a day. Understood, Brother Feng. Faced with the task assigned by Li Feng, Wu Lei expressed no dissent, for he lacked the skill to pitch a tent. Even if instructed to do so, he would falter. After 10 minutes, the tent was finally erected. Wu Lei also received his ration, which, in all honesty, consisted solely of dry bread, 1 piece for each individual, accompanied by a bottle of water of uncertain origin. Observing this, Li Feng remained silent, fully aware that in this post-apocalyptic world, food and water are the most precious commodities. In times of scarcity, cannibalism could become a grim reality. It was merely the 3rd day since the outbreak, and within a week, such dire phenomena might emerge. By then, power plants would cease operations, halting the supply of electricity to major cities. Without electricity, the meat in supermarkets would spoil and various perishable goods would decay. In a week's time, food would be nearly depleted. As he consumed the bread in his hand, Li Feng fell into deep contemplation, making uncertain plans for the future and preparing in advance. He had always believed in the virtue of preparation. Before the apocalypse, he made it a point to gather all necessary resources ahead of time. Now, in this new world, such foresight was even more essential. Lost in thought, Li Feng abruptly turned to Su Yuan and asked, "What are your plans for the future? Will you accompany me? Or remain here?" I inquire because my stay is not permanent, and we have shared a bond. I will follow you, Feng Ge, Su Yuan stammered, seemingly at a loss when confronted with Li Feng's question. Ha. Li Feng chuckled at Su Yuan's response. Why does everyone choose to follow me? I am not particularly capable. Feng Ge, we follow you willingly. You saved both of us. It is only natural that we accompany you, Wu Lei asserted with unwavering conviction. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Warning! Warning! A large number of zombies are approaching the base. Warning! Warning! Li Feng's words were abruptly interrupted by the urgent announcement. A significant horde of zombies? He repeated in his mind. The alarm incited chaos within the base. Individuals emerged from their tents, some inquiring about the situation, while others gazed towards the direction of the approaching zombies, perhaps praying that the walls would hold against the oncoming tide. The base's military mobilized swiftly, positioning themselves along the perimeter walls. The eastern wall, in particular, was fortified with soldiers, each armed with a firearm. Li Feng estimated that at least 500 soldiers were stationed along this wall, with more continually gathering below, bringing the total to no less than 1,000. Yet, despite their numbers, they appeared palpably tense. The only plausible reason for their anxiety was that the approaching zombies vastly outnumbered them, by several folds, or even dozens. As Li Feng surmised, the horde was likely composed of no fewer than 80,000 undead, rendering the description of a mountain of corpses entirely fitting. With this grim realization, Li Feng prepared himself for the worst, summoning Wu Lei and Su Yuan to his side. I must share some unfortunate news, a conjecture of my own. The recent onslaught of zombies appears to have exceeded the saturation capacity that this base can withstand. We must brace ourselves for the worst. And I urge you to be vigilant. Should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to flee without concern for others. As I spoke, gunfire erupted around us. A relentless barrage of bullets raining down as grenades detonated in rapid succession, igniting the landscape outside into a raging inferno. Zombies fell before us. Yet those behind trampled over their fallen brethren, advancing relentlessly toward the city walls. An hour passed, then two, and the soldiers' grips on their rifles grew numb. Yet the zombies seemed inexhaustible, their numbers still formidable. At least 40,000 remained. Observing the valiant soldiers rushing to and fro, an impulse to assist surged within me. Just then, Old Zhao dashed past not far ahead. Old Zhao, I called out. Hearing my voice, he paused. Ah, it's you, brotherly Feng. What can I do for you? I'm quite busy, so please make it brief. I wish to help. Is that permissible? I inquired loudly. Absolutely. They require assistance in transporting ammunition and clearing spent shells. Old Zhao responded without hesitation. Prepare yourselves and ascend the walls. I will signal for you. With that, he sprinted toward the ramparts, stopping briefly to converse with a commanding officer who cast a glance in my direction. As I watched Old Zhao ascend, I turned to Su Yuan and Wu Lei with a serious expression. Do you wish to join me? Regardless of whether this base endures, we shall have done our utmost and will not harbor regrets. Many lives will be lost here, and we shall not bear the weight of guilt. Brother Feng, your words suggest you do not regard us as brothers. We are resolute in following you wherever you go. We shall ascend, for I have long harbored disdain for those zombies. While I may not wield a firearm, my efforts in transporting ammunition count as indirect retribution. Wu Lei declared with a laugh. I turned to Su Yuan, who, upon meeting my gaze, quickly affirmed, I have no objections. Though the sight of those zombies frightened me greatly yesterday, after a day of recuperation, I am ready. Very well, let us ascend the walls. Upon reaching the ramparts, the scene before us left us all in utter shock, aptly described by 4 words: a mountain of corpses, an ocean of the undead. Countless zombies surged toward us like a relentless tide. The soldiers fought with fervor, firing every bullet they had. Their barrels glowed red as they rinsed them with water, only to unleash another torrent of fire. Zombies fell in droves, yet the horde pressed on. There was no need for precise aiming. Each bullet inevitably found a target, and on occasion, one bullet would claim 2. The bodies of the undead began to accumulate at the base of the wall, perilously close to reaching the summit. Quick, pour the gasoline. A resounding voice echoed from the nearby watchtower. With the issuance of commands, 4 or 5 gasoline barrels were moved out, pouring streams of pale yellow fuel over the wall. Ignite. The same commanding voice rang out again, followed by a torch being hurled down onto the heap of corpses below. Instantly, flames erupted, waves of heat surged forth, and the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the sky. The pile of bodies diminished at a visible pace. Confronted by the raging inferno, the zombies behind displayed no hint of fear, relentlessly advancing despite their bodies being consumed by the flames. They continued their slow march forward until they could no longer move, yet their bodies still writhed towards the front, persisting until the last flicker of life was extinguished by the fire. After an hour of burning, the flames finally subsided, leaving a thick layer of ash spread across the scorched ground. The remaining zombies trampled over the ashes, which rose with the wind, soaring into the sky, perhaps a last attempt by the departed souls to ascend to heaven. Li Feng and his companions had transported ammunition countless times, to the point where they had lost track. Watching the relentless tide of zombies surging towards them, Li Feng was acutely aware that this base was destined to fall. He had also observed, while moving the ammunition, that the military hierarchy had already prepared for a breakout. Even within the army, confidence had waned, making the survival of the base seem increasingly unlikely. The morning passed amidst the incessant gunfire and the roars of the undead, with Li Feng tirelessly managing logistical support for the soldiers. In any war, logistics play a crucial role. After a morning of shooting, the corpses of the zombies were once again nearing the top of the wall, their numbers visibly increasing as the battle wore on. Many soldiers were utterly exhausted, their spirits on the verge of collapse. A complete breakdown was merely a matter of time. Pour gasoline, quickly, where's the gasoline? The same commanding voice now called from the wall. Report. The base has partially exhausted its gasoline supply. A soldier relayed the situation swiftly. Partially? The officer issuing the orders seized upon the key word. Then there is still some left? Where is it? Bring it to me. The officer interrogated the reporting soldier. Faced with the officer's inquiries, the soldier appeared at a loss. Where is it? Speak quickly, or I will punish you. The officer's patience wore thin. Report. Commander. That portion of gasoline has been confiscated by the higher-ups. They said it is reserved for retreat. Do not touch it. Anyone who does will be executed. Upon hearing the threat of punishment, the soldier had no hesitation in revealing the truth. Damn it, they are even prepared for retreat. Watching the 1,000 soldiers still engaged in combat, the company commander felt an overwhelming wave of guilt. Report. Commander, the zombies are just 5 meters from the wall. Another soldier rushed forward, and as he listened to the report, the commander fell into deep contemplation. 5 meters, at the current pace of the advancing zombies. They would reach the walls in no more than 10 minutes. The base currently housed at least 3,000 souls. If we were to evacuate now, it would take approximately half an hour. There's no time to waste. We must withdraw immediately. Messenger, quickly issue an urgent broadcast. We must evacuate through the north gate at once. The commander bellowed his orders. After delivering the command, he stood silently on a high platform of the city wall, gazing at the soldiers stationed above. Soldiers, we face a daunting task ahead. We are out of fuel and cannot incinerate the horde. In 5 minutes, the zombies will breach the walls, and behind you stand 3,000 defenseless civilians. If we allow the undead to enter the base, it will lead to a massacre. Can you bear to watch those we once vowed to protect with our lives fall victim to these monsters? No. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices rising in fervent defiance. Excellent. As they are in the process of evacuating, we must hold our ground for an additional 25 minutes after the zombies reach the walls. Do you have the resolve? The commander shouted. Yes. A thunderous roar of affirmation echoed from the walls. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The first zombie ascended the wall, and before it could rise fully, a soldier shot it in the head. With the first came the second, and then the third. The horde grew ever larger, catching the soldiers off guard. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced through the air, startling Li Feng. A soldier nearby, while engaged in dispatching a zombie in front of him, had let his guard down and was ambushed from behind by another. A chunk of flesh was bitten from his shoulder, blood gushing profusely. The medic rushed over to staunch the bleeding and bandage the wound, but the soldier halted the medic's efforts. He understood the gravity of his injury and what fate awaited him. With a faint smile, he addressed the medic, saying, "Save those supplies for someone who truly needs them. It would be a waste on me." With that, the soldier leaped over the city wall. A thunderous crash ensued as a young life succumbed to the sea of corpses. The medic stood frozen, unable to comprehend how swiftly events had transpired. Just moments ago, he had been smiling. Now he was gone. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at the dazed medic. Li Feng cursed under his breath, snatching up a fallen assault rifle and swinging it. The zombie collapsed with a resounding thud. Without pausing, Li Feng dashed to the fallen creature, lifted his foot, and stomped down with force. The sound was akin to a watermelon bursting from a great height. The zombie's skull exploding, red and white matter splattering everywhere, some even landing on the medic's face. She simply wiped it off, thanked Li Feng, and moved on in another direction. The fight continued unabated. The zombies persisted in their relentless ascent, an unending tide. The soldiers' hands had long since gone numb. One by one, soldiers fell victim to careless zombie bites, the echoes of explosions resounding incessantly. As the ranks of soldiers dwindled, the horde of zombies swelled. Witnessing the situation spiral beyond control, Li Feng sought out Wu Lei and Su Yuan, urging them to flee towards the northern gate. Just as they descended the city wall, the first zombie staggered down after them, followed by a relentless tide of thousands. The sea of the undead breached the walls, infiltrating the base. The city was lost. The stronghold breached. Chapter 7. The bloody onset. Brother Feng, slow down. Su Yuan can't keep up. Wu Lei panted, glancing at Su Yuan, who was struggling to catch his breath. Slow down. Do you think the zombies will slow down? If you want to live, then run faster. They'll be upon us soon. Li Feng chastised Wu Lei as he glanced back, exasperation evident in his voice. At that moment, many civilians remained trapped within the chaos. While the gunfire from the walls had grown sparse, it was evident that the soldiers defending them were now few, with only a handful still upholding their solemn oaths. Unbeknownst to them, the very people they vowed to protect were cursing their efforts. A man who passed by Li Feng muttered, "Those damned soldiers. Why couldn't they hold out just a bit longer? They let the zombies in too soon. They deserve to be devoured." Li Feng was tempted to confront the man. Yet the urgency of their escape, with zombies in pursuit, restrained him. Still, He felt a profound sorrow for the fallen soldiers, those who perished protecting citizens, only to be vilified behind their backs. Had the surviving warriors heard such slander, they might have retaliated with lethal force. Sighing deeply, Li Feng recognized that the apocalyptic phenomenon was escalating and could soon worsen. Here, Li Feng halted abruptly. However, the sight before him was shocking. The northern gate, originally narrow enough for a single vehicle to pass, was now congested with a throng of people, all pushing towards the entrance, refusing to yield. Hundreds surged forward, creating a bottleneck that rendered escape impossible. The cries of the fallen echoed, some trampled in the chaotic scramble. Meanwhile, the higher-ranking military personnel had long since vanished, leaving a handful of ordinary soldiers struggling to impose order they could not maintain. Observing the jammed crowd, Li Feng realized that there was no hope of exiting through this route. Wu Lei, Su Yuan, look around for another way out. But don't stray from each other's sight, he instructed the pair. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged in Li Feng's line of sight. Old Zhao, the man who had guided them to this base. He was attempting to maintain order amidst the growing chaos, though it was clear he was losing control as arguments erupted around him. I say, why are you meddling in things that don't concern you? Mind your own business, shouted a young man, probably in his 20s, whose disheveled appearance suggested he was a rogue even before the apocalypse, and now, he was even worse. Had it not been for the firearm in Lao Zhao's possession, it is likely that he and the other man would have already come to blows. Observing the girl behind Lao Zhao, Li Feng began to piece together the situation. An idea suddenly struck him, prompting him to approach Lao Zhao. Hey Lao Zhao, Yu Haven T fled. Oh no, Yu Haven T retreated yet. Li Feng's lips twitched, nearly letting slip an inappropriate comment. Hearing someone call his name, Lao Zhao couldn't be bothered with the individual before him and turned around. Ah, it's you, brother Li Feng. Why haven't you left yet? I would like to leave, actually. Li Feng mused internally, yet maintained a smile as he replied. Oh, I just lagged behind a bit. He gestured toward the crowd as he stepped closer to Lao Zhao, immediately noticing the domestic Type 95 assault rifle in Lao Zhao's hands. Rumored to be immensely powerful, it is hailed as one of the 10 most formidable assault rifles in the world. One can only imagine its true might. Perceiving Li Feng's interest, Lao Zhao seized the opportunity. Brother Li Feng, do you have an affinity for firearms? Would you like to take a look at mine? After all, we are in the apocalypse now, and no one seems to care about such matters. Really? Lao Zhao, I adore you, Li Feng exclaimed, effortlessly taking the Type 95 from Lao Zhao's grasp, gently caressing it to appreciate its metallic texture. Nearby, a thug observed the two with disdain, feeling utterly disregarded, which ignited his fury. Hey, you bastard! Give me back the girl behind you. No sooner had he spoken than an icy wave of murderous intent washed over him, emanating from Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng remained engrossed in his examination of the rifle, exhibiting no discernible reaction. Sensing Li Feng's lack of engagement, the thug, emboldened, lunged towards the girl behind Lao Zhao. However, as he made his move, a gunshot rang out, and the thug collapsed into a pool of blood, his forehead oozing crimson. Having fired the shot, Li Feng paid no heed to the fallen thug. Instead, he excitedly remarked, "This firearm is truly powerful." Lao Zhao was momentarily taken aback by Li Feng's words, astonished at his indifference towards human life. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he found some solace in the thought that, in this apocalypse, life had become all but trivial. Suddenly, a zombie's roar shattered the tense atmosphere between Lao Zhao and Li Feng. At that moment, Wu Lei and Su Yuan arrived before Li Feng, with Wu Lei giving a nod in acknowledgement. Li Feng returned the rifle to Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, would you like to accompany me? I've discovered a sewer passage. I'm unsure where it leads, but it's certainly preferable to waiting here for death. Li Feng whispered into Lao Zhao's ear, aware that speaking loudly would alert the fleeing masses, making their escape impossible, as desperation can drive individuals to do anything in the face of death. In response to Li Feng's invitation, Lao Zhao shook his head. I am a soldier, and soldiers must protect the people, regardless of what they say about us or the circumstances we face. It is my duty and mission as a soldier to safeguard them. Brother Li Feng, you must leave quickly. We shall meet again. After finishing his words, Zhao, accompanied by several soldiers tasked with maintaining order, swiftly retreated. Watching Zhao's silhouette, Li Feng rendered a somewhat unorthodox military salute in deep respect. Before Wu Lei could continue their conversation, they noticed a stunning young woman standing nearby. Her skin was as radiant as silk, Her eyes, a boundless azure reminiscent of the brightest skies, sparkled with an intense brilliance. The contours of her cheeks were delicately sculpted, and her lustrous black hair cascaded naturally, evoking a myriad of imaginings about the sensation of fingertips gliding through those strands. Under Li Feng's unwavering gaze, a blush graced the girl's cheeks, enhancing her already enchanting allure. Realizing his indiscretion, Li Feng hurriedly apologized. "Hello, my name is Li Feng." His slightly bashful introduction elicited a soft giggle from the girl as she covered her mouth. "Hello, I am Lin Yiming," she replied, her own introduction tinged with a hint of shyness. Suddenly, the terrifying roar of zombies shattered their conversation. The crowd erupted into chaos, screams piercing the air. A vehicle at the rear of the throng, desperate to advance, slammed on the accelerator and charged into the masses, unleashing a cacophony of terrified cries and curses. Li Feng witnessed in horror as the vehicle crushed a child's head, the poor soul unable to utter a single scream before meeting a gruesome fate. The situation had descended into utter pandemonium, and Li Feng understood that any further delay would be disastrous. Without uttering another word, he grasped Lin Yiming's hand and followed Wu Lei and the others towards the sewer. Lin Yiming observed the man before her, who emanated an air of subdued indifference. His tousled bangs fell over his brow, partially obscuring his features. Under the sunlight, the layers of his dark hair shimmered with a striking halo. His piercing gaze, characterized by elongated eyes and a high bridge of a nose framed thin lips that bore a hint of pride. Such an appearance and demeanor struck one as sharp and formidable, exuding a sense of coldness and experience. Noticing Lin Yiming's gaze upon him, Li Feng offered an awkward smile before swiftly pulling her into a sewer adjacent to a tent. No sooner had they entered than the zombies reached the crowd. The sounds of screams, cries for help, and the chaotic gunfire heralded the onset of a massacre. In mere moments, blood had seeped into the sewer, tainting the already unclean waters. How many would survive? Li Feng was oblivious to the duration of the slaughter. All he knew was that the blood coalesced into a stream, flowing away into the darkness. Countless lives were extinguished, yet they remained alive. Chapter 8. Who dares to touch my woman in the inky darkness of the sewer? Visibility was non-existent, and Li Feng and his companions had lost track of time, their fatigue mounting. Wu Lei led the group, with Lin Yiming and Su Yuan positioned in the center, while Li Feng brought up the rear. Periodically, he glanced back, straining to listen. Wu Lei strode confidently ahead. "Brother Feng, there's a glimmer of light." Suddenly, Wu Lei pointed ahead and shouted with excitement. Upon hearing his call, Li Feng and the others quickened their pace, racing toward the brightly lit exit. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow. As Li Feng felt the first rays of sunlight on his face, a smile crept onto his lips once more. Before them lay a small stream, remarkably clear now that it was free from human pollution. The sunset was breathtakingly beautiful, yet survival remained paramount. Observing the sun's descent and the impending arrival of night, a time fraught with danger in this apocalyptic world, Li Feng turned to Wu Lei and Su Yuan with a meaningful expression, saying, "Wu Lei, let us find a place to rest for the night." With that, he made his way toward the riverbank, closely followed by Lin Yiming, who felt a sense of security in his presence. Although she knew Li Feng had not explicitly declared his affection for her, she could discern from his gaze at the base that he held a fondness for her. Having distanced themselves from the city, they reached the outskirts, where the number of zombies was significantly reduced. Along their journey, they encountered only 6 zombies, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Li Feng and Wu Lei, rendering their adventure surprisingly safe. Just before the sun vanished completely, they stumbled upon a 2-story building. Li Feng paused in front of the structure, lost in thought. And after a moment, with a faint smile of gratitude, he stepped inside. The first floor was a living room, which, despite its disarray, was devoid of zombies. After surveying the cluttered space, Li Feng decided there was nothing of interest and said to Wu Lei, "Let us search the second floor," as he ascended the staircase. The second floor contained 4 rooms. Li Feng approached one door that appeared distinctly different from the others. It was ajar, with traces of blood visible. The sight of the blood made his nerves tense, and gently pushing the door open revealed a desk with a man seated before it. His head was bowed, a large pool of blood beneath him. As Li Feng approached, he noticed the man's hands were limply by his sides, clutching a crossbow, with a bolt embedded in his skull. Li Feng carefully retrieved the crossbow and the 9 bolts resting beside it, then exited the room, shutting the door behind him. By this time, Wu Lei and the others had finished searching the other rooms and were waiting outside. Upon Li Feng's emergence, Wu Lei rushed over, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Feng. Your luck is incredible. You found this treasure." He reached for the crossbow in Li Feng's hands, but Li Feng quickly stepped back, evading his grasp. Undeterred, Wu Lei prepared for a second attempt. Li Feng stepped forward, saying, "Don't act like a child. We still have much to do. Come, let us barricade the door." With that, he headed downstairs while Wu Lei, eyes gleaming with anticipation, eagerly followed. As Li Feng reached the halfway point of the staircase, he turned to Lin Yiming, who was preparing to descend. "Yiming, you need not come down. Choose a room for yourself. By the way, you can skip the one I just entered," he added before continuing down the stairs. 10 minutes later, Li Feng, instinctively clapping his hands, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's done. As Li Feng prepared to take a respite, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the small building. The source of the scream was none other than Lin Yiming, who at that moment was being forcefully led down the staircase by a gaunt figure. Coincidentally, Li Feng and the others, drawn by the cry, rushed upstairs. Li Feng raised his already drawn crossbow, exclaiming, "Isn't this the person who stealthily trailed us when we entered the building?" His demeanor was rife with disdain and mockery. The man, gripping Lin Yiming's neck, looked at Li Feng with a mix of agitation and disbelief, stammering, You know I've been following you?" Li Feng chose not to respond directly, maintaining his aim with the crossbow. "The woman you hold is mine. You have but one chance. Time is short. You have 1 minute," he declared, falling silent as he awaited the passage of time. Noting Li Feng's nonchalance, the man's agitation escalated, his grip on Lin Yiming tightening. "I haven't eaten for 2 days. I'm truly starving. I merely thought that with your fine attire, you must have food. I mean no harm, I swear. Please, spare me." His emotions were teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing Lin Yiming's pained expression, Li Feng felt a pang of anguish and concern within. Yet he maintained an outward facade of indifference. "You have 30 seconds, he said coldly, realizing his hope for survival was dwindling. The man tightened his grip around Lin Yiming's neck. At that very moment, Li Feng pulled the trigger of his crossbow. A bolt flew through the air, swift as lightning, destined to extinguish life. As the arrow struck its mark, Li Feng swiftly approached Lin Yiming, enveloping her in his arms just as she was about to collapse. "Are you all right?" he asked gently, his heart aching for her. Perhaps still shaken by the ordeal, Lin Yiming merely nodded in response. "Do not fear. I am here to protect you," Li Feng reassured her, carrying Lin Yiming into the room and gently laying her on the bed. "I will be just outside. Call for me if you need anything." He tenderly brushed her hair from her forehead before exiting the room, softly closing the door behind him. Outside, gazing at the lifeless body, Li Feng contemplated finding a place to settle down. Wandering aimlessly was perilous, putting those dear to him at risk. A bold idea took shape in his mind. He would journey from City A to the western regions of Huaxia to Xinjiang. This is the final destination that Li Feng has contemplated. The rationale for selecting this place is manifold. Firstly, it is encircled by towering mountains on 3 sides, with only a solitary river corridor linking it to the outside world, making it easy to defend against both zombies and humans, as the undead would find it exceedingly challenging to traverse these mountains to reach the interior. Secondly, the climate here is arid, predominantly desert, with a relatively sparse human population. Fewer people imply a lesser number of zombies, thus significantly reducing the difficulty and time required for extermination. Having identified a goal, Li Feng summoned Wu Lei and Su Yuan to share his insights, and they all expressed their agreement. They understood that the journey to Xinjiang would undoubtedly be arduous. But since Li Feng had voiced his thoughts, they had no objections. Li Feng approached the window, gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky, once again revealing his signature smile. Chapter 9. Conspiracy 1. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the apocalyptic dawn, Li Feng and his companions set forth on their journey once more. Li Feng led the way, his back adorned with a black crossbow, which shimmered ominously under the sun's glow. He retrieved the map he had found in the study of that small building. "Wu Lei, let us venture to the nearby town to see if there are any vehicles or other means of transportation. Relying solely on foot to reach Xinjiang could take us years, and having a vehicle would greatly enhance our safety," Li Feng remarked, pointing at a small town on the map. Wu Lei saluted with 2 fingers. "Understood, Brother Feng." With that, he eagerly trotted to Li Feng's side. Su Yuan glanced at Li Feng and then at Lin Yiming, her eyes betraying a tinge of jealousy. The July sun blazed mercilessly, and Wu Lei could hardly bear it any longer. He quickened his pace to Li Feng's side, panting, "Brother Feng, are we nearing that town?" Li Feng halted, pointing ahead. "We have arrived." They beheld the dilapidated town that had deteriorated in just a few days. Wu Lei followed Li Feng's gesture and indeed spotted a small town, with their current position situated at its entrance, marked by a sign that read Longxi Town. Lin Yimeng slowly approached the sign, her expression tinged with profound sadness. Noticing Lin Yimeng's unusual demeanor, Li Feng stepped closer. "Yimeng, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" he inquired gently. Lin Yimeng shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. "I used to live in this town." Li Feng regarded her with concern, wishing to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. "Shall we visit your home?" he tentatively proposed. Lin Yimeng looked at Li Feng and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. "All right, my parents are not home anyway." Her words were laden with sorrow. Li Feng moved beside Lin Yimeng, embracing her gently and whispering tenderly in her ear, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." He understood that the memories of her past stirred emotions of worry for her parents and fear of this desolate world. Taking Lin Yimeng's hand, he turned to Wu Lei and said, "Let us go inside." Upon entering the town, the harrowing reality becomes starkly evident. A large container truck lies overturned at the entrance, obstructing the exit for other vehicles. The suddenness of the outbreak left many unable to escape their cars, meeting their grim fate as zombies shattered windows and claimed their lives within. Li Feng cautiously navigates through the vehicles, meticulously observing each one, fearful of an unexpected zombie encounter. At least 100 vehicles remain abandoned, their remnants of limbs and dried blood scattered everywhere, on the cars, the road, and the walls of nearby buildings, all marred by splatters and bloody handprints. This place resembles a hell on earth, a scene of utter chaos. Li Feng tightly clutches Lin Yimeng to his chest, burying her head against him, unwilling for her to confront such brutality. Wu Lei follows closely behind, wielding a piece of rebar acquired from an unknown source. Only Su Yuan maintains distance, his head swiveling to scrutinize their surroundings. After maneuvering through the pile of vehicles, they finally enter the heart of the town, which is eerily quiet and unnaturally pristine, as if someone had tidied it up. Sensing something amiss, Li Feng gestures for Wu Lei to approach. "Brother Feng, this town feels off," Wu Lei remarks. Li Feng nods in agreement, suggesting that there may still be survivors present. "Let us keep our movements discreet," he advises gravely. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierces the silence, heightening Li Feng's alertness. He swiftly draws his crossbow, aiming towards the source of the sound. The individual who called out holds a red-tasseled spear, visibly trembling under the threat of Li Feng's weapon, but managing to stammer, "Stay right there. Lower your weapon." Despite the fear evident in his demeanor, he stands resolute, indicating that he is not alone in this town. Acknowledging the need for diplomacy, Li Feng lowers his crossbow, raising his hands above his head. Observing his gesture, Wu Lei discards the rebar and raises his hands as well, just as they relinquish their weapons. A group of over a dozen men emerges from various nearby rooms, each armed with red-tasseled spears. Li Feng silently rejoices at his restraint from earlier aggression. He takes a cautious step forward, raising his hands once more. "May I ask who among you is in charge or able to speak?" he inquires softly, apprehensive that any louder utterance might incite a hostile response. After a prolonged silence, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, steps forward from the crowd. "It's me," he declares. Upon reaching Li Feng, he commands, "Lower your hands." It's exhausting to hold them up. His gaze shifts towards Lin Yimeng, and Li Feng feels a surge of disgust at the man's leering eyes, his fists clenching tightly in response. Yet, he suppressed the fury within, for the multitude before him posed a formidable threat. Should matters escalate poorly, it could invite considerable trouble, even peril to life. Contemplating this, Li Feng quickly positioned himself in front of Lin Yimeng and said with a beaming smile, "Brother, we are merely passing through and wish to rest for a while. Would you be so kind as to allow us?" The middle-aged man, momentarily obstructed from gazing at Lin Yimeng, felt a surge of malice, his expression twisting into a menacing grimace. But this was but a fleeting moment. In an instant, he resumed his genial facade, exclaiming, "Certainly. Second, take them to their accommodations." A burly man approached, stating, "Follow me." Without a backward glance, he strode deeper into the town. As Li Feng walked, he glanced over his shoulder, noticing that the middle-aged man continued to fixate on Lin Yiming. Habitually, he reached behind him, only to discover that his crossbow had long since been confiscated. With a wry smile, he shook his head. Upon arriving, the burly man coldly uttered a single sentence before turning to leave, completely disregarding Li Feng and his companions. Whether by design or coincidence, the surrounding buildings were rather decent, yet the place to which the burly man led them was but a single-story dilapidated structure, its windows shattered, with traces of blood evident upon the glass. Wu Lei approached, exclaiming, "Damn, Brother Feng, they did this on purpose, throwing us here? Did anyone ever live in this place?" His face was a mask of fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. In response to Wu Lei's inquiry, Li Feng, with a resigned gesture toward the bloodstains on the window, remarked, "Clearly, someone lived here. The blood is on the inside of the glass." He then pointed to the ground. "See, there are traces of something being dragged here. It could be either zombies or humans. However, I sincerely hope it is zombies." With that, Li Feng began to survey the interior of the room. The interior was Spartan, furnished only with straw, and Li Feng noted that even the straw bore bloodstains. Habitually, a sardonic smile crept across his lips. Chapter 10. Ensnared, Conspiracy 2. After tidying up briefly, Li Feng intended to gather everyone to share his recent conjectures, only to discover one person was missing, Su Yuan. Realizing Su Yuan was absent, Li Feng sensed that trouble was afoot. "Where is Su Yuan?" he inquired solemnly. Wu Lei, bewildered, shook his head. "I don't know. He was just here a moment ago." Li Feng turned to Lin Yiming, who merely shook her head in uncertainty. In an unfamiliar environment, the unexplained disappearance of a companion could signify one of two possibilities. First, he had encountered danger, unable to escape, or had met with demise, an outcome Li Feng dreaded. Second, given the evident superiority of their adversaries, betrayal was a distinct possibility. This was precisely what Li Feng did not wish to witness. He had already regarded Su Yuan as a brother, and the thought of betrayal was intolerable to him. Just as Li Feng and the others were growing anxious over Su Yuan's disappearance, a commotion erupted outside. Upon reaching the doorway, Li Feng's gaze fell immediately upon Su Yuan, who was hiding behind a middle-aged man in his 40s. At that moment, Li Feng was convinced of his second hypothesis. If Su Yuan had not betrayed them, he would not be cowering behind the man, but would come forth to him. Li Feng looked at Su Yuan and remarked sarcastically, "Isn't this our dear brother Su Yuan? Have you switched careers so swiftly?" He stepped forward, ready to confront him. In response to Li Feng's mockery, Su Yuan trembled and replied, "I am merely a pragmatic man. How could we, just a few of us, possibly make it to Xinjiang? The journey is fraught with peril. I believe it is better here, following Brother Zhang. I am at least assured of survival. Li Feng, I advise you to join Brother Zhang as well." Faced with Su Yuan's defection, Li Feng scoffed, "With someone like you, it is clear that you could never reach Xinjiang. You are unworthy of such a journey." With that, he let out a cold huff. The man named Zhang then pushed Su Yuan aside and declared, "Enough with this indecision. Whether you wish to join us is of no concern to me. I am here to demand the lady behind you." He cast a sly grin toward Lin Yiming, who stood behind Li Feng. Understanding the hostility of Zhang, Li Feng realized that he was in a precarious situation. Zhang stepped forward and said, "I will give you 3 seconds to make a decision. After 3 seconds, you will surrender her, whether you like it or not. And even if you hand her over, you will still face consequences. 3, 2, 1. Hand her over." The town chief shouted. Li Feng could see that Zhang was now consumed by his desires, his mind clouded. "Get that woman for me." Zhang commanded the burly men beside him. 3 large men advanced, forcefully shoving Li Feng and Wu Lei aside, seizing Lin Yiming's hands and dragging her towards Zhang. Despite Lin Yiming's desperate struggles, she was overpowered by the 2 men. At that moment, Li Feng found himself pinned down by another assailant, unable to move. "Yiming, let her go. Release her," he shouted, his anger boiling over, but he was immobilized. Zhang grasped Lin Yiming's hand and taunted, "Oh, if you have the courage, get up. Huh, this girl is quite lovely." He laughed heartily, his hands roaming indiscriminately. Lin Yiming struggled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her eyes filled with despair as she looked at Li Feng. "Please, don't. Let me go. Li Feng, save me. Save me," she cried in desperation. Yet, the only response was the cacophony of the others reveling in the chaos, with Zhang's excited shouts ringing out. "You scoundrel! Let her go!" Li Feng's face turned crimson with rage, his heart aching with a profound pain. burdened by guilt and remorse. A tidal wave of negative emotions surged within him. At that moment, Lin Yiming, bearing the surname Zhang, lay sprawled on the floor, poised to end it all. He had completely lost his sanity, virtually forsaking his humanity. Despair. Utter despair. Tears of hopelessness streamed down Lin Yiming's face, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, Li Feng, consumed by overwhelming fury, found blood gushing from his nostrils. Suddenly, an inexplicable force coursed through his body, inflicting unbearable torment. A series of heart-wrenching screams echoed through the air. Ultimately, he could no longer endure and collapsed. A dark, swirling energy enveloped him. Abruptly, Li Feng's eyes flew open, and a powerful force erupted from his being, sending a burly man crashing into the wall, from which he spat blood. Li Feng slowly rose, his voice dripping with lethal intent as he pronounced, "I, the woman, shall die." His aura blackened. His eyes transformed into voids of darkness. At that moment, Zhang and Su Yuan, along with others, cowered before him, their knees buckling in terror as they begged for mercy. Li Feng shed his outer garments and gently draped them over the trembling Lin Yiming, tenderly smoothing her hair away from her forehead. He approached the mayor, declaring, "To kill you would be too lenient." In an instant, he vanished from Zhang's sight, only to reappear less than a second later, now wielding a gleaming knife. Once more, he disappeared, and in under a second, when he re-emerged, the heads of 3 burly men had already fallen to the ground, their necks not shedding a drop of blood until 2 seconds later, a consequence of the sheer swiftness of his actions. Witnessing the decapitated bodies of his subordinates, the mayor spiraled into despair. Li Feng lifted Zhang, dragging him outside to bind him to a telephone pole. He retrieved the knife and began methodically inflicting pain upon him, starting from the chest, moving to the abdomen, then the legs, back, waist, and buttocks. Remarkably, he skillfully evaded the major arteries, leaving the mayor with only his head intact, yet still alive. Observing Zhang's condition, Li Feng seemed to derive a grim satisfaction. "I told you, I shall not grant you the mercy of a swift death." He spoke coldly, his voice sending shivers down one's spine. Once again, Li Feng vanished, reappearing with a bag of white granules, salt. Zhang, with the last remnants of his strength, opened his eyes to see the substance in Li Feng's hand. One by one, Li Feng sprinkled salt over the mayor's body, rendering Zhang unable to scream, only capable of trembling slightly. A sinister smile crept across Li Feng's face, a terrifying grin that instilled fear in all who beheld it. 3 hours later, the individual surnamed Zhang could no longer endure and succumbed to death. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Zhang, Li Feng struck the mayor's head with a fist, causing a brilliant explosion of colors to emanate from Zhang's head, a spectacle as exquisite as a flower adorned in red and white. Li Feng approached Lin Yiming, gently cradling her, who had been reduced to tears, and then, after kicking Wu Lei awake, he proceeded toward the outskirts of the town. Upon awakening, Wu Lei was struck by the regal aura that surrounded Li Feng, nearly prompting him to kneel in reverence. Witnessing Li Feng's commanding presence, Wu Lei hesitantly asked, "Brother Feng, are we truly to kill?" Li Feng cast a fleeting glance at him without uttering a word and continued his march outward. Wu Lei, glancing between Li Feng and Su Yuan, ultimately refrained from taking action and hurried to follow Li Feng. At that moment, the darkness enveloping Li Feng began to dissipate as he finally exited the town, arriving at a hillside where he set Lin Yiming down. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed. Li Feng fell into a dream, one where he found himself encircled by 1,000,000 zombies. Just as they were about to sink their teeth into him, a surge of black energy erupted from his body, inflicting him with sharp pain. In an instant, this dark energy surged toward the horde, transforming 1,000,000 zombies into mere piles of bones. Chapter 11. Awakening on the 3rd day following Li Feng's collapse. He finally regained consciousness. The first sight that met his eyes was Lin Yiming, who was tenderly washing his body. "Where am I? Where is Wu Lei?" he inquired, shaking his head vigorously due to a throbbing headache, unleashing a flurry of questions. Lin Yiming, observing Li Feng's haggard state, sat beside him, resting his head upon her lap and stroking his hair. "You are in a cave found by Wu Lei. He has gone out in search of food." Struggling to sit up, Li Feng's weakened body betrayed him, causing him to fall back. "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you," he lamented, tears of guilt streaming down his cheeks. With a gentle smile, Lin Yiming caressed his forehead, reassuring him, "Silly, I don't blame you. I am fine. Perhaps overwhelmed by guilt for Lin Yimeng, Li Feng abruptly stood, declaring, Yimeng, from this moment forth, I, Li Feng, swear to the heavens. Should anyone dare to harm you even slightly, I shall ensure their demise. Seeing Li Feng's earnestness, Lin Yimeng covered her mouth and smiled. All right, I believe you. Now, please lie down and rest. Just as Li Feng settled back, Wu Lei exclaimed, Brother Feng, you're awake. Do you realize you've been unconscious for 3 days? Wu Lei, holding 2 rabbits he had somehow caught, spoke with excitement. Upon seeing Wu Lei return, Li Feng abandoned his intention to lie down and opted to sit instead. Wu Lei handed the rabbits to Lin Yimeng and approached Li Feng, while Lin Yimeng made her way to the nearby stream to prepare the rabbits. Watching Lin Yimeng's solitary figure, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her. Wu Lei plopped down on the ground before Li Feng, exclaiming, Brother Feng, 3 days ago, you were so impressive. What kind of superpower do you possess? And what was that dark energy surrounding you? Wu Lei chirped incessantly like a sparrow, brimming with curiosity. Seeing Wu Lei's enthusiasm, Li Feng felt no need to conceal anything. 3 days ago, I witnessed Yimeng being insulted, and I was filled with rage, wishing to kill them. All I remember is a voice in my mind saying, lend me your body for a moment, and I will help you eliminate them, just for a moment. I agreed, and then everything went blank. With a sigh, Li Feng reminisced about the events of that day. Wu Lei felt a pang of guilt, saying, I'm sorry, Brother Feng. At that moment, I did nothing. If I had just fought back, maybe sister-in-law wouldn't have had to endure that. He prepared to kneel before Li Feng. Seeing Wu Lei's intent to kneel, Li Feng quickly supported him, saying, You mustn't blame yourself. You were knocked unconscious. I know that if you had been awake, you wouldn't have stood by idly. We are brothers. Li Feng patted Wu Lei on the shoulder reassuringly. Brother Feng, you should rest well. I'll help sister-in-law, Wu Lei said, rushing over to assist Lin Yimeng with the rabbits. As Li Feng watched Wu Lei's departing figure, he fully recognized him as a true brother, someone worthy of his trust. He pondered once more about the voice he had heard during his furious moment. What was that voice? Li Feng asked himself repeatedly. An hour passed without an answer, prompting Li Feng to dismiss the thought. Just then, Wu Lei returned with the freshly roasted rabbit meat. Brother Feng, this is the rabbit meat sister-in-law prepared. It's absolutely delicious. Wu Lei beamed with delight. Flattered by Wu Lei's praise, Lin Yimeng shyly covered her mouth and giggled. Seeing her smile, Wu Lei jumped up, exclaiming, Wow. This is the first time I've seen sister-in-law smile in 3 days. You look beautiful when you smile. Lin Yimeng sat beside Li Feng, gently tearing pieces of rabbit meat to feed him. Witnessing this tender moment, Wu Lei felt a wave of contentment and took half a rabbit to stand guard at the cave entrance. Leaning her head on Li Feng's shoulder, Lin Yimeng softly asked, Feng, do you think I'm dirty? Li Feng, startled by her question, grew animated. He placed his hands on her shoulders, facing her directly. How could I ever think that? Regardless of anything, I love you. Besides, this is my fault, not yours. Perhaps I should be the one asking if you find me distasteful. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Lin Yimeng felt a measure of comfort in her heart and smiled as she said, I do not disdain you, Feng. Even if I were to die, I would never hold that against you. Li Feng immediately covered Lin Yimeng's mouth, exclaiming, What are you talking about, dying? I will not allow you to die. If anyone must perish, it shall be me. Li Feng's excitement rendered his face a vivid shade of crimson. Observing his fervor, Lin Yimeng chuckled and replied, All right. No one will die. We shall both survive. Wu Lei had long finished the rabbit he was eating, sitting quietly at the cave entrance, listening to the exchange within. He noticed that his sister-in-law seemed to have emerged from the shadow of that fateful day, a genuine smile gracing her face. He felt a pang of guilt towards Li Feng, who had saved him countless times, while he had been powerless on that day. Li Feng, having noticed Wu Lei's distress, approached and sat beside him. Wu Lei, do not dwell on that day. It is truly not your fault. Neither I nor your sister-in-law blame you. It was not your error, so please release your guilt. Li Feng placed a reassuring hand on Wu Lei's shoulder. Wu Lei turned to Li Feng, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Brother Feng. His eyes radiated sincere appreciation. One could deceive with words, but not with one's gaze. The eyes are the windows to the soul, revealing one's innermost thoughts. From Wu Lei's eyes, Li Feng discerned this authenticity. After a simple smile, Li Feng chose to remain silent, for words often lead to tears. Turning his gaze to the setting sun, he contemplated the new challenges awaiting him the next day. Each day in the apocalypse posed a trial for oneself. Although Li Feng was uncertain how to harness the power within him, he resolved to press onward regardless. Nightfall came swiftly, devoid of human pollution. The sky appeared exceptionally clear after nearly a week of the apocalypse. Li Feng and Lin Yiming sat at the mouth of the cave, gazing at the stars above. "Feng, look at that star. It is so beautiful," Lin Yiming exclaimed, her delight reminiscent of a child. Seeing her joy, Li Feng playfully responded, "One day, I will give you a star." "Really?" Lin Yiming asked, her excitement palpable. "Indeed," Li Feng affirmed confidently. Turning to Lin Yiming, he advised, "You should rest now. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and Wu Lei will take over for the latter half. Be careful not to catch a cold. That would be perilous. Listen to me." Li Feng coaxed her to sleep as one would a child. The night was dark and lonely. For some reason, Li Feng felt an inexplicable longing and attachment to the night, as if it belonged to him. While nights in the apocalypse ought to be fraught with danger, Li Feng felt none of that trepidation. After pondering for a while, he set aside his thoughts and focused on his vigil. For within lay the most important person to him, and he could not allow her to suffer harm again. Chapter 12. Idle Li Feng stretched languidly, glancing at Lin Yiming, who was still in a deep slumber. He gently removed his garment and draped it over her. Upon contact with Lin Yiming's body, Li Feng felt her shiver slightly, prompting her to open her eyes. "You're awake," he said with a smile. Hum. Lin Yiming nodded in response. "Come, let us eat something." Li Feng moved to retrieve the remnants of last night's rabbit meat. Observing Li Feng bringing her food, Lin Yiming smiled and said, "Wait for me a moment. I shall wash my face." With that, she dashed to a nearby stream. Just as Li Feng watched her run, a piercing scream suddenly filled the air, sending a wave of anxiety through him. He sprinted towards Lin Yiming, enveloping her in a protective embrace. "What's wrong?" he inquired urgently. "Over there. Something is moving." Lin Yiming pointed toward a patch of grass not far from them. At that moment, Wu Lei also arrived, panting heavily. "What is happening, Brother Feng?" he asked. "Oh," Yiming said, "there's something moving over there. Let us go check it out," Li Feng replied, gesturing toward the thicket. He returned to the cave to fetch his crossbow. "Let us go," he beckoned to Wu Lei, as they cautiously approached, halting 5 meters away from the brush. "Who's there? Step out. If you don't, I shall shoot," Li Feng called out to the thicket. He was certain it was neither a zombie nor any wild animal. If it were a zombie, it would have lunged at them, and if it were an animal, it would have fled or attacked. Thus, the only possibility was that a human was hiding within the underbrush. As Li Feng suspected, there was a rustling sound, and a young man in his 20s emerged, hands raised high above his head. Idle, don't shoot me, please. My name is Nangong Wu. I witnessed everything when you killed the mayor in that small town. You were so impressive. I admire you greatly. You are my idol," he exclaimed excitedly. Li Feng lowered his crossbow and said, "Speak inside. It's dangerous out here." He turned and made his way back to the cave. Once inside, Nangong Wu approached Li Feng. "Idol, I didn't mean to follow you. I swear it. I stayed hidden because you were unconscious, and I didn't dare to come out, especially since this brother beside you was quite agitated, guarding you with a crossbow." He glanced at Wu Lei. "Now that you've awakened, I came to find you. I was just lying there asleep. It was not intentional. Please, idol, spare me." He then playfully reached out to shake Li Feng's hand. Li Feng, seeing his hand approach, quickly withdrew his own. All right, I shall spare you," he responded, feigning compliance. Upon hearing that Li Feng would not pursue the matter, Nangong Wu became even more animated. "Thank you, idol. You're not holding it against me," he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Observing him, Li Feng adopted a serious demeanor. "What are you following us for?" Li Feng inquired with a grave expression. Upon witnessing his idol's seriousness, Nangong Wu decided to seize the moment. "I wish to join you. That day, I witnessed your remarkable abilities. In this apocalyptic world, only a formidable ally can ensure survival. Moreover, I am aware of your loyalty and righteousness, qualities that are increasingly rare in these times," Nangong Wu stated earnestly. Li Feng scrutinized Nangong Wu, recognizing the sincerity in his words. "If you follow me, you must adhere to my commands. What I say goes, and you must not defy my will." "Indeed," Nangong Wu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he nodded vigorously. Noting his enthusiasm, Li Feng reiterated with a somber tone, "Do not rejoice too soon. I have not yet fully committed to your inclusion. You will need to undergo a period of evaluation." "Understood. I shall not disappoint you, my idol," Nangong Wu replied. nodding like a bobblehead. Let us be on our way, the hour is late. With that, Li Feng beckoned to Wu Lei and the others. As they walked, Wu Lei noticed they were heading toward the small town. He approached Li Feng, puzzled. Brother Feng, isn't this the route to that small town? Are we returning? Li Feng glanced at Wu Lei and replied, Indeed. We are going to the town to find a vehicle for transportation. Our previous visit was also aimed at securing a vehicle, albeit it was interrupted. 20 minutes later, they arrived once more at the town that had once inflicted suffering upon them. The entrance remained as bloody as when they had first entered. Yet no one was there to greet them. Wu Lei, see if any of these vehicles are usable. Ideally, we need a large truck. Li Feng surveyed the surrounding cars. An hour passed, during which Li Feng and his companions examined every vehicle, but none were functional. Either the batteries were dead from prolonged inactivity, or they were out of fuel. Li Feng turned to Nangong Wu, seemingly struck by a thought. He called him over. You have lived here the longest. Do you know where we might find a usable vehicle? Yes. The town chief's house has a large truck, and it was purchased not long ago. Nangong Wu replied after a moment's contemplation. Li Feng clapped him on the shoulder. Very well, lead the way. He followed Nangong Wu deeper into the town. As they walked, Li Feng observed their surroundings. The town was devoid of zombies, yet it was equally empty of any other inhabitants. He recalled that when they had entered, there had been at least a couple of hundred people. Where had they all gone? Lost in thought, Nangong Wu suddenly halted. Here we are, Brother Feng. He pointed to a 3-story villa. Gazing at the villa, Li Feng smirked. It seems the town chief has not been lacking in his share of spoils. After looking around and seeing no vehicles, he approached Nangong Wu. Where's the truck you mentioned? It's in the adjacent garage, Nangong Wu indicated, pointing to a room secured by a white rolling shutter. Li Feng approached the shutter, observing its difficulty in being opened from the outside. It could only be accessed from within. He scanned the area and noted, there, a window. Li Feng pointed towards a glass window on his left. He approached directly and shattered the glass with his elbow. After clearing away the shards, he climbed inside and turned to Wu Lei and the others, who were preparing to follow, saying, I will go in alone. You all wait outside. Nangong Wu made an okay gesture towards Li Feng, and after Wu Lei agreed, he led Lin Yimeng to wait by the roll-up door. Soon, Li Feng opened the roll-up door from the inside, and as it slowly ascended, a red truck came into view before Wu Lei and the others. Gazing at the imposing truck, towering over 2 meters high, they felt an inexplicable sense of security. The few zombies present were insignificant in comparison to this colossal vehicle. As Li Feng emerged from the garage, he asked, which of you can drive this truck? I can. I've driven trucks before. This should be quite similar. Nangong Wu quickly raised his right hand. Li Feng nodded. All right, it seems you are the only one. Let us make do with that. Li Feng then turned to the group. Since we're here, I suspect the town chief's house must contain many valuable items. Let us go take a look. With that, he re-entered the garage and ventured into other rooms. Before long, he emerged carrying rice, salt, and other supplies. While Wu Lei muttered, the esteemed town chief has so little useful stuff, and all that money in the safe is of no use now. Upon hearing Wu Lei's words, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Just be grateful. Now, Nangong, hurry and drive. With that, Li Feng climbed into the passenger seat. The vehicle traversed the post-apocalyptic roads, devoid of the bustling traffic that once filled them, and without the oversight of traffic police, they could drive freely on the vast, empty streets. As Li Feng gazed out at the scenery, he noticed the sky had become significantly bluer, the surroundings quieter, and the number of birds soaring above had increased. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li Feng felt a tinge of melancholy. Lin Yimeng, observing Li Feng lost in thought, rested her head on his shoulder and said, no matter what happens, I will always be with you. Li Feng glanced at Lin Yimeng, smiled, and gently patted her head, saying nothing more, as he turned his gaze back to the window. The seed of darkness has already been sown. Now, all that remains is to wait for the bloom of the dark flower. The day it blossoms will mark the rebirth of the earth. Chapter 13. Li Feng's re-enchantment. The vehicle continued down the post-apocalyptic road as darkness gradually descended. Nangong Wu, turn on the radio and see if there are any updates. It has been 6 or 7 days. The government should have stabilized by now. Li Feng spoke to Nangong Wu from the passenger seat. Okay, Brother Feng, Nangong Wu replied, and began fiddling with the radio. After switching through several channels, all they could hear was static. Many previously vibrant channels have now succumbed to mere static, with Nangong Wu mechanically switching channels. Suddenly, As he tuned into an emergency frequency seldom used, there was a stirring. This is the main survivor base of City A. Survivors who hear this broadcast are urged to come to our base promptly. We can provide essential protection, food, clean water, clothing, and more. Our base is safeguarded by a substantial military presence and heavy weaponry. After this announcement, the message repeated incessantly. Turning off the radio, Nangong Wu glanced at Li Fengfeng. Should we go to that base? I wonder if what they said is true. In the back, Wu Lei, distracted and lounging with his legs crossed, remarked, heavy weaponry protection. Could it be aircraft or tanks? He laughed heartily after his jest. Li Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think we should go and see. In this apocalyptic world, how far can the deception go? You're right, Brother Feng. If it's genuine, we could use a break, and I believe sister-in-law could use some rest as well. Nangong Wu replied, exchanging glances with Li Feng. Li Feng looked at Lin Yiming and gently patted her head. Are you coming? He asked softly. I'll follow your lead. Lin Yiming smiled, squinting slightly. All right, Nangong, let's head to that base. With Li Feng's words, Nangong Wu pressed the accelerator, and the truck surged forward like a wild stallion. Before long, the road led into the forest, and the truck followed suit. Suddenly, the screeching sound of tires against asphalt echoed as Nangong Wu slammed on the brakes. Li Feng, caught off guard, lurched forward, but fortunately, due to his seatbelt, he remained unscathed. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he exclaimed, Nangong Wu, how on earth are you driving? Are you trying to murder me? He joked, albeit with a hint of irritation. Noticing Li Feng's annoyance, Nangong Wu quickly explained, no, Brother Feng, there's a pile of stones ahead. The truck can't pass. Look, he pointed towards the heap of stones not far ahead. Realizing that if it weren't for Nangong Wu's quick reflexes, the truck would have certainly collided with those stones, leading to disastrous consequences. Li Feng chose not to reprimand him further. Instead, he shifted his focus to the stones, observing their arrangement and the surrounding environment. It appeared as though someone had deliberately stacked them in the middle of the road. Get out quickly! Li Feng's analysis was abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. A man in his 30s, brandishing a black handgun of unknown make, commanded them to exit the vehicle. Seeing the gun, Li Feng dared not resist and opened the door. The moment he did, the man yanked him out, throwing him to the ground. Seeing Li Feng sprawled on the ground, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu rushed over, ready to assist him. Stop! What are you doing? Stand still! The man shouted, his tone threatening. Otherwise, don't blame me for being uncivilized. After speaking, the man gestured with the gun in his hand, declaring that it was merely a warning, and should there be another incident, he would not hesitate to shoot. We merely desire this vehicle and the young lady behind you. A leader approached, scrutinizing Li Feng, then pointing at Lin Yiming, who stood behind Wu Lei. Li Feng replied, the car can be yours, but she cannot be touched. Ah, young man, do not overestimate yourself. I am not here to negotiate. The man retorted, our brother Long seeks both your car and the woman. Do not presume to know your place. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, one of the man's lackeys shoved him. Brother Long glanced at Li Feng and commanded, enough with the chatter. I want both the car and the girl. If you wish to live, do not obstruct my path. With that, he lunged towards Lin Yiming. Seeing the man approach, Wu Lei stepped protectively in front of Lin Yiming, declaring, get lost. He then aimed the gun at Wu Lei's head. Witnessing the gun pointed at Wu Lei, both Li Feng and Nangong Wu became alarmed. Yet surrounded by a dozen armed men, they could only watch helplessly. Wu Lei, however, did not flinch. He glanced at Li Feng and then back at Lin Yiming, saying, Brother Feng, it was my failure not to protect sister-in-law last time, but this time I shall not err. He then offered Li Feng a mechanical smile. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Ah, my leg! Wu Lei cried as Brother Long shot him in the leg, causing crimson blood to rapidly stain his trousers. Enough with the chatter. Brother Long scolded as he passed by Wu Lei. However, just as he reached Wu Lei, the latter seized Brother Long's pant leg. Damn it, are you finished yet? Bang! Another shot struck his other leg. At this point, Wu Lei's face turned pale from the pain, blood continuously oozing from his wounds. If he did not receive prompt medical attention, he would face a grave danger. Wu Lei, Li Feng, and Nangong Wu shouted in desperation. Wu Lei, now devoid of strength, watched as Brother Long approached Lin Yiming, taking her hand and inhaling her scent deeply, exclaiming, how delightful. He then leaned in to kiss her. Slap. Lin Yiming delivered a resounding blow to his face. You vile scoundrel. You refuse my courtesy and choose punishment instead? Very well, I shall oblige. He began to tear at her clothing. Lin Yiming struggled fiercely, while Li Feng shouted in protest. Suddenly, Li Feng fell silent, his head bowed deeply, prompting laughter from the others who believed he was afraid, mocking him for failing to protect his own woman. Who cannot protect his own woman? Li Feng suddenly lifted his head, his voice laced with profound fear. At that moment, dark energy enveloped him, swirling around like black dragons. Noticing Li Feng's transformation, Brother Long abruptly ceased his assault on Lin Yiming, turning his gun towards Li Feng's head. Do you truly believe that I fear you? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Feng had already struck, delivering a lethal blow aimed directly at his adversary's heart. Li Feng held the heart in his hands, examined it momentarily, and, finding it lacking in significance, discarded it. Witnessing the murder of his leader left the team in disarray. Each armed member, terrified by Li Feng, began to fire indiscriminately in his direction, while those without weapons trembled in fear, rendered immobile. Li Feng glanced at the others, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, several heads fell to the ground, blood gushing forth from their severed necks. Savoring the metallic scent of blood in the air, Li Feng felt an unexpected thrill. As he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his adversaries, he turned to make his way toward Lin Yiming. However, after taking only a few steps, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed once more. Chapter 14. The Survivor's Base. Upon losing consciousness, Li Feng found himself in a dream, alone in an expansive void that seemed to stretch infinitely. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, as if a tempest were imminent. Suddenly, beneath his feet, the ground transformed into a mass of pristine white skulls, littering this boundless expanse. Most would be petrified by such a sight, yet Li Feng felt no fear. Rather, he experienced an odd sense of familiarity, as if he had traversed this realm before. Yiming, this is but a dream, calling out to me. Where are you? Where are you? Li Feng pondered for a moment before realizing it was Lin Yiming calling for him. He shouted her name, yet received no response. Brother Feng, wake up quickly. It's nearly dark. Wu Lei, can you hear me? Li Feng called out again, but still, silence answered him. He felt as though he were trapped within a small, dark room, able to hear the voices from outside, yet unseen and unheard by those beyond. This place was a barrier from the outside world. No one could enter, and he could not escape. What to do? What to do? Yiming must be frantic. What if they encounter danger again? Li Feng paced restlessly. Suddenly, as he fretted over his entrapment, a pile of skulls nearby collapsed, revealing a dark sword within. The hilt was intricately carved from an unknown material, resembling a black skull, exquisite in its detail. The blade shimmered with an ominous black light, and even from a distance, Li Feng could sense an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from it, compelling him to submit, his knees instinctively yearning to kneel. Li Feng approached the sword, drawing closer until he stood before it. Suddenly, as he neared, the sword vibrated violently, emitting a low hum. Startled, Li Feng retreated a few steps, but the sword soon regained its calm. He moved forward once more, and the sword trembled again. Li Feng, filled with curiosity, slowly extended his hand and touched the black sword. Suddenly, at the moment his fingers grazed the blade, a vast sea of blood materialized before his eyes, surging like waves, with the very sky painted in ominous shades of black and crimson. Amidst this tumultuous crimson expanse, a solitary figure stood upon a rocky outcrop, gazing intently at the horizon where the sky met the sea. Li Feng observed, and that figure appeared hauntingly familiar. Abruptly, as if sensing his gaze, the person turned, their eyes glowing with a fierce red light, locking onto Li Feng's. Ah! Li Feng exclaimed, jolting awake. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself drenched in sweat, while Lin Yiming diligently wiped his brow with a cloth of unknown origin. Noticing the lingering fear etched on Li Feng's face, Lin Yiming grasped his hand tightly. Oh, Brother Feng, you are awake. I called out to you for ages, and you didn't respond. You scared me half to death. As Li Feng regained his composure, Wu Lei resumed his playful banter. I'm fine now. I must have simply overexerted myself. Li Feng reassured them, patting his chest. All right, no more jokes. He adopted a serious demeanor. Hey, Nangang, how far is the base? Li Feng glanced at the encroaching darkness of the sky, knowing that in this apocalyptic world, the night was as perilous as the zombies that roamed it. Wow, Brother Feng, you're awake. Nangang Wu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Li Feng replied simply. surveying Nangong and Wu Lei. "Oh, by the way, the base is almost here. In just about 10 minutes. Nangong Wu remembered Li Feng's earlier question. The truck wound its way along the serpentine road, the night having fallen completely, like an immense maw ready to engulf everything in its path. 10 minutes later, a colossal city wall loomed into view before Li Feng and his companions, akin to the fortifications in Attack on Titan, constructed of solid steel and concrete. Exuding an aura of impenetrability, the thick layer of dried blood on the exterior bore witness to the suffering endured here. After navigating for what felt like an eternity, the vehicle finally arrived at the city gate, flanked by 3 tiers of defensive structures made from sandbags, with 2 guard towers standing sentinel nearby. The machine gun ports indicated that the firepower within was formidable. As vehicles approached, all weapons subtly trained on Li Feng's truck. A figure resembling an officer stepped into the center of the gate, signaling for them to halt. The truck came to a smooth stop a couple of meters from the officer, who approached the driver's side and saluted with precision. "Hello, please disembark for inspection," he instructed, stepping back to allow Nangong Wu and Li Feng to exit. As they alighted, several individuals clad in biohazard suits emerged from the city gates, beckoning them to follow. The officer, maintaining a courteous demeanor, spoke once more, drawing from their previous experience. Li Feng and his companions refrained from any unnecessary actions and cooperatively followed the personnel to the isolation room. Everything in Huaxiao adheres to established standards, particularly within the military, where such protocols are held in high regard. The isolation room here mirrored the one at the former temporary base exactly. Upon entering, Li Feng proceeded directly to the bedside and lay down, drifting into slumber almost immediately. This place felt relatively safe compared to the outside world, allowing him to rest peacefully for a while. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, power and communication had largely ceased, rendering mobile phones useless. Remaining idle for hours on end would be unbearable, hence the base thoughtfully provided beds. To stave off insanity, one must embrace sleep. Li Feng awoke early, and shortly after, someone arrived to open the door. After saluting, the individual requested him to follow for registration and material collection, then turned and walked outside. Upon exiting, he found Wu Lei, Nangong Wu, and Lin Yimeng waiting for him. After exchanging greetings, he trailed behind the officer, continuing to observe his surroundings. This time, they were not surrounded by tents, but rather by low-rise buildings. Noticing the curious expressions of Li Feng and the others, the leading officer slowed down to provide an overview of the base. "You are newcomers, and I will outline the general situation here. The base is divided into refugee areas, civilian zones, aristocratic districts, and military offices. Movement between these areas is restricted. Specifically, individuals from lower-tier zones cannot freely enter higher-tier ones, though those from higher-tier areas may access lower-tier zones at will. If you possess a vehicle, it can be used as collateral to enter the civilian zone. Should you have substantial gold or food supplies, you may gain access to the aristocratic district. Are you willing to pledge?" Turning to Li Feng and the others, the officer inquired. Li Feng glanced at Lin Yimeng before responding affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the registration and material collection point, a 2-story building. Inside, 4 individuals sat, seemingly unperturbed by the newcomers, indicating their familiarity with such tasks. "Ah, Shaoli, you've brought more people," one of the 4 remarked. "Yes, Zhao Gu, please assign them to the civilian area. They have a truck as collateral." Shaoli replied with a cheerful grin. Zhao Gu scrutinized Li Feng and the others with a look of disdain. "Very well, no problem," he said, jotting something down on a card. "Here are your civilian identity cards, one for each of you. Don't misplace them. If lost, you will have to relocate to the refugee area." His expression soured further at the mention of the refugee zone. "Your residence will be in civilian area C, room 4123. There are no provisions, so you can move in directly. Well then, if there's nothing else, you may leave now. Shaoli, please take them away." While speaking, he waved at Shaoli, who approached, leading Li Feng and others towards their new abode. Chapter 15. Attempt. After following the guide for nearly 10 minutes, they finally arrived at their destination. Room 4123 in Area C. Upon reaching the door, Shaoli, the guide, briefly shared a few reminders before departing. Li Feng pushed open the sealed door, and a cloud of dust erupted, causing him to cough. "Goodness, how long has this room been unoccupied? The dust is so thick," Wu Lei exclaimed, fanning the dust away while coughing. Li Feng glanced at Wu Lei, who was struggling to breathe, and jested. All right, enough complaining. It's fortunate we have a place to stay, and besides, we won't be here forever. Just make do for now. Stop standing around. It's getting dark. Let's clean up quickly and then rest. We have things to do tomorrow. As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Wu Lei, Nangong Wu, and Lin Yimeng began their cleaning tasks. Watching them and the surroundings, Li Feng felt a sense of home, especially upon seeing Lin Yimeng. However, every time he looked at her, memories of the two harrowing incidents flooded his mind, particularly the one in the small town, where he knew she had been severely injured. Even though she never spoke of it, both occasions had been perilous, and he had survived only due to an inexplicable state he entered. Yet, he remained unaware of how to harness this power. If only he could control it at will, he could navigate the apocalypse with ease. Lost in his thoughts, Li Feng was oblivious to the fact that his cleaning efforts had considerably slowed, appearing distracted. Lin Yimeng noticed this and approached him. "Feng, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing much. Just a bit tired," Li Feng finally responded after a moment. At last, after half an hour, they completed their cleaning. The room consisted of only 2 bedrooms. Naturally, Li Feng and Lin Yimeng would share one, while Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, the 2 larger men, would occupy the other. Looking at the tidied room, Li Feng declared, "All right, everyone is tired. Let's get some rest. Tonight, you 2 will keep watch during the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. Although we're inside the base, we must remain vigilant." With that, he wrapped his arm around Lin Yimeng's waist and entered the other room. Observing Li Feng's affectionate gesture, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu exchanged eye rolls. Having a wife is great, especially one as beautiful as her, Wu Lei teased. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu had already begun to refer to Li Feng more familiarly. A subtle, yet significant shift indicating their earnest commitment to stand by him through thick and thin. "All right, enough staring. We have a watch to keep," Wu Lei called over his shoulder, but upon reaching the door, he noticed Nangong Wu lagging behind and turned back. "What's the matter? Are you thinking about my sister-in-law?" "Let me tell you, forget it. Just look at how fierce the boss can get. He could wipe you out in an instant," Wu Lei jestingly remarked. "I would never entertain such thoughts about my sister-in-law. I merely pondered that following the leader was indeed a wise choice. Where's your mind wandering?" After casting a fleeting glance at Wu Lei, he proceeded towards the doorway. Once Li Feng and Lin Yimeng entered the room, they closed the door behind them. Sitting by the bedside, Li Feng found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep, as he was consumed with thoughts of how to master his extraordinary abilities. "Yimeng, do you consider me a monster? Was I truly terrifying that day, killing without a flicker of an eye?" Li Feng inquired in a subdued tone, gazing at Lin Yimeng. Grasping his hand, Lin Yimeng felt the warmth emanating from him. Looking into his eyes, she reassured him, "I harbor no such thoughts. I only know that you are my man, and I am your woman. No matter what changes may come, my feelings will remain unchanged." With that, she embraced Li Feng, attuned to his rapid breathing, and prepared herself for what lay ahead. However, change often arrives with swiftness. Li Feng gently pushed Lin Yimeng away, fixing her with a serious gaze. "Yimeng, I must find a way to control this ability of mine. Once I can master it, we shall no longer fear anyone." Aware that all of Li Feng's efforts were for her sake, Lin Yimeng clasped his hand once more and looked up at him. "I believe in you. Regardless of the circumstances, I will always stand by your side," her eyes shining with tenderness and affection. "Yimeng, you should rest now. I will attempt to sense that energy," Li Feng stated before settling into a cross-legged position on the bed, closing his eyes to attune himself to everything within. The atmosphere grew still. Li Feng entered a state of deep concentration, becoming oblivious to his surroundings. An hour passed quietly, and when Li Feng opened his eyes, he found Lin Yimeng gazing at him expectantly. However, his expression betrayed the fact that he had gained little from the endeavor. Seeing Li Feng's disappointment weighed heavily on Lin Yimeng's heart. She sat beside him, resting his head on her lap, allowing him to lie there comfortably. Li Feng understood that success in such matters could not be achieved in a single attempt. Observing Lin Yimeng's concern for him, he reassured her, "Yimeng, I know that success cannot be attained on the first try. Do not worry." He managed a smile for her. "All right, Yimeng, let us sleep. You must be exhausted." With that, he gently laid Lin Yimeng down on the bed. That night marked a tender interlude for Li Feng and Lin Yimeng, enveloped in happiness. To outsiders, the room emitted inexplicable creaking sounds. Yet Li Feng was so engrossed in his affection for Lin Yimeng that he completely forgot he was meant to keep watch later that night. The following morning, Li Feng was startled by the sight of Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, both sporting dark circles under their eyes akin to those of pandas. Li Feng repeatedly apologized to them, and after much pleading, they finally relented, albeit with the condition that he must find them a companion in the future. Though Li Feng held the position of their leader, he never flaunted his authority within their circle. However, such a demeanor was often necessary in public. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Lin Yimeng remained asleep. Nangong Wu and Wu Lei exchanged mischievous glances, chuckling at Li Feng. "Boss, you are truly formidable. Your sister-in-law still hasn't risen." Upon Wu Lei's jest, both burst into laughter. Li Feng felt a hint of crimson creep onto his cheeks at their teasing. Just as Wu Lei finished speaking, the door to the room, shared by Li Feng and Lin Yimeng, swung open, revealing a weary Lin Yimeng. The moment she emerged, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu stood at attention, greeting her with a rather unrefined salute. Embarrassed by their antics, Lin Yimeng turned crimson and hurried back into the room. Amused by the scene, Li Feng playfully kicked each of them, eliciting two simultaneous cries that echoed through the air, nearly alarming the entire camp. As others speculated that something dreadful had occurred within. After Lin Yimeng returned from freshening up, she emerged with breakfast collected from the base, a simple bowl of rice porridge. In this post-apocalyptic world, vegetables and fruits were strictly rationed, reserved only for officials and the elite, while ordinary people seldom caught a glimpse of them. In such dire times, survival took precedence over the quality of sustenance. All that mattered was the will to live. Chapter 16. Leaving the base following breakfast. The group found themselves idly pacing within their cramped quarters. Li Feng, seated on a wooden bench, observed Wu Lei's restless movements for a good 20 minutes before he could no longer contain himself. "Wu Lei, what are you doing? Your incessant pacing is making my head spin." Hearing Li Feng call his name, Wu Lei halted abruptly and turned to face him. "Brother Feng, what are we doing cooped up in this tiny room?" he complained, clearly frustrated. Recognizing Wu Lei's discontent, Li Feng nodded. "All right. How about we venture out of the base to scavenge for supplies? The base provides weapons and vehicles, after all." With that, Li Feng rose and made his way toward the exit. Seeing Li Feng genuinely moving outside, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu sprang into action, following him with newfound enthusiasm. Just as Li Feng reached the doorway, a thought struck him. He pivoted suddenly, almost colliding with Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, but fortunately managed to dodge them at the last moment. Wu Lei and Nangong Wu stood frozen in shock, while Li Feng paid them no mind and approached Lin Yimeng. "Yimeng, you should stay behind. It's dangerous outside. I'll go with Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, and we'll return swiftly," he said, gently pressing his hand on her delicate shoulder. Looking into Li Feng's eyes and feeling the warmth of his palm, she replied, "All right. Please be safe and return early." Lin Yimeng did not say much. She understood that if she accompanied him, Li Feng's actions would inevitably be constrained. As Li Feng's woman, she recognized the importance of not becoming a burden to him, so she decisively nodded in agreement. Upon hearing her prompt affirmation, Li Feng offered her a faint smile before turning to exit the room. Watching his retreating figure, she silently prayed for his safe return. Li Feng made his way directly to the location designated for collecting weapons and vehicles. Upon arriving at a square-like area, he noticed a large warehouse standing prominently at the forefront, where crowds were gathered, conversing with several soldiers. The soldiers were distributing weapons to them. Li Feng approached the scene, but before he could utter a word, a soldier interrupted him, stating, "What do you want?" "We have knives and various firearms. Different weapons require varying amounts of supplies for exchange." Li Feng surveyed the dazzling array of firearms before him: pistols, machine guns, submachine guns, and even a Gatling gun. Wu Lei and Nangong Wu could barely contain their excitement at the sight of so many weapons. If not for the armed soldiers standing guard behind the distribution point, they might have rushed in to try them out. "Brother Feng, how many of these guns should we take?" Wu Lei gazed at Li Feng with eager eyes. "Guns? You must be dreaming," Li Feng replied, glancing at a nearby machete. He picked it up and tossed it to Wu Lei. "You too take this." He then selected one for himself as well. "Brother Feng, why aren't we taking guns? Shooting zombies with guns is so much more exhilarating," Wu Lei asked, puzzled. Li Feng looked at Wu Lei and quipped, "Are you genuinely foolish or just pretending? Do you know how to use a gun? I'm the only one here who has any knowledge of firearms. Besides, look at the prices. We can only afford a limited amount of supplies on our first outing." With that, Li Feng began to stride toward the city gates. Seeing Li Feng heading out with just a machete, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu grew anxious and hurried to catch up. Wu Lei stepped in front of him, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, are we really going out like this?" His face bore an expression of disbelief. Li Feng cast a glance at Wu Lei and replied, "What other option do you have? Do you possess the means to purchase any of those guns?" He then disregarded their concerns and continued onward, realizing Li Feng was resolute. The two had no choice but to follow him with a sense of trepidation. As they crossed the city gates, many onlookers directed their gazes toward them, for it was the first time they had seen anyone venture out armed only with a machete. Numerous individuals shook their heads in pity, while others muttered that they were foolish. Ignoring the various remarks from the crowd, Li Feng continued on his path. Once outside the city, Nangong Wu approached him and asked, "Brother Feng, where are we headed?" Li Feng paused, surveying the surroundings before pointing in a direction. "There, we will proceed that way. That is the route we took to enter the base. On the way, I noticed a small village not far from here." With that, Li Feng set off in that direction. Though he claimed it was not far, only he knew the truth. It would require a journey of approximately 3 hours. As Li Feng journeyed along the road, he observed an array of skeletal remains lining the roadside, remnants of either the undead or humanity itself. Alongside the wreckage of damaged vehicles, the apocalypse had only unfolded for less than a month, and with the absence of large-scale human activity, the wild grass had grown to nearly half the height of an adult, some even beginning to encroach upon the roadway. This world was gradually reclaiming the spaces marred by human presence, slowly erasing the traces of human activity. 3 hours can be regarded as neither long nor short. And in a mere moment, they reached their destination. Li Feng stood atop a small hill, surveying the situation in the village. "Brother Feng, let us head in," Wu Lei said, excitement evident as he approached Li Feng. Li Feng turned to Wu Lei. "Can you think for a moment? Look at the number of zombies inside. With just the 3 of us, how much can we handle?" With that, he began to stride towards Nangong Wu. "Nangong, let us enter quietly and first search for a vehicle. Once we find one, we can then look for supplies." "Understood, Brother Feng." Nangong Wu nodded in agreement. Li Feng glanced at the 2 companions beside him. "Be cautious. When dealing with zombies, keep the noise to a minimum." With that, Li Feng lightened his steps and slowly approached the village. At the village entrance, 2 zombies roamed back and forth. Suddenly, as if invigorated, they became animated and quickly moved toward the village's outer edge. Noticing that they had been detected from a distance, Li Feng felt little trepidation and confidently advanced. He swiftly kicked down the first zombie, and at that moment, he raised his machete and struck the head of the second zombie that followed closely behind, splattering gore across the ground. It was a repulsive sight. Had he not grown accustomed to such horrors, Li Feng might have retched. After dispatching the second zombie, the first, which had fallen, was already rising to attack Li Feng. With a considerable distance between him and Wu Lei, who shouted, "Brother Feng, watch out." He believed Li Feng was doomed. However, he underestimated Li Feng's abilities. Having already perceived the approaching threat, Li Feng smirked with a hint of derision as he turned sharply. Using the momentum of his pivot, he exerted force with his arm, delivering a decisive blow with the machete to the zombie's neck. The blade halted, the head fell. Li Feng's technique was both swift and clean, leaving Wu Lei and Nangong Wu drenched in sweat, believing Li Feng was finished. After eliminating the 2 zombies, Li Feng continued deeper into the village, feeling the significant enhancement in his reflexes and strength since his recent transformations. He now felt capable of matching a special forces soldier. A slight smile once again graced Li Feng's lips as he walked toward the village. Chapter 17. The Tractor. Brother Feng, I found a vehicle. Wu Lei rushed over and exclaimed loudly, startling Li Feng, who was intently surveying the surroundings. With a swift turn, Li Feng covered Wu Lei's mouth, his eyes wide with alarm. "Have you lost your mind, you reckless fool? Do you not realize where we are?" Gradually lowering his hand, he whispered, "Where's the vehicle? Take me there." Perceiving the slight irritation in Li Feng's tone, Wu Lei hurriedly led him towards the location where the vehicle was parked. They skillfully evaded several zombies and navigated around a few houses, eventually arriving at the parking area. Stopping in front of a 2-story building, Wu Lei pointed at a red tractor. "Brother Feng, that's the vehicle," he declared. Next to the tractor, Nangong Wu was still smiling and waving at Li Feng, beckoning him to come closer. Gazing at the tractor from a distance, Li Feng felt utterly speechless. If they were to drive that out, it would surely attract zombies from miles away. Wasn't that tantamount to being a live target? However, they had scoured the area and found nothing but this solitary tractor. Not even a motorcycle could be found. Li Feng approached the tractor, pacing back and forth as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he looked up at Nangong Wu, causing the latter to jump in surprise. In that fleeting moment, Nangong Wu sensed an icy chill emanating from Li Feng's gaze, penetrating to the core of his being. Although he knew Li Feng would not harm him, the frigid aura was unmistakable. Nangong, Nangong, what is it, Brother Feng? Nangong Wu stammered, snapping back to reality. I observe that most of the houses in this small village are constructed from iron. Check if there is a small steel factory nearby. If so, we could modify this tractor. Yes, Nangong Wu replied promptly. Where is it? Right behind this small building. Nangong Wu pointed towards the rear of the structure. Leading Li Feng around the side of the building, they soon discovered a steel factory enclosed by a brick wall, situated about 500 meters away. After surveying the factory, Li Feng turned to Nangong Wu and instructed, Nangong, drive the tractor over to that factory. I will wait for you inside. With that, Li Feng and Wu Lei began to make their way towards the steel factory. Nangong Wu stood frozen for a moment, realizing only after Li Feng and Wu Lei had distanced themselves that he was left alone. Brother Feng, I'm by myself, he called out softly, but neither Li Feng nor Wu Lei heard him. After a brief pause, he reluctantly decided to drive the tractor, mumbling to himself, do they truly trust me this much? Aren't they concerned that the loud noise of this tractor will attract every zombie in the village? Muttering to himself, he arrived beside the tractor and, after manually cranking the engine, a roar akin to that of a wild beast erupted. Just as Nangong Wu had anticipated, the moment he ignited the tractor, the entire village of zombies began to stir, sluggishly moving toward the source of the sound. At this juncture, Li Feng stood at the entrance, glancing around to confirm the absence of both zombies and humans within the gate before vaulting over and opening the door from the inside. Just then, Nangong Wu drove the tractor over from the two-story building. Li Feng, observing Nangong Wu's somewhat clumsy maneuvers, felt a surge of anxiety as he spied one or two zombies emerging not far from them. Li Feng was acutely aware that a horde was rapidly approaching, numbering at least 500 or 600. After a few tense minutes, Nangong Wu finally maneuvered the tractor through the gate. At that moment, Li Feng and Wu Lei hastily slammed the iron gate shut. Gazing at the formidable steel barrier, Li Feng urged Wu Lei and Nangong Wu to act swiftly, asserting that the gate should hold for a while. With that, he sprinted toward the factory, where steel was abundant, with piles of sheets and pipes scattered throughout. The reason for Li Feng's rush into the steel factory was to retrieve welding equipment. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, dragging a gas welding apparatus. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry and bring me those sheets and pipes, he shouted urgently. Wu Lei and Nangong Wu promptly dashed toward the stacks of metal. Time and again, they transported the materials back and forth, while Li Feng had already commenced his work, beginning with the front of the tractor. He welded a three-dimensional triangle at the front, designed for collision resistance, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. As he welded, he kept an eye on the gate. Merely 10 minutes had passed, yet there were already at least 100 zombies relentlessly battering against it. Li Feng hastened his welding, completing the frame of the tractor's front and then affixing a layer of sheet metal to fully enclose it, leaving only an opening at the top for ingress and egress. As the front was finally sealed, the throng of zombies outside had multiplied, and the gate was quivering precariously. Gazing at the tractor's front, Li Feng felt something was amiss. Wu Lei, come here, assist me in the factory to fetch something, he called, sprinting toward the building. Aware that time was of the essence before the gate could no longer withstand the onslaught, Wu Lei hurried to catch up, and soon they emerged with a large circular object. As they approached, Nangong Wu realized what it was, a steel cutting tool. Li Feng and Wu Lei hoisted the circular apparatus onto the tractor's front and welded it in place. Looking at the oddly transformed tractor, Li Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. Clapping his hands, he exhaled in relief. All right, it's finally done. Nangong, you take the wheel, we'll sit behind you. The gate had long since succumbed to the relentless pressure, and whether by divine favor or sheer luck. Just as Li Feng completed the modifications on his tractor and prepared to board, the gate finally gave way with a thunderous crash. Instantly, the zombies surged forth like a tidal wave, clawing and gnashing towards the tractor. Hearing the sound of their relentless pounding against the metal, and observing that the tractor's exterior remained unscathed, Li Feng exhaled a sigh of relief once more. All right, let us go, he said, patting Nangong Wu, who was at the helm of the tractor. The sound, primal and beast-like, echoed once again as the tractor began to move. The zombies that stood in their path were mercilessly cleaved in two by the sharp blades mounted at the front. Their remains ground into a gruesome pulp beneath the massive wheels of the tractor. Within, Li Feng could clearly hear the sickening pop akin to balloons bursting. The sound of zombie heads being crushed under the wheels. As the tractor rolled on, the ground behind was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Any onlooker would surely be overwhelmed by the carnage. It was a scene too gory, too revolting, with entrails strewn everywhere. From the hundreds of zombies, fewer than 100 remained after the tractor passed. With merely a few modifications, Li Feng had transformed the tractor into a veritable war machine. Li Feng, along with Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, scoured the area for supplies, and perhaps due to its rural nature, this place had been largely untouched. This time, Li Feng returned with a bountiful haul. Now en route back to the base, Li Feng sat at the rear of the tractor, feeling the weight of the abundant supplies beneath him, his thoughts drifting to Lin Yimeng, who remained at the base. Unbeknownst to him, however, events were unfolding at the base, events that would push him into a fury capable of altering the course of his life forever. In the apocalypse, one must remain ever vigilant. For the greatest threat is not the zombies, but humanity itself. Trusting anyone completely in such times is perilous. Chapter 18. Fury Brother Feng. Your modified tractor is no mere boast. Wu Lei suddenly broke the silence in the vehicle. Li Feng glanced at him and replied, "Of course. My university education was not in vain. After 4 years of devouring countless apocalypse novels and survival guides, I remember a thing or two." With that, he turned his attention back to the setting sun, savoring the beauty of the dusk, though aware that twilight approaches. For reasons unknown, the road was largely devoid of zombies, perhaps due to their remote location. As they were riding back, they hastened their return, taking only half the time it took to arrive. Upon reaching the base, after unloading a third of their supplies, Li Feng drove the modified tractor straight home. Accompanied by the tractor's cheerful horn, they rounded a corner, and Li Feng felt an immense joy in his heart, knowing that a woman awaited him at home. However, just as they neared the turn, a cacophony of noise drowned out the sound of the tractor's horn. "Nangong, hurry up!" Li Feng suddenly issued a loud command, prompting Nangong Wu to press the accelerator to the floor. The tractor roared like a wild beast as it sped away, swiftly rounding the corner. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around Li Feng's home at the base, where two factions were at an impasse. One group stood guard at the entrance while the other attempted to breach it, only to be thwarted by those blocking the way. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Feng rushed forward, only to be obstructed by the very individuals he sought to confront. A seemingly authoritative figure approached him, forcefully shoving Li Feng backward and menacingly stating, "Who do you think you are? Dare to invade Su Laoda's territory? Do you seek death?" With that, he pushed Li Feng once more. Undeterred by the man's actions and warnings, Li Feng's thoughts were solely consumed by Lin Yimeng. Even after being shoved twice, he pressed onward. "Oh, you truly wish to die, do you? Very well, I shall grant your wish." With that, the man aimed a kick at Li Feng's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, coughing violently. At that moment, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu arrived, helping Li Feng to his feet and preparing to charge forward, but Li Feng gestured for them to hold back. He glanced at Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, coughing, retreat. As he wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Feng was on the verge of a berserk state. His eyes were tinged with crimson, and veins bulged from his forehead. He sensed that Lin Yimeng may be in peril, and the group blocking the entrance were no innocents, as they seemed to revel in Li Feng's predicament. Once more, Li Feng surged ahead, but was quickly seized by Su Laoda's subordinates, who dragged him toward their leader. Su Laoda smirked, glancing at the group at the door, and declared, "Take care of this kid." With that, he prepared to have Li Feng disposed of, perhaps aware that time was of the essence. Just as the subordinates were about to haul Li Feng away, a wave of dark energy enveloped his body. In an instant, the men holding him were transformed into desiccated corpses. Witnessing the inexplicable demise of his subordinates and the ominous aura surrounding Li Feng, Su Laoda's fear began to take hold. A man seasoned in the underworld for decades could hardly ignore the palpable scent of death. Gradually, Su Laoda began to retreat, while Li Feng remained standing, head bowed as if oblivious. Just as Su Laoda was about to exit the crowd, Li Feng lifted his head, a fleeting glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. "Kill!" Li Feng emitted a mechanical voice, yet it rendered Su Laoda weak at the knees, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, Li Feng materialized before Su Laoda. Seizing his head with his right hand, and with a forceful grip, a sickening crack echoed as it shattered. A headless corpse fell to the ground with a resounding thud, its neck gushing forth streams of crimson blood. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and only after Su Laoda had fallen did his subordinates and onlookers react. The scene erupted into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a young man, seemingly possessing some authority among Su Laoda's followers, rallied the remaining subordinates with fervent shouts, proclaiming, "Our leader has been slain. We must avenge him. We are many. Do not fear. Brothers, slay that wretch in retribution for our leader." Instantly, the air was filled with war cries, yet Li Feng stood there, quietly observing the unfolding events. At last, spurred on by the incitement, the group surged towards Li Feng. In response, Li Feng's body trembled, and the surrounding dark energy surged even more. "Kill!" he uttered once more in that mechanical tone. Almost immediately, he vanished from sight, and within less than a second of his disappearance, a deluge of blood surged forth among the advancing crowd, screams reverberating through the air. Heads were crushed with a mere squeeze, and in under 30 seconds, over 100 individuals lay lifeless on the ground, their blood pooling in the low-lying areas. The sight of over 100 crushed heads and lifeless bodies scattered across the earth left Wu Lei and Nangong Wu utterly speechless, paralyzed by fear, afraid that even the slightest movement might draw the wrath of the rampaging Li Feng. After dispatching all of Su Laoda's subordinates, Li Feng stepped upon the blood-soaked ground, progressing step by step towards the remnants of his fading consciousness, his home. As Li Feng advanced, those blocking his path retreated a step, having witnessed his brutal and sanguinary methods of slaughter alongside his terrifying prowess. Some were so overwhelmed by his murderous aura that they sank to their knees, while others, who remained standing, struggled to support their trembling legs. There were only a handful of individuals, merely a dozen, obstructing his entrance, a trivial obstacle for Li Feng in his current state. Stopping 3 meters from the door, Li Feng surveyed the motley group of ants before him, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. After such extensive carnage, his awareness gradually returned, and he recognized that Lin Yimeng was still within. Yet, these few individuals stood in his way. Glaring at them, he proclaimed with chilling intent, "Those who block my path shall perish." As he uttered these words, his bloodied right hand lifted. "Feng, no, do not kill them." A familiar voice suddenly reached Li Feng's ears, causing his right hand to hover in midair before it slowly descended. Observing his lowered hand, the group of dozens of people collectively exhaled in relief. Some, overwhelmed by tension, suddenly relaxed and found themselves collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Moments later, a delicate girl rushed through the doorway and embraced Li Feng tightly, weeping uncontrollably. The girl who had emerged was none other than Lin Yimeng. Li Feng refrained from reciprocating her embrace, acutely aware that his hands were stained with blood and he could not taint Lin Yimeng. Just as he intended to check if Lin Yimeng was injured, a sudden sweetness enveloped his chest, his vision darkened, and he collapsed. In the fleeting moments before consciousness slipped away, Li Feng vaguely heard a conversation. "Ah, so this is the person who killed the mayor in Longxi town. Truly, seeing is believing." Upon hearing these words, Li Feng finally succumbed to unconsciousness, reassured that these individuals bore no ill intent. Chapter 19. The newcomer Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a dim sky, the distant horizon awash in crimson. Beneath him lay heaps of white bones. He gradually rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, an inexplicable tremor destabilized him. The pile of bones nearby began to crack open, revealing an object resembling a sword hilt gradually rising. After approximately 2 minutes, a black sword emerged before Li Feng's eyes. Li Feng was astonished, for he had experienced this very dream once before during his previous fainting spell. Why did he continue to have this dream? As he pondered, he cautiously approached the black sword, feeling the emanating aura of malevolence. He slowly extended his hand towards it. In an instant, upon touching the sword, a vast sea of blood appeared before him, waves crashing violently, the sky itself a dark crimson. Amidst this tumultuous blood sea, a figure stood atop a rocky outcrop, gazing into the far reaches of the sky and sea. Li Feng recognized this person as familiar. Suddenly, as if sensing his gaze, the figure turned, their eyes glowing red as they locked onto Li Feng. "Ah!" Li Feng cried out, feeling a searing pain in his head. Yet this time he remained ensnared in the throes of agony. The figure began to approach him, and as they stood 2 meters before him, Li Feng discerned their appearance. Clad in glossy black armor, a blood-red cloak billowing behind them in the absence of wind, a finely chiseled face adorned with red-black eyes, delicate brows, and long, lustrous black hair cascading down their back. The figure halted before Li Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then smirked slightly. A hint of mockery in their voice as they remarked, "Weak. Still far too weak." Before Li Feng could utter a word, the man waved his right hand, and Li Feng felt as if his head were caught in a meat grinder. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, his forehead repeatedly striking the ground as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, the man exhibited no semblance of compassion, his expression remaining impassive as he observed Li Feng's frailty. "You are too weak. You cannot withstand my formidable power. You require further training," he declared, waving his hand once more. Suddenly, Li Feng was engulfed in darkness. After a brief interval, he discerned the booming voice of Wu Lei and the gentle tone of Lin Yimeng. "Brother Feng, you've been unconscious for 2 days. Why have you not awakened? Is something wrong?" Wu Lei's voice echoed. At that moment, Li Feng could only hear their voices, unable to speak or open his eyes. "Come on, Wu Lei, stop being dramatic. How could Brother Feng, who is so powerful, be in any danger?" This was Nangong Wu's voice, and Li Feng quietly identified each speaker in his mind. "Brother Feng will be fine. I have faith in him. He promised to protect me. He wouldn't abandon me." Lin Yimeng's voice filled him with anxiety. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, the boss will be all right. He is so formidable, surely fate will favor him." This was the last voice Li Feng remembered before losing consciousness. Gradually, Li Feng sensed that he could move his mouth, though he still could not produce sound. Moments later, he felt light streaming through his closed eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. A white ceiling greeted him, accompanied by a strong odor of antiseptic. He attempted to speak, his voice hoarse. "Where am I?" he murmured to himself. Yet, the faint sound caught the attention of Lin Yimeng, who instantly rose to gaze at his face. Indeed, this was the man she had worried about day and night for the past 2 days, the one who had gone berserk 3 times for her sake. Overcome with emotion, Lin Yimeng felt an inexplicable sense of grievance and burst into tears, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Outside, Wu Lei and the others rushed in, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Noticing their morose expressions, Li Feng chuckled softly. "You lot, I'm still alive. Why such grim faces?" he teased, even as he laughed at the absurdity of it all. He understood that it was Lin Yimeng's tears that had led the uninformed outside to believe he was in peril. With a helpless shake of his head, he reached out to wipe away Lin Yimeng's tears. "I implore you, please do not look so despondent. I am not dead yet." As he spoke, Li Feng attempted to prop himself up, but the pain surged through him, sapping his strength. Gazing at the ceiling, he realized that this time he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. Surveying his surroundings, it was evident that he was not in his home at the base. This resembled a hospital. Turning to Lin Yimeng, he inquired, "Where am I?" "This is the hospital of the base, the highest level of this facility, the military zone," she replied. Before Lin Yimeng could finish her words, a voice echoed from outside the door. A man clad in military uniform entered the room. Observing the man, who appeared to be in his 40s, Li Feng realized the gravity of the situation. The soldier approached the bedside and inquired, "Are you Li Feng? The one who mercilessly slaughtered over 100 individuals in an instant?" Such brutality. Initially, when the reports reached me, I was incredulous, but upon witnessing the scene firsthand, I was utterly astonished. In my 30 years of military service, I have never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. As he spoke, he pulled a chair from the side and sat down. Li Feng was about to rise and greet him, but the man suddenly pressed him back down. No, you are still quite frail. There is no need for formalities. Besides, you may soon outrank me, and I will be the one seeking your guidance." He jested. "Oh, by the way, I am Jiang Tian, currently holding the rank of colonel." He extended his hand toward Li Feng. Li Feng took his hand and replied, "Hello, I am Li Feng." "Ha. Remarkable. Achieving such prowess at such a young age. Your future is boundless. Young man, once you recover, give it your all." As Li Feng finished speaking, Jiang Tian laughed heartily. "Seeing that you are all right puts my mind at ease. I can return to report back now. Rest well. I shall take my leave." He patted Li Feng's shoulder and began to walk away. "Yimeng, please see Colonel Jiang off." Li Feng called out, prompting Lin Yimeng to accompany Jiang Tian. Observing Li Feng's adherence to decorum, Jiang Tian turned back and waved his hand at Lin Yimeng. No need for that. Focus on taking care of Li Feng. With that, he exited the room. As soon as Jiang Tian departed, Wu Lei rushed forward. Brother Feng, you are awake. You cannot imagine how worried we have been these past 2 days, especially sister-in-law. She hardly ate or slept. Wu Lei exclaimed, while Nan Gongwu nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, Brother Feng, we have a new member joining us. He is the one who protected sister-in-law, along with his comrades. With that, he brought a person closer. Brother Feng, greetings. I am Zhang Guobing. You are my idol. You cannot fathom how impressive you were that day. In mere seconds, you ruthlessly dispatched over 100 foes. He gestured animatedly. Li Feng felt a wave of disbelief. When did he become a star? He shook his head in resignation. Ignoring their commotion, he closed his eyes and, overwhelmed by fatigue, drifted into slumber. Had it not been for Jiang Tian's visit, he would have succumbed to sleep much earlier. Li Feng slept soundly, oblivious to the several high-ranking military officials who came to visit him afterward. They refrained from waking him, having already witnessed the scene of his ferocity. They were profoundly shaken by the horror of it all, particularly his method of killing. Li Feng remained unaware and uninterested in their thoughts. All he desired was to be undisturbed in his slumber. Chapter 20 Departure. Li Feng awoke to find it was already midday the following day. He had not anticipated such a prolonged slumber. Rubbing his temples, he rose and exited the hospital room. The corridor bustled with the familiar sight of nurses and doctors, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse, all appearing quite occupied. Ah, Li Feng, you are awake. A familiar voice jolted him back to reality. Turning around, he recognized it was Colonel Jiang. May I inquire, Colonel, what brings you here personally? Li Feng asked. Jiang chuckled at Li Feng's formality. I certainly had to come myself. Initially, it should have been the commander, but due to pressing military matters, I stepped in, given my close rapport with him. What is the matter then? Li Feng inquired politely once more. Come now, Li Feng, there is no need for such formalities between us. It feels quite awkward. I can hardly bear it, Jiang said, laughing. All right, I was just jesting. What is it that you wish to discuss? Seeing Jiang's exasperated expression, Li Feng decided to drop the pretense. With a sigh of relief, Jiang remarked, the commander, upon recognizing your abilities, wishes for you to remain at the base and assist us in defending against the zombies and incursions from other bases. Should you choose to stay, you would be unrivaled in the base, second only to the commander himself. Whatever resources the base possesses, you shall have at your disposal. Such a generous offer. Li Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jiang, noting Li Feng's reaction, felt a surge of hope within him, thinking this could be a significant victory. However, Li Feng's subsequent words abruptly shattered that dream. Rubbing his chin contemplatively, Li Feng gazed at Jiang, who awaited his response with keen anticipation. Unable to bear the weight of Jiang's hopeful gaze, he finally confessed, to be honest, I intend to leave tomorrow. I have my own matters to attend to. Upon hearing that Li Feng would not remain, Jiang's expression fell, disappointment etched across his face. He had not anticipated that such a generous offer would be met with refusal. May I ask, Li Feng, what is so pressing that you would forego such an advantageous opportunity? Heaven knows that after Li Feng's departure, Jiang Tian became more courteous. It's quite significant. I must return to my hometown to see if my parents are still there. I promise you, if they are, I will bring them along. If they are not, I will still come back. Just give me a maximum of 2 months. Naturally, Li Feng would not disclose his plans to establish a base in Xinjiang, as revealing such information would undoubtedly put him in jeopardy. Even if he could escape, Wu Lei and Nangong Wulin would be in grave danger. Although searching for his parents was part of his mission, Li Feng understood that the likelihood of them still being alive was slim. He prioritized this matter above all else. Upon hearing that Li Feng intended to look for his parents, Jiang Tian could not force him to stay. For he too was a father and understood the preciousness of familial bonds in this apocalyptic world. Very well, I shall not insist you remain. I will inform the commander. Tomorrow, when you leave, you may select supplies at your discretion. I will convey this to them. With that, he patted Li Feng on the shoulder and turned to depart. Watching Jiang Tian's retreating figure, Li Feng exhaled deeply. He knew that if Jiang Tian were to discover that he could potentially become their rival in the future, he would never allow him to leave, especially considering the formidable prowess Li Feng had exhibited earlier. Jiang Tian's offer to let him choose supplies freely stemmed from a desire to leave a favorable impression on Li Feng. Individuals of Li Feng's caliber could only be allies. They would not turn hostile unless absolutely necessary. From Jiang Tian's words, Li Feng gleaned a crucial piece of information. The world after the apocalypse had fractured into factions, with various bases operating independently, much like the feudal lords during the late Zhou dynasty. At times, they might even attempt to annex smaller bases. If Li Feng remained with them, they could be considered the most formidable force in all of Huaxia, making it feasible for him to assist them in unifying the nation. It was only after Jiang Tian vanished at the corridors and that Li Feng turned back to the infirmary. Shortly thereafter, Wu Lei and the others entered, chattering noisily. Observing their arrival, Li Feng beckoned them to sit by the bedside. Noting the serious expression on Li Feng's face, Wu Lei sensed that something significant was afoot. Brother Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. We are all here. We are leaving tomorrow, departing from this place to continue our journey towards our destination. When we leave, we will drive to the supply distribution center to collect the necessary provisions. Remember, do not hold back. Take as much as you can. What? Brother Feng, we're leaving tomorrow? So soon? Can't we stay a few more days? Wu Lei's face displayed reluctance at the thought of departing. Indeed, Brother Feng. Why must we leave so hastily? Is your health up to it? Nangong will also question Li Feng's urgency, seeing their reluctance to part from this place. Li Feng shook his head in resignation. If you are already so attached to this place, do you truly believe that if I stayed an additional 10 days or half a month, you would still follow me? Ah, indeed. What has happened? I promised to accompany Brother Feng. Wu Lei suddenly struck his own head as if enlightened, exclaiming, All right, we shall depart tomorrow. Tomorrow indeed. We cannot linger here. His expression conveyed a palpable fear of their surroundings. He glanced at the others and suggested, You all should rest well today. There is no need to stay by my side. One dream here is sufficient. As he spoke, he grasped Lin Yiming's hand, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, prompting her to turn slightly away. Oh dear, today Brother Feng and sister-in-law have pressing matters to attend to. Let us take our leave and not disturb them. Observing Lin Yiming's bashful demeanor, Wu Lei and the others exchanged knowing smiles and merrily dashed out. Once Wu Lei and his companions exited, Li Feng gently leaned Lin Yiming's head against his shoulder and softly inquired, Yiming, do you think I am still human? Taken aback by Li Feng's rather peculiar question, Lin Yiming hesitated momentarily before grasping his meaning. She affectionately nuzzled her head against his chest and replied softly, Yes, of course, no matter what form you take. You are still human. Do not forget that you are human. Upon hearing Lin Yiming's reassuring words, Li Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you, Yiming. Lin Yiming smiled faintly and embraced him even tighter. Li Feng held Lin Yiming close, gazing at the warm glow of the setting sun filtering through the window. A sense of inexplicable fear enveloped him. He dreaded the thought of losing his humanity and the possibility of harming those he held dear. As they sat in silence, the night gradually enveloped them. Glancing down at Lin Yiming, he noticed she had fallen asleep, her expression serene. With a gentle smile, he carefully laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and quietly exited the room, taking a seat in the corridor. Before he knew it, Li Feng succumbed to slumber. Chapter 21, Assassination, Part 1. Bang. A thunderous explosion reverberated in Li Feng's ears. The force of the blast shattered every window in the vicinity of the hospital. Instinctively, Li Feng leapt from his seat and rushed into Lin Yiming's room, for the explosion had occurred nearby. Entering the disordered room, he beheld Lin Yiming lying motionless on the hospital bed, shards of glass scattered around her, some having cut her delicate skin, causing crimson blood to trickle forth. Li Feng dashed to her side, scooping her up and sprinting from the room. As he exited, he collided with Jiang Tian, who was rushing towards him. Li Feng grasped Jiang Tian's arm and urged, Brother, please save Yiming. Hurry. His emotions were in turmoil. Jiang Tian observed Li Feng's unstable demeanor and then glanced at Lin Yiming. Do not panic. She is unharmed, merely stunned by the explosion. She will awaken shortly. However, for safety's sake, we should take her to the special observation room until she regains consciousness. With that, Jiang Tian seized the arm of a passing doctor. The doctor, upon recognizing Jiang Tian, stood at attention and inquired, How may I assist you, Colonel? Jiang Tian replied, Take us to the special observation room. Yes, sir. The doctor's response was resolute and firm. Following the physician into the elevator, Li Feng discovered that this specialized intensive care unit resided on a lower floor. with the elevator's display finally halting at the number 3. As the elevator doors slowly opened, an unusual tranquility enveloped the space, the cacophony of the outside world, along with the sounds of explosions or gunfire, faded into silence. The serenity was so profound that one could even discern the hum of computers at work. Upon the doors parting, several doctors were already awaiting outside, alongside a wheelchair. As soon as Li Feng exited the elevator, he gently placed Lin Yimeng into the wheelchair for them to escort her away. It was only after he learned that Lin Yimeng was safe that his anxiety began to dissipate, prompting him to ponder the events that had transpired outside. Watching Lin Yimeng being wheeled into the specialized care unit, Li Feng exhaled deeply and turned to Jiang Tian, inquiring about the situation outside. Was it an internal conflict? Or perhaps a zombie outbreak? Glancing around, Li Feng sighed, realizing that the assault was originating from the nearby Xiongfeng base. Jiang Tian looked at him, and Li Feng instinctively surmised that the reason for the attack was likely related to his abilities becoming known to that base. It seemed they intended to eliminate him to prevent Jiang Tian's base from acquiring his talents. Indeed, Jiang Tian's subsequent remarks affirmed Li Feng's suspicions. He explained that the commander of Xiongfeng base had, through a spy embedded within their ranks, learned of Li Feng's abilities. Realizing that they could not recruit him, and upon discovering his hospitalization due to exhaustion, they sought to silence him. However, the ineffectiveness of many guided systems following the apocalypse prevented their artillery from striking true. By this time, Jiang Tian and Li Feng had reached the first floor, where sporadic gunfire could be heard, but soon, silence enveloped the area. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, a soldier rushed over, reporting, "Colonel, the forces from Xiongfeng base have only sent one howitzer, which has been destroyed by our artillery. No other combat personnel from Xiongfeng have been detected in the vicinity." After delivering the message, the soldier promptly departed. Only one howitzer. Xiongfeng base certainly overestimates itself, Jiang Tian remarked with a laugh. Hearing Jiang Tian's response, Li Feng made a resolute decision. "Brother Jiang Tian, I shall not leave for the time being. I will not depart until Xiongfeng is annihilated." Li Feng called out to Jiang Tian, his expression filled with indignation. Upon hearing Li Feng's declaration of remaining, Jiang Tian chuckled heartily and patted Li Feng's shoulder. "Good lad, I see your determination, and it is commendable. You possess great spirit." Indeed. With laughter, Jiang Tian expressed his delight, for no news could bring him greater joy than Li Feng's resolve to stay. "Rest assured, Li Feng, we shall undoubtedly assist you. The Xiongfeng base has committed countless heinous acts since the apocalypse began, severing ties with the central authority. They consider themselves a dominant force. Moreover, the commander of Xiongfeng is a debauched tyrant, exhibiting cruelty towards his subordinates and others alike." As Jiang Tian and Li Feng conversed, Wu Lei, Nangong Wu, and Zhang Guobing, accompanied by their men, had just arrived. Brother Feng, what has transpired? Are you and sister-in-law unharmed?" From a distance, Wu Lei began to inquire eagerly as they approached Li Feng. Soon, they surrounded Li Feng and Jiang Tian, engaging in a cacophony of greetings. Stop! Enough with the noise. Li Feng could no longer tolerate their clamor. Upon hearing his command, an immediate silence fell over everyone as they looked at Wu Lei and the others. "You all came here to protect me, but at this rate, I might as well become a corpse." Li Feng helplessly gestured at the crowd before him. He was not angry. Rather, he felt a sense of joy that they had rushed over so promptly. Seeing Li Feng's slight irritation, Nangong Wu scratched the back of his head and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Feng. If you had told us to rest, we would have. We Haven Tea had a decent night's sleep in ages." So the brothers were a bit out of it. However, as soon as we heard the explosion, we rushed over. Who could have known that you would set off a cannon and leave us with no opportunity to intervene? He looked at Li Feng with a hint of grievance. All right, it's fine. I'm not blaming you. Just stay at the hospital entrance and protect your sister-in-law," Li Feng instructed. "Yes, Brother Feng." Wu Lei and the others responded in unison. After giving his orders, Li Feng and Jiang Tian moved to a secluded corner of the hospital, ensuring no one was around. Li Feng turned to Jiang Tian and sighed. "Brother Jiang, I've been wanting to tell you that my current abilities are not something I can control at will. They only manifest in moments of extreme anger. That's why I wish to leave. I don't want to cause you any trouble. Right now, the person standing before you is just an ordinary individual. I never anticipated that trouble would arrive so swiftly." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Jiang Tian did not seem surprised, but rather expressed a sense of understanding. "It's all right, Brotherly Feng, you should remain at the base. It ensures your and your sister-in-law's safety, especially hers. Rest assured, even without that extraordinary ability, we would never drive you away. Brother Feng, sister-in-law has woken up. Sister-in-law has woken up. Just then, Wu Lei rushed over, urgency etched on his face. Li Feng, upon seeing Wu Lei, grasped him and asked excitedly, "What did you say?" Taken aback by Li Feng's grip, Wu Lei responded, "Oh, sister-in-law has woken up," with the news of Lin Yiming regaining consciousness. Li Feng lost interest in his conversation with Jiang Tian. "Brother Jiang, I must go now. Thank you for your care." He turned and hurried towards the hospital. Observing Li Feng's anxious demeanor, Jiang Tian shook his head, murmuring, "He is still too easily swayed by emotions," before slowly making his way to the central command building of the base. Arriving at the special intensive care unit, Li Feng immediately sat beside Lin Yiming's bed. Seeing her complexion and demeanor returning to normal, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Li Feng did not say much to Lin Yiming. Instead, he gently brushed her hair from her forehead and said, "Rest well. This place is very safe, and you will be fine." Lin Yiming nodded slightly. "Wu Lei, you and Nangong, along with Zhang Guobing, must take good care of your sister-in-law. I'll step out for a moment. But if I return to find her in any distress, I will hold you all accountable. No worries, Brother Feng. Even if we have matters to attend to, sister-in-law will be just fine," Zhang Guobing asserted resolutely. With a nod, Li Feng departed, making his way outside. Upon exiting the hospital, he headed toward a direction illuminated by the brightest lights, the very heart of the base. Chapter 22. The plan. Li Feng strode toward the command building at the center of the base, passing through numerous checkpoints without encountering any hindrance. He knew that Jiang Tian must have notified them of his approach. Soon, he arrived before a 3-story building, its brilliance almost overwhelming. It was hard to believe nearly a month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. "Ah, Li Feng, are you here to see the commander? He has been eager to meet someone with your unique abilities." A familiar voice interrupted Li Feng's thoughts. It was Jiang Tian. "Yes, I need to speak with the commander. Are you off to rest, Brother Jiang?" "Ha, rest? After tonight, I doubt I'll be able to sleep soundly for quite some time. Go on. The commander is waiting for you in his office," Jiang Tian said, giving Li Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder as he passed by. Li Feng slowly entered the office building, glancing at the directory to locate the commander's office. As he ascended the stairs, a heavy weight settled in his heart. Knowing he was responsible for Lin Yiming's renewed suffering, feeling powerless to shield her from harm. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he quickly spotted the office. A middle-aged man with slightly graying hair was seated at his desk, engrossed in paperwork, with others frequently entering and exiting, suggesting he was quite busy. Li Feng opted to wait in the reception area. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, the crowd finally thinned, and Li Feng stood at the door, knocking gently. "Come in," the middle-aged man called, continuing his work without looking up. Li Feng approached the desk. "Good day, Commander. I am Li Feng, and I wish to request your assistance with a matter." Upon hearing Li Feng's name, the commander halted his tasks, finally looking up to scrutinize the young man before him. "So you are Li Feng? Indeed, seeing you in person is far more enlightening than mere words. You mentioned having a request. What is it?" "I will assist you in any way I can," he said, chuckling. Li Feng paused, then stated, "Commander, I wish for you to help me eradicate the Xiongfeng base. If you can eliminate it, I, Li Feng, will follow you for the rest of my life." The commander assessed the audacious young man before him, internally acknowledging his resolve. "Why must you destroy the Xiongfeng base? Is there some deep-seated enmity?" "Yes, because they wish to take my life. Why should I show mercy to a faction intent on my demise? They have already harmed my wife. If I do not eliminate them, they will undoubtedly come for me in the future. I have family, and I do not wish for them to suffer because of my actions. May I ask for your assistance, Commander?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the commander stroked his chin, rose abruptly, and slammed his palm onto the desk, declaring, "Very well. I shall assist you. My name is Murong Ling. Henceforth, do not call me Commander, simply refer to me as Old Mu." "Thank you for your help, Commander," Li Feng exclaimed with fervor. At that moment, Murong Ling felt an immense joy, for it was a serendipitous alignment of intentions. He had been contemplating an assault on the Xiongfeng base, and now Li Feng had come to him with a request that perfectly matched his own ambitions. Observing Li Feng's excitement, Murong Ling couldn't help but laugh heartily. This might very well be the happiest moment for him since the onset of the apocalypse. A significant ally had been gained. After a brief moment of laughter, his mood settled, and he said, Li Feng, you should rest well. Come back tomorrow, and we shall discuss our plans in detail. After Li Feng bowed and exited the room, Murong Ling approached the window, gazing at the luminous moon, and smiled unconsciously. Once outside the office building, Li Feng made his way directly to the Special Intensive Care Unit to be with Lin Yiming. As he approached the unit, he noticed 2 rows of stern-faced individuals standing at the entrance, numbering perhaps in the dozens. Upon seeing Li Feng, they stood at attention, calling out, "Boss." Hearing the commotion, Wu Lei and the others rushed out to greet him. "Feng Ge, you're back. Where have you been?" Wu Lei exclaimed, bouncing around Li Feng like an excited child. Li Feng replied, "I was just discussing matters with the commander. By the way, I won't be leaving tomorrow. I'll be staying at the base for a while." "Really? Not leaving?" Wu Lei asked incredulously. "Indeed," Li Feng affirmed with determination. Observing Wu Lei's excitement, Li Feng shook his head helplessly and proceeded directly into the intensive care unit. Upon entering the room, he approached Lin Yiming's bedside, gazing at her with tenderness as he gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Yiming, you must rest well. The one who harmed you will soon learn the error of their ways." Lin Yiming nodded in response. "Okay, I'll rest well." After saying this, Li Feng exited the room and called everyone together in the corridor. Looking around at the gathered faces, he proclaimed, "Soon, we shall launch an assault on the Xiongfeng base. I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for the growth of our team. Through this battle, we can strengthen our ties with the military. As long as we secure their support, our prospects for development at the base will be limitless. Truly, this is wonderful. I have long been oppressed by others. It is finally time to turn the tables." Wu Lei laughed heartily. Zhang Guobing exclaimed with excitement, "All right. I have roughly briefed you all. Tomorrow, I will discuss the details with the commander, and we will await notification regarding when to commence the operation. For now, you all should rest for the night. I can manage here alone." "Okay, Brother Feng, you should also retire early." The brothers replied, and with that, they departed. Zhang Guobing glanced at Li Feng and addressed his comrades. After the others had left, Li Feng sat alone on a bench in the corridor, persistently pondering how he might master his abilities. Yet he found himself no closer to a solution than before. Resolved to cease his ruminations, he reminded himself that for future endeavors, seizing this opportunity was paramount. Li Feng understood that to thrive, the support of the military was indispensable, as they possessed the most formidable forces, advanced weaponry and technology, and well-trained personnel. He paced the corridor, contemplating a step-by-step plan for development. Although circumstances often thwart plans, having a long-term strategy was crucial for the growth of any team, a reality Li Feng deeply recognized. From time to time, he would gently open the door to check on Lin Yiming, who held significant importance for him. Chapter 23. The Meeting. Li Feng, wake up. It's time for the meeting. The commander and the others are already here, just waiting for you. Li Feng, half awake, faintly heard someone calling his name. As he opened his sleepy eyes, he stretched and replied, "Ah, it's you, Brother Jiang Tian. Is the meeting already starting this early?" Noticing Li Feng's fatigued demeanor, Jiang Tian guessed that he must have stayed up late the previous night. "If you're tired, why not rest a bit? I can bring you the details of the meeting later," he suggested, preparing to leave. Seeing Jiang Tian about to depart, Li Feng quickly stood up and grasped his arm. No, that's unnecessary. I will go right now," he said, slapping his face to jolt himself awake. "Let us go." He gestured for Jiang Tian to lead the way. Jiang Tian, not one to be polite, turned and walked outside, while Li Feng silently followed, his gaze fixed on the eastern dawn and the surrounding sky. The post-apocalyptic sky appeared to exude a sense of desolation, lacking the vibrancy it once possessed, evoking a poignant sorrow. Although the air quality had improved significantly, and the morning air felt refreshing, the feeling of bleakness lingered. Sighing deeply, Li Feng pondered the uncertain future of humanity, unsure of where it was headed or what the outcome would be. Perhaps hearing his sigh, Jiang Tian paused and turned to ask, "Li Feng, why the sigh? Are you lacking confidence in this battle, or is it something else?" "Oh, no. I am quite confident in this battle. I merely became reflective due to my surroundings," Li Feng stammered, slightly taken aback by Jiang Tian's sudden inquiry. "Very well." As he turned to continue his journey, a 3-story building soon emerged before him. Gazing upon this structure, Li Feng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. which swiftly quelled the sorrow that had recently engulfed him. Ascending the staircase step by step, Li Feng felt as though he were treading towards the pinnacle of his life. Before long, he arrived at the conference room, characterized by a black conference table and chairs, with a semicircular window. The curtains were slightly drawn, allowing beams of sunlight to filter through, causing the black table to shimmer with a dazzling brilliance. Surrounding the table sat 5 esteemed elders, engaged in discussion. While the figure presiding at the head of the table was Commander Murong Ling, who observed the dialogue with quiet contemplation. Report. The commanding voice of Jiang Tian abruptly halted the conversation within the room. For pairs of furious eyes turned towards him, each one seemingly wishing to devour him whole. Yet Jiang Tian remained steadfast, his expression unyielding. Enter. It was not until a powerful response echoed that Jiang Tian confidently strode into the conference room. Upon reaching Commander Murong Ling, he stood at attention, executing a flawless military salute. Commander, Li Feng has arrived. Murong Ling smiled at Jiang Tian and the figure behind him, saying, Good, very good. Please take a seat. We shall commence the meeting. Li Feng settled into a nearby chair, but from the moment he entered, for pairs of eyes fixated upon him, sending shivers down his spine. All right, now that everyone is present, let us begin. Acknowledging the tense atmosphere, Murong Ling refrained from further conversation with Li Feng and promptly transitioned to the agenda. At the instant he announced the meeting's commencement, the other 4 men straightened their posture, ceasing their scrutiny of Li Feng. Today, I have gathered you all to deliberate a significant matter, one that I believe you are all familiar with. He cast a sweeping glance around the room. All present, including Li Feng, nodded in affirmation. Satisfied that there were no uninformed individuals, Murong Ling continued, Very well. Let us delve directly into the subject at hand, the assault on the Xiongfeng base. Should we emerge victorious from this battle, the territorial control of our base will expand by at least 2-fold, and we will be able to retain Li Feng. He gestured towards Li Feng, then added, I seek your opinions on this matter. I concur with the assault on the Xiongfeng base. How dare they indiscriminately bombard our base? This is tantamount to declaring war. If we do not retaliate, other bases will perceive us as weak, and how shall we endure? If they continue to rain shells upon us, will our base ever be safe? Will the populace still trust our military? An officer, approximately in his 30s, stood up passionately. Once the first stands, the second will surely follow. Another voice emerged as another individual rose. We cannot allow this affront to go unpunished. If we do, will our base ever see a brighter future? Thus, I too support the assault on the Xiongfeng base. I am in agreement. Another person stood, echoing the sentiment. Agreed, declared the last individual. Laughter filled the room as the consensus was reached. All right, let us proceed to assault the Xiongfeng base. Failure is not an option. Observing the consensus among those present, Murong Ling let out a hearty laugh. Very well, I shall now outline the battle plan. Our base is equipped with 20 armed helicopters, 30 tanks, and 50 howitzers, along with a considerable arsenal of firearms and ammunition. We have 2 divisions comprising over 20,000 personnel. However, it is imprudent to deploy our entire force against such a modest base. To avert any opportunistic incursions, we shall retain 3/4 of our troops and equipment at the base. The operation is entrusted to you, Jiang Tian. Yes, Commander. Jiang Tian rose to salute. Murong Ling nodded approvingly. Our offensive is scheduled for 3 days hence. At dawn, we will launch a combined land and air assault. Initially, we will employ our armed helicopters and howitzers to obliterate the enemy's heavy firepower positions, delivering devastating bombardments on critical facilities within the base, such as warehouses, offices, parking areas, and fuel depots. We must strive to minimize civilian casualties during this process, though we can only do our best. Upon completion of this phase, our tanks will conduct a secondary sweep of any undiscovered hidden firepower points, followed by a relentless bombardment of the city gates. The tanks will pave the way into the city, with infantry advancing closely behind to secure vital areas. And we must also endeavor to avoid harming civilians, as we will need their support in the future. After stating the plan, Murong Ling rose to his feet, prompting everyone else to do the same. This is the plan. I will provide you with the details shortly. For now, let us conclude today's meeting. Upon your return, commence preparations immediately. We may not have 3 days. Understood. The assembly responded in unison. The reason for Murong Ling's assertion that we might need to act sooner than anticipated is due to the presence of several spies from Xiongfeng within the base. By leaving the timeline ambiguous, he aims to instill a sense of fear in them, preventing the enemy from adequately preparing. Li Feng, having grasped the essence of the battle plan, glanced at the upright figure of Murong Ling and smiled faintly, sensing hope. The meeting is adjourned. Jiang Tian, please distribute the detailed battle plan to all levels and ensure they are prepared to both attack and defend at a moment's notice. Yes, Commander. With that, Jiang Tian turned and exited the conference room. As Li Feng prepared to leave, he was halted by Murong Ling's voice. Are you ready? Are you afraid? Li Feng smiled slightly. Afraid? Certainly. Who among us is not fearful of war? Yet, the greater fear lies in the potential harm that may befall our loved ones should we fail. With that, Li Feng disregarded Murong Ling's further inquiries and departed the conference room. Now, the conference room was empty save for Murong Ling, who approached the window and watched as Li Feng made his way towards the hospital. He nodded with a smile, recognizing the potential greatness of this individual. The youth possesses formidable promise indeed. Chapter 24, Assassination, Part 2. As the meeting concluded, it was midday. Li Feng prepared a sumptuous lunch for Lin Yiming, specially crafted from the rare delicacies he had acquired from Jiang Tian, tender pork belly, apples, and an assortment of green vegetables, items that had become exceedingly precious in this post-apocalyptic world, inaccessible to the ordinary populace. Carrying the food, Li Feng approached the entrance of the special care unit, announcing with a playful tone, "Look, Yimeng, I have prepared a delightful feast for you. A bountiful lunch with vegetables, fruits, and meat. Allow me to feed you." He settled beside Lin Yiming's bed, ready to serve her. "Wow, Feng, where did you procure all this? I haven't had meat or fresh produce in nearly a month." "Thank you so much," Lin Yiming replied, her eyes squinting with joy. "I received these from Jiang Tian, the colonel who came to visit me that day," Li Feng responded, his voice imbued with tenderness. "Have you eaten?" Lin Yiming inquired, extending an apple toward him. "Here, let us share." Li Feng shook his head repeatedly. No, I've already eaten. In fact, Brother Jiang gave me 2. I've consumed 1 already." Seeing his demeanor, Lin Yiming chose not to question his honesty. "All right, then I'll indulge." "Please do. Enjoy," Li Feng encouraged, smiling warmly. As Lin Yiming took bite after bite of the apple, a soft smile crept across Li Feng's face, brimming with profound affection for her. "Yiming, I promised I would make those who have harmed you disappear. The suffering inflicted upon you by the Xiongfeng base will be repaid in their own blood," Li Feng declared, his gaze intense. Moved by his concern, Lin Yiming replied, "Feng, you needn't blame yourself. I am all right. No, I will ensure they all perish. Anyone who dares to harm you will face my wrath," Li Feng suddenly shouted, standing up in fervor. In that moment, he unwittingly unleashed a surge of dark energy, which swiftly dissipated into the air, his eyes momentarily darkening, filled with a deadly aura. Seeing this transformation in Li Feng, Lin Yiming felt as though he had become a different person. "Feng, please calm down. This isn't you. You were never like this before. You didn't exude such a heavy aura of killing intent, and it frightens me," she said, clutching her clothing tightly. Noticing her tremor, Li Feng seemed to regain his composure, sitting back down on the bed and embracing her. "I am sorry, Yiming. I didn't mean to. I couldn't control my impulses just now. I promise it won't happen again. Eat quickly before your food gets cold. I'll fetch you a glass of water." He turned to leave the room and headed toward the water dispenser. Just as he approached, a loud crash echoed from Lin Yiming's room, prompting him to rush back inside. Upon entering, Li Feng was met with a shocking sight, a figure with a dagger pressed against Lin Yiming's neck. "Stop! Don't come any closer. If you dare approach, I will kill her," the intruder threatened. The man spoke as he pressed the knife closer to Lin Yiming's neck. Upon seeing Li Feng enter, Lin Yiming did not utter a word, merely calling out his name softly. Gazing at the man before him, Li Feng realized he had never encountered him before. Although anger surged within him, the man held someone dear to him, compelling Li Feng to temper his tone. "I have no grievances with you. Why must you harm my loved one?" The man regarded Li Feng with disdain, his gaze akin to that of looking at a corpse. "Considering both you and her are on the brink of death, I shall reveal my identity. I am the foremost assassin dispatched by Commander Zhou from Xiongfeng base. Understand? Now, allow me to escort you both to the afterlife." With that, he lunged the dagger towards Lin Yiming's heart. As the dagger neared its target, Li Feng let out a thunderous cry, his body erupting with dark energy that enveloped him. His eyes transformed into a crimson hue, matching the darkened shade of his lips. In the very moment of his outcry, the entire hospital room morphed into a surreal landscape, replete with white skeletons. Li Feng was taken aback, for this was the very place he had dreamt of before. Without further hesitation, he dashed forward, seizing Lin Yiming from the man's grasp. The moment he cradled her in his arms, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this realm, breaking the man's control over her. In that instant, the man, now gripped by terror, pointed at Li Feng, exclaiming, "Why, you possess such a unique skill. Are you also an evolver?" "Evolver?" Li Feng questioned, bewildered. "Yes, an evolver. They are humans who, having been infected by the virus, have not succumbed to becoming zombies. We refer to them as evolvers." The man's face was still etched with fear, for the murderous aura radiating from Li Feng was overwhelmingly intimidating, coupled with the swirling dark energy surrounding him. "I care not for your so-called evolvers. Anyone who dares to harm my loved ones must perish." With that, Li Feng advanced towards the man. Seeing escape was no longer an option, the man's fear began to dissipate, and he calmly retorted, "Even if you are an evolver, what of it? I too am an evolver. The outcome remains uncertain." In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Li Feng, thrusting the dagger towards his back. Li Feng swiftly turned, shielding Lin Yiming behind him, grasping the man's right hand with a single hand. The man, realizing his attack had failed, vanished again, reappearing once more behind Li Feng, whose back was now defenseless before Lin Yiming. The man, sensing victory within his grasp, wore a mocking smile, but it abruptly froze. At the moment he aimed to strike, Li Feng too vanished and reappeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to the man's back. A resounding crack echoed in Li Feng's ears as he unexpectedly pierced the man's chest with a single blow, creating a gory hole. The man, in disbelief, stared at the crimson wound on his chest. "Why do you possess such speed and strength?" he gasped, choking. After speaking, he collapsed. As he fell, the realm vanished, restoring the original hospital room. Perhaps hearing the sounds of struggle within, Wu Lei, Zhang Guobing, and others rushed in amidst the commotion. Upon entering, a strong metallic scent of blood filled the air. Before Li Feng lay a lifeless body, a crimson hole gaping in its chest, blood oozing relentlessly from the wound. Noticing the newcomers, Li Feng prepared to charge forward, but was restrained by Lin Yiming. Turning to her, he observed the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. This sight startled Jiang Tian and Wu Lei, causing them to recoil a few steps, for Li Feng's appearance was truly terrifying. His right hand was drenched in blood, which dripped continuously down his arm onto the floor. Jiang Tian gazed at Li Feng, astonished by his state. Yet upon witnessing the gruesome condition of the body on the ground, he nodded. The strength capable of such devastation must be formidable. "Sister-in-law?" "The boss is..." Wu Lei's words trailed off as Lin Yiming gestured for silence. Thus, they remained in a tense standoff for nearly 10 minutes. Jiang Tian and Wu Lei daring not to move, fearful that Li Feng might mistake them for foes and strike them down. Finally, after several minutes, Li Feng, exhausted and drained, succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Seeing him falter, Wu Lei and Nangong Wu rushed to support him, disregarding whether he might turn against them. Confident that no matter his state, he would never harm his brothers. Boss Feng, Li Feng, Li Feng." Wu Lei, Jiang Tian, and Lin Yiming called out repeatedly, but Li Feng remained unconscious. Chapter 25. A preemptive strike this time. Li Feng did not remain unconscious for days as before. Perhaps his body was gradually acclimatizing. After an hour, he finally awoke, slowly opening his eyes to find many people surrounding him. "Ah, Boss Feng is awake." Wu Lei was the first to notice. Upon hearing that Li Feng had regained consciousness, the crowd surged forward, bombarding him with inquiries about his well-being. Overwhelmed by their collective concern, Li Feng sat up abruptly, coughing. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. I truly appreciate your care. Boss Feng, you're being too formal. We've faced life and death together. We're brothers in arms now. You've just awakened, and your body hasn't fully recovered. Don't get too excited. Lie back down." With that, Wu Lei helped Li Feng recline once more. At that moment, Jiang Tian approached. "Li Feng, I have good news. In light of the recent attack on the Xiongfeng base, the commander has decided to launch a preemptive strike at 7 o'clock tonight. Given your condition, you might not be able to participate in the battle." "No, I can go. I must witness the destruction of the Xiongfeng base with my own eyes." Hearing that he could not partake in the battle, Li Feng was filled with an overwhelming agitation. for he could not bear the thought of abstaining from the annihilation of his adversaries. Another reason for his fervor was the possibility that the Xiongfeng base housed more than one of the so-called evolvers. If that were indeed the case, then the odds of victory for Murong Ling's base would be considerably diminished. Very well, if that is the situation, we cannot refuse any longer. Faced with Li Feng's obstinacy, Jiang Tian felt a sense of helplessness. Remember to gather in the grove outside the base before 7. With that, Jiang Tian turned and exited the infirmary. As he watched Jiang Tian depart, Li Feng began to sense his body, now imbued with newfound ferocity. He slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to every part of his being. At the moment of awakening, he realized that his body had undergone subtle changes, whether in vision, hearing, or physical recovery. His capabilities had significantly improved compared to before. During his conversation with Jiang Tian, Li Feng felt his body gradually regaining strength, his vitality slowly returning. He was confident that he would be in optimal condition by 7 o'clock. After Li Feng closed his eyes, the others, including Lin Yimeng, assumed he was simply exhausted and had fallen asleep, prompting them to quietly exit the room. Li Feng also discovered a matter that delighted him. He seemed to have gained a measure of control over the power within his body. Though merely a fraction, it was still formidable, instilling him with the conviction that he must participate in the impending battle. After a brief period of contemplation, feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Feng succumbed to slumber, recognizing that sleep was the quickest remedy for his recovery. When he awoke again, it was already a few minutes past 6. Glancing at the large clock on the wall, he sprang from his bed, donned his jacket, and rushed outside. As he burst through the door, he spotted Lin Yimeng approaching with some food. Li Feng dashed to Lin Yimeng's side. "Yimeng, I am going to join the battle. You and Jiang Tian should remain at the base. If anything goes awry, follow Wu Lei and Nangong Wu. They will protect you." Without waiting for Lin Yimeng to respond, he sprinted past her. By the time Lin Yimeng processed his words, Li Feng had already turned the corner. "Be careful, and make sure to return. I will be waiting for you," she murmured softly to herself before heading back to Li Feng's hospital room. Li Feng ran at full speed, finally reaching the grove outside the base at 6:40. There, he found Jiang Tian and other officers preparing for action. The tanks and artillery had already assembled. Upon his arrival, Jiang Tian noticed him immediately. "Li Feng, why are you so late? The team is about to depart." Faced with Jiang Tian's inquiry, Li Feng could not confess that he had overslept, so he offered a vague excuse. "I was delayed by a little something. By the way, there is something I forgot to mention when you came to see me earlier. Their base might have evolvers." "Evolvers?" Jiang Tian queried, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Yes, indeed. The individual I have slain uttered these words. He is indeed one of the evolvers, seemingly of the speed type. In simpler terms, his velocity is unparalleled by that of an ordinary person. I suspect that their base harbors more than just him. Thus, I deemed it necessary to inform you. Just in case. Li Feng, the intelligence you have provided is of paramount importance. I shall promptly report to the commander." Having spoken, Jiang Tian ascended into a military vehicle, only to descend moments later. Upon his exit, Li Feng approached, inquiring of the commander, "Are we to proceed with the assault?" Jiang Tian glanced at Li Feng and replied, "I appreciate the information you've relayed. The commander has dispatched agents within the Xiongfeng base to gather pertinent intelligence and ascertain the number of personnel. We shall receive a response in 5 minutes." As time inexorably passed, the 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. At that moment, a soldier disembarked from the military vehicle and reported to the colonel, "The commander requests your presence for a direct dialogue." "Very well, I shall be there immediately," Jiang Tian responded, turning to depart. As he did, Li Feng understood that he would glean no further intelligence. Such insights were likely known solely to the commander of the Xiongfeng base. As anticipated, Jiang Tian returned in under a minute, his expression one of dismay. "It appeared my conjecture was correct. The commander had failed to acquire any relevant information, had he not?" Jiang Tian nodded. "How did you deduce that the commander would yield no insights?" "Pray tell." "The rationale is straightforward. Such information is undoubtedly classified. The commander of the Xiongfeng base is no fool to reveal his ultimate trump card while awaiting your readiness." Jiang Tian glanced at his watch, dismissing concerns of evolvers or hidden strategies. "Regardless, we must fulfill this mission, and victory is the only acceptable outcome." Jiang Tian stepped forth to address the troops. "Prepare for action." As he spoke, the formidable regiment of 5,000 commenced their advance. The sheer number of troops would surely attract the attention of nearby zombies. Thus, specialized personnel were stationed around the periphery to eliminate any approaching threats. The distance between Murongling Base and Xiongfeng Base was nearly 10 kilometers. The journey would likely alert them to our impending assault. Therefore, the vanguard hastened their pace. For seasoned soldiers, a 10-kilometer weighted run was a mere trifle. In just under an hour, Li Feng, Jiang Tian, and their company reached a small hillock outside the Xiongfeng Base, concealing themselves beneath its crest. Awaiting the command to spring forth and annihilate any opposition, Jiang Tian retrieved binoculars, surveying the soldiers traversing the walls of the base. As expected, the Xiongfeng Base had already discerned our intentions to strike. Orderly. Yes, a soldier responded quietly. Convey to all units to rest and regroup for 5 minutes. Afterward, we shall launch our assault. Armed helicopters will coordinate with us. Jiang Tian calmly issued his commands, to which the troops affirmed, understood. After saluting, the soldier turned and sprinted toward the small hillock, while Tian continued to observe the visible firepower points on the city wall through his binoculars after issuing commands. A potential war of annexation, perhaps the first since the apocalypse, was on the verge of eruption. How many lives would be claimed in this battle? Only heaven knows. Chapter 26, A Fierce Battle, Part 1, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 missiles soared over Li Feng and his comrades in an instant, followed by a deafening series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles struck 3 heavy firepower points on the city wall with pinpoint accuracy. The soldiers on the walls of Xiongfeng Base were thrown into chaos, running and screaming in terror. However, being trained soldiers, they quickly regained their composure, reorganizing their defensive positions and beginning to search for the attackers' whereabouts. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of artillery fire erupted behind Li Feng, causing further disarray on the wall as the recently established defensive points were obliterated in an instant. The tank units advanced in front, infantry followed closely behind, with artillery providing support from the rear. The battle needed to be concluded swiftly, otherwise, the horde of zombies within several dozen kilometers would converge upon their location, creating an overwhelming crisis. Tian shouted commands with urgency. The scene atop the walls of Xiongfeng Base was engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, in the base's conference room, a loud crash echoed as Commander Zhou Qiang slammed the battle report onto the table. He was taken aback by how quickly the situation had escalated. Was it meant to end him? Fine. He would ensure that the enemy would not have it easy either. Su Yuan, take the special forces of Evolvers and stand guard within the city. If they breach the gates, eliminate them, 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Anyone who dares to enter must be killed. With that, he pounded his fist onto the table, creating a fist-sized hole. Yes, Commander. Su Yuan responded before making his exit. Disperse. Disperse. What are you all doing sitting here? Waiting to die? Go and counterattack. Zhou Qiang bellowed at the officers present. They were all acutely aware of Zhou Qiang's status as an evolver, which was why they endured his wrath and constantly monitored his expression for guidance. At his fierce command, everyone trembled and rushed outside, fearing that even a moment's delay might result in them facing Zhou Qiang's wrath as he had done to the table. Outside, Tian's forces had advanced significantly toward the city wall, now nearing the gates. Victory was within reach, and once they breached the gates of Xiongfeng Base, they could feast on meat for half a month. Brothers, once we take Xiongfeng Base, we can eat meat for a fortnight. Charge! As the heavens roared behind the advancing infantry, the soldiers surged forward with fervor upon hearing that there was flesh enough to sustain them for half a month. This exhilaration spurred their momentum significantly. Bullets whizzed past Li Feng's ears, and one misstep could lead to a fatal blow. Just moments ago, a bullet struck the head of a soldier beside him, causing a visceral spray of crimson and ivory, some of which splattered onto Li Feng's face. Although he had grown accustomed to such gruesome sights, having previously slain zombies and shattered their skulls, witnessing a man, mere seconds prior, shouting ferociously, collapse before him evoked a profound sense of despondency. Regardless of the fallen soldier's fate, Li Feng pressed on, propelled by the knowledge that his presence was essential in the fray. Above, an armed helicopter hovered, its Gatling gun unleashing a torrent of fire upon the soldiers of Xiongfeng Base, both atop the walls and within the inner sanctum. The battleground was drenched in blood, which trickled down the walls, forming a small stream that flowed into the lowlands. This was a fierce confrontation, with substantial casualties on both sides. Neither could afford to yield. As he witnessed his comrades falling one after another, Jiang Tian was overwhelmed with sorrow, yet he could not halt their advance. He lacked the authority to do so. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, and Murong Ling's command to seize Xiongfeng base left no room for pause. It was an unending battle that must persist until victory was secured. Years of rigorous training and ideological indoctrination had instilled in the soldiers irresolute commitment to their orders. Obedience was their current mission. The commander's words reigned supreme, transcending all else. Even if faced with cliffs or fiery pits, the command to advance must be heeded without hesitation. For a soldier, desertion is a stain of dishonor that cannot be erased. At this moment, every soldier was united by a singular conviction: to capture Xiongfeng base and secure triumph in this conflict. Nothing held greater significance. Not even death could extinguish this belief. The battle was harrowing. Not every shell would find its mark, and some would inevitably strike civilian dwellings within the city, raising clouds of dust and echoing with the cries of both children and adults. Some individuals are desperately fighting over the corpses of the deceased. It goes without saying that they are driven by extreme hunger, contemplating the consumption of human flesh. In the apocalyptic world, one must resolutely avoid cannibalism, even if starvation looms. Consuming human flesh should never be an option. The moment you indulge in it, regret will inevitably follow, and by then, it will be too late. As anticipated, those who seized the corpse dragged it back to their shelter. After a rudimentary preparation, they cast it into a cauldron, boiling it. The surface of the water was soon covered with white froth, and the broth gradually turned pale, embodying the hue of death. Half an hour later, the flesh was finally cooked. One man, exhilarated, used a metal ladle to scoop the human meat from the pot, oblivious to the heat, and took large bites of the pallid flesh. Suddenly, 5 individuals leaped from the side, reaching for the meat in the pot. Seeing his meal being snatched away, the man shouted in protest. Initially, the 4 had no intention of engaging with him, but his outburst ignited their ire. One of them seized the knife used for cutting and swung it at the man's head. Caught off guard, he could not evade the attack, and was cleaved in half, blood spilling everywhere. The 4 did not recoil in disgust. Instead, they approached the dismembered man, stripping him of his clothing and beginning to dissect him, discarding the entrails to the side. Laughter erupted from the dead. Ha ha ha. We can feast on flesh for another 2 days. With that, the 4 resumed their meal. Merely a month into the apocalypse, the moral and ethical framework of humanity had crumbled to such a degree. Does humanity still have a future? Meanwhile, the events unfolding within remained unknown to the outside world. Where Li Feng and his comrades were nearing the base, just 200 meters away. Yet, within that short distance, their forces had suffered at least 500 casualties due to an enigmatic group obstructing their advance. Among these individuals were those with astonishing speed, moving in ways that ordinary eyes could scarcely perceive. One moment, they could be 100 meters ahead, and the next, they would appear right before you. A dagger poised to slice your throat. Some possessed immense strength, able to rend a person in two with ease. Witnessing the fallen comrades scattered on the ground, Li Feng felt a profound anguish and was prepared to charge forward himself, only to be halted by Li Feng's firm hand. You all handle the surrounding humans. Leave this to me, he growled, casting a fierce glare at an individual not far ahead. Chapter 27. The Brutal Battle, Part 2. Li Feng glared menacingly at the person before him. You're still alive. Truly tenacious. I spared you once. But do you think you can escape today? The man met Li Feng's glare with equal ferocity, a disdainful smile spreading across his face. Do you think I'm afraid of you now, Su Yuan? Don't assume you're the only one with special abilities. Look around. There are 30 evolved beings here. None of you will escape today. With that, Su Yuan began to retreat. Su Yuan, don't run. I will kill you today. Li Feng dashed forward. But after just a few steps, he was obstructed by a towering brute. The man, with a fierce glimmer in his eyes, unleashed a punch the moment Li Feng approached. The force of the wind from the punch reached Li Feng before the fist itself did. As he ran, he suddenly felt an overwhelming gust of energy strike him, followed closely by a massive fist. Completely unaware of the impending blow, Li Feng was unable to evade it and was struck squarely in the abdomen. A gasp escaped his lips as bright red blood surged forth, and he was sent sprawling over 20 meters, collapsing to the ground, motionless, while blood continued to pour from his mouth. In a daze, Li Feng gazed at the brute, who wore a mocking smile. Dismissing him entirely and showing no desire to engage further, Zhang Tian, witnessing Li Feng being launched by the powerful punch, rushed to his side. Knowing that an ordinary person would not survive such a hit. Li Feng, are you all right? Don't die on me, Zhang Tian shouted. Quickly positioning Li Feng to lie down and wiping the blood from his lips. He pressed his ear against Li Feng's chest, relieved to hear the steady thump of his heartbeat. Medic, come quickly and take Li Feng to rest. He called out to the soldiers behind him. Before long, 3 soldiers arrived with a stretcher. Just as they were about to lift Li Feng, he forcefully pushed their hands away. I'm fine, really. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting out more blood. Zhang Tian, seeing Li Feng's feeble state, yet stubborn demeanor, shouted in frustration, do you want to die? Fine. I won't care if you do. If you die, I want to look after your brothers, especially your girlfriend. I'll toss her out of the base to fend for herself. You dare. Li Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke with anger. Observing Zhang Tian's flushed face, fueled by his own obstinacy, Li Feng felt a surge of helplessness. He grasped Zhang Tian's hand and insisted, Brother Zhang, I truly am fine. My body is recovering. Just give me 10 minutes, and I will be back on my feet, full of energy. Really? Zhang Tian asked incredulously. Li Feng nodded, absolutely. Would I lie to you? However, fate took an unexpected turn. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Li Feng, the Xiongfeng base was rallying its forces once again. Soldiers began to reappear on the walls, but their clumsy movements indicated that they were fresh recruits. With weapons aimed downward, Zhang Tian shouted in alarm, quickly pulling the still-lying Li Feng behind a tank. No sooner had they taken cover than a cacophony of gunfire erupted, and several soldiers, caught off guard, fell as if turned to Swiss cheese. What the hell? With a powerful punch, Tian struck the metal shell of the tank, a trickle of crimson seeping from his knuckles. In this post-apocalyptic world, every soldier who had survived the old era was a precious gem, invaluable in their worth. Tian understood why. After suffering significant losses in the first wave of attacks, the Xiongfeng base would deploy these new recruits. They were mere cannon fodder, destined to be sacrificed. When the new soldiers and Tian's seasoned veterans clashed to mutual destruction, it would be the old soldiers' turn to emerge from the fray. At that point, Tian and his comrades might face losses far greater than what they currently endured. Retreat! Retreat! Tian bellowed to the soldiers beside him. As he carried Li Feng and sprinted in front of the tank, bullets ricocheting off the vehicle's metal exterior. After retreating nearly 500 meters, the gunfire from the city walls was a cacophony of chaos. Tian abruptly set Li Feng down. Li Feng, are you ready? Almost. But I cannot exert my full strength just yet, Li Feng replied weakly. Damn it. The people at Xiongfeng base are inhumane, using these new recruits as fodder. Tian cursed in outrage. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, reporting, Colonel, our losses are catastrophic. Of the 5,000 soldiers we brought, only 4,000 remain. And among them, around 500 are injured. What? Such severe losses. We cannot delay any longer. We must capture the Xiongfeng base this time. Everyone, take 10 minutes to rest. After 10 minutes, we will launch a full-scale assault. If we do not take the Xiongfeng base today, how can we return to face our superiors? Do we wish to be seen as failures? Tian shouted fervently to his comrades. 5 minutes later, Li Feng rose, stretching his limbs. Wow, I truly admire my own recovery ability. I've bounced back so quickly, gazing at the battlefield before him. With flames still flickering and thick smoke billowing into the sky, it all spoke volumes of the battle's ferocity. The lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, predominantly the enemies, still evoked a sense of sorrow in Li Feng. In the world before the apocalypse, these individuals were comrades, brothers in arms. Now, they had become adversaries. How tragic. At that moment, atop the walls of the Xiongfeng base, the newly summoned recruits stared at the mangled corpses outside, some trembling in fear, others weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, an officer approached, kicking one of the weeping individuals, sending him sprawling a meter away, clutching his abdomen and screaming in pain. The officer showed no mercy, advancing to deliver kick after kick. Cursing vehemently, the victim, drained of strength, could no longer scream, blood frothing from his mouth. Eventually, after 3 minutes of relentless assault, the man lay still. The officer exhibited no trace of compassion, only disdain, as he commanded, remove the body. The officer simply uttered 3 words, thus extinguishing a life. The unfortunate individual, even in death, received no due reverence. Once cast down from the city wall, he was dismembered by a horde of ragged individuals. The aftermath is all too predictable. Are those who survive in the apocalypse truly human? No. Those who endure the apocalypse embody the essence of humanity. Chapter 28. A decisive strike. Swish. Swish. The shells once again rained down like a torrential storm, blossoming into vibrant flowers of death upon the walls and beneath the stronghold of Xiongfeng Base. Tian watched the distant explosion illuminate the sky and leapt atop a military vehicle. Brothers, comrades, this is our final offensive. If we fail to seize Xiongfeng Base this time, we shall be utterly defeated. Do you wish to be known as failures? Absolutely not. A chorus of thousands resounded. A sight reminiscent of the 10 years before the apocalypse, yet it unfolded before Li Feng's eyes, an unstoppable tide of fervor. A fervent spirit ignited within each soldier, enabling them to forget life and death, to disregard all distractions that might hinder their combat. Observing his troops steadfastly refusing to retreat, Tian nodded in satisfaction. Good. Let us summon our courage and fighting spirit to secure this battle we cannot afford to lose. Forward. Inspired by Tian's rallying cry, the soldiers' morale surged once more, charging toward Xiongfeng Base for their final assault. The formation remained unchanged, tanks at the forefront, infantry behind, and artillery providing support from the rear. As they approached the base, the artillery ceased fire to avoid harming their own as they drew too close. On the walls of Xiongfeng Base, the new recruits, lacking in combat strength, cowered in fear, some hiding behind the walls or trembling on the ground. While they evaded the bullets from Tian's troops below, they could not escape the fire from the officers supervising above. Get up, you worthless trash, an officer shouted, delivering a brutal kick to one of the cowering recruits. The young soldier crumpled, motionless. When he failed to rise, the officer, in a fit of rage, drew his sidearm and, with a gunshot, sent a vibrant life to the heavens. Witnessing the execution of their comrade, the remaining recruits reluctantly joined the fray, but such coerced combat yielded little strength, rendering them mere machines expending ammunition. Tian and his forces pressed forward like a tidal wave, advancing to the base of the walls, where few defenders remained. Explosive team, blast the gate. Following Tian's command, several soldiers armed with specialized explosives approached the gate, meticulously assessing the optimal detonation point. Within a mere 5 minutes, they had set the charges. Once all personnel retreated to a safe distance, a single explosion marked the end of a life. As the smoke cleared, the once mighty gate, now a shattered remnant, lay before the soldiers. Men, into the city. The heavens roared fiercely at the warriors behind. Due to the dense housing within the city, it was unsuitable for tanks to advance. Thus, they remained outside the city. Thousands of infantrymen surged orderly towards the gates, yet as the soldiers approached, they were inexplicably struck down, throats slashed, lives extinguished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, 4 to 5 dozen fell. As the remaining soldiers halted, they discerned the assailants, an initial wave of evolved beings who had repelled them. One among them stepped forward. It was Su Yuan. Step closer, and you shall die. Su Yuan bellowed, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Observing the trepidation in Jiang Tian and his comrades, who dared not advance further, Su Yuan bestowed a disdainful smile upon Li Feng and the others. At that moment, Li Feng stepped forward, commanding Jiang Tian and the others to remain behind, declaring, "You are no match for them. They are mine." With that, he approached Su Yuan. In response, a youthful challenger, barely in his 20s, could not restrain himself from stepping out of their ranks. Pointing at Li Feng, he seethed, "You seek death? Very well, let me grant your wish." In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Li Feng. "Li Feng, watch out," Jiang Tian shouted, sensing the imminent danger. However, the assailant moved with astonishing speed. His dagger aimed at Li Feng's throat. Jiang Tian's heart sank, believing Li Feng's fate was sealed. Yet, just as the dagger was a mere centimeter from its target, Li Feng pivoted, grasping the assailant's right arm and yanking him forward, releasing him with a decisive motion. The young man crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Li Feng dusted off his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "Another speed type, evolved being? Do you not realize I recently dispatched one? Truly, seeking death." Angered and flustered, the assailant could hardly believe that his previously infallible killing technique had failed him today. Quickly regaining his footing, he vanished once more. This time not to appear behind Li Feng, but to confront him directly. "You seek death," Li Feng taunted. In less than a second, the assailant reappeared before Li Feng. his dagger sweeping menacingly towards Li Feng's throat. With a graceful backward arch, Li Feng evaded the lethal strike and retaliated with a powerful punch to the assailant's chest. The young man felt a sudden sweetness in his throat as blood erupted from his mouth, sending him hurtling more than 10 meters away, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, his eyes, filled with fury and disbelief, bore into Li Feng. The youth could scarcely fathom that he had failed. This misstep could very well be his first and last. Such was the nature of a duel among masters, one lethal strike, with no opportunity for a second. Li Feng struck the young man squarely in the chest, instantly shattering his sternum. A sharp fragment of bone, propelled by the force of the blow, pierced his heart, causing internal bleeding. The young man's eyes widened in shock. He attempted to utter something, but could only cough helplessly, witnessing the dire plight of their companion. His friends rushed over to assist him, but by the time they examined him, he had already succumbed to death. Su Yuan glared at Li Feng with unbridled fury. It was a blatant affront to his dignity. "Li Feng, I will take your life," Su Yuan shouted, charging towards him with determined strides. As he passed an abandoned car, he hoisted it effortlessly and hurled it at Li Feng. Li Feng, noticing the vehicle hurtling towards him, deftly sidestepped to evade Su Yuan's attack. The car crashed into the ground, creating a crater at least 2 meters in diameter and a meter deep, akin to the impact of a cannonball. Turning back to glance at the site of the collision, a chill ran down Li Feng's spine. Had that struck him, he would have been reduced to nothing. Just as Li Feng pondered this, Su Yuan appeared before him, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his waist. "Damn it!" Li Feng cursed silently, retreating just in time to evade yet another of Su Yuan's strikes. Frustration began to mount within Su Yuan. Having failed to land a blow twice only served to heighten his agitation. In a fight, such impatience can be fatal, and it was precisely the opportunity Li Feng had been awaiting. Chapter 29. The domain reemerges, having gauged Su Yuan's capabilities through his previous attempts. Li Feng had discerned the pattern of his strikes. Su Yuan's mounting anger, fueled by his inability to land a hit, further clouded his judgment. A clear mind is essential in battle, as carelessness can expose one to critical vulnerabilities. Li Feng had lost interest in prolonging the conflict. He took the initiative, kicking off the ground with a cloud of dust and launching a punch aimed at Su Yuan's head. Although Su Yuan had significantly enhanced his strength, he lacked speed, remaining comparable to an ordinary person. "Not good," Su Yuan exclaimed, narrowly shifting his head to the right to evade Li Feng's lethal blow. However, the force of Li Feng's punch grazed his face, leaving a crimson gash. A searing pain emanated from the wound, as blood began to trickle down Su Yuan's visage. Touching the bleeding cut, he glared at Li Feng with fury. "Li Feng, I will kill you." Ignoring the pain coursing through his face, Su Yuan charged at Li Feng, leaping into the air from a distance of 5 meters. Soaring several meters high, he descended with momentum, propelling himself towards Li Feng with astonishing speed. Compressing the air around him, Li Feng did not intend to evade Su Yuan's assault. Instead, he stood resolutely, observing the advancing Su Yuan. Believing that his imposing presence had rendered Li Feng speechless, Su Yuan smirked mockingly as he approached. However, when Su Yuan was merely a meter away, Li Feng reciprocated with a sardonic smile, his gaze fixed on Su Yuan as if regarding a lifeless entity. Realizing the ominous implications of Li Feng's expression, Su Yuan attempted to retract his hand, which was now less than a meter from Li Feng. But the momentum and speed of his charge rendered him unable to retreat in time. As Su Yuan closed the distance to half a meter, Li Feng deftly sidestepped the incoming strike with his left hand, positioning himself to unleash a devastating blow with his right fist. The strike resonated with a sound akin to an explosion, as he struck Su Yuan in the abdomen with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the city wall, creating a substantial breach. Coughing violently, Su Yuan lay on the ground, expelling blood laced with his internal organs. Why am I always overshadowed? Why is there no opportunity for me to rise?" He lamented, tears streaming from his eyes as he gazed at Li Feng from a distance. Li Feng approached Su Yuan step by step. The other evolved beings, witnessing how effortlessly Li Feng had rendered Su Yuan powerless, dared not impede his advance. When Li Feng reached Su Yuan's side, he crouched down, regarding the barely conscious figure with pity. "Do you wish to know why?" he inquired. "Allow me to enlighten you. It is because you are a weakling. In this apocalypse, the weak are not but playthings for the strong. I could have spared your life, but your betrayal has caused significant harm to Yimeng. I vowed to avenge any harm done to him, and thus you must perish." With that, Li Feng turned away, indifferent to Su Yuan's fate. Yet, after only a few steps, Li Feng sensed a gust of wind from behind his head. Instinctively, he dodged, regaining his balance to find a young woman in her 20s, brandishing a dagger, glaring fiercely at him from the spot he had just vacated. A laugh escaped Li Feng's lips as he surveyed the young woman. "Has the Bear Peak base run out of men that they send women to confront me? But it is futile. Those who stand in my way shall perish." His countenance, once adorned with a smile, now radiated a lethal intent. He charged towards the young woman, aiming a kick at her abdomen. To his astonishment, his foot passed directly through her body, causing her no harm whatsoever as she remained standing unharmed. Li Feng swiftly withdrew his foot and pivoted, fixing his gaze on her, an hypothesis forming in his mind regarding the peculiar phenomenon. "This apocalypse is truly a marvel of creation," he remarked, watching her with caution. "You must possess the ability to phase your body between the ethereal and the corporeal. Am I correct?" Upon observing the man before her, the girl instantly discerned his extraordinary abilities. She expressed her astonishment, her wariness of Li Feng intensifying. Gazing at him, she coolly declared, "Indeed, no one has defeated me thus far. So prepare to meet your demise." Once more, she charged at Li Feng. Each time he struck her, his blows seemed to dissipate into nothingness, while her attacks landed with palpable force. It was the first time Li Feng found himself so overwhelmed, and it undeniably affected his emotions. Though he understood that distractions could prove fatal in battle, he could hardly endure being bested by a woman. Distraction often leads to dire consequences. As Li Feng's mind wandered, the girl lunged at his heart with a dagger, the blade grazing the fabric of his coat. Was he to perish here? No, he could not allow it. What of his dreams if he were to die? No. Suddenly, with a primal scream, Li Feng unleashed a torrent of black energy that surged into the sky, only to swirl back around him in a chaotic dance. As he yelled, the ground beneath him was littered with white skulls, and the girl found herself immobilized. The dagger had barely penetrated his skin by a millimeter. But now Li Feng was enveloped in swirling dark energy, his eyes and lips transformed into shades of dark crimson. With a mocking smile directed at the paralyzed girl, Li Feng taunted, "Did you not intend to kill me? Then do it." His voice dripped with lethal intent, sending chills down the spines of those who heard it. Outside the realm of the god-slaying domain, the soldiers, including Tian, witnessed a vast crimson mist enveloping a substantial area around Li Feng, emanating an aura of murder that made even the fearless Tian feel uneasy. Within the blood mist, Li Feng continued to jest at the girl, who could only gaze back at him in terror, her eyes following his every move. Snap! Li Feng snapped his fingers, and the girl was suddenly able to move. Gasping for breath, "How is this possible?" she stammered, pointing incredulously at him. "Still want to fight? In my domain, you cannot defeat me. Of course, even without it, you still stand no chance," Li Feng replied with a calm demeanor. "Then there is no point in continuing. I concede." The girl pouted, with a sigh of relief. Li Feng retracted the god-slaying domain and regarded the girl before him. "What is your name?" he inquired with curiosity. "I am Nangong Si," she replied with poise. "And what is your relation to Nangong Wu?" Li Feng asked. "He is my brother." "Demon, do you know his whereabouts?" The mention of Nangong Wu ignited a spark of excitement within her. Hearing the term demon, Li Feng nearly bit his tongue in surprise. "I do, but first, you must assist me in seizing this base," he replied. As Li Feng approached Jiang Tian, he playfully remarked, "Hey, Colonel Jiang, I have returned. And you can no longer drive us away, haha?" Noticing the prideful expression on Li Feng's face, Jiang Tian suddenly realized that there was another individual beside him. Who might this be? Jiang Tian inquired with curiosity. Recalling Jiang Tian's question, Li Feng exclaimed, "Oh, this is my brother Nangong Wu's sister, Nangong Si. You need not worry. Brother Jiang, she will not cause any trouble." Understanding the need to clarify Nangong Si's identity, Li Feng sensed Jiang Tian's vigilance and knew that without proper introduction, Jiang Tian might take drastic measures against her. While he was not particularly concerned for Nangong Si's safety, he was more apprehensive about the safety of Jiang Tian and his soldiers. Given Nangong Si's current prowess, she could easily contend with thousands here, making it imperative to avoid any misunderstandings, especially since revealing her connection as Nangong Wu's sister would ensure Jiang Tian would not act rashly. "Oh, so she is the sister of brother Li Feng. Now I can rest easy. Brotherly, have the evolvers ahead been dealt with?" Jiang Tian asked, a look of realization dawning upon him. Almost done. The infantry can now enter the city. After the display of strength I just exhibited, I doubt any evolvers would dare to emerge and create chaos. Li Feng said as he glanced back at the crumbling Bear Peak base. At that moment, the Bear Peak base lay in ruins, with thick plumes of smoke rising from various corners, a testament to the ferocity and brutality of the battle. The casualties on both sides numbered in the thousands, with countless ammunition expended. Upon hearing Li Feng's affirmative response, Jiang Tian bellowed to the soldiers behind him, enter the city. The massive contingent of several thousand marched forward with synchronized steps toward Bear Peak base. Merely 100 meters from the base, the ground was strewn with bodies, grotesquely mangled and lifeless, lying in disarray in the desolate wilderness, their souls wandering without rest. Jiang Tian, unable to overlook the former comrades who had now become adversaries, decided to leave a portion of his men to conduct a fire cremation for the corpses, ensuring that their ashes would be buried, thus granting them a semblance of peace. As they entered through the city gates, an eerie silence enveloped the area, sending chills down their spines. Both Li Feng and Jiang Tian halted, surveying the dilapidated buildings and scattered tents, all shrouded in an unsettling stillness. Li Feng, isn't it a bit too quiet? Jiang Tian asked, glancing at the alert Li Feng. Be cautious, Li Feng suddenly shouted, pushing Jiang Tian aside with all his strength while executing a powerful kick that sent an assailant flying several meters away. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed from behind, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Li Feng realized that the city gate had been blocked by a massive boulder, with blood oozing from its edges, clearly indicating that the soldiers behind them had been caught unawares and crushed to a pulp. On the city wall, a figure gazed down at Li Feng, his eyes ablaze with unrestrained fury. Observing the enormous stone that had sealed the gate and the man atop the wall, Li Feng concluded that this individual was not to be underestimated. As Li Feng turned his head, he beheld a man clad in military attire and, recognizing him, inquired, General Jiang, do you know that individual? Jiang Tian, still recovering from the earlier shock, was momentarily at a loss for words. What are you saying? Li Feng, exasperated, reiterated his question. Do you recognize that person? Oh, yes I do. He is Zhou Qiang, the commander of Xiongfeng base. I never anticipated he possessed such formidable strength. Jiang Tian exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Li Feng suddenly recalled the person who had ambushed Jiang Tian, and he turned to look at the spot where he had kicked the assailant, only to find it entirely vacant. When he looked back toward Zhou Qiang's location, he discovered that Zhou had also vanished. Where could he be? Li Feng pondered. A sense of foreboding gripped Li Feng, as if several pairs of eyes were scrutinizing him from a hidden vantage point, an unsettling sensation that made him profoundly uneasy. He approached Jiang Tian and, with a serious expression, warned, Brother Jiang, inform the others to remain vigilant. We may have fallen into Zhou Qiang's trap. I share your sentiment. I too sense that someone is watching us, though I cannot discern from where. Jiang Tian replied before retreating to alert the other soldiers. While Jiang Tian shared this feeling with Li Feng, it was not universally felt among the others. This sensation was not innate. It required arduous cultivation. Li Feng's unique abilities allowed him to perceive it, while Jiang Tian's awareness stemmed purely from his acquired instincts, perhaps akin to the fabled sixth sense. Turning to the side, Li Feng advised Nangongxi, be cautious. Having betrayed them, they will not let you off easily. Try to stay behind me. As he reached out his right hand to guide her to safety, Nangongxi abruptly pushed his hand away. I do not require your protection. I am capable of defending myself. You underestimate me, she retorted, her tone slightly miffed. Observing her indignant demeanor, Li Feng shook his head in resignation. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your brother, Nangongwu? Enough of this. With that, he firmly pulled Nangongxi behind him. Just as he secured her, she delivered a light punch to his back. What is wrong with you, girl? Why are you so stubborn? He exclaimed, ignoring her reaction as he continued to sense the surrounding movements. Amidst this tension, Jiang Tian observed Li Feng's playful banter despite the dire situation and felt at a loss for words. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted, an ever-present weight on them. Li Feng and Jiang Tian, along with the others, found themselves unable to advance deeper into the base, effectively trapped at the entrance. Li Feng, remaining here in this standoff is not a viable solution. Do you possess any strategies to extricate us from this predicament? Jiang Tian turned to the side and inquired of Li Feng, realizing that he had no choice but to rely on him at this moment. Among them, Li Feng was the strongest, the only one capable of confronting the foes or evolved beings within. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, strength equated to supremacy and authority, which compelled Jiang Tian to humbly seek guidance from an ordinary individual, despite his own rank as a colonel. Nonetheless, he felt no embarrassment in doing so, for this very ordinary person had just saved his life. To Li Feng, Jiang Tian felt nothing but gratitude and admiration. In response to Jiang Tian's consultation, Li Feng saw no issue. Of course, there is a solution, he declared. I shall enter alone and deal with them all. You can handle the aftermath. Your safety will be ensured by Nangongxi. With that, he pulled Nangongxi forward. My dear, their safety is entrusted to you. Do not let me down, nor disappoint your brother. Rest assured, I can handle you, and the others shall be no challenge at all. Nangongxi replied with a proud expression, hoping it would indeed be so. With that, Li Feng made his way deeper into the base. Chapter 31. The trap. As Li Feng gradually ventured into the depths of the base, the sensation of being watched intensified with each step. Observing the makeshift wooden structures lining either side, he muttered to himself, strange, where are the people inside? Suddenly, while he was inspecting the buildings, a little girl dashed swiftly past him from around a corner. Hey, wait! Li Feng shouted after her, but the girl ignored his call and disappeared around the corner. Realizing that the only person he had spotted was about to vanish from his sight, he hurriedly pursued her. Yet, upon rounding the corner, she had already vanished without a trace. Li Feng soon discovered that the environment had transformed drastically. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Scattered across the ground were corpses and dismembered limbs, with bloodied heads hanging grotesquely. Some pots even contained boiling body parts, and the ground was soaked in crimson. Li Feng surveyed the horrifying surroundings, grappling with the question that plagued his mind. What had transpired here, and how could it be so gruesome? Just as he pondered this, the girl re-emerged from one of the tents, sprinting away towards the distance. Wait! Li Feng shouted at the girl, yet she paid no heed to his calls, continuing to run forward. Suddenly, she halted and turned to face him, her gaze vacant. In her eyes, Li Feng discerned no trace of human emotion. This time, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. He sprinted towards her, but as he drew nearer, an inexplicable sense of foreboding intensified. When he was merely 5 meters away, he slowed his pace, cautiously approaching her. At a distance of just 3 meters, the sense of crisis reached its zenith, compelling Li Feng to instinctively come to a halt, an unconscious reaction driven purely by instinct. Nevertheless, he refused to relinquish such a rare chance and pressed on. Finally, he reached the girl and asked, "What is your name? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" He squatted down, posing a flurry of questions. Yet, the girl continued to stare vacantly at him, devoid of any discernible emotion. Just then, Li Feng noticed a tear trickling from the corner of her eye. In that fleeting moment, she finally spoke. "Hello, big brother. My name is Hua. I want to kill you." A sinister smile, not befitting her tender age, crept across her face. At that instant, Li Feng felt a sharp pain in his chest. He slowly glanced down to find blood spilling from his mouth. "You are not her," he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping continuously from his lips. The girl maintained her malevolent grin, laughing softly. "Indeed, I am not the child you think. The real me is at the center of this base, far away from you. Hee. I've completed my task, and Master Zhou Qiang will surely reward me. Hee. Well, this vessel is of no use to me now. I shall discard it." It was unsettling to hear such wicked words spill from the girl's lips. After uttering those words, her expression transformed back to one befitting her age. Phew. Finally back to normal. Li Feng sighed in relief, regarding the girl before him. He gestured, "Child, come here, help uncle sit up." The girl discarded the bloody dagger and rushed over to assist him in sitting upright. "Ah, how fortunate I am to be resilient. A stroke of luck has spared my life." Li Feng chuckled wryly. Thank goodness it was a little girl who attacked me. Had she exerted a bit more force, I might have truly met my end. If the dagger had penetrated just half a centimeter deeper, even divine intervention could not have saved me. He touched the wound on his chest, observing its remarkable recovery. To his astonishment, he marveled at his own formidable healing abilities. Slowly he stood up, leading the girl towards a corner, where he sat down once more. Smiling at her, he asked gently, "What is your name?" The girl appeared somewhat frightened. Opening her mouth to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. Observing her reluctance, Li Feng gently reassured her, urging her not to be afraid, for he was not a bad person. He was there to assist her and confront those who had bullied her. He maintained a warm smile, projecting an aura of non-hostility, perhaps encouraged by his words of support. The girl finally spoke. I am called Huahua. Ah, so your name is indeed Huahua. A lovely name. Where are your parents? What has become of them? Li Feng continued in his soothing tone, smiling as he inquired. Suddenly, Huahua choked back tears, her big, innocent eyes brimming with sorrow. My parents were killed by bad people. Woo-woo. They ate my father, and my mother was also consumed. Woo-woo. As she spoke, her sobs intensified, and her small body trembled uncontrollably. Witnessing Huahua's distress, Li Feng understood she was deeply traumatized. He speculated that the reason those wicked individuals had spared her was that they intended to use her for their own nefarious purposes. Without hesitation, Li Feng gathered Huahua into his embrace, saying, There, do not cry. From now on, Uncle will protect you. Soon, we shall confront those who have tormented you, all right? Huahua, with her innocent heart, nodded in agreement. Observing his own wounds, which would require time to heal, Li Feng looked down at the tear-streaked face of Huahua. My dear Huahua, Uncle is feeling a bit weary and wishes to rest. Could you please keep an eye on our surroundings? If anyone approaches, just wake me, all right? Li Feng spoke gently, a smile gracing his face. Huahua nodded earnestly and settled beside Li Feng, gazing ahead. Li Feng chuckled softly before shutting his eyes. Although he feigned sleep, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Despite his remarkable recuperative abilities, this wound would necessitate some time to mend. At the moment Huahua had pierced him, Li Feng sensed the oppressive feeling of being watched dissipate. It seemed that those men had presumed him dead. If I leap out now, I shall surely startle them, he mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. Suddenly, Li Feng sprang up from the ground, startling Huahua, who was diligently observing their surroundings. Smacking his forehead, he exclaimed, How foolish of me. If I am dead, then they will surely target Huahua next. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped Huahua into his arms and dashed towards the city gates, muttering to himself, Please, no mishaps, no mishaps. Hold on, Tian. Chapter 32. The final confrontation at the city gates. Li Feng raced towards the city gates, the sounds of fierce gunfire echoing from a distance. What a situation! Li Feng let out a furious exclamation, quickening his pace. Within a minute, he spotted the city gate ahead, where Jiang Tian and his companions were engaged in a fierce confrontation with dozens of adversaries. Despite Jiang Tian's group being armed and vastly outnumbered, the current state of battle revealed that they held no advantage, while their foes steadily diminished their ranks. Witnessing his comrades fall victim to inexplicable throat-slitting by the enemy, Jiang Tian was engulfed in profound sorrow. Mere moments ago, they had fought valiantly for their cause, and now they were being mercilessly picked off one by one. Were it not for Nan Gongxi's slight suppression of the enemy, which had slowed their advance, Jiang Tian knew that his thousands of lives might have been lost long ago. Observing his comrades persevere despite the pressure, Jiang Tian was consumed by rage. He surveyed his surroundings and shouted, Brothers, even if we die here today, we shall not surrender. We will not betray our nation. For the people behind us, our families, wives, and children, let us fight. With that, he charged forward. Boom. Just a few steps into his advance, a figure was sent flying towards him, kicked by another. Had it not been for his years of military training and honed reflexes, Jiang Tian would have surely suffered a grievous fate. As he steadied himself, he recognized the kicker, a striking figure with long, lustrous black hair, none other than Li Feng. Li Feng, Jiang Tian exclaimed in surprise. For reasons unknown, the sight of Li Feng filled him with a sense of hope, a burgeoning dependency on his presence. Li Feng swiftly dispatched an evolver who had aimed to stab a nearby soldier, causing the other evolvers to halt in bewilderment at the sight of him. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Better watch your backs. Li Feng shouted at the surrounding evolvers with an air of reluctance. His outburst snapped them back to reality, and one evolver, appearing to be in his 40s, stepped forward, exclaiming, Li Feng, you're still alive. His astonishment quickly turned to anger as his gaze shifted to a female evolver beside him, who shrank back in fear, bending low and avoiding eye contact. You must be Zhou Qiang, right? With your meager tricks, you think you can kill me? You need several millennia of training for that. Li Feng replied with arrogance and a mocking tone. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Qiang had been a figure of dominance, and even after, he remained so. No one had ever dared to speak to him so brazenly. Enraged, Zhou Qiang lost his composure and charged at Li Feng, shouting, "Li Feng, I will make it my mission to kill you today." Zhou Qiang charged towards Li Feng like a tank. Just as Zhou Qiang was about to collide with him, Li Feng suddenly propelled himself off the ground with all his might, clutching Hua Hua and leaping aside, effortlessly evading Zhou Qiang's assault. Zhou Qiang, however, was unable to halt his momentum due to the excessive force he exerted, crashing headlong into a dilapidated two-story building. The impact sent debris flying, as Zhou Qiang smashed into the structure like a cannonball. Witnessing such terrifying power, even Li Feng felt a shiver of fear. Had he been struck with such force, he would likely have been reduced to mere fragments, nothing left but dust. Zhou Qiang's subordinates, observing their leader's formidable strength, regarded Li Feng with cold, mocking gazes, their expressions akin to those witnessing a corpse. Li Feng, however, paid no heed to the scornful stares surrounding him, for he regarded all other evolved beings, aside from Zhou Qiang, with utter disdain. To him, eliminating them was as effortless as crushing an ant, and he viewed them with the same indifference one would afford to the dead. At that moment, a series of loud thuds emanated from the ruins of the building Zhou Qiang had just demolished. A deafening roar erupted from the debris, filled with rage, bloodlust, and utter madness. Suddenly, a massive chunk of reinforced concrete soared towards Li Feng at an alarming speed. "What the hell? Has he lost his mind?" Li Feng exclaimed, bending backward just in time for the concrete to narrowly miss the button on his chest, hurtling towards the ranks of evolved beings behind him. The sound of screams echoed through the air as those unable to evade were instantly reduced to a gruesome pulp, while others suffered grievous injuries from the flying debris. Some had their heads exploded, others had limbs shattered, leaving the scene in utter disarray. As the concrete block flew away, Zhou Qiang charged in pursuit, delivering a lethal punch aimed at Li Feng's head. Should it connect, even Li Feng's extraordinary regenerative abilities would be rendered futile. Li Feng watched Zhou Qiang's fist approach with relentless determination, summoning every ounce of strength to cross his arms defensively above his head. The ground trembled with a thunderous crack as immense energy erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Li Feng knelt on one knee, arms crossed above his head, successfully blocking Zhou Qiang's strike. The tremendous backlash propelled Zhou Qiang backward, while Li Feng remained steadfast at the center of a massive crater formed by the impact, motionless. After a prolonged moment, Li Feng spat out a mouthful of dark blood. "This is madness. Absolute madness," he thought, as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet, stepping out of the crater. Just as he emerged, he stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over the scattered debris. As Li Feng regained his composure, a sudden roar startled him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He quickly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, where Zhou Qiang charged at him like a frenzied bull. Li Feng shook his head helplessly, recognizing the brute force and simplistic tactics of his opponent. Observing Zhou Qiang's advance, Li Feng assumed a hoarse stance, his right fist clenched and resting near his waist, gradually shifting backward as if gathering energy. Surrounding his fist were wisps of dark energy swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Chapter 33. The Final Confrontation at the City Gate. Part 2. Zhou Qiang moved with remarkable speed, yet Li Feng remained steadfast in his stance, poised and ready. As Zhou Qiang, now devoid of reason, bore a twisted smile, he let out a bellow and accelerated towards Li Feng. Upon impact, Li Feng unleashed the pent-up power of his right fist, while his left arm shielded Hua Hua behind him. A thunderous crash reverberated as both Zhou Qiang and Li Feng were propelled backward, landing over 100 meters away. However, Li Feng's left arm still protected Hua Hua. The apocalypse had compelled everyone to mature, even the young. In the spot where they had collided, a massive crater appeared, reminiscent of a missile strike. Both individuals, having been thrown back, sustained injuries, but it was evident that Zhou Qiang was the worse off. The tremendous force had inflicted internal damage, causing him to kneel on one knee, coughing violently as dark blood spewed from his mouth. His right arm, which he had used to collide with Li Feng, lay broken, the bone shattered beyond recognition, a true obliteration. Li Feng stood motionless, observing Zhou Qiang, his right hand trembling. Though he too had suffered injuries, they were not severe. Despite tasting blood in his mouth, he refrained from spitting it out, forcing himself to swallow. This minor injury was inconsequential to the resilient Li Feng. who knew that with a few minutes of rest, he would regain his former strength. At this moment, Zhou Qiang seemed to have regained some semblance of reason. Glaring at Li Feng with fury, though pain soon eclipsed his anger, Li Feng maintained an impassive expression, meeting Zhou Qiang's gaze with calm indifference. After a few minutes of this silent confrontation, Zhou Qiang finally bowed his head, averting his eyes from Li Feng. In that instant, approximately a dozen remaining evolved beings hastily approached Zhou Qiang, yet none dared to offer assistance, remembering the devastating lesson from Zhou Qiang's earlier rampage. Observing his subordinates around him, fear evident in their eyes, Zhou Qiang's frustration boiled over. Are you all blind? Can't you see I'm injured? What are you standing there for? Waiting to marry a wife? Zhou Qiang, filled with fury, bellowed at his trusted subordinates. His outburst jolted them back to reality, prompting them to rush towards him, supporting him as they retreated, casting reluctant glances at Li Feng. As Zhou Qiang attempted to flee, Jiang Tian and his companions, who had been observing from the sidelines for quite some time, prepared to pursue him. However, as they approached Li Feng, he blocked their path with a single hand. Li Feng, what are you doing? Are you just going to let them escape? After they have killed so many of our comrades, is that how it ends? Jiang Tian shouted vehemently, his emotions surging. In response, Li Feng merely turned his head, regarding Jiang Tian with the same indifferent gaze he had just directed at Zhou Qiang. Just as Jiang Tian was about to unleash another tirade at Li Feng, unexpectedly, Li Feng coughed up a mouthful of dark blood onto Jiang Tian's chest, collapsing towards him. Li Feng, Jiang Tian called out in concern. Fortunately, Li Feng had only fallen due to his injuries and had not lost consciousness. Jiang Tian supported him as he sat on the ground. Cough, cough. Li Feng erupted into a fit of prolonged coughing, expelling another mouthful of blood, which alarmed both Jiang Tian and Nangong Si. They repeatedly inquired about Li Feng's condition, but he merely bowed his head, gasping for breath, ignoring their questions. After enduring this state for several minutes, Li Feng finally lifted his gaze to Jiang Tian. Are you dissatisfied and bewildered by my earlier intervention that prevented you from pursuing Zhou Qiang? Given that you have served as a soldier for so many years, do you not understand the principle of not pursuing a retreating enemy? Although Zhou Qiang is gravely injured, what of his subordinates? Do not forget that his army has yet to make an appearance. Are you unaware of the caliber of those who are stationed on the city walls to obstruct us? Seeing Jiang Tian rendered speechless by his inquiries, Li Feng continued without pausing. Do you realize that even without Zhou Qiang, his subordinates could easily annihilate us? Why did Zhou Qiang choose to retreat? Why did I suppress that blood until they departed? It was because Zhou Qiang, upon seeing me remain still, was uncertain of my condition. He dared not gamble with his most elite troops. If he won, he would be pleased, but if he lost, he would have nothing, perhaps even risk his own life. The reason I held back that blood was that if I had expelled it, it would signify my injury, and Zhou Qiang would certainly command his men to take advantage of our vulnerability. Li Feng elucidated this to Jiang Tian through a self-dialogue. Gradually, Jiang Tian calmed down. Rising to gaze in the direction Zhou Qiang had departed, he spoke softly. Li Feng, you are right. I was too impulsive this time, nearly leading our forces into an irretrievable predicament. He then removed his military cap and bowed deeply to the fallen soldiers, lingering in that position for a long while before standing. Addressing the departed comrades, he proclaimed loudly, Brothers, I, Jiang Tian, vow here before the national flag, that if I do not avenge you, I will remove this military uniform and accompany you, offering my apologies in the afterlife. With that, he bowed deeply once more. What shall we do now? As Jiang Tian finished his bow and turned to face Li Feng, who remained seated on the ground, he inquired, What do you think should be done, Li Feng? Li Feng, appearing frail, gazed at Jiang Tian and replied, You hold the greatest power here. Do as you deem fit. We are merely those who obey orders. After uttering these words, Li Feng fell silent, for he had indeed sustained injuries from Zhou Qiang's recent assault. Although his recovery abilities were commendable, the pain inflicted at that moment was overwhelming. He truly required rest and time to regain his optimal state. This severe injury was a result of accumulating wounds over the day. Old injuries had yet to heal, and new ones had been added. Even a divine being would struggle to endure such torment. Observing Li Feng sitting motionless, Jiang Tian made no effort to pry further. From the outset, he had not intended to return empty-handed, nor did he wish to bear the weight of failure, shame, and guilt. It was clear to all that Jiang Tian's resolve was to reclaim the base, and he would not relent until it was achieved. Even in the face of death, he would not falter. Although Jiang Tian had yet to voice his intentions, Li Feng was already cognizant of his thoughts. Jiang Tian and his soldiers stood in quiet anticipation, watching as the sun ascended slowly, waiting for Li Feng to rise once more, for he embodied the hope of a new day, much like the dawn itself. Chapter 34. A display of might. The events of the night had left everyone fatigued. As the sun rose in this post-apocalyptic world, those who had survived likely shared a common sentiment. How wonderful it is to be alive. Regardless of the circumstances, whether clinging to life by a thread or thriving in abundance. The essence of existence remained paramount. Living was indeed a blessing. Li Feng, are you ready? Should we continue our advance deeper into the base while the enemy is vulnerable? After Li Feng had been seated on the ground for several minutes, Jiang Tian could no longer restrain himself and called out to him. Prolonging the delay might allow Zhou Qiang to escape through another exit, for a base could not have only a single point of ingress and egress. Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, a renewed glimmer of hope illuminating them. In that instant, Hua dashed from Nangongxi's side into Li Feng's embrace, exclaiming, "Uncle Li Feng. Aunt Nangongxi said you were truly magnificent just now." "Uncle, Auntie." Both Li Feng and Nangongxi exclaimed in surprise, followed by a moment of speechlessness. Hua's exuberant call struck Li Feng as rather amusing, and he chose not to comment. "Indeed, your Uncle Li Feng is quite formidable," he declared, lifting his arm to showcase his biceps. Regrettably, due to his lack of exercise during university, there was little to display. Embarrassed, Li Feng lowered his arm, eliciting laughter from Nangongxi. Ahem. He coughed awkwardly. "All right, enough of that. Let's address serious matters. I am nearly recovered. Nangongxi, accompany me as we check on Zhou Qiang and the others. Jiang Tian, please wait here for our news." As Li Feng cast a glance at Nangongxi, signaling her to depart, they circled the base only to find it devoid of any human presence or living creature. After an hour, they returned to their initial starting point. "What? Zhou Qiang and the others have fled." A thunderous roar shattered the silence of the base. Indeed, not only had Zhou Qiang and his companions vanished, but so had the other occupants of the base. "Have you not noticed that since we entered the base, there has been no sign of ordinary civilians?" Li Feng spoke with a grave tone. Prompted by Li Feng's observation, Jiang Tian felt an oddity, even if they had run away. Such a multitude would take considerable time to escape. How could they possibly have evaporated overnight? Regardless, we have driven Zhou Qiang away, and this base now belongs to us. Perhaps the commander will entrust its management to you, considering the tremendous sacrifices you have made for it. Jiang Tian ceased to ponder the whereabouts of Zhou Qiang and the others, knowing only that the base was now theirs. "All right, Li Feng. Let us leave 1,000 men to guard this place, while we return to report to the commander," Jiang Tian remarked, patting Li Feng on the shoulder. After stationing 1,000 men, Jiang Tian and the others detonated explosives to clear the enormous boulder blocking the entrance. They gathered the remains of their fallen comrades, drenched them in gasoline, and set them ablaze, intending to bring back only the ashes. The towering flames consumed nearly 1,000 bodies. How many would remember the names of these souls? Perhaps in another realm, they might find peace, a world free from zombies and apocalyptic despair. Jiang Tian lingered by the fire, reluctant to depart. These were comrades who had once fought, shared meals, and slept side by side, now separated by the veil of death. Eventually, under Li Feng's insistence, he stepped aside. Had Li Feng not intervened, the searing heat of the flames would have surely scorched Jiang Tian as well. If you truly feel remorse for them or wish to make amends, then live well. If they were still here, I believe they would not want to see their commander so devoid of spirit, so despondent. Li Feng's words resonated with Jiang Tian, who finally regained his composure, once again brimming with vigor. As a soldier, one should embody the essence of military spirit. Half an hour later, the flames were extinguished. Jiang Tian collected the ashes from the ground to take back, with a vehicle designated for transporting the remains at the center. Li Feng and Jiang Tian led the way, followed by 2 additional vehicles. By the time they returned, the sun had risen high, casting a warm glow through the car windows onto Li Feng. Gazing out the window, he observed rows of tree shadows flitting past, occasionally spotting a zombie meandering down the road, only to be struck aside by the vehicle, never to rise again. The front windshield of the car was smeared with blood, and the driver activated the wipers, yet the thick, congealed blood proved difficult to clear. Fortunately, it did not obstruct the view ahead. Otherwise, they would have to disembark to clean it manually, though it would not take long. Even a minute spent outside required utmost caution. The world of the apocalypse had transformed. Humanity was no longer at the apex of the food chain. After a half-hour journey, they finally returned to the point of departure. At that moment, Murong Ling awaited at the entrance, his countenance devoid of a smile. He understood that the losses incurred in this battle would take a considerable time to recover from, and the pain inflicted upon the people would linger even longer. Although victory had been achieved, how could a leader managing tens of thousands in a base greet them with a smile during such dire times? Murong Ling personally unloaded the ashes from the vehicle, taking the lead, followed by Jiang Tian and Li Feng, each carrying a box. They entered a special room in the administrative building, where shelves were meticulously lined with white urns, each adorned with black and white photographs. Without needing to ponder, Li Feng recognized this as the designated place for the remains of fallen soldiers. Setting the ashes aside, he reflected, "You have returned victorious, and I am pleased. We should all share in this joy, for we are soldiers. We cannot afford the luxury of sorrow. The people still require us. Mourning is the privilege of ordinary individuals, not ours. I understand that your contributions, Li Feng, cannot be measured in material terms. Therefore, I have decided to grant you the management of the Xiongfeng base. You will have full authority, and I shall not interfere." Upon hearing Murong Ling's words, Li Feng exchanged a surprised glance with Jiang Tian. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Murong Ling was bestowing the base upon him, which was precisely what Li Feng had hoped for. This would allow him to pursue his own endeavors without concern for others' opinions, as he possessed the capability to do so. In this apocalypse, what was most abundant was still humanity. As long as there was a base, people would continuously flock to it. Murong Ling's decision to hand over the Xiongfeng base to Li Feng was also driven by his own intentions. He recognized Li Feng's formidable strength and understood that he would not willingly serve as a subordinate. By entrusting the base to him, Murong Ling aimed to demonstrate his genuine desire for friendship, valuing the presence of such a powerful ally far more than relegating him to the role of a subordinate. Exiting the room, Li Feng bid farewell to Murong Ling, for he was eager to visit Lin Yiming. Chapter 35. Deep sibling affection. Li Feng slowly approached the hospital, feeling a surge of excitement as he gazed at the familiar entrance. Although he had only been away for a single night, the events that transpired during that time were experiences that many would never encounter in a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng steadied himself and made his way towards the special care unit. The entrance to the unit was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. "This is far too desolate," Li Feng murmured to himself. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from within the special care unit, unmistakably belonging to Lin Yiming. "Yiming!" Li Feng shouted, kicking the door open with force and rushing into the room. "Welcome back, Brother Feng!" exclaimed Wu Lei and Nangong Wu, along with the others, suddenly appearing before him. "Where is Yiming?" Li Feng continued to call out to Wu Lei. "I'm here." Lin Yiming stepped out from behind the crowd. "I'm sorry, Feng. They just wanted to surprise you. Please don't be angry with them, all right?" she said softly as she approached Li Feng. "No, I'm not upset. But that truly startled me," Li Feng responded, pulling Lin Yiming into an embrace. After a moment, he released her and turned to the others. "Nothing happened while I was gone, right?" "Yes." Wu Lei jumped in eagerly. "What happened?" Li Feng asked, his tone suddenly serious. "Sister-in-law kept asking about your condition all night long, countless times, in fact, leaving us brothers sleepless," Wu Lei lamented. "You little rascal, are you blaming your sister-in-law?" Li Feng's expression turned stern. Seeing Li Feng's seriousness, Wu Lei quickly clarified. No, Brother Feng, how could I ever blame sister-in-law? Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I was just teasing you. I didn't expect to truly scare you." Li Feng's demeanor lightened once more. Wu Lei was momentarily at a loss for words. "All right, enough of the jokes. I have some good news to share. We have taken over the Xiongfeng base. The commander gifted it to me. And now we have a home of our own," Li Feng announced with excitement. "Really? Brother Feng, the commander just gave us the Xiongfeng base like that?" Wu Lei asked incredulously. "Yes, indeed," Li Feng affirmed. "And there's another piece of good news intended for Nangong Wu." With that, Li Feng gestured for Nangong Wu to come closer. "What good news do you have for me, Brother Feng?" Nangong Wu inquired as he approached. "Steady yourself. Don't get overly excited. I found your sister, Nangong Si, at the Xiongfeng base." "What? Brother Feng, you're not joking, are you?" Nangong Wu asked in disbelief. No, it's true. She returned with me. She's probably been assigned to rest now. I'll take you to her shortly. Li Feng replied, equally thrilled. Brother Feng, please take me to her right now. I beg you. Nangong Wu pleaded, unable to contain his eagerness to reunite with his long-lost sister. All right, let us go at once. Li Feng felt a sense of helplessness, yet he understood, so he led Nangong Wu towards the place arranged for Nangong's residence. Before long, they arrived at a two-story small building in the central area of the base. This is it, Li Feng declared as he halted in front of the structure. Here, Nangong Wu stood there, seemingly both excited and somewhat timid. Indeed, this is the place. Go inside. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Li Feng affirmed. With Li Feng's confirmation, Nangong Wu took a deep breath and stepped into the room. Ah, help! Nangong Wu's shriek pierced the air as he entered, only to be forcefully ejected moments later, collapsing to the ground and wailing in agony. Accompanying his exit were Nangong Si and Hua. Nangong Si instantly appeared beside her brother, enveloping him in a tight embrace. I finally found you. Where have you been for over a month? The people around me suddenly turned into monsters. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? I kept wishing you were by my side, but you were nowhere to be found. Where have you been? Nangong Si cried, holding her brother tightly. Indeed, she had endured much during the past month, even sustaining wounds from zombies, which was how she became an evolved being, enabling her to survive in the subsequent days. For women in this post-apocalyptic world, they were often reduced to mere tools for male desire, sometimes even treated as food. If she had not become an evolved being, Nangong Si would not be the lively person she was now. She refrained from disclosing her injuries to Nangong Wu, as she did not wish to burden him with further guilt. Nangong Wu did not contest his sister's accusations, for he knew he had not been by her side when she needed him most. He bore the weight of guilt for his sister's suffering, and he had no justification to defend himself. Watching this rare and beautiful scene unfold amidst the apocalypse, Li Feng couldn't help but smile quietly. In a world where familial bonds often seemed superficial, where morality and ethics had crumbled, survival was paramount, and even kin could betray one another for the sake of existence. After observing for a while, Li Feng decided to depart, unwilling to intrude upon this precious moment. It was already afternoon, with the sun sinking in the west, marking the end of another day. How many souls had perished during this day? Indeed, in the apocalypse, death was a daily occurrence, and it was neither surprising nor extraordinary. Over the past month, many had grown accustomed to witnessing death. It had become a routine, as long as one was not among the deceased. The deaths of others were merely a trivial memory, inconsequential in the grand scheme of survival. Li Feng did not return to the special care unit to accompany Lin Yiming. Instead, he found himself walking alone along the streets of the base, observing the throngs of people bustling about. He noted how the apocalypse had reverted everything to an era that revered strength. Even if one had been a millionaire in the past, without power in this new world, one could easily be cast into the civilian district to fend for oneself. Now, as Li Feng strolled through the streets, even the patrolling soldiers paid him their respects. Witnessing former dignitaries relegated to a life of survival among the common folk, Li Feng chuckled softly, never imagining he would someday stand above them, wielding power over their fates. The thoughts of his former self would have never entertained such notions. Now, he could obliterate the entire base if he so desired, let alone concern himself with these ineffectual ordinary people. After meandering for a while and finding little of interest, with nightfall approaching, Li Feng turned towards the special care unit of the hospital, where the most important person in his life awaited him. Another night of the apocalypse was upon them, and death continued its relentless march. Chapter 36. News from the base. A series of urgent knocks jolted Li Feng from his slumber. Who is it? He asked lazily, stretching. It's me, Jiang Tian, came the familiar voice from outside. The door isn't locked. Come in, Li Feng replied, his tone tinged with annoyance, not solely because he had been awakened, but primarily because Lin Yiming had also been disturbed. As Jiang Tian entered the room, he noticed Lin Yiming, who was already seated on the bed. I'm sorry, sister-in-law, for the intrusion. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Li Feng. Lin Yiming smiled slightly. It's all right, I understand. Urgent matter? What could possibly require my attention at this late hour? Li Feng pondered, suddenly realizing something significant must be afoot. Let us step outside to discuss it, he suggested, rising and leaving with Jiang Tian. Once at the door, Li Feng turned to Jiang Tian and queried, Aren't you supposed to have something to say? Speak up. If it's not important, we're not done here. Though he feigned irritation, he was aware that the matter must indeed be pressing for Jiang Tian to disturb him at such an hour. Seeing Li Feng's somewhat agitated demeanor, Jiang Tian did not hold back and stated directly, the 1,000 people from Xiongfeng base just made contact with headquarters via radio. But it lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before cutting off. We have been unable to reach them since. After hearing this, Li Feng stroked his chin and looked at Jiang Tian. Did they say anything? Yes, Jiang Tian replied immediately. They uttered just 2 words, monsters, and then vanished without a trace. During that brief exchange, we could even hear intense gunfire. Jiang Tian exclaimed, visibly agitated. Monsters? Li Feng mused, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. Noticing Li Feng's pensive state, Jiang Tian, curious, asked, Li Feng, do you know something? Nothing for certain. It's possible that Zhou Qiang and his group have launched another counterattack. With Zhou Qiang's terrifying strength, he is a monster in the eyes of ordinary people. Regardless, we must take a look. Please summon Nangongxi for me. After a while, I will go with her to investigate. You all should refrain from following us to avoid unnecessary casualties. Oh, and by the way, please bring Wu Lei and the others as well. Li Feng said this with a serious expression directed at Jiang Tian. Having served in the military for many years, Jiang Tian could tell from Li Feng's grave demeanor that the so-called monsters at Xiongfeng base were no ordinary threats. They might even surpass Zhou Qiang in strength. Otherwise, Li Feng would not have insisted that they remain behind, for their presence would only lead to their slaughter. Thus, it was better not to go at all. Understood, Jiang Tian replied, turning to leave. 10 minutes later, Wu Lei and the others, accompanied by Nangongxi, arrived in the corridor outside Lin Yiming's special monitoring room, where Li Feng had been waiting for some time. Brother Feng, you called for us? Wu Lei approached Li Feng, bouncing towards him like a child, while Nangongxi and her brother Nangongwu followed at a more measured pace. Indeed, there is a matter to discuss. I need you to listen closely, Li Feng said, suddenly adopting a very serious expression. After surveying the group beside him, he took a deep breath. The 1,000 personnel we left at Xiongfeng base were attacked by an unknown force and may have suffered total annihilation. Jiang Tian and I plan to join Nangongxi to ascertain the situation in preparation for the impending battle. Wu Lei, you, Nangongwu, and Zhang Guobing will remain at the base to protect Yimeng until we return. Upon hearing this, Li Feng glanced at Wu Lei, who stood straighter under Li Feng's gaze. Understood, Brother Feng. We will ensure sister-in-law's safety, he declared, patting his chest confidently. Seeing Wu Lei's assured response, Li Feng nodded. After concluding the discussion, he entered the special monitoring room, where Lin Yimeng remained seated on the hospital bed. Instantly, his serious expression transformed into a smile. Yimeng, I need to step out for a moment. Wu Lei and the others are outside, so you can rest assured. I'll be back soon, Li Feng spoke gently. Lin Yimeng weakly nodded, saying nothing more. She understood that even if she wished for Li Feng to stay, he would not. And she did not want to delay him out of her own momentary whims, nor did she want to provoke his anger. Seeing that Lin Yimeng had nothing further to say, Li Feng rose and headed for the exit, pausing briefly before Nangongxi. Let us go, he said, not looking back. Li Feng was acutely aware that this time, the disruptor was no ordinary foe. The ability to swiftly eliminate 1,000 individuals without detection, be they human, animal, or zombie, was indicative of a formidable adversary. He wished to shed any lingering sentiments. He did not want to carry burdens into battle. As they exited the hospital, Li Feng remained silent, only speaking when he encountered Jiang Tian waiting outside. Upon seeing Li Feng approach, Jiang Tian waved him over, and Li Feng quickened his pace. Li Feng, this is your vehicle. It contains some ammunition and firearms. These weapons may not be of much use to you, but it is all we can provide, Jiang Tian informed him. Li Feng glanced at the military vehicle before him, a smile gracing his lips. This was quite an impressive asset. Such a fine automobile would undoubtedly be a rarity in the apocalypse, and the mere fact that it was available to them was commendable. Let us proceed. You shall take the wheel. With that, Li Feng beckoned to Nangongxi, signaling her to drive. Nangongxi, observing Li Feng already seated in the passenger seat, felt a twinge of helplessness. Reluctantly, she took the driver's seat. The engine roared to life, a powerful hum reverberating through the air, as the vehicle surged forward like a wild stallion, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Though dawn had yet to break, The remnants of the journey were already visible. As they drove towards the Xiongfeng base, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Li Feng. An instinctual dread that the base resembled a gaping maw, threatening to swallow him whole. This sensation intensified with each passing moment. And casting a glance at the focused Nangong Sea, he cautioned, "If we encounter any formidable adversaries, you must flee without hesitation. Prioritize your safety and do not concern yourself with me. Remember, escape first and do not look back." Nangong Sea, perplexed by his cryptic words, simply replied with a cold and resumed her concentration on the road. After a brief interval, the Xiongfeng base came into view. The aftermath of the previous day's battle was becoming increasingly evident, with signs of destruction growing more pronounced as they approached. At last, the imposing gates of the base loomed ahead, still obstructed by massive boulders, though a small opening had been blasted out during their earlier exit. Standing at the entrance, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him, chilling his spine. The silence within the base was eerie, almost suffocating. He turned to Nangong Sea, resolute in his decision to send her away, for the atmosphere felt perilous. "Nangong Sea, you must return. I can manage here alone. Ensure that Yi Meng is safe. I shall return swiftly after resolving matters here. Her safety relies on you. Should Murong Ling's base come under siege, do not linger. Take Yi Meng and head toward Xinjiang." Li Feng endeavored to mask his concern with a facade of ease. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Nangong Sea met his gaze, her expression revealing her comprehension. This was not a time for hesitation. Without uttering a word, she nodded resolutely and drove back the way they had come. Now, Li Feng stood alone, the temperature around him seeming to plummet, inducing involuntary shivers. Finally, he exhaled deeply and steeled himself to venture into the depths of the base. Chapter 37. Absolute suppression. Silence reigned. An oppressive stillness enveloped Li Feng as he stepped further into the base, surrounded by the remnants of their previous skirmishes. Nothing else marked the landscape. As he advanced deeper, the sense of impending danger grew more acute, as if an unseen force toyed with him, rendering escape impossible. Boom! As Li Feng passed by a building, an object fell from above, striking the ground and creating a shallow pit. He could not discern what the object was, for dawn had arrived, marking the darkest hour of the day. Yet, despite his inability to identify it, he sensed an imminent danger, a perilous threat that engulfed him. This was the only awareness Li Feng possessed. As he attempted to comprehend the nature of the object, it suddenly moved with astonishing speed, appearing before him in an instant. At last, he recognized the source of the foreboding sensation. Before him stood a figure clad entirely in black, hands wrapped in filthy bandages. A dark cloak obscured the face, rendering the identity of the person a mystery. Indeed, this was no ordinary individual. They possessed a strength that far surpassed that of a typical human, with fingers adorned with unusually long nails. In a heartbeat, the figure lunged at Li Feng, hands raised to grasp his head. Li Feng, though prepared for the assault, was fractionally delayed in his reaction, resulting in 5 shallow wounds being inflicted upon his left shoulder, blood seeping steadily from the lacerations. Just as he evaded the initial attack and struggled to regain his footing, the assailant launched a second assault, crossing their hands to strike at Li Feng's abdomen. Had they succeeded, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Li Feng had anticipated the move, despite the searing pain in his shoulder. He summoned all his strength and leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. Observing his adversary evade his lethal strikes repeatedly, the figure exhibited neither panic nor anger. As if Li Feng were already ensnared in their grasp, their gaze remained fixed upon him, unwavering. The figure refrained from a third assault, opting instead to remain still, studying Li Feng intently. "Are you an evolver?" "Ha ha ha. Evolvers are delightful prey, especially the heart, brimming with potent essence. Ah, what unforeseen fortune today brings. I merely ventured out to stretch my limbs, first encountering a group of soldiers, and now stumbling upon an evolver. Ha ha. My strength shall rise again." The figure's words dripped with madness, viewing Li Feng merely as sustenance. Upon hearing this, Li Feng finally understood the fate that befell the soldiers. They had likely been slaughtered and devoured. With fury, he demanded, "Who are you, and why did you kill those soldiers?" Realizing that escape was futile, the figure settled onto the ground, conversing with Li Feng. "They call us devourers, the kind that feasts on humans. A little sustenance is harmless, but too much leads to mutation. Ha ha ha. As for why I slaughtered those soldiers, naturally, to consume them. Over 1,000, far too many. So I merely feasted on their hearts. Ah, exquisite. The figure relished the memory of the act, embodying the essence of madness. So it was that Li Feng discovered the grim truth. The figure had regarded the slain as nothing more than food. As Li Feng contemplated the incomprehensible tragedy of those who were slain and had their hearts extracted to be consumed by this being, which could scarcely be deemed human, his rage reached a boiling point. I shall kill you, he bellowed, charging at the devourer. Seeking death, are we? The devourer retorted with a chilling laugh, rushing toward Li Feng as well. The two clashed, creating a cacophony of sounds as they exchanged blows. In the heat of battle, it became evident that Li Feng and the devourer were evenly matched. Every strike from the devourer was deftly blocked by Li Feng, while every punch and kick from Li Feng was similarly countered. However, as time wore on, it became increasingly apparent that Li Feng was beginning to falter. Ultimately, he made a critical error. The devourer lunged at him with a claw from the right, and Li Feng found himself unable to evade the attack. Watching helplessly as it approached, with a sickening squelch, the claw pierced his right abdomen, the immense force propelling him several meters away. Li Feng momentarily lost consciousness from the pain, relying on his formidable healing abilities to recover while lying on the ground. As he observed the devourer advancing step by step towards him, memories of his parents and Lin Yiming flooded his mind. Am I to perish here today? Huh. It seems I am not the protagonist after all, devoid of any protagonist-s halo. No, I cannot die. What will happen to my parents? What about Yiming? I must not die. I cannot die. Li Feng repeated these words fervently, when suddenly he felt an immense power surging within him, an overwhelming sensation that was nearly unbearable. Ah! He cried out, kneeling and gazing skyward, eliciting a bewildered reaction from the devourer, who mistook it for a last glimmer of life. However, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the devourer lunged towards him, but it was too late. Li Feng surged to his feet and unleashed a powerful punch at the devourer. The suddenness of the attack caught the devourer off guard, and he was struck squarely in the chest, sent flying several meters away. Yet, this blow did not inflict any damage upon the devourer, who, rising and dusting himself off, let out a chilling laugh before resuming his pursuit of Li Feng. Despite the resurgence of strength, Li Feng retained a sliver of awareness that cautioned him against underestimating his foe. As the devourer approached, he turned and sprinted desperately toward the city's outskirts. Noticing Li Feng's attempt to flee, the devourer accelerated, leaping into the air to claw at him. The devourer's speed was blinding. He swiftly raked 5 deep gashes across Li Feng's back. With a gasp, Li Feng spat out blood, but he paid it no mind. Pushing himself to run at maximum speed toward the base's entrance, which loomed ahead. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he surged forward, aware that the devourer was relentless in his pursuit, unwilling to forfeit such a delectable feast. At last, Li Feng burst through the base's threshold but continued to run ahead. Strangely, the devourer halted at the entrance, refusing to follow him outside. Li Feng, oblivious to his surroundings, pressed on until he finally collapsed in a thicket of grass. As the surrounding zombies wandered incessantly, Chapter 38, Salvation unfolded. Suddenly, Li Feng sprang up from the bed, only to be met with a wave of excruciating pain that elicited a cry of anguish from him. He surveyed his surroundings. The modest room bore the charming embellishments of femininity, with a pink teddy bear by the bedside suggesting it was a girl's chamber. Creak. Just as Li Feng was absorbed in his observations, the door swung open, and a young woman entered. She appeared to be around 20, with shoulder-length hair and enchanting, soulful eyes framed by black-rimmed glasses, exuding an artistic aura. Approaching the window, she smiled and greeted him. You're awake. Li Feng replied softly. Hello. My name is Gu Qian. I am Li Feng. He responded, glancing at Gu Qian. How did I end up here? Did you rescue me? Sort of, she replied. It was mainly Brother Lei Ming who saved you. We were out scavenging for supplies when we stumbled upon you, gravely injured, in a grassy area amidst the woods. Your breathing was faint, and you had numerous scratches all over your body. Brother Lei was hesitant to bring you back, fearing you might have been bitten by a zombie. But seeing you still breathed, I insisted on bringing you along. To ensure you received proper care, I asked Brother Lei to carry you to my room. Do you realize you've been unconscious for a week? You had a high fever during that time, and we exhausted our last fever-reducing medicine on you before your temperature finally subsided. Brother Lei was worried you might turn into one of those monsters outside, so he vigilantly watched over you for 3 days without closing his eyes. Once your fever broke and your wounds began to heal remarkably quickly, I felt assured you wouldn't become one of those creatures, which is why I just sent him back to rest. Gu Qian recounted the events that transpired during Li Feng's unconsciousness, her tone imbued with profound tenderness. What? I've been unconscious for a week. Where's this place? Li Feng inquired, astonished. Gu Qian looked at him with curiosity and replied, This is the outskirts of City A. Do you know if there are any survivor bases nearby? Li Feng's voice brimming with urgency, as he yearned to return swiftly to find Lin Yiming, fearing for her safety in his absence. There's one. But I've heard from those who passed by here that the base was invaded by a particularly fearsome creature. Very few of the tens of thousands who fled from the base managed to escape. They say this monster is terrifying, specializing in devouring human hearts. Cloaked in a black cape, rendering its true form unrecognizable. Seeing Li Feng so agitated, it must be that he has some significant matter to attend to at the base. Upon hearing Gu Qian's response, Li Feng fell into a contemplative silence, as he recognized the creature she referred to, the devourer that had grievously injured him. Despite the pain, he yearned to rise and visit the base, regardless of whether the devourer was present. Yet, any movement elicited excruciating pain that rendered him immobile. Observing Li Feng's silence, Gu Qian refrained from pressing further. His expression spoke volumes of his sorrow, suggesting that someone of great importance awaited him at the base. After a moment's reflection, Gu Qian slowly exited the room, leaving Li Feng in his solitude. No matter what, once I recover, I must visit the base. I must, dead or alive. I must see them. This thought resonated within Li Feng. Yet, he was also consumed by self-reproach, lamenting that had he eradicated the devourer that day, he would not have faced the tragedy at the base. If only he possessed formidable strength, he could have battled it. However, in this world, there are no ifs, only outcomes, and often, the reality falls short of the ideal. Gazing at the ceiling, Li Feng lay back and closed his eyes. He did not sleep. Instead, he pondered. For the first time, he felt an intense yearning for great power. If possible, he would sacrifice everything for it. That day, he consumed nothing, lying still with his eyes closed. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a lifeless body. Gu Qian contemplated calling out to Li Feng several times, but witnessing his state left her uncertain whether it would be better to disturb him or not. Eventually, when she returned that evening to bring him food, Li Feng sat up once more. You finally sat up, Gu Qian exclaimed with a smile. Gazing at the familiar girl with cascading hair, Li Feng felt a deep sense of recognition. Indeed, it was Lin Yiming. I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. In a couple of days, once I am healed, I shall leave this place, Li Feng replied softly. Oh, you are leaving? Can't you stay a while longer? Gu Qian asked, her face reflecting reluctance. Yes, I must depart. I cannot continue to burden you, and I have important matters to attend to, Li Feng stated, his voice trembling slightly as he endeavored to suppress thoughts of the painful events at the base. Very well then. Could you share with me how you sustained such grave injuries? You cannot be an ordinary person. Anyone else would have perished under such circumstances, Gu Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic man before her, who was undeniably captivating. This is a long story. Li Feng began to reminisce. In truth, I was once a member of the base that was annihilated by the creature you mentioned. A week ago, I was dispatched to another base for a mission, which housed 1,000 soldiers. In a brief span, all communication ceased, leaving only a mere 3 seconds of radio transmission. My purpose was to investigate the cause. Yet upon my arrival, I found the base eerily deserted, silent enough to induce an involuntary shiver. It was there that I encountered the creature you referred to, the devourer. The wounds I bear were inflicted by it. Had it not been for my latent potential erupting forth, allowing me to muster all my strength to escape, I might have become just another lifeless husk. Li Feng succinctly recounted his ordeal, mindful not to disclose that his own men had infiltrated another base, leaving behind 1,000 guards who subsequently vanished. After all, such an incursion would be deemed unjust from an outside perspective, given it was his side that instigated the conflict. Is that creature truly formidable? Gu Qian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it is formidable. Its speed and strength are extraordinarily powerful. Essentially, there are few who can rival it. Li Feng responded candidly. What shall we do then? Are we utterly powerless against it? Gu Qian exclaimed, astonished. Regardless of the might of any being or entity, there exists a method to counter it. We simply have yet to discover it. With those words, Li Feng reclined, and Gu Qian, Noticing that he had no appetite for the food beside him, chose to lie down in silence, refraining from disturbing him as she quietly exited the room. Chapter 39. Choice No. Li Feng suddenly cried out, bolting upright in bed, wiping the sweat from his brow, desperately trying to cast aside the dream he had just experienced. Yet the more he attempted to forget, the more it haunted him. In his dream, he beheld Lin Yiming sleeping alone in a special observation room. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized within the chamber, stealthily approaching Lin Yiming. As the figure reached her bedside, Lin Yiming instinctively sensed its presence. Before she could utter a scream, the shadowy figure extended its right hand and extracted her heart. Witnessing the lifeless gaze in Lin Yiming's eyes and her heart, though severed, still pulsating, Li Feng yearned to intervene. But alas, he was trapped within the confines of his dream. With a scream, he jolted awake. "Yiming, are you truly safe?" he murmured to the ceiling, tears involuntarily cascading down his cheeks. Li Feng understood that Lin Yiming's fate was precarious. All he desired was for his wounds to heal swiftly, so he could seek her out. Yet, inexplicably, while his injuries healed rapidly in the first couple of days, the pace of recovery gradually slowed to that of an ordinary person. Li Feng shook his head in resignation. Was fate denying him the chance to find Yiming? Or did it fear for his life, knowing he lacked the power to confront the devourer? The dawn had begun to break, and after spending so long in this place, Li Feng had yet to step outside to express his gratitude for the life-saving assistance he had received. Gripping his pain, he slowly rose from his bed and made his way outside. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he suddenly felt that the pain in his body had lessened, and his spirits lifted considerably. Li Feng, up so early. Just as he prepared to continue his leisurely stroll, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Turning around, he found it was Gu Qian. At that moment, her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her demeanor exuded a palpable weariness. Yet, even in her fatigue, her elegant charm shone through, emanating a refreshing aura that invigorated anyone who beheld her. "Yes, I was feeling a bit stifled in the room and wanted to take a walk to clear my mind," Li Feng replied with a smile. "You're still injured. You shouldn't be up yet, but it's good for you to get some fresh air. Come, let me help you." With that, Gu Qian swiftly approached and linked her arm with Li Feng's, guiding him step by step forward. As they walked together, the sun had fully risen, illuminating their surroundings. The streets were bustling with people, and it dawned on Li Feng just what kind of environment he was in. It was evident that they were in a small town, surrounded by towering wooden fences crafted from massive logs, reaching about 3 meters high. With Gu Qian's support, they arrived at the gate of the enclosure, which was also made of wood, where 2 individuals patrolled with machetes in hand. Observing the fence, Li Feng pondered who might have conceived such an idea. While it may deter a handful of zombies, he questioned its efficacy against a larger horde. Whose idea was it to construct this fence? It's quite creative, but ultimately of little use, he remarked, turning to Gu Qian. This was Brother Lei's idea. He instructed us to build the fence from these trees. He is also aware of its limited effectiveness. He often shares that sentiment with me. However, we have no concrete materials available, so we must make do with what we have. At the very least, it provides a semblance of safety for those living here, Gu Qian replied, unperturbed by Li Feng's words, understanding that he spoke the truth. An audacious thought began to blossom in Li Feng's mind. He wished to stay and contribute to this place that had rescued him in his direst hour. He firmly believed that Lin Yimeng was safe, trusting his instincts and the capabilities of his former comrades, Nangong Si and Nangong Wu, to protect her. With that conviction, he felt no need for worry. Gu Qian, may I stay here a little longer? I want to do something meaningful, Li Feng said to Gu Qian, who was still supporting him. Really? That is wonderful. Gu Qian, brimming with excitement akin to a child, suddenly leapt into the air. Observing this vivacious young lady before him, Li Feng felt a surge of joy, inexplicably uplifted by her presence. Was it merely a lingering affliction from his days as a reclusive introvert? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. What are you laughing at? Gu Qian, noticing Li Feng's silly grin, wondered if she had inadvertently done something amusing. Oh, nothing at all. Let us wander to another place. Li Feng awkwardly shifted the conversation. Gu Qian, undeterred, continued to support Li Feng as they strolled forward, taking in the surroundings. Before they knew it, they had circled the quaint little town. Although modest in size, it was replete with essentials. Most notably, the town boasted a patch of fertile land for cultivation, sparing its inhabitants the peril of venturing outside to face the threat of zombies. This aspect particularly resonated with Li Feng, though the land was not expansive. It sufficed to ensure that the townsfolk would not go hungry. By the time Li Feng completed his circuit, midday had arrived, and the sun hung high in the sky. Perhaps due to the absence of human pollution, the air felt remarkably pure, and the sunlight appeared exceptionally bright, albeit somewhat oppressive. Feeling the sting of his wounds, Li Feng ultimately succumbed to the warmth, returning to the room with Gu Qian's assistance. Gu Qian's room was not a concrete dwelling, but rather a charming two-story wooden structure. Fortunately, Li Feng found the first floor pleasantly cool, unlike the sweltering sensation typical of concrete buildings. Upon returning to the room, Li Feng reclined once more on the bed, though he did not return to Gu Qian's quarters, instead opting for another room. Gu Qian's parents had succumbed to zombification at the onset of the apocalypse, their lives extinguished by Lei Ming's hand. Rather than harbor resentment, Gu Qian felt gratitude towards him, appreciative that her parents had been liberated from their grotesque shells. Why do some individuals, when bitten or scratched by zombies, prefer death in their human form rather than succumb to becoming a zombie? It is because the undead are but hollow shells of humanity, condemned to feast upon their own kind. This is the epitome of filth. Even if one were to be killed by their own, they would rather not transform into a zombie. Zombies are soulless husks, merely embodying humanity's most primitive instincts. How many would willingly choose to become a mindless creature, stripped of all but the most basic impulses? I dare say very few. Li Feng, how can you become as formidable as the Devourer? He murmured to himself while gazing at the ceiling. Chapter 40. Ancient demonic seed. Li Feng lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Reluctantly, he sat up, attuned to the mysterious power coursing through him. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not comprehend its nature. Why was it that he could not seek it out at will, and why did it only manifest in moments of life-threatening peril? Li Feng gently tapped his aching head, reluctantly closing his eyes and succumbing to sleep. For some inexplicable reason, as soon as he lay down, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and he swiftly drifted into slumber. Where am I? Suddenly, Li Feng found himself standing before an ancient edifice, a towering structure soaring over 100 meters in height. The first floor was constructed of blue bricks, while the upper levels were fashioned from timber, adorned with emerald green tiles along the eaves. The lustrous dark wood lent an air of antiquity to the building. With hesitant steps, Li Feng approached the imposing tower. As he drew nearer, he felt an intense sense of oppression emanating from it, evoking an instinctual desire to kneel in reverence. He struggled against this overwhelming sensation, determined to resist the urge to prostrate himself. Step by step, he continued toward the tower. Halt! A voice brimming with lethal intent resonated from within the structure. Who are you? Li Feng inquired, addressing the surrounding air. I am you, but you are not me, came the ominous reply. You are me? Li Feng questioned in confusion. Indeed, I am you, sharing this corporeal form. However, your body is too frail to bear the entirety of my power. Hence, I can only bestow upon you a fraction of my strength in moments of peril, just a mere sliver. Surprisingly, even this is beyond your capacity. Fortunately, each time I grant you a portion of my power, your body adapts, and you can now accept this small fraction without succumbing to calamity. And who are you? Li Feng asked, curiosity piqued. I am the ancient demon seed, akin to a deity of darkness. During the 10th ancient cataclysm, I perished alongside the ancient war god, transforming into the demon seed that has been passed down through the ages. In this apocalyptic crisis on Earth, the genes of the demon seed have awakened, and your body serves as its sanctuary. Yet, humanity remains feeble, incapable of fully withstanding my might. Should I bestow my entire power upon you now, your body would shatter. Your soul would be lost for eternity. You must endure further trials in this world, allowing your body to grow strong enough to bear my full power. When that time comes, I believe no force will stand against you. You will ascend as a deity of this realm, worshipped by the masses. Your legendary feats recounted for generations. The voice continued to convey its message to Li Feng, yet he struggled to grasp the meaning of ancient demon seed or war god. All he knew was his desperate need for strength, and for that power, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Enough. You have lingered too long in the realm of darkness. If you do not return, you shall be forever lost within this abyss. Return, return. The voice echoed once more. Indeed, as Li Feng processed the words, his real self abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He wiped his brow, his mind racing with vivid recollections of the dream. The ancient demon seed? The ancient war god? What on earth was happening? Li Feng shook his head, striving to clear his mind. He suddenly felt that his intellect was somewhat inadequate. What exactly is the ancient demon seed? No wonder whenever I succumb to madness, a dark aura envelopes me. Each time I feel an overwhelming thirst for blood, an intense desire to kill. Li Feng continuously reminisced about past moments, analyzing everything he had encountered. Indeed, one could discern from his methods of murder that they were exceedingly swift, precise, and ruthless. His strikes were invariably lethal. Aside from the first bout of rage, which was particularly bloodthirsty and gruesome, Li Feng never allowed his enemies a chance to retaliate. Yet, another thought plagued him. If he were to acquire all the power, would he become a merciless demon lord, indifferent to human life? No. Li Feng shook his head resolutely. He believed he would not. He understood that Lin Yimeng would not approve of such a version of himself, and for her sake, he vowed not to become that person. Even in death, he would not transform into someone she despised. With newfound determination, he glanced outside. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. The moon hung high amidst the void, like a beacon in the night, guiding lost souls back home. The recent dream had robbed him of his sleep, prompting Li Feng to abandon the tedious act of lying in bed. Instead, he decided to venture outside. The post-apocalyptic world was fraught with danger, yet with his current abilities, he believed that aside from the devourer he had recently encountered, ordinary humans or zombies posed no threat to him. In this post-apocalyptic setting, all power generation facilities had fallen into disrepair, leaving the night engulfed in darkness. Even the slightest glimmer of light was insufficient to dispel the shadows of this desolate world. As he stepped onto the street, he was met with an expanse of darkness, occasionally pierced by the fluttering of fireflies, offering a rare glimpse of illumination in this somber realm. Li Feng continued his walk until he reached the wooden barricade once more. 2 sentinels stood guard at the entrance, flanking the sole passage in and out. Nearby, a few blazing torches flickered, casting a modicum of light against the night. Li Feng, you can't sleep either? A familiar voice called from behind him. Turning around, he discovered Gu Qian, who, in mere moments, had dashed to his side and intertwined her arm with his, leaving Li Feng somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether to embrace or reject the gesture. Ultimately, he acquiesced, for it was she who had saved him, who had granted him a second chance at life. The night was exceptionally tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional distant growl of a zombie. Perhaps, in the absence of humans, the animals no longer lived in fear and could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, this remained mere speculation. The creatures of the post-apocalyptic world were no longer the feeble beings that could be easily slaughtered. The apocalypse had transformed not only humans into zombies and mutants, but had also endowed animals with a certain resilience through the virus's influence. In this new world, survival was a struggle for humanity amid the threats posed by zombies and mutated animals. The era of human dominance had come to an end. Chapter 41. Departure. Li Feng had been here for over a week. Although his wounds had yet to fully heal, they did not hinder his daily activities. That night, after returning to his room, he pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to leave in search of Lin Yimeng and Wu Lei. He vowed not to abandon the quest unless he personally witnessed their demise. Li Feng did not sleep for long that night, uncertain of how to convey to Gu Qian, the one who had saved him, his intention to depart. After much contemplation, he decided to speak with her directly. At dawn, he rose early and waited in the lobby for Gu Qian's appearance. Creak. The distinct sound of a wooden door opening echoed from a nearby room, followed by the entrance of a drowsy young woman, Gu Qian. Rubbing her eyes, she quickly noticed Li Feng sitting in the lobby, staring intently at her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she slightly turned to the right, shyly exclaiming, "Li Feng, why are you staring at me like that?" She covered her slightly warm cheeks with her hand. My apologies. It's just that you looked so enchanting," Li Feng admitted, realizing his indiscretion and quickly diverting his gaze. However, his expression soon turned serious again as he continued to fix his gaze upon her. "Gu Qian, thank you for saving me. Such a kindness cannot be repaid with mere words. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude, so I can only say a simple thank you. If you ever need my assistance, rest assured I would traverse fire and mountains for you without hesitation." After a night of reflection, he resolved to leave in search of his team, for there were individuals of great significance to him among them. "I hope you can understand," he said earnestly. Addressing Gu Qian, who stood motionless at the door. Gu Qian listened attentively, not interrupting him, and felt the sincerity in his words and the immense importance he placed on those dear to him. Such a man, regardless of the time, be it now or before the apocalypse, was someone worthy of deep connection and understanding. Moreover, he was undeniably a captivating individual. Helping you is simply the right thing to do. I believe that anyone else in my position would have done the same. You need not express thanks, she replied. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any moment. We would never force you to stay. Gu Qian wore an indifferent expression as she spoke to Li Feng, and without caring for his thoughts, she proceeded to the kitchen, leaving him sitting there, bewildered. After a considerable time in the kitchen, the sounds of various utensils clattering were heard, followed by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. It was evident that Gu Qian was preparing a final breakfast for Li Feng, for after this meal, they might never see each other again in their lifetimes. Indeed, after nearly an hour, Gu Qian emerged from the kitchen, bearing an assortment of dishes that could be deemed culinary delights in a post-apocalyptic world: braised pork, eggs, and several other unidentifiable yet delectable items. In a realm plagued by scarcity, such food could only be considered a luxury, akin to what the elite might enjoy in a fortified base. For the common folk, merely witnessing such fare could be a lavish experience. The food was laid out on the table, and Gu Qian sat across from Li Feng. They lingered in silence, hesitant to begin their meal. Eventually, unable to endure the palpable tension, Li Feng broke the silence, looking at Gu Qian and saying, "Let us not make this so oppressive. I want to perish after this meal." With that, he lifted his chopsticks and indulged in the exquisite food. "Delicious," he exclaimed, his face brightening with joy. Gu Qian, observing his delight, inquired, "Is it truly that good?" "Yes, indeed," Li Feng replied, nodding with a smile. Although the atmosphere of the meal felt warm, both harbored a tinge of reluctance, having developed a faint fondness for one another over their time together. However, Li Feng's heart was already occupied by Lin Yiming, leaving no space for another. In this desolate world, women were not uncommon. Strength dictated their worth, and one could have as many as desired. In this harsh reality, women often found themselves at the lowest rung of society, struggling to survive and sometimes resorting to the most desperate measures, including the commodification of their bodies. Yet, despite this, in a world that revered power above all, women would never truly be valued. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, if a man was willing to devote everything to you or love you alone, consider yourself fortunate, cherish him, for you would be among the luckiest and happiest of women in this grim existence. Li Feng found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament during this meal. The final breakfast concluded amidst an atmosphere of awkwardness between the two. After finishing the meal prepared by Gu Qian, Li Feng stepped out of the base, while Gu Qian accompanied him to the entrance before finally halting her steps. In truth, Gu Qian yearned to follow Li Feng, fully aware that if she insisted on accompanying him, he would undoubtedly take her along. However, as a virtuous woman, she understood that her presence would only burden him. She was merely a weight that would bring unnecessary troubles to Li Feng. She never wished to become a hindrance on the path of the man she cherished, nor did she want to see disappointment in his eyes. Watching Li Feng's figure swiftly moving away, Gu Qian shed tears of reluctance, turning back towards her home, making her way to the room where Li Feng once resided. After leaving Gu Qian, Li Feng hurried towards Murong Ling's base. Regardless of Gu Qian's words, he needed to see the situation with his own eyes to believe it. Naturally, he could not force his way into the base. He was aware that there were troubles beyond his resolution within. His intention was merely to observe from outside the base before heading towards Xinjiang, where he had informed Nangongxi he would go. Chapter 42. The state of the base. Li Feng ran through one forest after another, pushing forward without keeping track of time. As he recognized the somewhat familiar surroundings, he realized he was nearing the base. Eventually, he caught a glimpse of the towering city walls ahead, which became increasingly distinct as he approached. He halted behind a large tree a few hundred meters from the walls, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the walls and the entrance. The once guarded walls were now devoid of soldiers. Instead, severed heads were impaled on wooden stakes, lined up in grim rows. The sight at the entrance was equally dismal, with disembodied heads piled high, far too many to count individually. Pools of dried blood formed small, meandering rivulets on the ground. Such scenes appeared deliberately orchestrated, as if to demonstrate something ominous. Li Feng could sense that Murong Ling's base had transformed into a desolate city. a realm of death devoid of the vitality and prosperity it once knew. Just as he prepared to take one last look before departing, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him, leaving him no time to retreat. Coughing violently, he found himself unable to withstand the immense pressure, tasting blood as it surged forth from his throat. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt the oppressive force intensifying, as if his very body were on the verge of collapsing under its weight. He could no longer bear to look. Li Feng, gritting his teeth against the pain, murmured to himself. After uttering those words, he swiftly darted into the depths of the forest, running frantically while frequently glancing back to ascertain whether that terrifying presence was pursuing him. At last, after nearly an hour of relentless flight, he halted, leaning heavily on his knees, his head bowed as he gasped for breath. Merely 2 minutes after Li Feng had departed from that great tree, a figure appeared at the very spot where he had just coughed up blood, cloaked in a dark mantle that enveloped their entire being. The figure's features remained shrouded in obscurity, even their hands concealed beneath tightly wrapped bandages. The figure crouched down, dipped a finger into the blood Li Feng had spilled, and brought it to their lips, sucking it with a fervent relish. A sound of deep satisfaction escaped their lips. They then cast a glance in the direction Li Feng had fled. "Hee, you will soon be mine." The figure chuckled coldly. If there had been anyone else present, they might have suspected an illicit connection between the two. With that, the figure turned and leapt effortlessly over a towering city wall, landing gracefully within the confines of the city. As soon as they touched down, they sprang onto the roof of a nearby building, bounding from one structure to another with astonishing agility, swiftly arriving at the heart of the base. Once a place of solemnity and beauty where Murong Ling conducted business and held meetings, it was now aptly described as a hell on earth. The once white exterior walls were now stained crimson with blood, and the ground was littered with dismembered limbs and entrails. Before the office building stood several enormous iron cages, each containing nude, silent figures. They did not scream or shout, yet anyone observing would discern that all shared the same expression, ashen eyes devoid of life, reflecting a complete absence of humanity. They resembled soulless husks. At that moment, the cloaked figure approached one of the cages, unlatched it, and seized a woman by the throat, pulling her out. She did not scream, but instinctively struggled a few times before going limp. The figure displayed no compassion. With a swift motion, they gripped the woman's head and yanked it violently. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as her head was wrenched from her body, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. A gasp of satisfaction escaped the figure as they inhaled deeply, exhaling with a sense of pleasure, as if reveling in the gruesome spectacle. After a moment of respite, the figure extended their right hand towards the woman's heart. "Ah, the power!" they exclaimed, gazing at the still twitching organ in their grasp, before sinking their teeth into it. "Ah, truly delectable. The heart of a living person is a true delicacy," they declared, consuming the half-eaten heart with gusto. Turning back, they regarded the remaining hundreds trapped within the cages. "Hee, after having a few more meals, I shall embark on my next hunt," Li Feng mused as he made his way towards the office building behind him. Having rested sufficiently, and with the afternoon sun casting its warm glow, he felt the pangs of hunger. Having dined only in the morning and traversed considerable distances, it was only natural for him to feel ravenous. As he strolled outdoors, he encountered the occasional zombie, dispatching each with vigorous force, further intensifying his hunger. Observing the sun dipping towards the horizon, Li Feng quickened his pace. In China, with its vast population, following the roads would inevitably lead to the site of houses. Thus, he continued onward until, just as the sun vanished from view, he stumbled upon a 2-story building. An abandoned car lay in front, and the surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, neglected for some time. Inside, dust and cobwebs adorned the rooms. Upon entering the building, Li Feng barricaded the door with heavy objects and began his search for food. However, after such a long time, he found only spoiled items. When he opened the refrigerator, a wave of nausea washed over him at the sight of writhing maggots within a transparent bag. He quickly closed the door, taking a moment to compose himself before resuming his search. Just as despair began to set in, he discovered a small bag of rice tucked away in a corner of the kitchen. With a sigh of relief, he retrieved a lighter he had found earlier, along with a frying pan, and unearthed several sealed bottles of mineral water from the refrigerator. He brought these to the living room, dismantled the sofa, and kindled a fire to cook porridge. Sitting beside the flames, watching the flickering flames dance, he was suddenly reminded of Lin Yiming and Wu Lei. He wondered where they might be. As darkness enveloped the world outside, Li Feng rose to inspect the rooms once more, ensuring there were no vulnerabilities before returning to the living room. Just in time, the porridge was ready. He fetched a bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen, ladled the steaming rice porridge, and savored each warm spoonful. With a satisfied sigh, he wiped his mouth and lay down on a blanket he had found, drifting into sleep before he knew it. Outside, the bright moon hung in the night sky, offering a glimmer of hope in the shadowy world. Chapter 43. I am a good person. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Li Feng awoke and stretched lazily. He reignited the fire and prepared another batch of porridge. After a simple meal, he packed the remaining rice into a backpack he had discovered the previous day. Slipping the backpack onto his shoulders, he removed the items blocking the door and stepped outside. Bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, Li Feng resumed his quest to find Lin Yimeng and her companions. After walking for a considerable time, he glanced up at the blazing sun overhead. At this rate, I will either tire myself to death or succumb to the heat. A vehicle would certainly make things easier, he thought, kicking a small stone on the ground. However, upon surveying his surroundings, Li Feng's thoughts of finding a vehicle were swiftly dispelled by the desolate scenery that enveloped him. Here, the landscape was dominated solely by trees, devoid of any signs of human activity. Is it possible that I have wandered into the countryside? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. Fewer people in rural areas generally means fewer zombies and, consequently, fewer natural threats. As Li Feng continued his journey, fatigue compelled him to rest beneath a grand tree for a brief respite. After traversing for what felt like half a day, he finally beheld the unmistakable signs of human habitation. Rows of houses with whitewashed walls and gray tiles emerged before his eyes. Li Feng quickened his pace, for there might be people there, perhaps even clues regarding Lin Yimeng and her companions. The mere thought spurred him on further. Before long, Li Feng reached the entrance of the village, where a formidable iron gate loomed, flanked by the skeletal remains of zombies. It was evident to him that humans must reside within. Suddenly, while observing his surroundings, a fleeting figure darted past a window of a nearby house. "Hey!" Li Feng called out, but before he could utter another word, the figure vanished from sight. He glanced again at the imposing iron gate. Scaling it seemed impractical. What if he were attacked mid-climb? Rubbing the back of his head, he muttered to himself, "Aha! I've got it." With a sudden burst of inspiration, he shouted out, then quickly covered his mouth, glancing around cautiously. Approaching the gate, he called out to those inside, "I am merely passing through and wish to inquire about a group of individuals. Please, open the door for me. If I receive no information, I shall take my leave. But if you refuse to open, I will be compelled to force my way in. Do not blame me for being merciless." With that, Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to the gate, which echoed loudly as it teetered on the verge of collapse. After the initial kick, he noticed no movement from within. Undeterred, he unleashed another kick, causing the gate to groan once more, with the screws securing it showing signs of loosening. Li Feng had not exerted his full strength. A single, forceful kick would suffice, but he merely intended to intimidate those inside, encouraging them to retreat. After the second kick, he again assessed the situation inside. "You are forcing my hand," he exclaimed, preparing to unleash his full might. With a loud cry, he swung his right foot toward the gate. "Stop!" A voice cried out just as he was about to make contact. However, the momentum of his kick was irreversible. Retracting it could result in serious injury. And given his current state of recovery, it would take days to heal. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Instead of kicking directly at the gate, he redirected his foot to graze the side, using the momentum to pivot gracefully and dissipate the force of his kick. As he regained his balance, he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that had he not reacted swiftly, the gate might not have held, leaving those inside vulnerable to the night's dangers. Standing firm, Li Feng seized the opportunity to gaze upon the young man who had just commanded him to cease his actions. Observing the individual, who appeared to be of similar age, Li Feng did not retract the aura surrounding his being. Quite the contrary, upon catching sight of the man, he unleashed the entirety of his presence, directing it forcefully towards him. Simultaneously, the young man trembled slightly, his legs visibly wavering as if about to kneel. Yet he resolutely resisted the urge to succumb. "Excellent." Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, and at that moment, he drew back his aura. As Li Feng retracted his presence, the young man wiped the sweat from his forehead, struggling to steady his still trembling legs. Approaching the iron gate, He regarded Li Feng and inquired, "What do you intend to do? Why have you damaged our iron gate? Are you unaware of its significance to us inside?" With a faint smile, Li Feng replied, "Did I not mention that I sought information about a certain group? I called out for quite some time, yet no one came to answer the door, leaving me with no choice but to resort to this." He shrugged in a manner that conveyed his own helplessness. The young man, taken aback by Li Feng's words, found himself at a loss for an adequate response, yet he hesitated to voice any harsh remarks. From the moment he sensed Li Feng's aura, he understood that this individual was no ordinary person. Furthermore, he realized that Li Feng had not exerted his full strength in the initial attempt to kick the gate. It was only in the final strike that he had unleashed his full force, which explained the command to halt. Gradually, the young man approached the iron gate, produced a key from his pocket, and unlocked the sizable padlock before pulling the gate open to allow Li Feng entry. Upon entering, Li Feng immediately sensed something amiss, for the village was eerily silent, as though they were the only two souls present. He turned to the young man and asked, "Surely, you cannot be the only one here. Where are the others?" He scanned the surroundings for any signs of additional inhabitants. Upon hearing Li Feng's inquiry, the young man's vigilance heightened. "Indeed, it is just me here. There is no one else. If you have questions, please ask them quickly. No others? Surely you jest." Li Feng retorted, having perceived the young man's wariness. "Do you think I am some sort of villain? If I were, why would I have kicked the gate twice? Had I malicious intentions, do you truly believe you would still be standing here conversing with me?" Li Feng's words rendered the young man flustered, his face reddening as he lowered his gaze, unable to respond. Noting the young man's apparent fear, Li Feng softened his tone. "I genuinely seek information. You cannot be the one responsible for this place, can you? There may be matters of which you are unaware, so it would be best to let them come forth. Let them return to their tasks. There is no need to hide. I am not a villain." Having spoken, Li Feng noticed that the young man remained with his head bowed, lost in thought, which only served to heighten Li Feng's urgency. "By the heavens, I assure you, I am not a villain truly. If you do not summon them forth, I shall dismantle this place." With that, Li Feng strode towards a nearby building. Observing his resolute approach, the individual grew anxious, exclaiming, "Halt! I will call Zhang Bo and the others out." As he shouted towards the village, he implored, "Zhang Bo, come forth. He is not a bad person. If you do not emerge, he truly will tear this place apart." No sooner had he spoken than Li Feng witnessed a startling sight. Individuals emerged from various nooks of the village, including from within water tanks and stacks of firewood. Simultaneously, an elderly middle-aged man approached Li Feng. Chapter 44. A Heart of Compassion. Greetings. I am Zhang Zhan, the caretaker here. May I inquire what business brings you to me? Esteemed hero? Upon reaching Li Feng, the middle-aged man commenced his introduction. Upon seeing the amiable visage of the man before him, Li Feng softened his demeanor. "Hello, I am Li Feng. I wish to inquire about a particular group of individuals." "Inquire about a group?" Zhang Zhan responded with curiosity, emphasizing the phrase. "Yes. Have you seen a group pass through here recently? It seems there were soldiers among them," Li Feng reiterated. No one has passed by here recently," Zhang Zhan replied with certainty. "Very well, I shall not impose further." With no useful information acquired, Li Feng prepared to continue his search. "Wait." Just as Li Feng was about to turn away, Zhang Zhan called out to him. Li Feng halted and inquired, "Brother Zhang, is there something else you need?" We would like to request your assistance. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed you were no ordinary person. You are the only one who can help us." Zhang Zhan spoke with palpable excitement. He spoke true. Li Feng was indeed extraordinary. "Oh, what kind of assistance?" Li Feng asked, intrigued, having sensed something amiss since his arrival. Why had the villagers emerged from such concealed spots instead of using the front door? "So, are you willing to help us, brotherly?" Upon hearing Li Feng's inquiry, Zhang Zhan's enthusiasm surged, for if Li Feng agreed to assist, their lives might become considerably easier. "Perhaps. What is it that you require?" Li Feng replied nonchalantly, scratching the back of his head. "Brotherly, since we are requesting your help, we cannot discuss it standing here. Come, let us speak inside." Zhang Zhan gestured invitingly. Li Feng, not one to refuse, strode confidently forward. "Here we are. Please, enter." "Brotherly." Zhang Zhan led him to a two-story building, once more gesturing for him to proceed inside. Li Feng stepped into the house, and the interior was reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic setting, complete with a sofa, television, and tea table. It felt as though he had stepped into a living room from a bygone era, had he not just entered from the outside. He might have believed he was merely dreaming. Li Feng approached the sofa, gently caressing its surface. A wave of nostalgia for the bustling life before the apocalypse washed over him. Indeed, it was not just he who longed for those days. Every individual in this world must yearn for the life that once was. Hey, brother Li, let us sit down and talk. Zhang Zhun, observing Li Feng lost in thought, hesitated to call out loudly and instead asked timidly, "Oh, my apologies, I was momentarily distracted. Let us address the matter at hand," Li Feng replied, snapping back to reality at Zhang Zhun's gentle prompt. "Brother Li, since you have agreed to assist us, I shall speak plainly. We seek your help in eliminating the band of marauders in the eastern mountains. As you witnessed, we took refuge in those places because those brigands frequently raid us, imposing a quota of food we must deliver weekly. Failure to comply results in them executing an equal number of innocent lives as punishment." As Zhangzhen spoke, he lifted a child of 2 or 3 years into his arms, tears glistening in his eyes. This child's parents were killed recently when we could not provide enough food during one of the raids. Those fiends took their bodies away. Seeing the innocent child in Zhang Zhun's embrace, Li Feng resolved in his heart to aid them. Moreover, from Zhang Zhun's words, he gleaned a harrowing truth. These marauders resorted to cannibalism. Li Feng's principle regarding such inhumanity was resolute. Eliminate one upon discovery, for allowing them to exist would yield catastrophic consequences. The thought of that terrifying presence loomed in his mind. Li Feng raised his gaze to Zhang Zhun and declared, "Brother Zhang, I shall assist you. I will rest here for a few days, and then I will eradicate them. Thank you immensely, brother Li. You are our savior. Although none of us possesses your prowess, we shall assist you in any way we can. Whatever you require, we will do our utmost to fulfill it," Zhang Zhun exclaimed, rising to clasp Li Feng's hand. "Brother Li, you must be famished. I will have someone prepare a meal for you. Lu Fei, please show brother Li to a place to rest," Zhang Zhun instructed as he made his way outside, while another individual approached Li Feng. "Ah, so you are Lu Fei? Quite the courageous lad. You managed to withstand my aura just now," Li Feng chuckled, patting Lu Fei on the shoulder before heading toward the door. Lu Fei, blushing at the compliment, followed closely behind him. "By the way, Lu Fei, do you know how formidable those marauders truly are? Do they possess any extraordinary abilities or peculiar traits?" Li Feng suddenly halted and turned to inquire of Lu Fei, who had been trailing behind. Lu Fei nearly collided with Li Feng due to the abrupt stop, but managed to halt just in time. "Yes, they do." Lu Fei pondered for a moment before responding. "Oh, what is so special or formidable?" Li Feng inquired suddenly, curiosity evident in his voice. "I noticed among them a figure clad entirely in black, enveloping his form completely. Even the hands exposed to the world were swathed in bandages, and atop his head rested a voluminous hood that concealed his face entirely. I had witnessed him commit murder, piercing a tall man through the torso with a single hand." As Lu Fei spoke, his body involuntarily trembled. Observing Lu Fei's trepidation, Li Feng gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid. He will never trouble you again. I shall ensure they vanish from this world entirely." It seemed that Li Feng had instilled hope within him. After that comforting gesture, Lu Fei felt his fear dissipate. As if a newfound strength was supporting him, perhaps this was what hope truly felt like. As darkness enveloped the sky once more, how many souls would succumb to oblivion beneath the night? Gazing at the fading twilight, Li Feng's thoughts drifted to Lin Yimeng and Wu Lei, wondering about their safety. Particularly Yimeng. Lu Fei appeared to sense Li Feng's concern and inquired, "Brother Li, are you worried about the group you were inquiring about?" "Indeed," Li Feng replied candidly, not wishing to conceal anything from Lu Fei. "They must be very important to you," Lu Fei continued, his curiosity piqued. "They are my brothers and my girlfriend." Li Feng responded with a sigh. "I envy them, to have a brother and boyfriend as formidable and loyal as you, brother Li," Lu Fei expressed with admiration. With a faint smile, Li Feng fell silent, lifting his gaze to the luminous moon above. The night symbolized death, yet for Li Feng, as long as a single soul engages with this narrative, he shall persist in his writing, grateful for the support of all. Chapter 45, May I Kill You? After contemplating the moon for a while, Li Feng allowed Lu Fei to escort him to their quarters. Perhaps wearied by the day's tumult, he collapsed onto the bed and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Time passed, though how long he could not discern, until the raucous sounds from outside stirred him awake. Rubbing his slightly dizzy head, Li Feng leapt from the bed, intrigued by the commotion outside. Surely something significant was afoot. Upon opening the door, he observed a throng of people rushing toward the entrance. "Hey, what are you all up to?" Li Feng called out, seizing a middle-aged man passing by. The man, initially poised to chastise Li Feng, composed himself upon recognizing him. "Oh, it's you, brotherly. You should find a place to hide. That gang of bandits from the east is back, demanding food. They've already breached the gates, and Brother Zhang Zhan is negotiating with them. You must hide." Without waiting for Li Feng's response, the man swiftly turned and hurried toward the entrance. Li Feng was also quite curious about the nature of this group, so he decided to follow them to uncover the truth and gain insight into their intentions. Understanding oneself and the enemy is the key to victory in every battle, especially concerning the enigmatic figure in black mentioned by Lu Fei. He hoped fervently that it was not the terrifying presence he dreaded. Soon, Li Feng arrived at the entrance, where a considerable crowd had gathered, divided into two factions. One group comprised the villagers behind Zhang Zhan, while the other consisted of a band of bandits. Noticing several trucks and a small vehicle parked outside, a smirk crept onto Li Feng's lips. It appeared that many more places were destined to be plundered by this gang. At that moment, Li Feng observed that Zhang Zhan was losing control of the situation, or perhaps the situation was never within his grasp. The bandits had only 5 members present, 4 outside and 1 inside the vehicle. However, it was not the 4 burly men that drew Li Feng's attention, but rather the individual seated inside the car, who was keenly observing every movement with intense scrutiny. Suddenly, the man noticed Li Feng's gaze and locked eyes with him. Rather than retreating, Li Feng held his ground, maintaining the eye contact until, after a brief moment, the man diverted his gaze. From the man's eyes, Li Feng sensed a thirst for blood, a propensity for violence, and an unsettling coldness. There was an absence of the gaze typical of a normal person, and the man's attire further accentuated his ominous presence, clad entirely in black. Although he was not wearing a hat, Li Feng could not discern his features, as his head was entirely swathed in bandages, leaving only his eyes exposed. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you wish for death? I'll oblige." Suddenly, a loud curse reverberated through the air, pulling Li Feng's attention back to Zhang Zhan. The burly man conversing with Zhang Zhan seemed to have grown impatient. Seizing Zhang Zhan by the throat and lifting him off the ground, several onlookers, witnessing Zhang Zhan's predicament, could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward, only to be swiftly subdued and knocked to the ground by the other 3 bandits. Don't come any closer." Zhang Zhan, seeing his comrades felled, mustered all his strength to shout these words, attempting to deter anyone else from advancing. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as more rushed in. 1, 2, 3, 4, only to be brought down by the trio of assailants. "Stop!" Li Feng yelled, striding toward the scene. He could no longer remain an idle observer, especially since he had promised to assist them, and the individuals he sought were indeed among this group. To remain passive now would be to jeopardize Zhang Zhan's safety, and he could not bear the thought of facing the villagers should anything happen to him. Noticing Li Feng's determined approach, the bandit released Zhang Zhan, who was then quickly surrounded by the villagers. Zhang Zhan, now standing, nodded at Li Feng in acknowledgement, relieved that Zhang Zhan was unharmed. Li Feng felt a sense of ease wash over him. Now it was his moment to take action. "Are you seeking death, you fool? Fine, I shall grant it." As he spoke, the burly man who had just been holding Zhang Zhan charged towards Li Feng. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, Li Feng remained unperturbed, standing resolutely like a mountain, merely observing the man's advance. Just as the giant was less than a meter away, he abruptly leaped, aiming a powerful punch at the crown of Li Feng's head. As the fist drew perilously close, merely a centimeter from impact, Zhang Zhan and all those behind him shut their eyes in despair, especially Zhang Zhan, who regretted enlisting Li Feng's aid. However, the ensuing scene completely shattered their expectations. In the span of less than a second, Li Feng swiftly sidestepped to the right, evading the man's lethal strike. As he dodged, Li Feng retaliated with a swift kick to the assailant's abdomen. Bam! Boom! 2 resounding crashes echoed as the man was propelled by Li Feng's kick, crashing into the wall of a nearby building, creating a gaping hole in the structure. Dust swirled into the air, and silence enveloped the scene, leaving no doubt that the man had met his demise. Witnessing their leader incapacitated, the remaining 3 individuals, after a brief moment of shock, regained their composure. This was the first time they encountered such a formidable opponent since the apocalypse. Previously, adversaries would tremble in fear at their mere presence. Such humiliation was intolerable. After a moment of astonishment, The trio lunged towards Li Feng. As they charged, Li Feng propelled himself forward like a cannonball, swiftly delivering a punch that sent the foremost attacker sprawling to the ground. Suddenly, another assailant followed closely behind, attempting to strike Li Feng. With no time to react, he relied on instinct, executing a spinning kick that connected with the man's head, sending him crashing down. Yet, there was no time to evade the third individual's assault. Pain shot through Li Feng's back as he was struck, leaving him no opportunity to assess his injury. He swiftly turned, delivering a powerful blow to the assailant's abdomen, causing the man to vomit blood and be violently thrown back, struggling for a moment before falling still. This entire exchange transpired in a mere 30 seconds. Clap, clap, clap. As Li Feng dispatched the last opponent, applause resonated from the entrance. Turning to investigate, he discovered the man in black who had remained in the car, silent and observant. Impressive skills, the man remarked as he approached Li Feng. You must not be an ordinary individual, for such reflexes and strength are beyond the capabilities of the average person. As Li Feng recognized the true nature of this opponent, he understood the gravity of the situation. Thank you for the compliment, Li Feng replied. But I merely possess decorative skills. He was not naive enough to underestimate the distance between them due to flattery. The man in black chuckled lightly, halting 50 meters from Li Feng. Your name is Li Feng, correct? May I pose a question to you? He inquired. What question? I shall answer any that I am able to. Although Li Feng verbally expressed his dissent, his heart brimmed with an insatiable desire to eliminate his adversary at once. The figure clad in black surveyed Li Feng and declared, I can kill you, Mo. Chapter 46, The Godslayer and the Blood Demon. With that exclamation, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging at Li Feng. How audacious! Li Feng cursed, bracing himself to confront the oncoming assault. Each strike and counterattack was a fierce exchange of fists and feet, for in the apocalypse, the finest weapons were either one's unique abilities or cold steel. Beyond these, any firearms would eventually run dry and prove cumbersome to carry. After exchanging dozens of blows, neither Li Feng nor the black-clad figure could claim victory. Fatigue began to weigh on Li Feng. As both combatants were rebuffed, he fixed a steely gaze upon the black figure, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Meanwhile, the black-clad man appeared utterly unfazed, regarding Li Feng with a look akin to that one might cast upon the deceased. Dismissing the confrontation, he feigned indifference, glancing at Li Feng and stating, Remarkable. You are the first person I have encountered in this desolate world capable of enduring such a prolonged engagement. I admire your tenacity. How about joining us? I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. Join you? To partake in the consumption of my own kind? To ultimately become a monstrosity like you? I would sooner embrace death. Li Feng spat vehemently onto the ground. So, you have resolved to be my adversary? Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The black-clad figure had initially intended to recruit Li Feng, for beings of his caliber were exceedingly rare. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Li Feng harbored an intense loathing for those who preyed upon humanity, creatures that were scarcely distinguishable from beasts, perhaps even inferior. With the prospect of friendship extinguished, enmity was the only path left, and as his foe, Li Feng would ultimately become his delectable prey. The black-clad figure licked his lips in anticipation. Huh. By all means, come and try. Li Feng retorted with a chilling laugh. Boom. Blood Demon Domain. Activate. The black-clad figure howled to the heavens, and with his declaration, the world around them transformed, suffused with a sanguine hue. The clouds above morphed into a deep crimson, while the ground and houses surrounding the black figure were engulfed in a bloody tint. At the moment the command was uttered, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and carnage surged towards Li Feng. Fortuitously, his physical resilience was formidable. Had it been otherwise, he would have succumbed like the ordinary humans ensnared within the domain. Zhang Zhun and the others were already struggling to breathe under the oppressive weight of the bloodlust, collapsing to the ground as they gasped for air on the brink of suffocation. Observing their plight, Li Feng realized he could not afford to retreat any further. Even if he remained unharmed, Zhang Zhun and the others would perish under the suffocating aura. The black-clad figure, pleased with the sight of Zhang Zhun and his companions, nodded in satisfaction. Then, shifting his gaze to Li Feng, he sneered, stating, No one who has entered my blood demon realm has ever emerged alive. Of course, those individuals were merely subjects for my practice. I did not exert my full strength. However, you are different from them. I shall ensure you suffer a painful demise. As the cloaked figure spoke, ethereal forms resembling human souls began to drift around Li Feng. A chilling chorus of bone-deep howls erupted from these apparitions. Li Feng, undeterred by the cacophony, maintained his focus on the cloaked figure. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan. Something was amiss. The howling was problematic. Li Feng felt dizzy, as if his very soul were on the verge of escaping his body. A revelation dawned upon him. Indeed, these drifting entities were the souls of those I have slain, imprisoned within my blood demon realm, transformed into my instruments. As souls, their cries are directed solely at other souls, and when a soul is wounded, the body suffers likewise. Ha ha. With that, the cloaked figure erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Li Feng clutched his head, howling in agony. Am I to perish here? No, not like this. He glanced at Zhang Zhun and the others, realizing their plight was far worse than his own. Many were motionless, while those who could move were bleeding from all orifices. Wailing in despair. This is what a soul attack entails. Truly formidable. I can no longer bear this. Li Feng was tormented to the point of collapse. Blood streaming from his nostrils. One dream. Yes, I have yet to find one dream. I cannot die. I must not. You possess a realm, but so do I. Even in death, I shall not allow you to live, and I shall not perish. Enduring the excruciating agony that felt as if he were being torn apart, Li Feng forced himself to rise, his gaze filled with fierce determination directed at the cloaked figure. God-slaying realm, activate. Once more, Li Feng unleashed the latent potential within his body. Previously, it had been a passive eruption. Now, it was an active one. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes blood-red. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body already operating beyond its limits, further weakened by the prior soul attack. Li Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, observing the energy fluctuations resulting from the collision of their realms. It was evident that Li Feng's realm was slightly stronger. His god-slaying realm gradually consumed the cloaked figure's blood demon realm, the crimson hue receding incrementally, granting Li Feng a measure of relief. Today, I shall see you dead. Li Feng roared furiously at the cloaked figure. A futile struggle. The cloaked figure scoffed. Yet the sweat on his brow betrayed his true state. He was nearing his limit, retreating step by step as Li Feng's god-slaying realm encroached upon him. Even in your desperate struggle, I shall bring about your demise. Li Feng wiped the blood from his lips once more. As he spoke, his god-slaying realm advanced once again. In this moment, one could assert that if it were not for the palpable aura of malevolence, the scene could be deemed a wondrous spectacle. The clouds in the sky transformed from their original white hue to a blood red, and then deepened to a dark crimson. Although both Li Feng and the cloaked figure existed within realms of red, a distinct boundary, a black line, was still discernible. At this juncture, Li Feng's domain had already consumed a significant portion of the cloaked figure's territory, which was evident as the latter struggled to maintain composure. While Li Feng had reached the utmost limits of his endurance. You too possess a domain. The cloaked figure finally grasped the terrifying nature of Li Feng's desperate struggle. Indeed, it was fear. As long as one possesses a heartbeat, fear remains. Coughing violently, Li Feng expelled another mouthful of blood. Acutely aware that he could not afford to delay any longer, procrastination would inevitably lead to his demise, a true death. I am not like you. I am human. While you can no longer be deemed as such, I shall not squander further time with you. With a thunderous roar, Li Feng unleashed the expansion of his Godslayer domain, accelerating the devouring of the cloaked figure's blood demon domain. Boom. A tremor reverberated as, at last, Li Feng entirely consumed the blood demon domain of the cloaked figure. In that instant, the cloaked figure was struck by a backlash from his own domain, spewing forth a stream of black blood and collapsing to the ground. No. It cannot be. I have been defeated. I have lost. The cloaked figure murmured to himself in despair. Witnessing the figure's breakdown, Li Feng realized that he could no longer pose a threat. With a long sigh, Li Feng sank down to the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhang Zhun and the others, having escaped direct harm, had now regained their composure and rushed towards him. So weary, I shall endeavor to update twice daily henceforth. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 47. The story Li Feng. Li Feng, are you alright? Are you hurt? Zhang Zhun and the others quickly gathered around, bombarding him with inquiries about his condition. I am fine. I shall not perish. Li Feng replied with a serene smile, redirecting his gaze towards the cloaked figure. I have been defeated. I succumbed to a human's hand. No, I am human too. No, I can no longer be considered human. No, I am human. The cloaked figure remained slumped, muttering to himself, teetering on the brink of psychological collapse. Humph. Li Feng winced in pain as he rose slowly, making his way toward the cloaked figure. Upon nearing within a meter, he sat down heavily. Have you come to humiliate me? If so, please grant me a swift end. I, Xiao Yi, can be killed but not insulted. The cloaked figure, sensing Li Feng's approach, did not lift his gaze, remaining bowed. Xiao Yi, so this is your name. Quite fitting. Li Feng mused, reciting a line of poetry. Autumn winds bring falling flowers and leaves. All things wither away. Xiao Yi, you did not willingly become a devourer, did you? From your malevolence, I sense a hint of reluctance. Your aura lacks the true ferocity of mercilessness. I am curious to know your story. Would you share it with me? At this moment, Li Feng no longer regarded Xiao Yi as an adversary. Rather, a flicker of compassion had begun to stir within him. As you have said, I did not willingly become the so-called devourer. Xiao Yi lifted his gaze, a sorrowful expression etched across his features as he spoke to Li Feng. He continued, in the past, my family and I resided in a human settlement, where nearly 1,000 souls gathered, and I was but a mere shadow among them, seldom attracting anyone's attention until that fateful day. With his eyes cast towards the heavens, Xiao Yi recounted, on that day, a figure swathed in bandages, clad in a cloak akin to mine, burst into our dwelling with the intent to abduct my sister. I had just returned from scavenging for supplies and happened upon this scene. Witnessing my sister's desperate struggles, I drew the knife I carried and charged at him. Yet, before I could even close the distance, he struck me away with a single hand, sending me sprawling several meters, bones fracturing throughout my body. Nevertheless, I rose to my feet. Perhaps he feared the commotion, for he ultimately spared both my sister and me. Yet, how could I endure such humiliation? Through my inquiries, I uncovered his identity and, in turn, stumbled upon a secret. Here, Xiao Yi paused, perhaps overcome with emotion. After a brief silence, he resumed. This secret transformed me into what I am today. It revealed that by incessantly consuming human flesh, I could ascend to the status of the half-human, half-corpse devourer you speak of, gaining immense power. Fortuitously, after feasting on over 100 souls, I finally sensed a shift within my body. At that moment, I had no intention of ceasing. I sought out the solitary humans, including those venturing out for supplies. However, with each act of consumption, my exterior began to morph. My skin turned pale, my eyes bled crimson, and my teeth elongated into fangs reminiscent of a vampire. I finally understood why that man donned such attire. He feared recognition, or perhaps the truth of his own depravity. In the end, I emulated his garb, transforming myself into one of his ilk. Each day, as I scoured for supplies, many regarded me with wary eyes. I realized I could no longer remain in that place. For my sister's safety, I killed that man and devoured his heart. Following that, I discovered a considerable surge in my strength. I remained by my sister's side, unbeknownst to her, and the sight of her weeping each night in my absence pierced my heart with anguish. A few individuals attempted to harass my sister, but they too fell victim to my wrath, their bodies left nearby as a warning. In this manner, I ensured that no one would trouble her, continuing to scavenge and stealthily deliver supplies to our home. Yet, that day inevitably arrived. Xiao Yi wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and continued. On that day, I ventured farther than usual in search of provisions for my sister, but upon my return, the sight before me shattered my spirit. The tide of corpses swept through this survivor's gathering place during my nearly one-day absence, the ground strewn with the shattered remains of humanity. I returned to my sister's home, where, apart from the abundant blood, nothing else remained. Although I did not see my sister's body, it was clear to anyone that her fate was grim. Since that moment, I have been plagued by guilt, yet I clung desperately to the last flicker of hope in my search for her. For I had not laid eyes upon her lifeless form. I believed she was still alive. From that day forth, I scoured every corner in my quest, but to no avail. Ultimately, I recognized the limitations of my solitary efforts. Then, an idea struck me, to claim a territory and shelter the survivors, providing them safety while enlisting their aid in my search for my sister. In this post-apocalyptic world, survival was paramount. It was a matter of either you perish or I thrive, and I resolved to allow them the freedom to act as they saw fit, imposing minimal restrictions. The only stipulation was that those who joined our base would be treated as family, with no tolerance for the brutality that existed outside our walls. They adhered to this principle with unwavering commitment. Despite my prolonged search, my sister remained elusive, and I contemplated the possibility of surrendering my quest. I could not continue to risk the lives of others by hanging my hopes upon a single tree. If my sister were indeed alive, I trusted fate would eventually reunite us. After all, she was my sole kin in this world. Having expressed my thoughts, Qiu Yi turned once more to Li Feng. You have stated that I can no longer be considered human, but may I beseech you, Brother Li, to assist me in locating my sister and convey to her the tale of her brother? With that, Qiu Yi unexpectedly produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, aiming it at his own heart. What are you doing? You are not like the other devourers. You still possess a human heart, and that is crucial. Li Feng exclaimed as he struck the dagger from Qiu Yi's grasp, sending it clattering to the ground. Observing Qiu Yi's despondent demeanor, Li Feng found himself at a loss for words. You speak for yourself. I have no interest in your plight, nor do I wish to see the outcome of your sister's reaction upon learning of your demise. If I inadvertently harm her, I would bear that burden alone. Besides, I lack the time to concern myself with your troubles. I, too, must seek my significant person. Why not accompany me? Perhaps we will find her together. Li Feng was genuinely at a loss for further comments. Really, Brother Li, do you not disdain my cannibalism? Do you not detest that I am a devourer? Qiu Yi suddenly exclaimed, rising in excitement. Li Feng, taken aback by his sudden fervor, composed himself and replied, If you join me, you must keep your impulses in check. Our enemies may be consumed, but our own cannot be harmed. Do not even entertain the thought, understood? Yes, I understand. Qiu Yi nodded vigorously, elated. With your antics, I nearly lost my own life. Impressive. Keep up the effort, and we shall see whose domain proves stronger in due course. Li Feng chuckled. The day wanes. Let us retreat indoors. He then placed his left hand on Qiu Yi's shoulder as they made their way inside. Behind them, Zhang Zhun and the others stood in bewilderment, staring at the unfolding scene. Is this how it is resolved? Just moments ago, weren't we embroiled in a fierce struggle? Zhang Zhun remarked, his face etched with confusion. He glanced around at the others, who appeared equally perplexed, and opted to follow Li Feng towards the house without further comment. The countenance of the Count mirrored his bewilderment. It was simply astounding. Chapter 48. The journey begins after a brief exchange with Qiu Yi upon returning to the house. Li Feng instructed Zhang Zhun and the others to arrange rooms for a restful night. At last, Li Feng could enjoy a peaceful slumber. Early in the morning, Li Feng arrived at Zhang Zhun's quarters, only to find him already awake, engaged in his morning routine. Brother Zhang, you're up so early. Li Feng greeted him with a beaming smile. Ah, Li Feng, you're awake early too. Young folks should sleep a bit longer. As for us old-timers, we wish to linger in slumber, but sleep evades us. Zhang Zhun quipped, his tone half-joking. Li Feng smiled at Zhang Zhun's jest. Yet he understood the grim reality of their post-apocalyptic world. Who could truly rest soundly in their beds? Many rose at dawn to prepare, either to scavenge for supplies or to take their posts on watch. Brother Zhang, I've come to bid you farewell. Qiu Yi and I plan to leave at first light to continue our search for the individuals we seek. Li Feng conveyed his intentions candidly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Ah, you're leaving so soon. I hoped you would stay a bit longer. However, since you are off to find someone important, I shan't detain you. Please, make yourselves at home, and let us know if you require anything. We are yet to express our gratitude for your tremendous assistance. There's no need for gratitude. It was but a trifling effort. Well then, Brother Zhang, we shall take our leave. Oh, and do repair that door swiftly. Li Feng waved a hand in farewell as he turned to depart. Qiu Yi awaited him at the entrance, shrouded in her enigmatic black cloak, maintaining her air of mystery. Brother Li, you've arrived. Qiu Yi greeted as Li Feng emerged. Indeed, Qiu Yi. From now on, we are comrades. There's no need for formalities. You may call me Feng Gu or simply Li Feng. We are of similar age, after all. Now, let us be on our way, Li Feng declared, gesturing forward with his hand. Feng Gu, are you in search of a group, including soldiers? Qiu Yi suddenly posed, as if a thought had struck her. Indeed. How did you know? Do you possess information regarding them? Li Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of Murong Ling or Lin Yiming. Well, there are whispers of such news. Recently, one of my subordinates reported seeing a group that included several soldiers and dozens of ordinary individuals heading north of Chongqing, seemingly bound for Sichuan. It is said that there is a substantial military base there that also accepts civilians. North of Chongqing? Sichuan? Li Feng understood the reason for their northern journey. They were likely headed to Xinjiang. However, given that Sichuan houses a military base, it was plausible they were bound for there instead. In this chaotic apocalypse, each additional mile traveled equated to an increase in danger. Upon hearing the information relayed by Qiu Yi, the tension that had gripped Li Feng's heart began to ease. "Qiu Yi, you have truly been a tremendous help. Thank you," he exclaimed, his hands clasping Qiu Yi's shoulders with palpable excitement. Qiu Yi felt somewhat uncomfortable under Li Feng's fervent gaze and, with a hint of awkwardness, gently pushed Li Feng's hands away, saying, "Brother Feng, you just mentioned that we are all comrades now. Your affairs are my affairs. And your important people are mine as well, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, yes. I must have gotten a bit carried away with excitement. Haha. Let us hasten our journey." Li Feng laughed at himself, lightening the mood. Qiu Yi chose to accompany Li Feng because he perceived him as a trustworthy individual and, more importantly, a compassionate one. In this harsh world of despair, possessing a heart is an admirable trait, for many have become numb to the horrors that surround them, losing the humanity inherent in being human. Those individuals would commit unspeakable acts to survive: murder, arson, even cannibalism. Reflecting on this, Qiu Yi felt a twinge of self-loathing. He was one of those individuals. Before meeting Li Feng, he lived each day burdened by profound guilt. Yet, Li Feng's arrival had kindled a flicker of hope within him, as he realized that Li Feng did not treat him differently because of his past transgressions. As he observed Li Feng's silhouette ahead, Qiu Yi envisioned a future where he would be acknowledged by all, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face, an expression that Li Feng happened to catch when he turned around. "What are you grinning about back there, Qiu Yi?" Li Feng inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "Ah, what did you say?" "Oh, it's nothing." The still distracted Qiu Yi nearly collided with Li Feng. Yet Li Feng's unwavering gaze sent shivers down Qiu Yi's spine. "All right, Brother Feng, truly, it's nothing. Please stop looking at me like that. I can't take it." "Haha, I'm just teasing you. Let us continue our journey and aim to find a place to rest before nightfall." Qiu Yi exhaled deeply, following closely behind Li Feng. He had not anticipated Li Feng's playful nature. He must have been even more amusing before the apocalypse. Indeed, the apocalypse transformed many, either rendering the strong weak or empowering the weak. It all depended on one's ability to adapt. Alternatively, it could completely change a person, twisting them into a deranged killer with a warped psyche. Survivors in a post-apocalyptic world are far from ordinary. Even the most seemingly mundane individuals possess unique qualities that enable them to endure. Their very existence signifies an inherent capability for survival, regardless of the nature of that ability. Along their journey, they encountered numerous zombies, yet not a single human soul was in sight. This is hardly surprising. These zombies were once the inhabitants of the area, transformed into the undead, which naturally resulted in a decline of the living. The sun hung high in the pristine blue sky, its intensity palpable. The heat rendered both Li Feng and Qiu Yi nearly cooked alive, especially Qiu Yi, who felt as if he were being steamed in his cumbersome three-layered attire. "Goodness. Brother Feng, let us find some shade to rest for a moment. I'm at my wit's end with this weather. The summer is scorching, and winter is freezing. Are we even meant to survive?" As he spoke, Qiu Yi spotted a large tree and promptly plopped down beneath it. Li Feng was about to respond, but upon seeing Qiu Yi seated, he had no choice but to join him. "Brother Feng, look at this wretched weather. It's so hot that even the zombies are reluctant to emerge for a meal," Qiu Yi remarked half-jokingly, glancing around. Li Feng followed his gaze, and surprisingly, he noted that perhaps the undead were indeed deterred by the heat. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered within Li Feng, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing them. It was an overwhelming feeling of power, one that left him speechless. He glanced at Qiu Yi, who seemed oblivious to the discomfort. Reluctantly, Li Feng decided to inquire, patting Qiu Yi on the shoulder. "Do you not feel as though someone is watching us?" "Watching? Not at all. I don't sense anything," Qiu Yi replied, a puzzled expression on his face. "Try to feel it more intently," Li Feng insisted, unwilling to relinquish his suspicion. After closing his eyes to focus, Qiu Yi opened them and said, "Nope, nothing here. Brother Feng, you're just being paranoid. What could possibly be lurking in this desolate wilderness? A tiger, perhaps?" "Ha ha." He erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. Could it truly be mere paranoia? Li Feng mused, scratching the back of his head, unsure of what lurked in the shadows. He decided to dismiss the thought. The sweltering heat, combined with the cool shade, lulled him into a sleepy state, and before he knew it, he had drifted off. In the usual course of events, the Count had spent the entire day driving and was still recovering, hence the single update. By the way, today marks the Count's birthday. Could we perhaps garner some support in the form of collections and votes? Good night. Chapter 49. The Tiger Falls to the Plain. Brother Feng. Wake up. The sun is nearly setting. Are you still asleep? Li Feng was roused from his slumber by an incessant, irritating voice. How did I fall asleep? He yawned and stretched, feeling languid. Li Feng looked up at the sun, a frown creasing his face. That sun is still quite high. It hardly seems ready to set. Do you not realize that disturbing someone's slumber is quite impolite? Although Li Feng's words suggested annoyance, he bore no grudge against Qiu Yi. It was merely playful banter. However, the speaker's words were heedless, while the listener took them to heart. Upon hearing Li Feng's remarks, coupled with his expression, Qiu Yi assumed that Li Feng was genuinely angry and promptly apologized, saying, Brother Feng, I am truly sorry. I couldn't bear to wake you. But could you please take a look behind you? As he spoke, Qiu Yi pointed toward Li Feng's back. What on earth? Li Feng turned around with ease. Oh my! A cat of such size? No, a tiger. In a heartbeat, Li Feng sprang to his feet and concealed himself behind Qiu Yi. Roar! Perhaps sensing its meal eluding it right beneath its nose, the tiger let out a resounding roar. Oh dear, Brother Feng, you have angered the great tiger, exclaimed Qiu Yi. Come on, if you have the courage, go comfort it. Faced with Qiu Yi's jest, Li Feng was at a loss for words. It was astonishing that jokes could still be made at such a moment. Ha! Brother Feng, when we sparred, you showed no fear of death. Yet you were frightened by this. How utterly unexpected. Qiu Yi laughed heartily at Li Feng's flustered demeanor, realizing he had perhaps lost his composure. Li Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. After all, it was an instinct honed over millennia of human evolution. Who could remain calm upon encountering such a magnificent creature? Nevertheless, it was not the time for frivolity. Suddenly, Qiu Yi's expression turned serious as he said, Brother Feng, while you may fear other tigers, this one truly poses no threat. Look at its abdomen. He pointed at the tiger. Indeed, Li Feng followed Qiu Yi's gesture and observed that a significant portion of the tiger's belly was mangled, continuously oozing blood. Oh my, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought it didn't chase after me for some reason. Now it makes sense. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You scared me half to death. With the realization that the tiger was injured, Li Feng's anxious heart eased considerably. Well, you were the one doing all the talking. I never had the chance to mention that it was an injured tiger, Qiu Yi responded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. All right, I won't hold it against you anymore. Now, I must deal with it. Truly, a tiger fallen into misfortune is being bullied by me. With a grand gesture, Li Feng charged toward the tiger. Wait for me, Brother Feng. Seeing Li Feng rush forward, Qiu Yi followed closely behind. Qiu Yi, attract its attention. I will launch the attack, Li Feng instructed as he formulated their battle plan. Understood, Brother Feng, just watch. As he spoke, Qiu Yi approached the tiger. Confronted with the sudden appearance of food, the tiger sensed something amiss and hesitated to attack Qiu Yi. Watching the tiger refrain from attacking, Qiu Yi felt exasperated. Here was a feast offered freely, yet it remained cautious. There was no choice but to resort to drastic measures. With that, Qiu Yi turned his back to the tiger, calling, Come here, little doggy, bite me. My meat is delectable. Come on, little doggy. He even patted his backside for emphasis. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Feng halted momentarily to catch his breath. He was on the verge of laughter, but stifled it to avoid drawing the tiger's attention toward himself. Perhaps the tiger could comprehend or perceive the words and actions of Qiu Yi. After a brief pause, as he prepared to continue taunting the tiger, the beast finally erupted in fury. A mighty roar echoed, one that resonated with even greater intensity than the previous. Li Feng could distinctly sense the rage emanating from the creature. Following its thunderous roar, disregarding its injuries, the tiger leapt several meters into the air, raising its forepaw to strike at Qiu Yi, perhaps thinking that one could slay but not humiliate a creature of its stature, the king of beasts being called a mere puppy. Seeing the paw descending upon him, Qiu Yi swiftly retreated several meters, narrowly evading the tiger's lethal strike. A resounding crash reverberated as the spot he had just vacated was struck, leaving a sizable crater in its wake. My goodness, such power! Qiu Yi exclaimed, drenched in perspiration. Li Feng, we must act quickly. This tiger is extraordinary. Li Feng remained silent, merely nodding. as he sought an opportunity to mount the tiger's back. The moment arrived unexpectedly. Just as Li Feng was pondering his next move, the tiger lunged at Qiu Yi once more. However, Qiu Yi deftly dodged again, escaping unharmed, not a single hair touched by the beast. Yet the tiger was less fortunate. Upon landing, the force of its descent exacerbated its wounds, causing it to collapse in agony. What a perfect opportunity! Li Feng shouted as he charged toward the fallen tiger. The beast, sensing impending danger, quickly rose to flee. Yet Li Feng could not let this rare chance slip away. He surged forward, propelling himself onto the tiger's back with remarkable speed. Upon making contact with the tiger, he seized its mane tightly, defying its attempts to dislodge him. Li Feng swiftly acclimated to the rhythm of the tiger's movements, securing his grip with one hand around its neck while the other transformed into a fist, delivering powerful blows to the tiger's head. His strength was such that he could shatter brick walls with a single punch, so how could the tiger's tough hide withstand his assault? After delivering dozens of fierce strikes, the tiger finally succumbed and fell. Li Feng leaped off its back, dusting off his hands. Why is this tiger's head so resilient? No matter, tonight we feast on tiger meat. He approached the beast, crouched down, and withdrew a dagger he always carried, plunging it into the tiger's heart. With a few deft strokes, he laid bare the still warm organ, extracting it with both hands. Here, a gift for you. This is the essence, Li Feng declared as he presented the tiger's heart to Qiu Yi. Gazing at the crimson, pulsating heart, Qiu Yi could indeed sense the immense energy it contained, far surpassing the strength gained from consuming a human heart. Thank you, Li Feng, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he took the bloodied organ and turned away to indulge in it. Why hide while eating, one might wonder. Because Qiu Yi wished to conceal his primal side from Li Feng, he had just given Qiu Yi his heart when Li Feng began the dissection work. In no time, Qiu Yi finished consuming the heart, absorbing its power before rushing over to assist Li Feng. Hurry up, Qiu Yi. The day is waning, and I certainly do not wish to spend the night in the wilderness, encountering strange entities. As Li Feng dissected from the bottom upwards, he was taken aback to discover a nameplate on the tiger's neck, inscribed with XX Zoo. Quickly, Qiu Yi. This tiger is from the zoo. The zoo? Qiu Yi inquired with curiosity. Yes, this indicates that a city, and a sizable one at that, is not far from us. A big city? Li Feng suddenly pondered aloud. A big city implies a plethora of zombies. Qiu Yi, let us venture to the outskirts of the city. Perhaps we might find survivors. As you wish, Brother Feng. Wherever you lead, I shall follow. Soon, Li Feng and Qiu Yi had skinned the tiger and disposed of its entrails. Li Feng divided the carcass in two, with each of them carrying half as they pressed onward, the path ahead fraught with peril, where each step could lead to disaster. Chapter 50. The Apocalypse Barbecue Master. Damn it, Brother Feng. Why must we carry all this tiger meat? Can't we just take a small portion? This is exhausting. Qiu Yi, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. Don't be foolish. Discarding it would be a waste. Wouldn't it be splendid to find a place up ahead to roast it? Look, there's a house. Li Feng pointed ahead. Indeed, Qiu Yi turned to see a structure faintly visible in the distance. However, it would require some time to reach, at least an hour. Very well. The sun is setting, so let's proceed as you suggest. With that, Qiu Yi hoisted his half of the tiger meat and moved forward. Phew, we finally arrived, Qiu Yi exclaimed upon reaching the house, where he unceremoniously dropped the tiger meat onto the ground. Let us search these houses for any potential dangers. We shall rest here tonight and continue our journey come morning, Li Feng proposed after surveying the surrounding structures. In truth, there were not many houses, indicating that they were still some distance from the city, with only a few scattered dwellings in sight. The arrangement of the houses suggested that this area likely belonged to a single family. The buildings were constructed in a C-shape, a common practice in rural architecture. Strangely enough, despite searching through every house, not a single zombie was found. Just as Li Feng contemplated this, Qiu Yi burst forth with excitement, declaring, Brother Feng, it's safe. There are no zombies. I even checked the bathroom, under the bed, and in the wardrobe. Everything is clean. There is no sign of struggle or blood. Seeing Qiu Yi's exaggerated gestures, Li Feng initially thought something was amiss. However, upon hearing his words, he was left speechless. Still, Li Feng did not reprimand Qiu Yi and instead slightly raised his gaze to the distant mountains, where the sun's afterglow was fading. Nightfall was approaching swiftly. Turning to Qiu Yi, Li Feng remarked, the sun is setting. Let us rest in this house in the middle. The view is unobstructed and it affords an easy exit. All right, brother Feng, Qiu Yi replied, promptly hoisting the tiger meat onto his shoulder and making his way indoors. The house was modest, a single-story structure with several rooms. Since Li Feng and Qiu Yi had already explored the other chambers, there was no need to revisit them. Upon entering, Li Feng placed the tiger meat on the floor. This will do. Let us not separate. We shall sleep here tonight and dine here as well. The space Li Feng referred to resembled a hall, albeit small and simply furnished, yet equipped with the essentials like a tea table and a television. After setting down the tiger meat, Li Feng did not pause to rest. Instead, he scoured the various rooms for combustible materials, dismantling wardrobes and desks with swift efficiency. Meanwhile, Qiu Yi had collapsed onto the sofa the moment he entered. Appearing on the verge of slumber, Li Feng approached Qiu Yi and shouted, "Hey, a zombie." Qiu Yi jolted upright from the couch, startled. "A zombie? With your state? You're still afraid of zombies? Are you joking?" Li Feng mocked. In response, Qiu Yi merely chuckled awkwardly. "I was human once. As the saying goes, the mountains may change, but human nature is hard to alter." "Yes, that's the one, haha. Enough with the sayings. Hurry up and light the fire. Aren't you hungry?" Li Feng exclaimed, exasperated by Qiu Yi's antics. Shaking his head, Li Feng thought, perhaps he has yet to recover from the backlash of the blood demon realm. Watching Qiu Yi diligently tending to the flames, Li Feng felt an unexpected warmth. Sensing Li Feng's gaze, Qiu Yi turned and flashed a radiant smile. Upon realizing he was being observed, Li Feng awkwardly averted his gaze and resumed his tasks, leaving Qiu Yi bewildered, staring at his retreating figure. For reasons unknown, a wave of melancholy washed over Li Feng. Perhaps thoughts of Lin Yiming, Nangong Wu, and Zhang Guobing had stirred within him. "I wonder how they are faring," he mused, stepping into another room. At that moment, something caught the corner of Li Feng's eye. Turning to investigate, he discovered a bedside table adorned with a framed photograph, now veiled by a fine layer of dust. Gently brushing away the grime, a family portrait emerged, clearly depicting a family of 4, with a child whose innocent smile radiated joy. They appeared to have lived blissfully before the apocalypse. "There's no one here. I hope they are safe," Li Feng muttered to himself. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils, making his mouth water. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, how delightful!" As Li Feng dashed toward the hall, his hunger had reached an unbearable peak. The enticing aroma intensified his cravings. He sprinted at full speed, and upon entering the hall, he spotted Qiu Yi intently focused on half-cooked tiger meat, the glistening surface of which made Li Feng swallow hard. "Brother Feng, you're here. It'll be ready shortly." Qiu Yi greeted him before returning to his earnest grilling. "Hey Qiu Yi, is it ready yet?" Li Feng inquired, unable to contain his impatience after 10 minutes had passed. "Almost there," Qiu Yi replied, still immersed in his task. 5 minutes later, an excited shout rang out, "Brother Feng, it's done." The announcement signaled the conclusion of the grilling session. Just as Qiu Yi finished speaking, Li Feng swiftly stepped forward, drew his dagger, and effortlessly sliced off a leg of the tiger. He then sat on the ground, methodically cutting pieces of the roasted meat and feeding himself. "Qiu Yi, what did you do before?" Such grilling skills must have taken time to develop. After consuming a few pieces, Li Feng finally found the moment to converse. In response to Li Feng's inquiry, Qiu Yi slowed his pace, chewing as he explained, "Before the apocalypse, I was merely an ordinary employee at a company, but I was always tasked with grilling during our company gatherings. Over the past couple of years, I honed my skills." "Oh, I see." Li Feng seemed to have an epiphany. Just as he prepared to take a bite of the roasted meat, an unusual sound echoed. Li Feng immediately set down the meat and scrutinized his surroundings, followed closely by Qiu Yi. "Brother Feng, we show." Qiu Yi was about to say something, but Li Feng's gesture for silence halted him. They both remained still, yet after that initial sound, silence enveloped them, and they found no signs of anyone nearby. "Let us just continue eating," Li Feng suggested, "but be cautious, Qiu Yi. Watch out for any ambush." After several minutes of fruitless observation, he decided not to waste any more time and resumed feasting on the grilled meat. Chapter 51. The astonishing secret of the basement. Another peculiar sound pierced the air. "Damn it. How long is this going to continue? My heart can't take it anymore. Whoever it is, come out and face me." Li Feng, wearied by the incessant strange noises, felt both mentally and physically drained. Such a state was understandable, for in the apocalypse, one's nerves were perpetually on edge. Observing Li Feng's agitation, Qiu Yi stepped forward and suggested, Brother Feng, should we investigate further? Perhaps there's a zombie trapped somewhere. All right, let us search again. Li Feng nodded in agreement and then proceeded toward another room, while Qiu Yi ventured into a different one. Li Feng entered a room he had visited before, the one where he had seen the family portrait. Identical beds, identical desks, identical nightstands, and identical family photos. When Li Feng gazed upon the photograph, he paused momentarily, for it had been tampered with. Qiu Yi, come here, I've made a discovery. Li Feng called out towards the door. What discovery, Brother Feng? Qiu Yi hastily approached Li Feng. Li Feng pointed at the photograph on the nightstand, exclaiming, "This picture has been moved." Moved? Qiu Yi inquired, his face a picture of confusion. Yes, when I entered just now, the photograph was upside down. I distinctly remember that after I examined it during my first visit, I placed it upright on this nightstand, and I set it down quite securely, without any external force. It would be impossible for it to topple either forward or backward, yet it has indeed fallen forward. An impossibility. All signs indicate that someone has been here, lurking in the shadows while we remain in the light. After speaking, Li Feng glanced around, scanning the surroundings. What should we do then, Brother Feng? Qiu Yi asked, also casting furtive glances about. Li Feng shrugged. It's quite simple. Either they will come looking for us, or we will seek them out. Regardless, we find ourselves in a passive position. Faced with such a conclusion, Qiu Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he turned to Li Feng and said, "Let us go find them. Waiting here is far too passive. A certain esteemed leader once told us that when encountering difficulties, we must bravely forge ahead, so let us seek them out." Surveying the vicinity, Li Feng instinctively stroked his chin. Since he has been in this room, he must have left other traces besides this one. Let us search. With that, Li Feng bent slightly and began to look for any clues that might have been left behind. Following Li Feng's lead, Qiu Yi joined in the search. As the night had fully descended, their search yielded no results. Reluctantly, Li Feng decided to retrieve a burning piece of wood to use as a torch. Just then, while crouching to inspect under the bed, Li Feng noticed a faint trace of blood on the floor. "I found something," he murmured softly. Qiu Yi crouched beside him, exclaiming, "There's a small iron ring attached to the floor here." With that, Qiu Yi gave it a tug. A series of mechanical gears whirred to life, and as the sound resonated, the enormous bed before Li Feng and Qiu Yi began to rise. The once flat floors suddenly retracted like elevator doors, revealing a long staircase that delved into darkness. The sight before them astonished both Li Feng and Qiu Yi, as they had not anticipated such a hidden world beneath the seemingly ordinary abode. Grasping the torch in his hand, Li Feng stepped onto the staircase. With a crackle and a pop, a surge of electricity coursed through, illuminating the passageway. The sudden brightness was almost blinding, making it difficult for Li Feng to open his eyes. Fortunately, this overwhelming light was merely temporary. After a few moments, his eyes adjusted to the brightness. After descending dozens of steps, they finally reached the ground level. Surrounding them was an expanse of white that sent a chill down their spines, imparting a penetrating coolness amidst the sweltering heat. Both Li Feng and Qiu Yi involuntarily shivered. Upon reaching the ground, just a couple of meters ahead lay a corner. Li Feng cautiously approached the wall at the corner and peered inside, only to find a silver-white, fully enclosed steel door, with nothing else in sight. After exchanging a knowing glance with Qiu Yi, he proceeded towards the door. As Li Feng contemplated how to open it, suddenly, with a click, the door opened automatically, sliding apart like an elevator door. Upon entering, Li Feng was immediately struck by a strong metallic scent of blood, yet the corridor remained starkly white. Not far ahead, another identical door came into view. Without hesitation, Li Feng approached it, and indeed, after standing before it for a few seconds, the door opened once more. However, the stench of blood intensified as he stepped through, revealing the grim reality before him. The scene that unfolded was enough to make even one accustomed to the horrors of the apocalypse feel nauseated. Along the corridor, the white walls were replaced by glass chambers, at least a dozen in total. Within these rooms, he could clearly see human limbs and organs preserved in glass jars filled with formaldehyde, resting on shelves against the walls. In the central position of one room lay a dissected human body, unrecognizable, its eyes, ears, nose, teeth, and even brain matter having vanished, leaving only a few bones and a layer of skin, with most internal organs conspicuously absent. Li Feng continued onward, each room presenting a similar macabre sight. Suddenly, upon reaching the last glass chamber, He noticed a figure that seemed relatively intact and had not been dissected. Realizing this might be the only surviving being in this dreadful place, he rushed into the chamber and approached the body. It was a woman, stripped of her clothing. Lying motionless on the operating table, Li Feng quickly removed his outer garment and draped it over her. "Hey, miss," he called, gently patting her cheek. As she coughed twice, a mouthful of dark blood escaped her lips, and slowly, she opened her eyes. "Are you all right?" Li Feng asked, exhilaration coursing through him at the sight of her awakening. He was finally on the verge of uncovering the information about this place. "Run, quickly, go," she managed to utter before falling silent once more. Miss, Li Feng called out, desperation in his voice as he attempted to support her. Yet as he embraced her back, an icy chill coursed through him, prompting him to halt his calls. Li Feng placed the woman down and withdrew his hand, only to discover that it was drenched in bright red blood. As his gaze shifted to the ground beneath him, he was met with a large pool of blood. When he turned the woman over, he was once again struck with shock. Her back, which should have been a pristine white, was now devoid of skin, and much of the muscle had vanished. Li Feng could even see her internal organs through the gaping wound, including the heart that had ceased to beat. He never expected that the floor of the seemingly innocuous house he had chosen would conceal such a horrific sight. "Qiu Yi, we must leave. This place is perilous. We need to figure out how to destroy it once we are outside." With that, Li Feng made his way toward the exit. However, just as he was about to take a step through the door, he realized that what had been open moments before was now firmly shut and secured with an electronic lock. To his dismay, the unlocking mechanism was on the outside, requiring access from beyond the door. "Damn it, we've fallen into a trap." Li Feng cursed loudly as he struck the glass door. A dull thud resonated, yet the door remained unscathed. "Ha ha ha, don't waste your efforts. This glass door is as tough as stone." A mocking voice echoed from the room's intercom. Just as Li Feng was about to retort, he noticed white smoke wafting from the air vent. "How fragrant. I feel so dizzy." He slapped his head a few times, glancing over at Qiu Yi, only to find him lying motionless on the floor. "Qiu." Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him, and the last thing he heard was the voice exclaiming, "These two test subjects are quite remarkable." Ha ha. Following a burst of maniacal laughter, Li Feng succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 52. The truth. Li Feng gradually opened his eyes, greeted by the blinding light of a white ceiling. Where am I? Why can't I move?" He attempted to stir his limbs, but to his dismay, he discovered that they were bound and immobilized. After several futile struggles against the restraints, he finally calmed down and began to take in his surroundings. He found himself in a fully sealed room, unmistakably similar in purpose to the ones he had previously encountered. Not far from him, on a white table, an array of surgical instruments lay meticulously arranged, their metallic surfaces gleaming ominously, sending a shiver down his spine. Ding! Just as he prepared to survey the environment further, an electronic alert sounded, and the door directly in front of him swung open. In that instant, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, entered the room. As the old man approached, a look of excitement graced his face, causing Li Feng to break into a cold sweat. The elder walked past Li Feng without sparing him a glance, heading straight for the table laden with surgical tools. This was the first time Li Feng had experienced such blatant disregard. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he called out, "Hey, old man, why have you bound me? Where are the friends who came with me?" After Li Feng finished speaking, the old man paused for a moment, donned a pair of disposable gloves, and replied with a scoff, "You can't even save yourself, yet you concern yourself with others. Truly magnanimous of you." "Ha ha. Let me go? Where have you taken my friend?" Li Feng exclaimed, his agitation palpable. He struggled to rise, but the restraints were far too secure. "Save your energy," the old man remarked dismissively. "Everything here has been meticulously prepared for you evolved ones, even the surgical instruments. So, conserve your strength for later when you'll want to scream. Ha ha. As for your friend." The old man gestured toward the left wall, which, previously a stark white, transformed into transparent glass. On the other side, Qiu Yi lay motionless on an identical operating table. Witnessing his stillness reignited Li Feng's fury, and he shouted at the old man, "What have you done to him? Why hasn't he awakened? Speak." Finally turning to face Li Feng, the old man maintained a calm demeanor. "Calm down, young man. I told you to save your strength for the screams. Your friend is fine. Upon awakening, he merely inquired about your whereabouts, echoing your own words." When my colleague showed him your state, he became agitated, nearly breaking free from his restraints. Fortunately, my colleague acted swiftly and administered a sedative. Relieved to hear that Qiu Yi was merely sedated, Li Feng asked, "What do you plan to do with my friend and me?" At that moment, the old man, having prepared all the necessary instruments, stepped closer to Li Feng and declared, "We are about to conduct a monumental experiment. If successful, it will be inscribed in the annals of history." "What kind of experiment?" Li Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. "A head swap. I intend to exchange your heads with your friends. If successful, neither of you will suffer any loss." The words head swap sent a chill down Li Feng's spine. This had never been attempted in human surgical history, implying that if it were to proceed, they would be the first. "Fear not. We have conducted 5,000 experiments on animals and ultimately succeeded once, with the creature surviving for an hour." The old man merely smiled at Li Feng's distressed expression. The remaining hope in Li Feng's heart extinguished. What did a 1 in 5,000 chance mean, especially when the subject survived for merely an hour? No, he couldn't die. Li Feng, could not perish like this. He hadn't yet found his parents or Yimeng. He couldn't die? "Let me go!" he screamed, utterly unraveling, struggling in vain against his bindings. "Releasing you is out of the question. Ordinary humans are too fragile. Only you evolved ones possess a semblance of resilience." With that, the old man picked up the surgical cutting device. On the other side, a man grasped a cutting machine, mirroring the actions of an elderly figure. As the device drew nearer, No. Li Feng's eyes suddenly turned a vivid crimson, and dark mists coiled around his form. Astonishingly, his hair lengthened in that fleeting moment, and the world around him came to a standstill, even the cutting machine in the old man's grasp rotating slowly. With a resounding clap, Li Feng effortlessly descended from the operating table, disregarding the previously sturdy belt buckle. It has been ages since I felt such formidable power." He exhaled deeply, a sense of comfort washing over him. This was the true realm of godslaying, or rather, the maximum potential of his godslaying domain. The power he wielded during his confrontation with Qiu Yi was merely a fraction of this strength. With a single hand, Li Feng seized the old man's neck. "You wish to kill me? You desire my head? Very well, I shall grant your wish." With a swift motion, he applied pressure, and with a sickening sound, the old man's head was severed, blood gushing from the severed neck, blossoming into a macabre, yet beautiful crimson flower. Li Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the metallic scent of blood, before turning towards Qiu Yi's room. As he approached the transparent glass barrier, the swirling dark mists surged forth, crashing against the glass. With a mere flick of his wrist, the glass shattered effortlessly. Lying on the operating table, Qiu Yi had long regained consciousness, and upon seeing the transformed Li Feng, his expression was one of shock and exhilaration. "Wow, so cool. Brother Feng, is this your second form?" Yet, Li Feng offered no reply. Instead, with a wave of his right hand, for tendrils of dark energy surged forth, slicing through Qiu Yi's limbs like a hot knife through butter. Once liberated, Qiu Yi promptly leapt off the operating table and approached Li Feng, patting him on the shoulder. "How audacious!" Li Feng bellowed, his blood-red eyes locking onto Qiu Yi. The moment their gazes met, Qiu Yi's previously cheerful demeanor stiffened. He could acutely sense the overwhelming aura of lethal intent, realizing that had he not been Li Feng's friend, that very glance might have been fatal. Brother Feng, you're so formidable. What do we do now?" Startled by Li Feng's intensity, Qiu Yi quickly shifted the conversation. "If you truly are his friend, you have a critical task. Ensure his safe exit," Li Feng stated, dismissing Qiu Yi's inquiries. "Him?" Qiu Yi questioned, confusion etched on his face. "Domain release. This body is truly taxing." Just as Li Feng uttered those words, before Qiu Yi could fully comprehend, the god-slaying domain dissipated, and the room was flooded with light, no longer drenched in crimson. However, after delivering that statement, Li Feng collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Qiu Yi rushed forward, calling out, but regardless of his pleas, Li Feng remained unresponsive. "Alarm! Alarm! Subject has escaped! Alarm! Alarm! Subject has escaped!" Before Qiu Yi could regain his composure, the alarm in the laboratory blared ominously. Turning around, he realized that it was the very individual who had just performed surgery on him who had activated the alarm. Furious, Qiu Yi seized a shard of glass nearby and hurled it at the man. With a sickening thud, the fragment severed the man's neck, crimson blood oozing forth. He seemed to attempt to utter something, but only a series of coughs escaped his lips. Without hesitation, Qiu Yi snatched the access card from the man and, lifting Li Feng, rushed towards the exit, swiping the card as he went. Upon emerging, he was met with the alarming sight of armed personnel, clad in gas masks, charging towards them from the far end of the left corridor. Glancing to his right, he saw no one there, prompting him to flee in that direction while carrying Li Feng on his back. Chapter 53. The Chase. Damn it, these pursuers are relentless. Feng Ge, can you manage to protect yourself? I'll set you down and deal with them. Qiu Yi glanced back at the relentless figures emerging from the basement, addressing Li Feng. Li Feng, also assessing their pursuers, realized they showed no signs of slowing down. This approach was unsustainable. After a moment's contemplation, he patted Qiu Yi's shoulder weakly and said, "All right, put me down. You handle them." "Got it. Feng Ge, just watch closely." With that, Qiu Yi gently placed Li Feng on the ground. "At last, I've had enough running. It's time to stretch my limbs." As he spoke, Qiu Yi took a moment to crack his neck, producing a series of satisfying pops. The approaching adversaries halted upon spotting Li Feng, slowly converging towards their position. Growing increasingly irritated by their sluggish approach, Qiu Yi shouted at the enemies ahead, "Hey, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you dawdling like cowards?" In response to Qiu Yi's taunts, the enemies continued their slow encirclement, seemingly undeterred. "Qiu Yi, enough of the antics. Let us end this quickly. We can't afford to linger," Li Feng urged, glancing at the reinforcements still arriving behind their adversaries. "Understood, Feng Ge. Just watch me. Speed is key." With those final words, Qiu Yi vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood directly before the foremost enemy. Startled by Qiu Yi's sudden presence, the masked foe raised his unknown assault rifle. But Qiu Yi would not grant him the luxury of time. With a swift motion, his right hand clawed into the man's chest, crushing his heart in a single, lethal blow. Witnessing their comrade fall in an instant, the remaining adversaries quickly reacted, all aiming their weapons at Qiu Yi. A barrage of gunfire erupted, kicking up dust where Qiu Yi had just stood, under the relentless fire of dozens of assault rifles. Even steel would be pierced. How could a mere flesh-and-blood man withstand such onslaught? After several seconds of gunfire, a figure, seemingly the leader, stepped forward and raised a hand in a gesture of cessation, accompanied by a mocking smile as he directed his gaze towards Li Feng. To his astonishment, he found Li Feng mirroring his expression. Observing Li Feng's demeanor, the leader felt an unsettling chill and turned his attention back to the dissipating dust. "What?" he muttered in disbelief. In the very spot they had just unleashed their concentrated assault, only the remains of their pulverized comrade lay scattered, while the true target, Qiu Yi, had vanished without a trace. Instantly, chaos ensued as none among them had ever witnessed a person capable of evading bullets since the apocalypse began. The disorder of the team revealed various shortcomings, presenting the opportune moment for an offensive. While they continued to search for Qiu Yi, he had already initiated his own attack, moving with astonishing speed directly towards the leader. Before the leader could process the information, he found himself immobilized, a sharp pain seizing his chest. Lowering his gaze, he was met with a sight that filled him with terror. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, had formed where his heart once resided, blood gushing forth. This unfolding was not as prolonged as it seemed. It transpired in mere seconds. Witnessing the swift demise of their superior, the others lost all will to fight, discarding their weapons and fleeing in all directions. Just moments before, they had been fiercely pursuing him, but now, faced with the ruthless execution, their instinct was to escape. How could this be? Qiu Yi vanished once more, and when he reappeared, another body crumpled to the ground. 1, 2, 10. The scene had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Corpses littering the terrain and rivers of blood flowing freely. Those reinforcements witnessing the carnage from afar quickly turned and fled. Minutes later, all pursuers lay slain. Qiu Yi wiped the blood from his hands on the corpse beneath him and approached Li Feng. "Haha, brother Feng, what do you think? Wasn't I impressive just now?" Qiu Yi approached Li Feng as though he had merely defeated a few characters in a game, his demeanor unperturbed. Li Feng surveyed the gruesome aftermath behind Qiu Yi, shook his head, and replied solemnly, "Qiu Yi, although this is the apocalypse, could you not exhibit some humanity? Goodness, you are even more ruthless than I. All right, next time, I won't just extract hearts. I'll go for the skull." Facing Qiu Yi's remark, Li Feng was momentarily speechless, pondering that such an act would indeed be more brutal than merely extracting a heart. Though he thought it, he refrained from voicing it aloud. All right, Chiu Yi. Let us depart. I have nearly recovered, and you needn't carry me any longer. With that, Li Feng rose and began to walk away. Sure thing. Brother Feng, may I ask you something? Chiu Yi stepped forward to inquire. You wish to know what just transpired, correct? Li Feng glanced at Chiu Yi before responding. Yes, yes. You may not be aware of it, but you exude an aura of both charm and terror. Such an air of menace suggests that you have taken countless lives. Your presence is akin to a fearsome beast that has slumbered for millennia, rendering those around you unable to meet your gaze. When you uttered the words "be brazen," I nearly succumbed to my knees, Chiu Yi remarked with unabashed admiration. Is that so? I hardly recall, came the reply. Indeed, Chiu Yi continued, his enthusiasm unwavering. Enough, enough. The dawn is nearly upon us, and we have yet to enjoy a proper night's rest. We must find a place to recuperate. It would be troublesome if those enigmatic individuals were to return, Li Feng expressed, showing little interest in the ferocity he had displayed earlier, as he had already comprehended the situation. After voicing this thought, he quickened his pace. It was true. Having activated the god-slaying domain twice in succession had left him utterly drained. At this moment, Li Feng bore no distinction from an ordinary person, perhaps even lesser. Why hadn't Chiu Yi unleashed the blood demon domain? Because doing so would render him as vulnerable as Li Feng, transforming them into mere lambs awaiting slaughter should danger arise. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon and the sun began its ascent, Li Feng could distinctly feel his strength gradually returning. By midday, the sun had risen to a considerable height. Pausing before a sign that read "Welcome to Xinjiang District," Li Feng turned to Chiu Yi and said, "We are nearing the city. Be cautious. We must guard against both zombies and humans." Absolutely, Brother Feng. You can count on me, Chiu Yi replied with a resolute pat on his chest. Nodding at Chiu Yi's confident response, Li Feng pressed onward. Chapter 54. Dragon Flame Special Forces. Chiu Yi glanced around at the scattered houses, feeling that they were far from entering a city. He rushed ahead and exclaimed to Li Feng, "Goodness, Brother Feng, that welcome sign must be a jest. We have been walking for ages. We have yet to encounter even a single zombie. This relentless sun is nearly roasting me alive." Li Feng, with a resigned glance at Chiu Yi, replied, "Patience, my friend. Do you think this journey resembles our previous car rides? We are traversing on foot now. I can't go on much longer, Brother Feng. Let us find a place to rest. We haven't had breakfast yet, and it's almost afternoon," Chiu Yi pleaded, his eyes wide with earnestness. "Very well. Let us rest within that building and see if we can scavenge something to eat," Li Feng said, gesturing towards a modest two-story structure not far ahead. "Excellent. Let us hurry, Brother Feng," Chiu Yi urged eagerly. Upon arriving at the small building, they observed the overgrown weeds in the yard and the peeling paint of the exterior, indicating that it had long been abandoned. The door stands closed yet unbolted, suggesting that the owner departed in haste or remains nearby, engaged in some task. Regardless of the scenario, it seems he has not returned to this abode, perhaps having become one among the countless undead. Perhaps this is for the best. He may evade the agonies of reality and the torment akin to hell. "Feng, what are you daydreaming about? Come inside," Chiu Yi called out to Li Feng, who stood lost in thought before the house. With no other recourse, he beckoned him. "I'm coming," Li Feng replied with a hint of indifference as he stepped through the threshold. Within, everything remained as it was at the moment of the owner's departure. Even on the coffee table in the living room lay an apple, half-eaten, now turned black and shriveled in the summer heat. Before the coffee table stood a large television, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Beside the television rested a framed photograph, and as Li Feng approached and gently brushed away the dust, he beheld a family of 3, parents cradling their young child, all adorned with joyous smiles. Tragically, the infant, still in need of nourishment, was thrust into this harsh world from the moment of birth. Having absorbed this poignant scene, fatigue crept upon Li Feng unnoticed. Turning to Chiu Yi, he found him already asleep on the sofa. With a resigned smile, Li Feng shook his head and moved to the entrance, securing the door before returning to the other end of the sofa. After a yawn, he closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a crack echoed from outside, like a snapping branch, followed by a muffled reprimand, suggesting the speaker bore no particular animosity. Li Feng's eyes flew open as he rose, rousing Chiu Yi with a gentle nudge and a gesture for silence. "There are people outside," he whispered urgently. His instinct was soon validated as an external voice boomed. Listen up inside. You are surrounded. We are many. Toss out all your belongings, and we shall depart without harm. Upon hearing this, Li Feng sank back onto the sofa, declaring, ignore them, it's mere bluster. How do you know that, Feng? Xiao Yi asked curiously. Sighing deeply at Xiao Ye's inquiry, Li Feng replied, isn't it obvious? What did they just say? They are many. If that is the case, why not simply storm in? We are but two unarmed, ordinary individuals in their eyes. The logic is simple. Just as Li Feng finished speaking, the voice outside called again. Do you hear us inside? Quickly throw out all your things. We'll take them and leave. Humph, think it's that easy to escape? Xiao Yi, how are you recovering? Li Feng retorted. Almost there. Xiao Yi affirmed confidently. Outside, there were no more than 5 individuals. At the moment I open the door, we shall dash out together and incapacitate them, but do so gently. We mustn't go digging into anyone's heart just yet, as we have yet to ascertain friend from foe. Rest assured, I shall refrain from such actions. Xiao Yi nodded with unwavering certainty. Li Feng placed his hands against the door, glanced at Xiao Yi, and declared, prepare. Let's go. In that fleeting instant when the door swung open, Li Feng surged forth, closely followed by Xiao Yi. Li Feng delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the first person he encountered. The individual let out a harrowing scream and collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. After dispatching this foe, Li Feng swiftly transitioned to another target, eliciting a chorus of cries from those he struck, who had barely glimpsed his form. As he approached a third adversary, poised to deliver a blow to their abdomen, Li Feng was taken aback to discover that this individual was a woman. In the split second before his fist made contact, he hastily retracted it. Fortunately, it was not a full-force strike, or he would have had no means to pull back. Just then, as he halted his fist mid-motion, the woman seized Li Feng's shoulders, driving her knee into his abdomen. Caught off guard and unable to evade due to his retraction, he was struck forcefully, causing him to stagger back several paces. At that moment, Xiao Yi, having dealt with the remaining adversaries, noticed Li Feng's plight and moved to intervene, but Li Feng called out to him. Xiao Yi hurriedly approached, supporting Li Feng and inquiring, Brother Feng, are you all right? Coughing slightly, Li Feng replied, it's nothing, merely a trivial injury. As he spoke, he winced at the lingering pain and turned his gaze toward the woman standing 10 paces ahead. She was clad in a pristine white short-sleeve shirt and ultra-short denim shorts, showcasing her alluring long legs. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her strikingly beautiful eyes were fixed cautiously on Li Feng. Feeling Li Feng's gaze upon her, the woman blushed and spoke up. Why did you harm them? Li Feng, taken aback by her question, adopted a nonchalant demeanor and replied, why do you ask us? You ought to inquire of your own kind. We have shown restraint by not eliminating you all. Can't you see that we have not resorted to lethal force? You hardly appear to be an ordinary person. You must be a soldier, correct? How do you know I am a soldier? The woman asked, astonished. How do I know? Because I once served in the military. But as Li Feng spoke, a realization struck him. You served in the military? Where? Could you take me there? I have been searching for the military. Upon hearing the word military, the woman became visibly excited. Faced with her request, Li Feng's expression turned somber. I cannot take you there. The military no longer exists. What? The woman exclaimed in shock. Sighing, he continued, never mind. You can come with us. I sincerely apologize for earlier. Greetings. My name is Yi Mingwe. I was formerly part of the elite Longyan Special Forces of Huaxia. While on a mission, I lost contact with headquarters, and I have been searching for my unit while establishing a small survivor base nearby. As she spoke, Yi Mingwe extended her hand. Li Feng reciprocated, introducing himself. Hello, I am Li Feng, a university student. Let us depart. With that, Yi Mingwe turned and began to walk away. Li Feng and Xiao Yi followed closely behind. Xiao Yi approached Li Feng and inquired, Brother Feng, have you ever heard of the Dragon Flame Special Forces? I have not come across any information about them. Li Feng glanced at Xiao Yi and replied with a smile. I know a little. It is said that this Special Forces unit is one of the top elite forces in Huaxia and ranks among the 3 most enigmatic special forces in the world. There is scant information about them online. I only know this much. Since she claims to be a part of this Special Forces, even if she were an ordinary person, we must not underestimate her. Oh, how mysterious. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, Xiao Yi seemed to be lost in thought. Thus, Li Feng followed Yi Mingwe towards the base, firmly believing that Yi Mingwe was not lying. As they walked, The group remained mostly silent, and after approximately an hour, they arrived at the base. Chapter 55. The new base. Upon observing the walls constructed from various furniture and discarded cars, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This hardly resembles a base. It appears more like a junkyard. What did you say? A junkyard? Young man, mind your words. This is our territory. One of the men following Yi Mingyue retorted with arrogance. Li Feng slowly turned to face the man, who glared at him as if he were ready to pounce. With a tone laced with mockery, Li Feng responded, "Oh? Whose territory is this? Yours? Even if it is, what can you do to me? Do you believe I could eliminate all of you in an instant?" The man fell silent, having realized the strength of Li Feng and his companions. He understood that provoking Li Feng could indeed lead to his demise. Witnessing the escalating conflict between her men and Li Feng, Yi Mingyue intervened. "Li Feng, since you are in the military with me, we are comrades. For my sake, please do not engage with them." "Huh, I do not engage with ordinary individuals. It is unnecessary and merely wastes my time," Li Feng replied with evident disdain. "You." The man opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. "Come on. Commander Yi, let us go inside and take a look," Li Feng said with a cold smile, glancing back at the man. Yi Mingyue replied curtly. Li Feng's presence seemed to have shifted the dynamics, positioning him as the master of the place, while Yi Mingyue appeared somewhat superfluous, which displeased her greatly. The gates of the base had long been opened. Leading the way, Yi Mingyue entered, followed by Li Feng. As they passed through the gates, they observed a bustling crowd. Each individual engrossed in their own tasks, meticulously managed, unlike other bases that exhibited a hierarchy. Impressive. The management here is so efficient and harmonious. Truly deserving of being top-tier special forces. I, Li Feng, am in admiration. And you are a woman. My admiration grows even more. Li Feng praised Yi Mingyue as they walked. Yi Mingyue, upon receiving such praise from Li Feng, allowed a faint smile to break through her previously indifferent demeanor. She then said, "Come, I shall guide you to your accommodations. This will be your resting place. Should you require anything, you may find me there, as I will be around." With a gesture towards a nearby promotional tent designated for a certain mobile phone company, she turned and departed from Li Feng and the others. Li Feng glanced back at his own lodging before surveying the tent where Yi Mingyue resided. "Well, let us go inside," he decided. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that his dwelling was a two-story house, whereas Yi Mingyue's was merely a promotional tent. Upon entering through the main door, Li Feng explored the ground floor, which housed numerous rooms, all occupied. Reluctantly, he and Qiu Yi ascended to the second floor to investigate. The layout mirrored that of the first, and after an extensive search, they finally discovered a small room tucked away in a corner, just large enough for the two of them to lie down comfortably. Li Feng chuckled at the modest size of the room, but refrained from voicing any complaints. However, Qiu Yi was less reserved, exclaiming, "Damn, Brother Feng, this must be intentional. Are we really expected to share this space?" With a light-hearted laugh, Li Feng replied, "Come now. Let us be grateful for what we have. It's certainly better than sleeping outdoors. Let us venture out and familiarize ourselves with this base. If anything arises, we should know how to make a swift exit. After all, we won't be staying long." Qiu Yi nodded and stepped back, gesturing for Li Feng to lead the way. Observing Qiu Yi's movement, Li Feng smiled gently and proceeded downstairs. "Brother Feng, this base is quite small. I estimate it can accommodate no more than 300 or 400 people," Qiu Yi remarked, glancing around as they walked. Li Feng turned to him and replied with a grin, "Come now, let us not be overly critical. It's no small feat for a young woman to lead 300 or 400 individuals through such a post-apocalyptic world." As they continued their exploration of the base, Li Feng was astonished to discover that some inhabitants were cultivating vegetables atop the modest buildings, and the plants appeared to be thriving. Additionally, various corners of the base were dedicated to growing essential foodstuffs, a vivid testament to a time in Chinese history when every inch of land was utilized to its fullest potential. Though decades had passed, the current circumstances were even more dire. At least the past had been devoid of zombies, and people had united in their efforts to contribute to the reconstruction of a new China. "Hey, Brother Feng, what are you pondering?" Qiu Yi interrupted. "Nothing much. Just feeling a twinge of nostalgia for the world before the apocalypse," Li Feng quickly responded, having been jolted from his reverie by Qiu Yi. "Do you have any idea how far this base is from the city? I can't shake this unsettling feeling that has enveloped me since I entered. It only seems to intensify." Unsettling feeling? What kind of feeling? I don't sense anything amiss, Xiao Yi inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Forget the premonitions. We shall deal with whatever comes our way when the time arrives. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Feng continued to meander aimlessly around the base, while Xiao Yi dutifully performed the role of a loyal subordinate, ever at Li Feng's side. Although he was considered a junior, Li Feng never regarded him as such, nor did he intend to treat those around him as mere underlings. Eventually, before dusk descended, Li Feng and Xiao Yi returned to their modest quarters. The summer night was stifling, and their cramped room only exacerbated the discomfort. As the midnight hour approached, Li Feng could no longer endure the oppressive heat within the room and decided to take a stroll outside. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the soundly sleeping Xiao Yi, muttering to himself, "Isn't this fellow hot? Does becoming a devourer bestow such benefits? Ah, what a refreshing breeze. I might as well catch a few winks out here." To his surprise, as he stretched and savored the coolness of the night, he spotted Yi Mingyue perched atop a derelict car on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Li Feng approached slowly, climbed the wall, and sat beside her, both of them silently watching the horizon. "Still awake?" he asked gently. "Are you not awake as well?" Yi Mingyue replied in a similar tone. "I cannot sleep because the heat is unbearable, and the room you arranged for us is too small and stifling. Thus, I had to come out for a breath of fresh air." Li Feng's voice carried a hint of disdain. "Really? Same here," Yi Mingyue responded flatly, never once glancing at him. Li Feng seemed to understand why she was behaving this way and chuckled. "All right, conversing with you is tiring. Is it just because I stole your thunder at the gate today? I had completely forgotten. You clearly still hold a grudge. Truly, women never forget." As soon as Li Feng finished his sentence, Yi Mingyue finally turned to face him. "You know, don't you? Do you realize how embarrassed you made me? I am, after all, a leader here. How am I supposed to guide them after this?" Feeling a twinge of grievance, Li Feng replied, all right, I admit I was wrong." "You are so petty." Seeing Li Feng apologize like a child, Yi Mingyue covered her mouth and laughed. "In truth, I wasn't bothered by what happened today. I was merely concerned about the safety of my other teammates." "Ah, so that's it. I thought you were angry with me. You needn't worry about them. They should be safe. Just consider, if a girl like you can survive, surely they can as well. Let us not forget, you are among the elite Huaxia Longyan Special Forces." Li Feng exhaled with relief, realizing she wasn't upset with him. "All right then, dawn is approaching. We should get some rest." With that, Li Feng sprang off the wall. Upon landing, he noticed Yi Mingyue had not followed him down. He turned and called out, "Aren't you coming? I'm leaving. Do you want to borrow my shoulder for a moment?" he added with a mischievous grin. Yi Mingyue said nothing, merely shot him a fierce look with her large eyes before turning away again. Li Feng realized that his teasing was in vain and, feeling embarrassed, left the room, eventually falling asleep in the corridor outside. In his dreams, he envisioned Lin Yiming being forcefully transformed into a devourer after being captured. In a moment of despair, Lin Yiming, aware of Li Feng's deep aversion to those who consume human flesh, resolutely decided to take her own life to spare him the horror. Yet, as she made this decision before his very eyes, Li Feng could do nothing but scream, "No!" Simultaneously, in the waking world, Li Feng jolted awake with a start at the sound of his own voice. Looking around, he saw that dawn had broken, and after wiping the sweat from his brow, he murmured, it was merely a dream. What a fright! Determined, he resolved to find them without delay. Rising, Li Feng opened the door to the small room, intending to rouse Xiao Yi, only to find him still fast asleep. Not wishing to disturb his peaceful slumber, Li Feng opted instead to fetch some food. Upon returning with the meal, he discovered that Xiao Yi remained in deep sleep. With no other choice, he delivered a playful kick to his side. "Who dares to kick the leader of this tribe?" Xiao Yi exclaimed, springing up from the ground. His words cut short as he noticed Li Feng's serious expression. "Brother Feng, I wasn't cursing you. Enough. Look at the time. Are you still in bed? Here is your breakfast. Eat up." Li Feng tossed a grayish lump toward him. Staring at the unappetizing mass in his hands, Xiao Yi hesitated, but seeing Li Feng devour it with gusto, he finally dared to take a small bite. Suddenly, he cried out, nearly causing Li Feng to drop his own food. "What on earth is this, Brother Feng? It's so delicious. Although it doesn't look appealing and resembles something unsavory, it tastes truly remarkable." Noticing Xiao Ye's wide-eyed curiosity, Li Feng felt compelled to explain. "This is something I ate in my childhood. It's called my ba." "My ba?" Xiao Ye responded, still puzzled. With a sigh, Li Feng elaborated. It's made by grinding wheat after removing the husk, mixing it with yeast and sugar, allowing it to ferment overnight, and then steaming it the next day. It's that simple. Despite its appearance, it was quite popular even before the apocalypse. Oh, I see. Brother Feng, you really know everything. Qiu Yi looked at him with admiration. Enough flattery, just eat. By the way, Brother Feng, when are we leaving? Qiu Yi suddenly recalled something and paused before asking. Just as Li Feng was about to respond, an alarm blared throughout the entire base, startling both of them. They immediately set down their unfinished meal and rushed downstairs. Upon arrival, they witnessed all the personnel mobilizing in an organized manner, armed with various weapons as they headed towards the city walls. There, Yi Mingyue stood, commanding everyone with authority, her back adorned with a renowned sniper rifle, the AWM. From the moment Yi Mingyue drew her weapon, Li Feng discerned the gravity of the situation, for she had previously refrained from carrying this gun, underscoring her deep reverence for it. Upon spotting Yi Mingyue, Li Feng and Qiu Yi hastened toward her, swiftly scaling the makeshift wall constructed from refuse. As they ascended, Li Feng's gaze instinctively wandered toward the scene beyond the wall. Damn! Was all he could utter before quickening his pace toward Yi Mingyue. Qiu Yi, startled by the distant sight before him, nearly lost his footing but managed to regain his balance. Observing his considerable distance from Li Feng, he too accelerated his movements. Chapter 56. Faith while directing operations. Yi Mingyue turned to see Li Feng and Qiu Yi rushing toward her. Once they reached her, their expressions grave, she inquired, "What brings you here?" "We came to assess the situation, but now." Li Feng's words trailed off as he directed his gaze toward the densely packed horde of zombies beyond the wall. After a brief moment, he turned back to Yi Mingyue, his tone equally serious. "We should retreat. This scale of undead cannot be resisted by just a few hundred people. We still have a chance to escape, but if we delay any longer, we may lose everything." Upon hearing Li Feng suggest fleeing, Yi Mingyue exclaimed passionately, "Flee? Where shall we go? We may be able to run, but what of these ordinary people? Can we abandon them? Can you bear to send them to their demise? I once pledged under the national flag to safeguard the lives of the people of Huaxia. Now you wish for me to betray that vow and watch them perish? Those are lives, 300 of them, not mere animals. If anyone shall leave, it shall be you. I will stay." Li Feng, exasperated by Yi Mingyue's stubbornness, retorted, "How did you come to be a part of Longyan? Can't you see the need for flexibility? We are in an apocalypse. The past is irretrievable, and none have the luxury to concern themselves with oaths." Left with no recourse against Yi Mingyue's obstinacy, he could only utter a few frustrated words to vent his feelings. "Fine, Qiu Yi and I will stay too. I cannot bear to see such a promising individual as you fall prey to these wretched zombies." Li Feng gazed at the approaching horde in the distance. "Thank you, Li Feng. On behalf of everyone at this base, I express my gratitude for your willingness to remain," Yi Mingyue said with a smile upon hearing that Li Feng and Qiu Yi had chosen to stay. "Brother Feng, are you truly going to stay?" Qiu Yi suddenly interjected, stepping forward to question Li Feng. Sensing Qiu Yi's apprehension, Li Feng replied, "What troubles you, Qiu Yi? Are you still afraid of these zombies? If you wish to leave, then go ahead. You can return in a few days to collect our remains." "Don't say that, Brother Feng. I promise to follow you wherever you go. Since you choose to stay, I must remain as well," Qiu Yi declared resolutely. "Miss Yi, I must warn you, should we falter, my priority will be my own survival. For there is no hope here. How can you expect to oppose over 20,000 zombies with merely 200 or 300 souls?" Yi Mingyue merely nodded before diverting her gaze to observe the movements of the zombies, while Li Feng turned to descend the city wall. After taking several steps, Li Feng seemed to recall something and turned back to Yi Mingyue, saying, "I have a splendid idea that could enhance our chances in this battle. I wonder if you would be willing to entertain it." With a beaming smile, he glanced at the AWM sniper rifle slung over her shoulder. Upon realizing Li Feng's interest in her weapon, Yi Mingyue felt a twinge of irritation but ultimately acquiesced, asking, "What is your idea? If I can assist, I shall do so with utmost effort." Hearing Yi Mingyue agree to his request, Li Feng's heart swelled with joy, and he continued, "All you need to do is hand me that rifle. I shall handle the rest." "Very well, here you go," Yi Mingyue replied readily, unstrapping the rifle from her back. Once Li Feng received the gun, he cherished it as if it were a beloved, caressing it with delight. Yet, he remained focused on his purpose, looking up at Yi Mingyue and explaining, "In a moment, I shall fire from the opposite side of the horde to draw their attention away. However, I can only hope to attract 2/3 of them. The remaining third will be for you to contend with. Once I have successfully diverted the zombies, I will return post-haste. If you find yourselves in dire straits, do not hesitate to flee. We have done our best. Xiaoyi, you stay? With that, Li Feng turned to jump off the city wall, but just as he reached the edge, he paused and turned back with a grin, asking Yi Mingyue, by the way, how does one use this gun? Yi Mingyue and Xiaoyi exchanged incredulous looks at Li Feng's question. They had assumed he would already know how to shoot given his earlier enthusiasm. Reluctantly, Yi Mingyue approached Li Feng and began to explain the fundamental steps of firing a gun, since Li Feng only needed to shoot and not aim at the zombies. Learning the basics sufficed, and within a minute, he had mastered the technique. Thank you. Li Feng awkwardly expressed his gratitude before leaping down from the wall. Watching him swiftly maneuver through the trees and underbrush, Yi Mingyue could only hope for his success. After a vigorous sprint, Li Feng finally reached the opposite side of the horde, which was the reverse direction of the base. Surveying the terrain, he realized that for optimal effect, he needed to gain elevation. Conveniently, there was a small hill directly opposite him, and he dashed towards it. Upon reaching the summit, he unshouldered the AWM and, following Yi Mingyue's instructions, pulled back the bolt and chambered around, then fired into the sky. The thunderous report echoed, and as it was Li Feng's first time shooting, especially with such a powerful sniper rifle, he lost his balance and fell onto the ground. Undeterred by his minor mishap, Li Feng stood up and observed the distant horde. Indeed, after his shot, there were signs of movement among the zombies. A portion of them began to shamble in his direction. Encouraged by the effectiveness of his tactic, Li Feng fired a second shot into the air, and as he watched, an even greater number of zombies began to advance towards him. As Li Feng advanced, he fired his weapon while leading the horde of zombies far away. Upon reaching a high vantage point, he observed the mass of corpses still advancing towards him. He stowed away his AWM sniper rifle and swiftly circumvented the throng of zombies, hastening towards the base, suspecting that it was already under siege. He estimated that he had diverted approximately 17 to 18,000 zombies, yet nearly 2 to 3,000 still trudged towards the base. The disparity of 300 to 3,000 was staggering. It was akin to a lone individual confronting 10 undead. Who among the brave would dare to engage in such direct confrontation? Moreover, the base housed numerous women and children. The odds were no longer 1 against 10, but rather 1 against 11 or 13. One must not underestimate the additional few adversaries, though averaged across the board, in the chaos of battle, who would have the presence of mind to tally their own kills. As Li Feng pressed onward, he quickened his pace, his thoughts consumed with concern for the base's condition. Although he had no personal ties to it, his primary worry lay with Xiaoyi, who had never encountered such a dire situation. After nearly an hour of frantic running, the outline of the base materialized before him. Gazing at the once pristine white walls and gray tiles, now marred and disheveled in just an hour, he felt a pang of unease. Only a handful of zombies lingered within the base, seemingly reluctant to abandon the scene. Ignoring these remnants, Li Feng searched the blood-stained ground of the base, calling out for Xiaoyi. His voice echoed through the hushed expanse, reverberating back to his ears. Silence reigned, save for the sporadic growl of a lone, stray zombie. Just as he prepared to call out again, 2 sudden roars of zombies pierced the stillness. Yet Li Feng made no attempt to evade. The zombies, perhaps sensing the human's paralysis, emitted a series of excited growls. As one lunged towards him, mere inches away, Li Feng struck with a swift and powerful blow, shattering the creature's skull with a resounding crack, splattering the ground with crimson and white matter. Throughout this encounter, he did not cast a glance at the creature. It was then that he noticed the ground littered with the decapitated bodies of zombies, their torsos strewn haphazardly, all leaning towards a singular direction, the tent of Yi Mingyue. Among the fallen, numerous human corpses lay, grotesquely mangled. Taking a deep breath, Li Feng cautiously approached the tent. How many souls could a single tent accommodate? Given its size, it could scarcely shelter 20 to 30 individuals. Yet, the pressing concern lay not in numbers, but in the tent's ability to withstand the onslaught of the 2 to 3,000 zombies. Clearly, it was an impossibility. Thus, Li Feng proceeded with utmost caution, fearful that a moment's inattention might lead to irreparable mistakes. Upon reaching the entrance of the tent, he paused to listen for any sounds within, but was met with silence. With no discernible activity, he slowly extended his hand to lift the tent flap and peered inside. scanning the interior for any signs of movement. Finding nothing, he resolutely entered the tent. Inside, there was merely a small bed and some women's garments, nothing more. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something beneath the bed. At that moment, believing there to be no valuable clues, he discovered a steel plate beneath the bed, adorned with a circular ring latch. The dust disturbance indicated it had been moved recently, prompting Li Feng's instinctive thought that there was a hidden space below. Aware of the implications, he grasped the edge of the bed and pulled it outward. As he did so, he distinctly heard voices emanating from within. After dragging the bed aside, he approached the steel plate and lifted it. To his astonishment, a voice erupted from the darkness below. "Brother Feng, you're back." Before he could fully discern who occupied the shadowy recess, relief washed over him. "Qiu Yi, you're all here." With that, he extended his hand to pull Qiu Yi from below, followed by Yi Mingyue and then others, one by one. Upon their emergence, he realized that aside from Qiu Yi, there were over 50 individuals, mostly children, approximately 30 in number, along with a dozen women and men, all wearing expressions of despondency. Observing the scene and the tear streaks on Yi Mingyue's face, Li Feng was compelled to uncover the truth behind their plight. Among them, Qiu Yi appeared to be in the best spirits. Thus he turned to him. "Qiu Yi, tell me what transpired after I left. Did I not instruct you to flee if we could not prevail?" His voice grew louder, tinged with evident frustration. Qiu Yi, sensing Li Feng's barely contained anger, lowered his tone and recounted the recent tragedy. "About 20 minutes after you departed, the remaining zombies surged towards our base. Though we were prepared for battle, the overwhelming numbers and our rudimentary weaponry proved insufficient. Ultimately, the zombies breached our defenses and encircled us before we could escape. Just as our demise seemed imminent, the parents of these children stepped forward, alongside those who had nothing left to lose, to hold off the zombies and allow us to flee. Fortunately, Missy had foreseen this, and we managed to escape here. Those brave souls had a chance to survive, but alas, there was only space for a limited few. They had no choice but to charge out, hoping to take down a few more zombies. As you witnessed, they all perished in the end." As the conversation unfolded, even the usually carefree Qiu Yi was moved to tears. Meanwhile, Yi Mingyue had succumbed to her emotions, weeping uncontrollably and repeatedly lamenting the burdens of national responsibility, the honor of donning her uniform, and the weight of everyone's trust. At that moment, she was engulfed in profound guilt. Observing Yi Mingyue's sorrowful state, Li Feng, ever the warm-hearted individual, stepped forward and embraced her. This gesture only intensified her tears, leaving Li Feng at a loss, compelled to offer her continuous comfort. At the very instant Li Feng wrapped his arms around Yi Mingyue, Qiu Yi shared a sly grin before quietly leading the others outside to clear away the solitary zombies. Knowing they would likely spend the night here and needed to ensure the surroundings were safe, another twilight in this apocalyptic world had arrived. With the last rays of the setting sun illuminating the bodies of both humans and zombies, the pools of dark blood reflecting a ghastly sheen, rendering the scene particularly chilling. Under Li Feng's persistent reassurance, Yi Mingyue gradually regained her composure. After he returned her sniper rifle, she sat upon the crumbling city wall, clutching the weapon and gazing at the remnants of the dying day. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, captivating Li Feng from a distance. "Oh, how beautiful! What a stunning scene!" Just as he became entranced by Yi Mingyue, a series of teasing voices broke his reverie. Turning to investigate, he found Qiu Yi crouching nearby, playfully mocking him. In response, Li Feng playfully kicked Qiu Yi, who exclaimed in surprise before hastily attending to the children. Thus, Li Feng remained, watching her, absorbed in the moment. Chapter 57. Heading north the following morning, everyone was up early, the pain from yesterday still evident on their faces, which bore expressions of lingering gloom. Yi Mingyue had spent the night on the city wall, while Li Feng had kept her company until he could no longer resist the pull of sleep. Upon awakening and glancing up at the wall, he discovered that Yi Mingyue had vanished, prompting him to spring to his feet in alarm. Just as he was about to search for her, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by Yi Mingyue, approaching him with a smile and holding out food. "Here, this is for you," she said, handing it to him. Then she inquired, "Li Feng, where are we headed next? Do you have any plans?" "Yes," he replied, accepting the food while munching on it. "What do you think?" Yi Mingyue asked eagerly. "I intend to journey to Xinjiang, a veritable paradise for me. I have conducted extensive research, Xinjiang is surrounded by mountains on three sides. To the north lie the Altai Mountains and the Tian Shan mountain range. To the south, the Kunlun Mountains and the Tibetan Plateau, and to the west, the Pamir Plateau. The only access to Xinjiang is through the eastern Hushi corridor. Furthermore, the region is predominantly arid desert, with a population density far less than that of the Central Plains. Consequently, the presence of zombies is significantly reduced, rendering it considerably safer than the Central Plains. What do you think? My analysis is quite sound, I assenti it. As he spoke, Li Feng cast a proud glance at Yi Mingyue. Upon hearing Li Feng's analysis, Yi Mingyue nodded in agreement, saying, "Your analysis is commendable." At Longyan, analyzing terrain is a fundamental part of our training. Indeed, your insights suggest that Xinjiang is an excellent destination. Li Feng chuckled. Well, I excelled in geography throughout high school. Now, let us gather the others. We shall embark today. With that, Li Feng turned to walk towards Yi Mingyue, who followed closely behind. After summoning Qiu Yi and discussing a few matters, Li Feng called for everyone to assemble, as certain issues needed to be addressed. Standing before the crowd, Li Feng exuded the aura of a leader, perhaps a testament to the trials the apocalypse had bestowed upon him. Sighing deeply at the somber expressions of those gathered, he adjusted his demeanor and addressed them. Greetings, everyone. I am Li Feng. I share in your sorrow over yesterday's events. For I too have lost someone dear to me. However, the deceased cannot be revived, and we who remain must cherish each day. Therefore, I have resolved to head north, with Xinjiang as my destination. If you choose to accompany me, you are considered family, and I shall protect you with all my might. For those unwilling to join, I will not impose. You are free to decide. As soon as Li Feng concluded, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. At that moment, a young man stepped forward and challenged Li Feng, asking, Xinjiang is so far, can we truly reach it? You all possess remarkable abilities, but we are merely ordinary people. How could we possibly make it there? Are you seeking to lead us to our demise? Li Feng, taken aback by the young man's words, retorted, Brother, you may not have grasped my earlier statement. I emphasized the principle of voluntary participation. I heard you clearly. You cannot leave. We refuse to go to Xinjiang. If you depart, how shall we ordinary folk survive? The young man's assertion that Li Feng's duty was to protect them incited a surge of anger within Li Feng, though he managed to suppress it. Qiu Yi, overhearing the young man's remarks, felt equally discontented. Before Li Feng could respond to the young man's provocations, the youth, misinterpreting Li Feng's silence as fear, became increasingly emboldened. He shouted to those nearby, Brothers, we cannot allow them to leave. If they go, how will we survive? They must stay. The others, swayed by his fervor, joined in a chorus of cries, demanding that Li Feng and his companions remain to protect them. Confronted by this group of incomprehensible individuals, patience had worn thin, and an eruption of fury ensued. In an instant, Li Feng exerted his strength, appearing before the young man, his right hand gripping the lad's throat as he growled menacingly. I warn you, do not overreach your bounds. Do you believe I could obliterate all of you right now? With the young man lifted off the ground, his face flushed crimson from the lack of oxygen, Yi Mingyue hurried to Li Feng's side, urging him, Li Feng, they are but ordinary citizens. We must not harm them. Release him. At her insistence, Li Feng cast the young man to the ground and stepped back, proclaiming, Qiu Yi, we shall depart, leaving none of them behind. Take Yi Mingyue with you. Understood. Qiu Yi responded, hastening towards Yi Mingyue to escort her away. However, Yi Mingyue, with a swift motion of her hand, indignantly retorted, I shall not leave. They are common people, and it is my duty to protect them. If you wish to go, then do so without me. Upon hearing her refusal, Li Feng halted his advance, gradually turning to face Yi Mingyue as he spoke. Do you understand why I wish for your departure? It is because I cannot bear to see you sacrifice yourself for these selfish individuals. It is not worth it. Look at their true nature revealed just moments ago. They are no longer the citizens you once knew, but rather self-serving beings. As he concluded, Li Feng approached Yi Mingyue. Even so, it remains my duty. I am a soldier, and I cannot forsake my oath, she declared, turning her back to Li Feng as she moved towards the crowd. With a swift motion, Li Feng advanced and struck her at the nape of her neck just as she took a few steps away, rendering her unconscious. In that fleeting moment, he swiftly caught her as she fell, then turned to retreat. After a few steps, the crowd erupted once more, and the young man who had just been thrown to the ground charged forward, shouting vehemently at Li Feng. Unable to endure any longer, Li Feng chose to ignore him. Yet the young man's fervor only intensified, and he resorted to uttering insults. Li Feng passed by Qiu Yi, offering a subtle nod, an understanding passing between them. Qiu Yi, with a sinister grin, approached the young man, whose back instinctively chilled at the sight. A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he stammered, "What do you want from me?" Before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and looking down, he was horrified to see blood gushing forth. He had not even registered when Qiu Yi had struck him down. "You," he gasped, catching sight of Qiu Yi devouring his heart from afar, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the aftermath of this brutal act, the remaining individuals crumbled, kneeling upon the ground in abject surrender, pleading for mercy from Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi exhaled a long sigh of relief, then turned to the individuals kneeling on the ground, pleading for mercy, and said, "Rest assured, I shall not take your lives. I would not dare to do so without Brother Feng's permission." After uttering these words, he disregarded them and dashed towards Li Feng, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother Feng, it's all taken care of." Li Feng, cradling the unconscious Yi Mingyue, glanced at Qiu Yi with a furrowed brow and said coolly, "Wipe the blood from your mouth. Otherwise, when Yi Mingyue regains consciousness, she will surely overthink the situation." "Oh right," Qiu Yi replied with an awkward smile. Li Feng continued, "Let us search while we walk to see if there are any operable cars. We shall drive straight to Xinjiang, following yesterday's tide of corpses. The city should be relatively clear of zombies. We can enter the city to gather some supplies before departing." "Understood, Brother Feng, no problem." After nearly an hour of walking, the towering edifices of the city came into view. Yi Mingyue had awakened half an hour prior, after calming down and being persuaded by Li Feng and Qiu Yi. She finally agreed not to return for those people and to accompany Li Feng northward to Xinjiang. This delighted Li Feng immensely. She was indeed a treasure, a sniper from China's elite special forces, one of the 3 most mysterious special forces in the world. What an unfathomable concept. He would not trade her for 100 or even 1,000 ordinary individuals. As they observed the once thriving skyscrapers now reduced to ruins, the advanced products of human civilization lay in decay. They traversed the chaotic streets, searching for vehicles that might still be operational. Yet, their efforts were in vain. Every car they encountered was either broken here or malfunctioning there. Sighing in exasperation, Li Feng lamented, "I merely wish to find a vehicle. Why is such a modest request so difficult to fulfill?" Hearing Li Feng's complaints, Yi Mingyue chuckled and said, "Do not be so impatient. Of course, the cars outside have been battered by the elements for so long that they would have issues." "Wait, what did you just say? Please repeat that," Li Feng exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon hearing Yi Mingyue's words. "I said, the cars outside have been exposed to the wind and sun for so long that they must have problems." "What's wrong?" Yi Mingyue asked, puzzled as she reiterated her statement. "Exactly. The ones outside are no good, but surely the ones inside will be fine. Come, let us search for a vehicle." With that, Li Feng made his way toward a nearby residential building, followed closely by Qiu Yi and Yi Mingyue. Upon arriving at the residential building, a sign pointed towards the underground parking garage. Following the direction indicated by the sign, they soon found the entrance to the garage. As they stepped inside, a dazzling array of vehicles came into view, yet none were what Li Feng sought. These cars were too fragile and lacked power. As Li Feng inspected the various vehicles, moving from one to the next, Qiu Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Brother Feng, there are so many cars here. What are you still searching for?" "These cars cannot be driven," Li Feng replied. "You both should also look for any pickups or other off-road vehicles." In the subterranean garage of the first basement level, Li Feng found no trace of the vehicle he sought. With no other option, he pressed onward to the next level in search of it. The second basement was considerably less crowded than the first, yet Li Feng continued to navigate through the sparse collection of cars. Suddenly, he exclaimed in delight upon spotting a Land Rover Range Rover, his voice echoing through the vast emptiness of the garage. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the chilling growls of approaching zombies reverberating within the confines of the garage. "Get in the car, quickly. Yi Mingyue, you drive? I can't," Li Feng shouted urgently to his companion. As they entered the vehicle, he noticed an increasing number of zombies materializing around them. "Yi Mingyue, step on it, or we'll be surrounded." He continued to issue commands with a sense of urgency. With a stuttering sound, the car briefly roared to life before faltering again. Li Feng muttered to himself, "It's fine, just keep trying." This car hasn't been started in ages. It's normal for it to take a while. At that moment, several zombies had approached the vehicle, relentlessly pounding against the windows. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Feng's forehead, but he remained focused on the situation at hand. After several attempts, the Land Rover finally emitted a deep growl. With a swift release of the clutch and a press on the accelerator, Yi Mingyue propelled the vehicle forward like a wild stallion, crashing through the zombies that blocked their path. With a roar, the Land Rover burst forth from the underground garage and onto the streets, tearing through the city with abandon. As they emerged from the garage, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief, sinking back into his seat. "Wow, Brother Feng, this car is incredible," Qiu Yi exclaimed, exhilarated by the power of the Range Rover. Observing Qiu Yi's amazed expression, Li Feng chuckled and replied, "Of course. This is the latest 2017 model. Equipped with an astonishing 600 Nm of torque and 245 horsepower. This is no exaggeration." As they sped through the post-apocalyptic streets, one could almost mistake it for a mere dream were it not for the lurking zombies. The midday sun blazed fiercely, yet Li Feng and his companions felt no discomfort from the heat. In fact, Li Feng eagerly encouraged Yi Mingyue to turn on the car stereo. They discovered a stash of 8 cans of cola in the back seat, and as they enjoyed the music, sipped their cola, and basked in the cool air conditioning. It felt like the pinnacle of luxury amidst the apocalypse. If it weren't for the grim reality of their circumstances, one might imagine they were simply out for a leisurely drive. In the sweltering summer heat, even the zombies seemed disinclined to wander, preferring to hide in the shade and await the onset of night. Chapter 58, Northward, Part 2. The gas station as the car raced and roared down the road. The fuel tank of the notoriously thirsty Land Rover Range Rover neared depletion. Glancing at the nearly empty fuel gauge, Li Feng shook his head in resignation, realizing that they had been driving nonstop since their departure, even forgetting to refuel at the gas stations they passed. Li Feng sat in the passenger seat and addressed the driver, "Yi Mingyue. Yi Mingyue, have we left this district? The car is nearly out of fuel. We should find a gas station to refuel and replenish our supplies, considering the ample space in this vehicle." All right," Yi Mingyue replied with a nonchalant tone. Falling silent thereafter, Li Feng discerned that although she was willing to accompany them, his previous actions had indeed left her, a person raised with various ideals of civic duty, feeling discontented. Nevertheless, Li Feng remained unfazed. All he desired was to retain her presence, for she was an integral part of his grand vision. "Li Feng, there's a gas station ahead. Let us take a look." Yi Mingyue interrupted his contemplation. Following her gaze, Li Feng spotted, not far ahead, a sign bearing the words Huaxiao Petroleum, with the gas station situated beneath it. The vehicle smoothly entered the gas station, and the trio disembarked. Li Feng surveyed the surroundings. It was quite desolate, devoid of any structures apart from the gas station itself, and the lifeless bodies of 3 zombies sprawled upon the ground. Approaching the remains of the zombies, Li Feng knelt to examine the bloodied wound on one of their foreheads. The opening was flat and measured at least 2 centimeters in width. His gaze shifted to the dark blood oozing from the edges of the wound. A realization seemed to dawn upon him, prompting him to rise and signal to the 2 individuals, who had also exited the vehicle but remained beside it, indicating that there were others nearby. Upon receiving his signal, Qiu Yi and Yi Mingyue swiftly retreated behind the vehicle. Yi Mingyue readied her AWM sniper rifle, vigilantly scanning the vicinity. Moments later, a raucous commotion erupted from the gas station's convenience store as a group of around 10 individuals emerged, brandishing various weapons, predominantly melee. As they exited, one exuberant individual rushed forward to the apparent leader of the group, exclaiming, "What do you think, boss? I told you, if we held this position, vehicles would surely come. Indeed. When we eat later, I'll make sure you get an extra sausage," the leader replied with a nod. This declaration caused the subordinate to express his gratitude fervently, nearly revering him as a father figure. The leader, unfazed by his subordinate's flattery, merely chuckled before turning his gaze towards Li Feng and the vehicle behind him, especially lingering on Yi Mingyue, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. This did not sit well with Li Feng, while Yi Mingyue felt a wave of nausea. The leader, however, paid no heed to their discomfort. Unable to tolerate the gaze any longer, Li Feng addressed the leader politely. "Brother, we merely wish to refuel and will depart immediately thereafter." "Humph, refueling is acceptable. But this station is now under our control. You will need to barter something in exchange for fuel," he retorted, his gaze shifting once more towards Yi Mingwei. The meaning is quite evident. It implies that Li Feng is to exchange Yi Mingwei. Naturally, Li Feng is unwilling and incapable of doing so. Therefore, he feigns ignorance and inquires, this is indeed the case, but may I ask what exactly you wish to exchange for? Please make it clear. Li Feng's politeness is perceived by those present as a sign of weakness, and witnessing his courteous demeanor only fuels the arrogance of their leader. After taking a few steps forward, he boldly declares, "Kid, let me be frank with you. If you wish to gain anything, you must exchange that beautiful lady behind you. Otherwise, don't expect to acquire anything. This seems rather unreasonable, my friend. That lady is my girlfriend. How could I possibly give her to you?" Li Feng responds with unwavering courtesy to the imposing figure before him, deliberately omitting the fact that Yi Mingwei is not his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yi Mingwei, upon hearing Li Feng refer to her as his girlfriend, feels her cheeks flush with embarrassment, though a faint smile hints at her approval of his words. As Li Feng discreetly glances at her reaction and notices her lack of discontent, he too cannot help but smile in satisfaction. "How dare you? Whether you want to or not, you will exchange," the leader exclaims as he advances, intent on seizing Yi Mingwei. Wait. Just as the leader disregards Li Feng and moves to take her, Li Feng suddenly calls out, "Brother, don't mistake my courtesy for weakness. I have already shown you considerable restraint. I stated that she is my girlfriend, and I will not yield her today." Li Feng enunciates each word deliberately. "Well, kid, are you courting death? That woman is mine." The leader retorts, rushing forward to claim Yi Mingwei. "Qiu Yi, they are yours." At that moment, Li Feng addresses Qiu Yi behind him. The leader senses something amiss in Li Feng's words, but dismisses it, continuing toward Yi Mingwei. Just as he reaches out to grasp her, Qiu Yi steps forward, blocking his advance. Taken aback, the leader exclaims, "You little brat." But before he can finish, he feels a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he sees Qiu Yi slowly withdrawing his hand, having extracted a still-beating heart, which he promptly consumes. Witnessing his own heart being devoured, the leader coughs up blood before collapsing. The leader's subordinates, horrified by the brutal murder, especially at the sight of Qiu Yi consuming the heart, are paralyzed with fear. They have never encountered such ruthlessness. A few attempt to flee toward the gas station exit. But how could they possibly outrun a powerful devourer? They barely take a few steps before collapsing, each meeting the same fate of having their hearts ripped out. Having dealt with the fleeing individuals, Qiu Yi approaches the few who are now trembling on the ground and asks, "Brother Feng, should we eliminate these people?" "Yes," Li Feng replies succinctly. Without hesitation, Qiu Yi acts swiftly, and one by one, they fall to the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Li Feng does not cast a single glance at them. As Yi Mingwei observed the unfolding events, she could no longer suppress her myriad of questions for Li Feng and swiftly approached him. "Li Feng, what is going on with Qiu Yi? Why is he consuming people?" Before she could finish her inquiry, Li Feng preemptively articulated her unvoiced thoughts, continuing, "This is currently a secret. Once we arrive in Xinjiang, I will explain everything to you regarding Qiu Yi and other matters. It may very well challenge your worldview, revealing the extraordinary nature of this world. Very well. You have your reasons for withholding information, and I shall refrain from pressing further. Let us hasten, for the sun is setting, and we must find a place to spend the night." Upon hearing Li Feng's reluctance to divulge any details, Yi Mingwei expressed her disappointment. "All right, Qiu Yi, let us head to the store to gather some supplies for the vehicle." Li Feng called out to Qiu Yi and proceeded towards the shop. Before long, Li Feng and Qiu Yi had traversed back and forth between the store and the car multiple times, their vehicle now brimming with various provisions, such as bottled water, instant noodles, and high-energy, long-lasting snacks, save for the seats they occupied. Wait. Just as Li Feng was about to enter the car, Yi Mingwei called out to him. "What is it? Do you need something?" Li Feng inquired. "Yes, I need to grab something." "Li Feng, come with me," Yi Mingwei replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Very well," Li Feng said, following Yi Mingwei back into the store, leaving Qiu Yi chuckling to himself outside. Inside the store, observing Yi Mingwei scouring the shelves, Li Feng, feeling impatient, asked, "What are you searching for? Just tell me, and I can help you find it. We need to continue our journey soon." Finally, with a deeply flushed face, Yi Mingwei shyly confessed, "I am looking for sanitary pads." She quickly turned her back to Li Feng, her face radiating warmth. "Oh, that. I know where it is. You should have mentioned it sooner," Li Feng responded, striding towards a corner of the store. He retrieved a convenient bag and began to place the items inside. Standing nearby, Yi Mingyue's face was as crimson as a ripe fruit. Feeling somewhat self-conscious in the presence of a soldier from the renowned Dragon Flame Special Forces of Huaxia. After the bag could hold no more, Li Feng calmly asked, "Is this sufficient, or shall I fetch another bag?" "That's enough, that's enough." Yi Mingyue nodded vigorously, then dashed outside, with Li Feng closely following her. Upon seeing Yi Mingyue's flushed complexion, Qiu Yi burst out of the vehicle, covering his mouth as he laughed heartily, casting a peculiar glance at Li Feng. Feeling a sudden chill from Qiu Yi's gaze, Li Feng exclaimed, "What kind of look is that? Get in the car, we are leaving." "Okay," Qiu Yi responded, hopping into the vehicle. "Here, put these in the back." As soon as they were inside, Li Feng tossed several packages of sanitary pads, wrapped in a bag. To Qiu Yi, "What's this, Brother Feng? Why is it so tightly wrapped?" Qiu Yi asked, bemused. As Li Feng tossed a bag over to Qiu Yi, curiosity sparked within him. "Take a look for yourself," Li Feng remarked. Upon opening the bag, Qiu Yi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, what are you thinking? Do you take me for someone perverse?" Before he could finish, Li Feng interrupted him. Then, casting a glance at Yi Mingyue, Qiu Yi nodded in realization. "All right, let's south hit the road. The sun is setting, and we must find a place to stay before nightfall, otherwise we'll have no choice but to spend the night in the car." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Yi Mingyue abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the Land Rover surged forward, nearly causing Li Feng and Qiu Yi to collide within the vehicle. This incident made Li Feng acutely aware of the woman's remarkable ability to hold a grudge. With the car refueled, they continued on the desolate roads of the apocalypse. Speeding away. Chapter 59. The third devourer. The vehicle traversed the road until dusk, yet Li Feng and his companions had still not located a suitable shelter. "Brother Feng, the sun has set, and we've yet to find a place to rest. What should we do?" Qiu Yi surveyed the surroundings and inquired. "What can we do? We'll have to camp out tonight," Li Feng replied. Half an hour later, the car halted by the roadside, and Li Feng initiated their plans for the night. "Tonight, Qiu Yi and I will sleep outside, while Yi Mingyue will stay in the car. I'll keep watch until midnight, and Qiu Yi, you'll take over afterward." "Understood, Brother Feng." Qiu Yi nodded in agreement. "Now, let us grab a bite to eat," Li Feng said, diving into the car to retrieve some food for the two. Night had fallen, and due to humanity's significantly diminished vision in the dark, nearly rendering them blind, the tendency to venture out in the wilderness during the night was exceedingly rare. Even before the apocalypse, throughout countless eons of human evolution, darkness had always signified danger, a law ingrained in our very DNA. After nibbling on some biscuits and milk, Yi Mingyue retreated into the vehicle, leaving Li Feng and Qiu Yi standing alone outside. "Brother Feng, I don't know why, but I have this strange feeling that something around here feels oddly familiar, almost like family," Qiu Yi murmured softly to Li Feng, who was gazing at the sky. "Oh, do you have family?" Li Feng inquired with curiosity. "No," Qiu Yi replied, as if recalling a sorrowful memory, lowering his gaze. Understanding Qiu Yi's thoughts, Li Feng turned and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't dwell on that. Perhaps you miss your loved ones too much. Go get some rest. You'll need to keep watch later." Following Li Feng's words, Qiu Yi settled beside the car and closed his eyes. In truth, Li Feng had sensed the same feeling that Qiu Yi described, albeit not as a familiar sensation. Rather, he perceived an impending danger. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow leaped from the trees across from Li Feng to another tree, vanishing without a sound. "It's here." As the shadow appeared, Qiu Yi suddenly opened his eyes and sprang up from the ground. "I understand now. He is also a devourer. No wonder he seems so familiar." As he stood, Qiu Yi turned and walked towards Li Feng. "Ha! So it turns out we are kindred spirits. I thought I recognized you, so I came to see. And here you are?" After Qiu Yi spoke to Li Feng, laughter erupted from the woods opposite them. Kindred spirits. Upon hearing the term from across the way, Li Feng echoed it. How astonishing. A devourer coexisting so harmoniously with humans. If other companions were to hear this, they might die of laughter. Ha ha. Laughter rang out once again from the opposite side. Unfazed by the ridicule, Qiu Yi remarked, "I am different from you, though I consume humans. I only target those who commit wrongdoing, unlike you who devour anyone." What a joke. Consuming humans is consuming humans, yet you speak with such self-righteousness. As he spoke, a disturbance rippled through the trees, and a shadow rushed towards Qiu Yi. Sensing the imminent threat, Qiu Yi attempted to evade the attacker. But the assailant's speed was too swift. He was already poised to strike Qiu Yi squarely in the face, with dire consequences looming. In that critical moment, Li Feng stepped forward with remarkable speed, almost teleporting in front of Qiu Yi, crossing his arms to shield his face. As he raised his hands, the shadow struck him with a punch, causing Li Feng to stagger back several paces, his back colliding with the car and denting the door slightly. The tremendous impact sent Qiu Yi crashing to the side, and within the vehicle, Yi Mingyue was startled awake by the loud noise. She opened the car door and stepped out. "Li Feng, you all," she called, "get back in the car, don't come out." Before she could finish, Li Feng interrupted her. Upon hearing his words, Yi Mingyue said nothing further and returned to the car, realizing from Li Feng's tone that her presence would be of no assistance. Cough, cough. "Qiu Yi, are you all right?" Feeling the intense pain radiating from his back, Li Feng's first concern was for Qiu Yi's well-being. Hearing Li Feng's inquiry, Qiu Yi flashed a smile. "I'm fine, Brother Feng. This little pain is nothing." "Oh, who dares to appear and seek death? Very well, you shall join me for dinner." Though he said this, only he knew the immense force he had exerted. The one called Li Feng had effortlessly blocked his attack with just his hands. This Li Feng was no ordinary person. Who is seeking death remains to be seen. "You, who can only ambush, come at me for a one-on-one." With that, Li Feng stepped forward, instantly unleashing his aura. As he did, the surrounding trees trembled. The shadow lurking in the darkness felt the weight of this presence, a chill creeping down his spine, as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. "I never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent today," the shadow mused to himself. "Hey, are we going to fight or not? If not, I'll..." Before Li Feng could finish his sentence, he sensed a rush of wind from a punch approaching him. "Damn it, it's definitely the old YB. Has he eaten too much chicken?" Li Feng muttered under his breath while dodging. A shadow lunged at him, throwing a punch that arrived with the wind before the fist itself. At the moment he felt the gust, Li Feng swiftly sidestepped, the black-clad figure's fist narrowly missing his chest. It was then that Li Feng caught a glimpse of the assailant's face, clad in a black cloak that concealed their body entirely, much like Qiu Yi. Just as the black-clad man's fist was about to pass in front of Li Feng's chest, he grasped the man's hand, spun around to face away from him, and with a swift arch of his back, executed a shoulder throw that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. In that instant, Li Feng quickly mounted the man's back, pulling his arms behind him. And with a sharp crack, the man's arms snapped, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. While seated atop the incapacitated figure, Li Feng again turned, wrapping his arms around the man's legs and forcefully yanking them towards his chest. Another resounding crack echoed as the man's legs were brutally broken, his screams resonating throughout the sky. In a distant room, a man shouted angrily at a woman, "Stop! What are you doing? Did you not hear that scream?" The woman incredulously replied, "What scream? There isn't even a bird around. Could it be that I heard wrong?" she thought, touching her head in disbelief. Meanwhile, back with Li Feng, after swiftly incapacitating the black-clad man's limbs, he called out to Yi Mingyue, gesturing towards the unconscious figure on the ground. "This is a devourer, much like Qiu Yi. They have mutated after consuming humans for an extended period, resulting in an irretrievable state. Both their bodies and minds are gravely distorted, rendering them hardly human." At that moment, Yi Mingyue shifted her gaze from the black-clad man to Qiu Yi, regarding him with a peculiar look. Li Feng seemed to sense the implication and hurriedly clarified, "Don't look at Qiu Yi that way. He is not like them. He is my brother, and he has promised me that he will not consume just anyone. I trust him, so please refrain from regarding him with suspicion." "I'm not. I'm merely curious why Qiu Yi can be with you and get along so well," Yi Mingyue exclaimed, hastily dispelling Li Feng's misunderstanding. "That is a long story for another time. The pressing issue is how to deal with this person," Li Feng said as he crouched before the incapacitated black-clad man. He then turned to Qiu Yi, asking, "Qiu Yi, do you consume the hearts of your kind?" I suppose I could try," Qiu Yi replied, having contemplated this already but hesitating to voice it, as he sensed the immense power contained within this man's heart, longing to claim it as his own. "All right, then I leave him to you." As Li Feng stepped aside, Yi Mingyue, unable to bear the sight of Qiu Yi consuming a heart, turned and entered the vehicle. Qiu Yi slowly crouched before the figure clad in black, extending his right hand towards the region of the man's heart. At that moment, The black-clad individual gradually opened his eyes, immediately perceiving Chiu Ye's hand reaching for his chest. The fog of confusion that had clouded his mind dissipated in an instant, and he writhed in panic, pleading, "No, please don't kill me. I can do anything you ask. I beg you, for the sake of our kind, spare my life. I am not like you." Observing the man before him, a pitiful figure drenched in tears and snot, Chiu Ye uttered a single, chilling remark before swiftly plunging his hand into the man's heart. With a gentle tug, a heart, still pulsating, was wrenched from its place. Even as the black-clad man clung to life, Chiu Ye savored the organ, relishing each bite. It was only after Chiu Ye had taken a couple of mouthfuls from his own heart that the man widened his eyes and exhaled his final breath. After consuming the heart, Chiu Ye discarded the corpse some distance away and, finding a patch of dirt by the roadside, covered the blood-stained ground to prevent a horde of zombies from being attracted by the scent of blood. Once he had completed this task, Chiu Ye felt no fatigue and took over the watch from Li Feng, allowing him to rest. Perched atop the vehicle, Chiu Ye pondered Li Feng's earlier words and ultimately made a bold decision. He would follow Li Feng steadfastly, for it was only Li Feng who regarded him as human. Even Yi Mingyue had treated him as an outcast, her eyes betraying her true feelings. Though she claimed otherwise, Chiu Ye discerned her deceit through her gaze. With a deep sigh of relief, Chiu Ye looked up at the immense moon illuminating the night sky and smiled faintly. Chapter 60. This world needs no useless souls. As dawn broke, the harsh summer sun illuminated every dark crevice of this ruthless world. People rejoiced at having survived another night. Humanity, it seemed, would endure regardless of the world's transformations. A new round of resource searches commenced across the survivor bases. "Good morning, Brother Feng," Chiu Ye exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle with a goofy grin as he spotted Li Feng approaching. "Ah, Chiu Ye, you didn't sleep a wink last night, did you? Just look at those panda eyes," Li Feng remarked, astonished at the sight before him. In response to Li Feng's surprise, Chiu Ye chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "It's nothing, Brother Feng. I can go days and nights without sleep." "All right then. Let us grab a bite to eat before we hit the road again," Li Feng said, moving towards the car. Just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly turned and asked, "By the way, has Yi Mingyue gotten up yet?" "She is awake." Before Chiu Ye could respond, Yi Mingyue emerged from the vehicle, having just opened the door. Upon seeing Yi Mingyue step out of the car, Li Feng felt a sense of relief and opened the door to retrieve some biscuits and bottled water to share with the two companions. After a simple snack, Yi Mingyue resumed driving northward. It was still a summer morning, and the sun was not overly warm. Li Feng rolled down the window, allowing the refreshing breeze to flow into the car. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he sat up straight, directing a question at Yi Mingyue, who was focused on the road. "Have you been attentive to our current location?" In response to Li Feng's abrupt inquiry, Yi Mingyue glanced at him thoughtfully before replying. "I am uncertain of our exact location, but I do know that we have left Chongqing and are now within the borders of Sichuan." She then pointed to the fuel gauge, adding, "Regardless, this car is nearly out of gas. We should find a gas station soon to check for a map or other navigational information." Li Feng, astonished at the fuel situation, exclaimed, "Goodness. This car consumes fuel like a beast. It hasn't been long since we last refueled, and now it's almost empty. If we were heading to Xinjiang, we would need to stop for gas countless times." He gazed incredulously at the fuel gauge Yi Mingyue indicated and continued, "Yi Mingyue, please keep an eye on the road ahead for any gas stations so we can refuel this clunker." With that, Li Feng settled back into a comfortable position and glanced at Chiu Ye in the back seat, who had already succumbed to slumber. Shaking his head in resignation, Li Feng too drifted off to sleep, leaving Yi Mingyue to navigate the road alone. The highway bore several abandoned vehicles, yet not excessively, making it possible to maneuver around them. Yi Mingyue, undoubtedly a seasoned driver from the top special forces of Huaxia, skillfully weaved the heavy Range Rover through the obstacles, exhibiting remarkable steadiness that even did not disturb her sleeping companions. After an hour of driving, Yi Mingyue finally spotted a prominent gas station sign reading Huaxiu. Just as she was about to awaken Li Feng, a mischievous idea struck her. With a sly grin, she accelerated, and upon reaching the gas station, slammed on the brakes. "Ah!" Two startled cries echoed within the car. As neither Li Feng nor Chiu Ye had fastened their seatbelts, the sudden stop sent Li Feng colliding against the windshield, narrowly avoiding a more severe impact. However, he still bumped against the door frame. While Chiu Ye fared slightly better, hitting the front seat. As Li Feng rubbed his forehead, Yi Mingyue couldn't contain her laughter, nearly in tears from amusement. After a moment, Li Feng, still wincing from the pain, turned to Yi Mingyue with a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Miss Yi, are you attempting to murder us? Why the sudden break?" Chuckling, she replied, "Murder is beyond me. We have arrived at the gas station." Yi Mingyue smiled broadly, pointing towards the gas station outside the window, and then remarked, "However, it seems someone has already arrived ahead of us." Indeed, when Li Feng turned to glance at the gas station, he noticed that the shop's door was firmly shut, and various objects were used to barricade it from within. Moreover, outside the gas station lay at least dozens of corpses and skeletal remains of zombies, indicating they had lingered here for quite some time. Regardless of the presence of others, the resistance had perished. Thus, he decided to alight from the vehicle and refuel. As he opened the car door and peered into the gas station shop, he caught a fleeting glimpse of shadows flitting behind the glass walls. At that moment, Qiu Yi had begun refueling, while Li Feng aimlessly wandered nearby, occasionally glancing at the situation inside the shop, which left him quite astonished. No one emerged to hinder their actions. "Brother Feng, the fuel is ready." Just as Li Feng was taken aback by the lack of interference from the shop's occupants, Qiu Yi called out to him. Having finished refueling, adopting a mindset of discretion, Li Feng preferred not to provoke those inside, and headed towards the car upon hearing Qiu Yi's voice, where Yi Mingyue was already seated in the driver's seat. However, just as he had taken a few steps, the sound of moving objects emanated from within the gas station shop. Li Feng turned around to see several individuals shifting the barricades away from the door. Were they about to take action? Li Feng mused inwardly. Within less than a minute, the entrance had been cleared, and as the door swung open, a throng of dozens emerged, bustling towards Li Feng. Observing the approaching crowd, Yi Mingyue exited the vehicle, bringing along her AWM, standing silently beside the car, watching the unfolding events with keen interest. Should any of those individuals exhibit even a hint of unruliness, she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Similarly, Qiu Yi positioned himself beside Li Feng, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The crowd halted about 5 meters away from Li Feng, who surveyed their composition, predominantly elderly and young, with only a handful of young men. At that moment, a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s stepped forward, approaching Li Feng with a beaming smile. "Hello, my name is Wang Chong, and I am the temporary leader of this group. Greetings. I am Li Feng. May I inquire about your intentions?" Li Feng replied coolly, assessing the man before him. Noticing that Wang Chong displayed no airs of superiority, he felt a surge of optimism. Wang Chong continued, "Brother Li, I implore you to take us in. We have been stranded here for 2 weeks, and our supplies have run dry. We are but a few men. The rest are children, women, and the elderly, and we cannot travel far. Moreover, I perceive that you are not ordinary individuals." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Yi Mingyue and her AWM. He continued, "Therefore, I implore you to take us in. If you do so, we shall serve you wholeheartedly without a single complaint." Upon uttering these words, he gazed at Li Feng with eyes brimming with hope, causing a shiver to run down Li Feng's spine. After a moment's contemplation, Li Feng realized through recent experiences that in this wretched apocalypse, no one could survive in isolation. The value of individuals in such dire times fluctuated between being exceedingly precious and utterly worthless. After a deep reflection, he finally spoke. "I can offer you shelter, but we possess only one vehicle. Furthermore, you must comply with my commands unconditionally. At no point may you utter a word of dissent. Even if I were to send you to your demise, you would have to obey. Of course, I would never be so heartless. Let us resolve your transportation issue now. Be prepared." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Wang Chong pointed towards a waterproof tarp. At that moment, a young man approached, tugged at the tarp, and it fell away, revealing a bus before Li Feng's eyes. Just as Wang Chong completed his statement, he gestured towards a fuel tanker parked beside the gas station, exclaiming, "We can siphon fuel from the gas station and transfer it into that tanker, ensuring we won't run out of fuel midway." "Remarkable, Wang. I hadn't considered that. Are there others among you with unique skills that I might require?" Li Feng remarked, patting the amiable Wang Chong on the shoulder. "Indeed, his name is Hani. He is from a research institute, and if I recall correctly, his specialty lies in architectural engineering." Wang Chong called out to the crowd behind him. Moments later, a young man in his 20s approached him at a brisk pace. "Uncle Wang, is there something you need?" Han Yi inquired with a beaming smile. "Oh, Brother Li is looking for you." Wang Chong replied before turning to Li Feng, stating, "Brotherly, I'll leave you two to converse while I go fill the tanker." "Very well," Li Feng nodded. He then refocused his attention on Han Yi and asked, "Are you studying architectural engineering? Or are you a graduate student?" "Yes," Han Yi responded, his face reflecting confusion. "Excellent. You may attend to your tasks, but when we depart, you will board our vehicle." At this moment, Li Feng could scarcely contain his excitement. Han Yi was precisely the talent he desperately needed. Upon reaching Xinjiang, Han Yi would prove invaluable. At this juncture, even if someone offered him 100 ordinary individuals in exchange for Han Yi, he would refuse. In the apocalypse, apart from food and water, talent was of utmost importance. The military had promptly relocated various skilled individuals to safe areas immediately following the outbreak, underscoring the significance of expertise in this new world. Each loss was indeed a grave one. Finally, after an hour of diligent work, everything was completed, and afternoon had set in. Wang Chong took the wheel of the bus, and after finishing his tasks, Han Yi joined Li Feng's vehicle as agreed. As he boarded, the other passengers on the bus regarded him with envy. Assuming that Li Feng either knew him personally or that some special circumstance was at play. While Han Yi was busy, Li Feng had already approached Qiu Yi, instructing him to ensure Han Yi's safe arrival in Xinjiang. Once Han Yi got into the vehicle, he was filled with excitement, moving restlessly, nearly causing Qiu Yi to lose his grip. Had it not been for Li Feng's repeated admonitions to safeguard him, Han Yi might have already succumbed to an unfortunate fate. 3 vehicles were lined up on the road, a fuel tanker at the rear, a bus in the middle, and naturally, Li Feng's vehicle leading the procession. Li Feng strategically placed the fuel tanker at the back due to its volatility. Even a spark could lead to catastrophic consequences. The explosion of a fully loaded fuel tanker is no trivial matter, which justified Li Feng's arrangement. As for the lives of those on the bus, Li Feng deemed them inconsequential, as they held no value for him at this moment. This was precisely why he insisted on having Han Yi in his vehicle. In the event of an accident, either he or Qiu Yi could protect him. The fates of ordinary individuals were left to chance. However, that perspective would shift once a base was established, for this world had no need for the inept. Chapter 61. News of the base. The roads in the post-apocalyptic world, now devoid of management, had transformed from smooth asphalt into a patchwork of potholes, bearing the scars of time. The sudden outbreak of the virus had caused many to mutate while driving, leaving vehicles stranded on the roads and significantly hampering Li Feng and his companions' progress. Bored in the vehicle, Li Feng reached for the radio in the Range Rover, switching through channels without uttering a word, only met with an incessant static. Suddenly, when he tuned into a public channel, the radio crackled to life. "This is a survivor base established by a military district in Sichuan. We have food, clean water, clothing, and protection from the army. Survivors who hear this broadcast, come to us. The base is located directly north of Chengdu, and our gates are always open for you. This is the Sichuan military district." After listening for a few moments, Li Feng turned off the radio, recognizing the looped message as unnecessary to continue. With a hint of melancholy in his gaze, he turned to Yi Mingyue and asked, "Have you found your organization? Will you go?" After a brief pause, Yi Mingyue replied, "You are the leader here. It is your decision." "Very well, we shall go there. After all, the army truly belongs to you, and it would be unfair for you to follow us." Li Feng looked back at Qiu Yi and Han Yi in the rear seat. "Absolutely not." Both responded eagerly to his inquiry, particularly Han Yi, whose eyes sparkled with fervent admiration for Li Feng. Fueled by Qiu Yi's earlier recounting of Li Feng's remarkable achievements during a moment of boredom. After 3 hours of navigating through congested and dilapidated roads, the traffic ahead finally cleared, and vehicles were systematically moved to the sides of the highway. Beside the road stood a sign that read, "Welcome to the Sichuan Military District Survivor Base." Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the inscription, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, the zombies cannot read. Otherwise, this base would surely have been overrun by now." Indeed, true to its military designation, 5 checkpoints had been encountered along the way, where cursory glances were cast at the occupants of the vehicles without thorough inspections. At long last, after passing the 6th checkpoint, a magnificent city wall and towering gate came into view at the end of the road, far surpassing even the walls depicted in the Japanese anime Attack on Titan. Everyone present, including Li Feng, was utterly astonished. It was unimaginable that such colossal structures could exist. Surely, only aliens could have constructed them. "Wow!" Li Feng silently exclaimed. Stop. Please disembark for inspection. An officer, resembling a military figure, halted their vehicle in front of the city gate. Li Feng said nothing, simply opening the door to exit. Shortly thereafter, several individuals clad in white coats, presumably doctors or similar personnel, approached and commenced a thorough examination of everyone from head to toe, ultimately disinfecting their vehicle. Once the inspections were complete, the officer approached Li Feng and the others, stating, "Welcome to the Sichuan Military District Survivor Base. Now please follow him." He gestured towards a similarly attired individual in a white coat and mask. After the officer's instructions, the figure stepped forward and addressed Li Feng and the others, saying, "Follow me," before turning to lead them through the gate. Before they had taken many steps, another group arrived, and the same officer instructed them to disembark for inspection, followed by a swarm of white coats conducting checks. At that moment, a commotion erupted when one of the white-coated personnel discovered an individual with visible injuries. After reporting the finding, the officer moved in for confirmation. Following a brief exchange, the officer unsheathed his sidearm without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and the individual collapsed lifelessly. Witnessing their companion's execution, the others began to stir, attempting to breach the checkpoint. However, before they could advance, a series of gunshots erupted from the city wall above Li Feng's head, sending up clouds of dust in front of the group, effectively quelling their unrest. The officer calmly holstered his firearm and stood aside, observing as they approached the city gate, his hand never straying far from his holster. Though Li Feng was no stranger to intense situations, witnessing the officer's unflinching execution of the infected left him with a chilling sensation. The entire incident unfolding within mere seconds. At this moment, Li Feng had not yet entered the city gate. After watching the performance, he turned his attention to the path ahead, carefully observing his surroundings. He had already stepped inside the grand entrance. Yet it was evident that exiting would require at least 30 seconds at a normal pace, highlighting the formidable thickness of the city walls. Li Feng examined the gate, which operated with a vertical opening mechanism, and noted its considerable thickness, seemingly constructed to withstand nuclear blasts. It was clear that some machinery was at play in its operation. Otherwise, such ease of opening and closing would be inconceivable. Finally, Li Feng and the others passed through the city gate, stepping into a new realm. To his astonishment, just a few hundred meters ahead stood another closed gate. The only structures in sight were rows of two-story white buildings. As Li Feng and his companions remained motionless, a figure clad in a white coat approached them, stating, "Do not look around. This is a quarantine zone. You will not be allowed into the residential area until it is confirmed that you are not infected. You will undergo a formal 24-hour quarantine. If none of you exhibit mutations during this period, congratulations, you will be permitted to enter the base. Now, please proceed into that room. Meals will be delivered to you by designated personnel. Follow me." With that, the white-coated figure led the way to a white building. Upon reaching the door, the soldier stationed there opened it, allowing Li Feng and the others to enter. Once they were all inside, the soldier firmly closed the iron door behind them. Li Feng noticed the white-coated figure whispering something to the soldier as they departed. He could surmise the content of the conversation, a reminder to keep a close watch on them, with the implication that any sign of mutation would result in immediate execution. With a resigned sigh, Li Feng stretched and began to survey the room. It was spacious and well-equipped, designed to alleviate boredom for those in quarantine. A bookshelf filled with various novels and magazines stood nearby, while a restroom was situated at the far end, and several beds were scattered throughout the room. Approaching the lone small window at the door, Li Feng peered outside. Aside from the soldier, standing motionless at the entrance, he was astounded by the thoroughness of the base's defenses. He could see at least several points of firepower within view, and undoubtedly more concealed from sight. In this place, aside from the zombies, only humans remained, who could evade the overt firepower, making the presence of hidden defenses essential. After observing for a while, Li Feng made his way to a bed and lay down. It had been a long time since he had the luxury of sleeping on a bed, and upon seeing it, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, unstoppable like a rushing river. Glancing at Xiao Yi and Yi Mingyue standing nearby, as well as the others scattered in various corners, he closed his eyes and swiftly drifted into slumber. Chapter 62 Life in the base. A fleeting 24 hours passed, and at noon, an officer accompanied by 4 armed soldiers opened the door to the isolation room where Li Feng and his companions were held. The officer, standing at the entrance, declared with a resonant voice, "You are fortunate. None of you have undergone mutation. You may now enter the base. Stepping back, he allowed Li Feng and the others to exit. However, the moment they stepped out of the isolation room, the soldiers aimed their weapons squarely at them. The officer then escorted Li Feng and his companions to another location for photographic registration and the entry of basic information, which was subsequently placed in a file. Following this, he allocated work assignments based on the entered information. However, owing to Li Feng's prior admonition to Qiu Yi, Han Yi, and the others to conceal their true identities, everyone uniformly listed agriculture as their occupation. Strangely, Yi Mingyue also indicated agriculture, omitting her true identity. Furthermore, since Li Feng had disembarked, he had not spotted Yi Mingyue's AWM sniper rifle, which filled him with unexpected surprise, though he refrained from inquiring further. Due to Li Feng's instructions, all were assigned to the outermost agricultural zone of the base to resume planting work. None bore ill will towards Li Feng, acknowledging that his decisions must be guided by his own reasoning. Days swiftly passed, and Li Feng began to grasp the current state of the base. The Sichuan Military District Survivor Base comprised an outer agricultural zone, Residential Area 1, Residential Area 2, and the innermost military zone. The agricultural zone was tended by individuals lacking any special skills, who engaged in farming and residing there. Residential Area 1 housed those with specialized skills, primarily consisting of mechanics and medical personnel, offering significantly better living conditions than the agricultural zone. Residential Area 2 was predominantly occupied by the elite from the pre-apocalyptic world, featuring specially constructed villas, including military officers from the military zone. The military zone primarily served as a storage site for weapons and ammunition, as well as a garrison for soldiers. Families of the soldiers resided in Residential Area 1, enjoying better conditions than their counterparts while still inferior to those in Residential Area 2. Each zone was encircled by high walls. Individuals from the lower zones were prohibited from entering the higher zones without permission, while those from the higher zones could freely traverse the lower areas. However, any incidents that might arise would be at their own peril. Aside from the outer walls, which had only 2 gates in the north and south, each internal area boasted 4 gates facing east, south, west, and north. The base presently housed a total of 1 million individuals, with 30,000 being combat personnel, the majority of whom were merely newly recruited recruits. The base minted its own currency, the Huaxia coin, enabling trade and barter. Each day, the base allocated a minimal amount of sustenance, sufficient only to sustain life. To achieve satiety, one had to labor for it. This situation birthed a dilemma. There were always individuals who, lazy and gluttonous, relied on this meager sustenance for survival, and in their dire hunger, they would sometimes resort to stealing from others. Such behavior was not uncommon in the agricultural zone. Every day, several individuals are taken away by a group of 4 or 5 individuals clad in white coats. Yet more often than not, Li Feng observes that others have succumbed to internal consumption. Due to Qiu Ye's conspicuous appearance, Li Feng opts to leave him at home alone during their outings to avoid drawing undue attention. However, this so-called home is merely a makeshift shelter constructed from straw. Although the labor is arduous, the collective effort ensures that everyone can have their fill each day. Nonetheless, during these days of toil, Li Feng has unearthed a significant issue: the base's proximity to the urban area of Chengdu. Chengdu, renowned as the land of abundance, is situated in the fertile Chengdu Plain, where the unique purple soil is exceptionally conducive to agriculture. With a population of approximately 14 million, the base currently accommodates a mere 1 million residents, a portion of whom have migrated from other regions. It can be said that scarcely 1 in 10 remains in the urban area of Chengdu. This calamity has transformed the city into a veritable necropolis, a purgatory on earth. Fortunately, the government acted swiftly, erecting a temporary base on the outskirts of the city in the immediate aftermath of the disaster, deploying ground and aerial forces to maximize the rescue of the urban populace. The soldiers participating in the rescue displayed extraordinary bravery, battling the relentless hordes of zombies. After several weeks of perilous efforts, the military managed to extricate only around 100,000 individuals from the over 10 million who had been trapped. The overwhelming numbers of the undead, coupled with their unyielding nature, resulted in the loss of at least 1,000 valiant soldiers, yet not a single warrior faltered in their duty. Each soldier had sworn an oath under the national flag to serve the people and to defend the safety of the populace and the state at all costs, thus upholding their mission with honor. Although the concept of the nation has largely dissipated from the minds of many, it remains steadfast in the hearts of these soldiers. As long as there is one Chinese person alive in this world, the nation of China will endure. Every individual embodies this country, which consists of 1.4 billion souls. Their sacrifices preserve the ember of existence for the Chinese people, serving as solace for the over 10 million compatriots who have transformed, as their hopes will be inherited by every living person of Chinese descent. Following the resettlement of over 100,000 individuals, the military has embarked on extensive expansion and fortification of the base, especially as a massive bomb nearby poses an ever-present threat of detonation. Furthermore, the military has instituted its own system for effective management of the base, evidenced by differentiated treatment based on one's contributions. More labor yields greater rewards. This system ignites enthusiasm among the populace, as diligent work ensures that they will not suffer from hunger or exposure. Additionally, to stabilize those less inclined to work, the base extends fundamental humanitarian assistance, providing the most basic provisions. The management of the base is stringent. Every evening, at the designated hour, silence must be observed. And during this period, no individual is permitted to venture outside. Should anyone violate this rule, lethal force may be employed without provision for compensation to the family of the deceased. Within the confines of the base, all personnel, with the exception of military personnel, are prohibited from possessing the means to manufacture lethal weapons, save for conventional melee weapons. Moreover, the formation of cliques and engagement in brawls is strictly forbidden. Any infractions will result in labor reform for the offenders. Li Feng understood that these regulations would be beneficial for their future development. Regardless of the circumstances, one ought to be aware of what actions are acceptable and which are not. Such awareness is essential for survival. Therefore, from the moment Li Feng entered the base, he adopted a low-profile demeanor to avoid unnecessary trouble, approaching interactions with others with a smile and a gentle tone. The people around Li Feng held a favorable impression of him, likely due to his understated nature and the positive perceptions of those around him. However, trouble would inevitably arise, beginning with the day their vehicle was delivered. Among the vehicles, only Li Feng's Range Rover was brought to the base, while the others were requisitioned, especially the fuel tanker brimming with gasoline. Consequently, a regular officer was dispatched to invite Li Feng and his companions to the living quarters upon delivering the Range Rover. However, Li Feng graciously declined the offer. After sending the officer, who wore a puzzled expression, on his way, Li Feng noticed that several individuals lingered in the shadows, observing them from various corners. Li Feng shared this observation with Yi Mingyue and Qiu Yi, merely advising them to remain vigilant, without any intention of taking preemptive action. Their days continued as usual, filled with work, meals, and rest, while those lurking in the shadows quietly monitored their every move. Li Feng adhered to the principle of remaining still until the situation was clearer. Chapter 63. Troubles arising from low profile after the officer delivered the Range Rover. Li Feng parked it outside his living quarters and paid it no further heed. One day, as Li Feng and his companions set out for their daily tasks, he immediately sensed something amiss. The bustling atmosphere typically present during their departure was conspicuously absent. Not a single soul was in sight, and every door remained tightly shut. Li Gu, why aren't you leaving? Han Yi inquired, noticing Li Feng's stillness at the doorway. Is there a problem? Came the reply, accompanied by a casual remark about the laziness of others, as a figure emerged from the shadows of a nearby building, followed by at least 20 to 30 others, each wielding machetes or clubs. Seeing this, Li Feng stepped forward, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems you are not here with good intentions." As he advanced, he instructed Han Yi to fetch Qiu Yi inside. At this moment, Qiu Yi, Han Yi, and Yi Mingyue stood silently behind Li Feng, ready to intervene at his slightest motion. Indeed, I, Su San, have come with ill intent today. We are here to claim that vehicle. You must relinquish it, whether you wish to or not. With a swift motion, he brandished the machete in his hand. What if I refuse? Li Feng replied, his tone deliberate and emphatic. Refuse? Then you are courting death. Don't say we didn't warn you. Brothers, charge. Eliminate them all. No sooner had he spoken than the first of the assailants lunged toward Li Feng and his companions. Qiu Yi, they are yours. Understood, Brother Feng. All of them. Indeed. Li Feng responded with resolute clarity. All right, just watch, Brother Feng. Qiu Yi flashed a wicked grin and dashed towards Su San. In an instant, Qiu Yi was face to face with Su San, exchanging a gaze while offering a mocking smile. Clearly, Su San was taken aback by Qiu Yi's astonishing speed. Realizing the affront, he tightened his grip on the machete and swung it at Qiu Yi. However, by the time his blade descended, the once youthful Qiu Yi had vanished from sight. As he pondered this anomaly, his subordinates erupted into chaos, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Mere seconds later, silence enveloped the scene. When Su San turned around, he fell to his knees, witnessing in horror that the dozens he had brought were dispatched in less than 10 seconds. It was evident to any rational being that there existed an insurmountable disparity in strength. At that moment, Qiu Yi had eradicated all of Su San's followers and was steadily approaching Su San himself. Overwhelmed by the gruesome spectacle, Su San had lost all will to fight. Kneeling in supplication as Qiu Yi advanced, "Please, great brother, spare me. I was wrong, blind to your might, looking down upon you. Have mercy on my wretched life. I am willing to serve." Just then, a flash of steel cut through the air, and Su San's pleas abruptly ceased, a distinct crimson line appearing upon his neck. Soon after, a head rolled away from the severed neck, coming to rest at Qiu Yi's feet. Gazing down at Su San's lifeless visage, which refused to close its eyes, Qiu Yi was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to behold Li Feng, who reveled in the sanguine spectacle of the neatly severed neck. Qiu Yi was chilled by Li Feng's demeanor and the ecstasy painted across his face. A shiver running down his spine as he discerned something far more terrifying. Li Feng's eyes had turned completely blood red. "What the hell?" Qiu Yi exclaimed, rushing to Li Feng's side and forcefully clapping him on the shoulder. At this touch, the previously motionless Li Feng abruptly turned his head toward Qiu Yi, an overwhelming pressure enveloping Qiu Yi in an instant. The formerly stoic Qiu Yi's expression contorted in agony, and after enduring for 3 seconds, he finally sank to his knees, his hands bracing against the ground as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Yi Mingyue and Han Yi, sensing the disturbance, prepared to rush over to inquire, but before they could take a step, Qiu Yi shouted, "Stay back." His voice rang out, heavy with urgency as he remained kneeling. Head bowed. With a thunderous shout from Qiu Yi, Han Yi and Yi Mingyue abruptly halted their steps. "Brother Feng He?" Han Yi inquired timidly, gazing at Qiu Yi's anguished expression. "Brother Feng, it's all right, you need not worry," Qiu Yi replied, kneeling before Li Feng, each word carefully articulated. "Brother Feng, I am Qiu Yi. You called us brothers. We are meant to head north to Xinjiang together. Have you forgotten?" At that moment, the ground before Qiu Yi was thoroughly soaked with his perspiration. "Qiu Yi, brother, Xinjiang." Ah! Suddenly, Li Feng, who had been standing immobile, let out a resounding roar that echoed through the skies upon hearing Qiu Yi's words. The sound reverberated throughout the base, causing many to believe that zombies had infiltrated, prompting them to seek refuge. The military swiftly mobilized to locate the source of the disturbance. Immediately after Li Feng's bellow, he swung the machete in his hand towards Qiu Yi. As the blade hurtled toward him, Qiu Yi shut his eyes tightly, and after a resounding thud, silence enveloped the scene, along with the oppressive pressure dissipating. "Why didn't you dodge?" At that moment, a familiar voice resonated in Qiu Yi's ears. With excitement, Qiu Yi opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Because I trust you." "Haha, you little rascal, why are you still kneeling? Get up," Li Feng said, extending his hand to pull Qiu Yi up. "Brother Feng, I'm relieved you're unharmed." As Qiu Yi rose, he cast a glance at the ground, merely 2 centimeters away, where the machete had struck. It was embedded in the earth, leaving only the handle visible, prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow once more. At that moment, Qiu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his bond with Li Feng. Had Li Feng harbored even a hint of resentment, that blow could have indeed struck true, cleaving him in two. "Brother Feng," Li Feng, observing Qiu Yi rise and share laughter with Li Feng, they both called out to him and rushed over. "Brother Feng, what was that just now?" Han Yi asked curiously as he reached Li Feng, while Yi Mingyue stood behind him, her face a mask of inquiry. "I'm fine. I was merely scaring Qiu Yi. You really played along, huh?" Li Feng chuckled, patting Qiu Yi on the shoulder. "Indeed, Brother Feng, we were just messing around. I just went along with it and truly frightened you." Qiu Yi understood Li Feng's intentions and played along. Han Yi, influenced by their banter, began to believe it, while only Yi Mingyue remained skeptical, knowing that the events had not unfolded as simply as Li Feng portrayed. As a former elite member of the Huaxia Dragon Flame Special Forces, She could not overlook the underlying issues, yet she merely pondered without intent to delve deeper, trusting that Li Feng had his reasons for withholding the truth. If he had to speak, Li Feng might indeed become enraged. As he contemplated this, Yi Mingyue glanced at the knife embedded in the ground, aware that the consequences could be dire, even though he knew Li Feng would never resort to killing her. Stop. Do not move. Raise your hands. Before Li Feng could finish his sentence, a barrage of commands interrupted him. Turning his head, he beheld a line of gun barrels aimed squarely at him and his companions, with at least 50 individuals present. At that moment, a company commander approached Li Feng. Chapter 64. Qiu Ye's identity exposed. The commander advanced to Li Feng's side, surveying the surrounding corpses. With a serious expression, he inquired, "Can someone explain what is happening here?" He turned his gaze back to Li Feng, who stood at the forefront. Based on Li Feng's demeanor, the commander, with years of military experience, discerned that this young man was undoubtedly the leader of the group. Li Feng understood why the officer was fixating on him. It was clearly a summons for him to speak. Thus, he acquiesced and replied to the officer. "These individuals attempted to seize our vehicle and threatened to kill us, and they have already made their move. We were merely defending ourselves. Is that wrong?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the officer nodded thoughtfully, seemingly perceiving the logic in his statement. However, he appeared to recall something and continued questioning. "Did you kill these individuals?" "Yes. I did it alone. It has nothing to do with Brother Feng or the others. Please spare them. I will come with you." Li Feng was prepared to claim responsibility for the killings to ensure the soldiers would let Qiu Yi and the others go. But before he could finish, Qiu Yi interjected. "Oh, you did it alone? I've suspected something was off about you. Dressed in all black on such a hot day, wrapped up like a dumpling." As he spoke, the officer turned his attention solely to Qiu Yi, leaving Li Feng behind. The officer circled around Li Feng and approached Qiu Yi, swiftly pulling back his hat to reveal Qiu Ye's true visage, the pale skin that had been concealed beneath the dark cloak. "You are one of the cannibalistic tribes." The moment the officer yanked off Qiu Ye's hat, he instinctively stepped back, drawing his pistol on him. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Feng rushed forward, calling out "stop" 3 times as he pushed aside the officer's gun aimed at Qiu Yi. He then positioned himself protectively in front of Qiu Yi, locking eyes with the officer and declaring, "What do you mean cannibalistic tribes? Do not speak so derogatorily. He has a name. His name is Qiu Yi, and he is a devourer, not some cannibalistic tribesman. Regardless of what you call him, he consumes human flesh. Arrest him." The officer, gripped by fear, had lost his rationality. "I dare anyone to try? If any of you lay a hand on my brother today, I will turn this base into a hellscape. Do you believe me?" "I certainly do. If you doubt me, feel free to test it, but the consequences will be yours to bear." Li Feng bellowed at the soldiers approaching him, his voice resonating with authority. "Brother Feng, fear not. No one shall take you away today. You need not worry about anything. I am here for you." Qiu Yi, observing Li Feng's unwavering protection, felt a profound sense of guilt for the troubles he had caused him. The officer, upon witnessing the soldiers hesitating to advance, erupted in anger, shouting at the innocent troops. "What are you waiting for? Capture them. Seize them all." At this command, the soldiers, invigorated by the urgency, advanced once more towards Li Feng and his companions. "You seek death." With those words barely escaping his lips, Li Feng charged at the soldiers. The soldiers, having forgotten their superior's orders to merely apprehend without firing, raised their automatic rifles and unleashed a barrage of bullets at him. Yet, Li Feng moved with the agility reminiscent of a superhero from a science fiction film, deftly evading the onslaught. In the brief moment while they reloaded, he reached the first soldier, delivering a flying kick that sent the man sprawling 5 or 6 meters away, motionless on the ground. In that fleeting moment, the remaining soldiers had reloaded their weapons, but Li Feng had already infiltrated their ranks. Any gunfire would inevitably hit their own, providing him with an opportunity. After incapacitating one soldier, he swiftly turned to the next. In mere seconds, with a combination of kicks and punches, he had rendered over a dozen soldiers prone and wailing on the ground. Just as he prepared to engage another target, a distinct voice caught his attention. Li Feng looked up to see a man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, approaching him, flanked by several well-equipped soldiers, suggesting he held significant authority. "Enough, young man. There's no need to take down the entire lot. They have more pressing matters to attend to." As the man drew nearer, Li Feng sensed the commanding presence of a superior, not harsh, but imbued with a warm and benevolent aura. The soldiers, upon recognizing the newcomer, stood tall and saluted with precision. Even those on the ground endured their pain to rise and pay their respects. The man returned a simple salute and continued towards Li Feng. Greetings. I am the commander of this base. I was initially occupied with various documents, and such acts of violence should not necessitate my personal intervention. They should be capable of resolving this. However, my soldiers reported that you intended to turn this place into hell. I had no choice. This concerns the fate of the entire base. Even if you were fabricating tales, I had to come, especially after witnessing your prowess, which proved your words to be truthful. As for that man-eating entity, we shall not pursue him. He appears distinct from the others. Thus, I am here to extend an invitation for you all to join me in the military zone. Do grant an old man this favor. Very well, we shall accompany you. As Li Feng signaled to Han Yi, Yi Mingyue, and Qiu Yi to prepare themselves, it was not a matter of distrust. Rather, it was prudent to be ready for the worst at any moment. Chief, there's no cause for concern. I have faith that they harbor no ill intentions. The squad leader, still unyielding, seemed intent on apprehending them, perhaps still stinging from the blow Li Feng had dealt him moments earlier. At that moment, Yi Mingyue's actions drew attention back to her. As they were about to leave with the base commander, Li Feng noticed her getting into a Range Rover. Initially, he thought she was merely fetching something else, but to his astonishment, she emerged from the vehicle wielding her AWM sniper rifle. Li Feng's mind raced. This was going to complicate matters. The sight of Yi Mingyue brandishing her weapon caused all the soldiers present to once again aim their firearms at her. Upon witnessing such a formidable display of firepower directed at her for the first time, Yi Mingyue furrowed her brow and fixed her gaze defiantly on everyone around her. The squad leader stepped forward once more, bellowing, "Lower your weapon. Civilians are prohibited from using or carrying firearms." "Humph," Yi Mingyue scoffed, her voice steady as she replied, "Civilians? I am no civilian. You have no authority to command me to lower my gun. It is my lifeline. Are you seeking to take my life?" "Comrades, we are all soldiers here," the chief interjected, observing Yi Mingyue closely. Reporting to the chief, "Indeed. I am Yi Mingyue, one of the elite soldiers of the original Longyan Special Forces." Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, she stood at attention, responding promptly. "Longyan personnel? Huh. It seems I cannot interfere with you. Keep your weapon. By the way, how is your commander faring these days?" Reporting to the chief, "I am uncertain. I lost contact with them when the apocalypse erupted during a mission and have been unable to reach them since." "I see. Do you wish to remain here?" Reporting to the chief, "I do not wish to." Yi Mingyue cast a glance at Li Feng as she answered, "Is that so? Haha. Then I shall not compel you to stay. You are free to go. Let us proceed to the vehicles." The chief smiled thoughtfully upon noticing this detail. Indeed, having the base commander leading the way made a marked difference. They traversed the path without hindrance. After passing through 3 city gates, they finally arrived at the military zone of the base. Upon entering the military district, the group disembarked and continued on foot. Though separated from the outside by a single wall, the atmosphere felt profoundly different. A solemnity enveloped them as rows of soldiers patrolled with their weapons at the ready. Armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery lined the area, and in the distance, armed helicopters hovered above. Dozens of large warehouses stood in neat rows, extending in a straight line toward the horizon. As a man, the sight of such weaponry captivated him, momentarily causing him to forget to keep pace. Li Feng, hurry up and catch up, be careful not to get lost." As the commanding officer continued introducing the area, he suddenly noticed that one individual was missing from his side. Turning around, he found Li Feng, who was utterly captivated, gazing at the exquisite weaponry with unyielding fascination. Realizing he had been called, Li Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hastening his steps to catch up with the others. Upon reaching Li Feng's side, the officer smiled and remarked, "It appears, dear brother Li Feng, that you have quite the fondness for these weapons. Have you ever considered enlisting in the military?" No. I am not suited for that." Li Feng fervently shook his head in response to the officer's inquiry. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had led them to a 3-story building. "This is where I reside and conduct my affairs. Come along." With that, he advanced ahead. Li Feng and the others ascended to the 2nd floor, arriving at the officer's command center, adjacent to a lounge. "Please, take a seat. There is no need for formality. Since you are here at this base, you are all considered family." Noticing that Li Feng and the others stood hesitantly, the officer maintained his warm smile and continued, "You are Li Feng, correct? I would like to extend my invitation to you once more. What do you say? You may propose any terms you wish, as long as I am able to fulfill them." "Huh. My apologies, Commander, but I have my own matters to attend to, so I cannot stay. As for whether they choose to remain, that is beyond my control." "Very well, I respect your decision. However, I must express my regret that you are not staying." "Commander." "Report." A soldier burst into the room, breathless, delivering urgent news. "A massive horde of zombies is gathering in the Chengdu area and heading toward our base." The officer's words were cut short as the soldier hurriedly relayed the information. "How many zombies are we talking about?" The officer, unfazed, rose to his feet and inquired further. "Preliminary reports estimate at least 1 million. The soldier emphasized the number, ensuring his superior did not mishear the alarming figure. Upon hearing that there were merely 1 million zombies, the officer seemed to exhale in relief and then sat down. Addressing Li Feng and the others, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but with the impending zombie assault, I must take command of the battle." At that moment, Li Feng stood up abruptly, asking earnestly, "Commander, is there anything we can do to assist?" "Huh, no need for concern. We can manage this horde. You all may wander about." The officer chuckled heartily, appearing quite pleased with Li Feng's enthusiasm. Given that the base was situated on the outskirts of Chengdu, encountering a zombie wave was not unexpected. Watching the officer busily enter the command center, Li Feng felt a heavy weight of anxiety, for in his estimation, 1 million was an overwhelming number, especially since the base's total population was only around that figure. "Let us go to the city walls and witness this rare spectacle." With that, Li Feng exited the lounge, and after informing the officer and receiving a signed special pass, he led Xiao Yi, Han Yi, and Yi Mingyue to the outermost walls of the base. Li Feng could not help but admire the comprehensive facilities of the base. The city walls, akin to those seen only in science fiction films, boasted elevators for traversing their heights, necessitating large lifts. At this moment, he observed tanks continuously emerging from the military zone, ascending into the elevators, which transported them to the summit of the walls, leading Xiao Yi and the others to an elevator. Li Feng presented the special pass granted by the commander, allowing them access to ascend to the ramparts, these walls being the same he had first entered through the city gate. Upon reaching the top, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before him. The distant mountains and verdant landscapes sprawled as far as the eye could see. In a pre-apocalyptic world, this would have constituted a picturesque vista. However, Li Feng's attention was diverted by a haze of dust obscuring half the sky in the distance, an approaching horde of zombies. The wall was exceptionally wide, accommodating 2 tanks side by side without issue. Alongside the bustling soldiers, tanks maneuvered to their designated positions atop the walls, serving as stationary artillery. These tanks would swiftly reposition to intercept zombies after their change in direction, providing crucial time for the advancing forces. The formidable firepower of this base left Li Feng astounded. No wonder the commander remained composed upon hearing the figure of 1 million. With such firepower, the approaching horde would merely serve as moving targets during the soldiers' training exercises. With zombies on the offensive, it was imperative for all personnel at the base to mobilize. It became evident to him that humanity, when faced with external foes, instinctively unites against them. This is not only a universal trait of mankind, but also characteristic of the Chinese people. Even amidst deep-seated grievances, they rally together against invaders, prioritizing the eradication of the external threat before settling internal scores. Everyone at the base spontaneously sprang into action, transporting ammunition to the walls, thereby conserving the energy and manpower of the soldiers while enhancing their capacity to overcome adversity. At that moment, Li Feng seemed to glimpse something in the distance. Though its details remained obscured, he glanced at Yi Mingyue and then at the AWM sniper rifle behind her, before saying, "Yi Mingyue, may I borrow your rifle?" Without hesitation, Yi Mingyue swiftly unstrapped the sniper rifle and handed it to him. Li Feng accepted the weapon, aligning his right eye with the scope as he searched for the elusive object he had just seen. After a few tense seconds of scanning, he finally discerned the figure, a sedan traversing the vast plains, with 4 individuals inside. Strangely, it was not following the road but navigating the uneven terrain, while not far behind. The vanguard of the zombie horde trailed closely, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. If everything proceeds without incident, they would remain safe. Yet, fate often plays its cruel tricks. As the distance between the vehicle and the horde of zombies widened, the car unexpectedly came to a halt. Through the scope, Li Feng discerned that the rear wheels were deeply entrenched in the mud, sinking further with each passing moment. Ultimately, they had no choice but to disembark and continue on foot, while the relentless zombies closed in behind them. The four individuals exited the vehicle and commenced their escape. It became evident to Li Feng that they were a family, a husband, wife, daughter, and son. As the zombies drew nearer, the man suddenly lifted his daughter onto his back, grasping his son with one hand and his wife with the other, sprinting forward with fervor. But how could mere mortals hope to outrun the tireless undead? After covering a considerable distance, the man's wife and son could run no longer, while the zombies continued their inexorable advance. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The zombies were now almost upon them. Finally, the man set his daughter down and urged his wife to take the child and flee, while he remained behind to buy them a few precious moments of life. Tears streamed down his face as he charged into the horde, and after dispatching one zombie, he was utterly engulfed by the sea of corpses. The man's selfless sacrifice to protect his family could not spare them from the same grim fate. Even in her final moments, the woman desperately fought to save her child, now consumed by the undead. Witnessing the despair in her eyes, Li Feng lowered his sniper rifle, returning it to Yi Mingwe with a heavy heart. Noticing Li Feng's solemn demeanor, Xiao Yi understood that he had witnessed something profoundly unsettling, likely related to the harrowing scene he had glimpsed moments before. Li Feng, let us prepare as well. If we can contribute in any way, we must. For the zombies are our common enemy. Li Feng turned to Xiao Yi, acknowledging his words. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi inquired, "What shall we prepare, Brother Feng? What else could we possibly prepare? We must acquire firearms. This is a rare opportunity for learning." Li Feng replied, "Do you not wish for this?" "Of course." Xiao Yi and Han Yi nodded enthusiastically. Subsequently, Li Feng led Xiao Yi and the others to the supply distribution center. Once the resource manager reported their situation to the base commander and received approval, Li Feng, Xiao Yi, and Han Yi each received a Type 95 assault rifle, a standard weapon of the Chinese military. With their weapons in hand, the group joined the defensive efforts at the base. Except for Yi Mingwe, as one of the strongest snipers in China, sought a vantage point for her marksmanship, the others followed Li Feng. Approaching the city wall, Li Feng gazed at the approaching cloud of dust on the horizon. A storm was imminent. Chapter 66. The storm approaches. Alarm. Alarm. A massive horde of zombies is approaching. All combat personnel, prepare for battle. All combat personnel, prepare for battle. As Li Feng continued to observe the distant horde of zombies, a sudden cacophony of alarms erupted within the base. Once the alarms ceased, Li Feng could distinctly see a tank nearby adjusting its aim, and shortly thereafter, several tanks unleashed a barrage of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted among the distant throng of zombies, sending brilliant sparks into the air. Were someone to gaze through a telescope at that moment, the sight of dismembered limbs raining down would surely haunt them for the entire day. Given the zombies' considerable distance, ordinary rifles were ineffective, leaving the soldiers atop the city wall to merely cheer loudly as the shells rained down upon the undead. However, Li Feng discerned that these shells were not having a significant impact. Unlike humans, zombies do not experience pain or succumb to injuries from blood loss. Even if one were to decapitate a zombie, it would retain its capacity for aggression. Mere moments after a shell detonated and cleared a swath of ground, the advancing zombies would quickly fill the void left behind. After a relentless barrage of hundreds of shells, the initial artillery fire abruptly ceased. Tanks began to withdraw to create space for the subsequent troops, while a multitude of soldiers ascended the walls, accompanied by numerous civilians volunteering to transport ammunition. The zombies were now within clear view, indicating they had entered the range of conventional firearms. With an unidentifiable voice shouting for an attack, thousands of bullets were unleashed, creating a formidable curtain of fire. As the bullets rained down, rows of zombies fell, only to be subsequently overwhelmed and trampled into the ground by the relentless tide of their brethren. Every soldier, including Li Feng, poured every last round from their weapons. Though ammunition had become exceedingly precious since the apocalypse caused all munitions factories to cease production, China had managed to produce a copious supply of standard caliber bullets during that tumultuous period, and even in the ensuing peace, production had not halted. Thus, One could say that the current supply of ammunition was inexhaustible. Li Feng had long lost count of the magazines he had exchanged or the bullets he had fired. All he knew was that his hands had grown numb. Initially aiming for the chest or head, he now aimed indiscriminately. Other soldiers had rotated in and out, and he vaguely remembered that he had arrived in the morning when the sun had barely risen. Now, twilight was settling in as the sun dipped below the horizon. Despite the soldiers taking turns in combat, fatigue was palpable. Their shooting motions had become mechanical, leading to a steep decline in accuracy. The zombies were encroaching upon the city wall, a sight that filled everyone with dread. Should they reach the wall, the fallen zombies would inevitably accumulate at its base, and the consequences could be dire if their numbers were sufficient. Witnessing this, soldiers began to hurl grenades downwards, while they could blast the zombies away. They could not prevent the grim reality of the bodies piling up. As the pile of corpses continued to rise, 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, Li Feng felt an ominous dread. Although the city walls stood tall at 50 to 60 meters, it was merely a matter of time before over 1 million zombies amassed, and it would not take long. He swiftly approached the battlefield commander, articulated the dire situation, and proposed his suggestions. To his surprise, the commander acquiesced, and Li Feng rejoined the fray. Before long, he witnessed a fuel truck approaching, its massive pipeline controlled by a single individual extending beyond the city walls, from which a pale yellow liquid began to flow. After the truck traversed the ramparts, the operator retrieved a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it downwards. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted beneath the walls, accompanied by the acrid scent of roasting flesh. Rather than igniting an appetite, the odor provoked a wave of nausea among the soldiers, as the stench was unmistakably that of human flesh. Some soldiers, unable to bear the thought, began to retch, and soon the walls echoed with the sounds of their distress. Li Feng merely furrowed his brow, his finger continuing to pull the trigger. Unbeknownst to him, night had fully descended, and powerful floodlights illuminated the walls as if it were day. The fire below had extinguished, yet the zombies persisted in their relentless advance. Having learned from prior events, fuel trucks arrived at regular intervals, dousing the undead in gasoline and incinerating them to ashes. The remnants below had accumulated to over 1 meter in thickness, and the heat from the flames sent some ashes spiraling into the air, coating the walls in a layer of 1 to 2 centimeters. In one of the houses within the walls, a child exclaimed, "Mom, look, it's snowing. Wow, it's snowing." The child, mistaking the falling ashes for winter snow, was filled with innocent delight. The bustling mother, upon hearing her child's cries, skeptically stepped outside, catching the ashes in her hand. After a brief inspection and a glance at the distant flames, terror gripped her, and she brushed the ashes away, scooping her child back inside. The battle atop the walls raged on, and Li Feng was utterly exhausted. To his astonishment, his comrades Qiu Yi and Han Yi had somehow fallen asleep amidst the cacophony. A faint smile crossed Li Feng's lips as he glanced at them, cradling his weapon and closing his eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Li Feng was jolted awake by a clamorous noise. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was daybreak, though the sun had yet to rise. Qiu Yi and Han Yi had vanished, but Li Feng felt no concern for their safety. Rising and stretching, he turned to survey the area beyond the walls, only to find that the zombies had been eradicated during his slumber, leaving behind a ground strewn with decaying bodies. The troops stationed on the walls had withdrawn to rest after dispatching the last of the undead. The military has organized specialized cleanup squads, deploying bulldozers and excavators to commence their work. Several excavators began digging large pits outside the city walls, while bulldozers pushed the corpses of the undead into these graves, dousing them with gasoline to incinerate them. This measure was taken to prevent the decomposition of the bodies from giving rise to other diseases, such as plagues. "Feng, you're awake. We've brought you breakfast." As Li Feng was intently observing the scene outside, Qiu Yi's voice rang out from behind. Turning around, Li Feng saw Qiu Yi and Han Yi approaching, laughing and carrying his breakfast. Upon receiving the meal, Li Feng discovered that what was termed breakfast consisted merely of coarse bread accompanied by an unidentifiable substance. The lingering scent of charred remains and the stench of decay from the zombies filled the air, prompting Li Feng to hastily consume the bread, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he would be compelled to vomit. Although the zombies outside had been eradicated, an ominous intuition gnawed at Li Feng, suggesting that a greater turmoil was either imminent or had only just begun. Suddenly, As Li Feng's mind wandered, a blood-curdling scream erupted from outside the city walls. Peering out, he realized that a cleanup worker had inadvertently overlooked a zombie that had not been fully dispatched, which had seized the man's legs. The worker fell to the ground, amidst the gasoline he had just poured, while those nearby hesitated to fire their weapons. Li Feng, too, refrained from shooting, knowing that a stray bullet could ignite the gasoline, resulting in the man's demise, whether by bite or fire. At this moment of collective anxiety, a gunshot resonated from an unknown location, followed by the instantaneous obliteration of the zombie's head, its brain matter splattering onto the unfortunate man's face. Upon witnessing the creature's demise, the worker glanced toward the shooter and nodded appreciatively. After ensuring everything was safe, the marksman sheathed his weapon and departed. Curious, Li Feng turned to see Yi Mingyue approaching from a distance, elegantly wielding a finely crafted AWM sniper rifle. The sight of her brought a smile of relief to Li Feng's face, yet it was abruptly halted by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Perhaps the true crisis was approaching. A tempest was on the horizon. Chapter 67. The crisis of the city's fall. Li Feng's sense of impending danger was not unfounded. Chengdu's population stood at 12,280,500, with a mere handful likely to survive. Even a small fraction of survivors would be a marvel. Just minutes ago, they had managed to eliminate only a little over 1 million zombies, a number that barely scratched the surface. The most precarious aspect of their base was its location on the outskirts of Chengdu, not far from the urban center. The recent sounds of cannon fire, gunshots, and the pervasive stench of blood were more than sufficient to attract the attention of the remaining zombies in the city, leaving little time for the base to prepare for the impending onslaught. Given the current state of the base, it can no longer withstand another large-scale siege. The urgent need for ammunition, fuel, and essential supplies is critical, yet replenishing these resources in the post-apocalyptic world requires considerable time, particularly when the infrastructure is in disarray. It is safe to say that the fall of this base is inevitable. However, observing the jubilant crowd below, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a profound sadness. As a human being, he felt compelled to express his thoughts to the highest-ranking leader of the base. Li Feng slowly approached the inner city, only to be halted at the entrance by a guard. Halt. This is a military-restricted area. No civilians are permitted entry. The guard pointed to a sign displaying bold red letters. Go tell your superior that Li Feng has matters to discuss with him. After stating this, Li Feng stood at the entrance, arms crossed over his chest. Soon, the guard returned. The chief has authorized your entry. Li Feng smiled and nodded slightly, proceeding directly towards the imposing building ahead. Having visited once before, he made his way straight to the chief's office. Upon reaching the closed door, he raised his right hand and knocked 3 times. Come in. A voice filled with a sense of weariness resonated from within. Good day, Chief. Li Feng entered the room and saluted with military precision. There's no need for that. We're alone here. I heard you have something important to discuss. Indeed, Chief. There is a matter of great significance I wish to convey. With that, Li Feng took a couple of steps closer. The situation is as follows. What? Are you serious? A voice of shock echoed from the office moments later, prompting the guard outside to believe something was amiss. With a loud bang, he kicked open the office door, only to find everything seemingly normal, with the chief seated, though his expression hinted at an impending crisis. Realizing the chief was unharmed, the guard discreetly retreated and gently closed the door behind him. Can you stand by the words you just spoke? I cannot. It was merely a conjecture. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. I am free to leave at any moment, as are you, Chief. However, the tens of thousands within this base cannot say the same. Moreover, I trust you will not abandon these citizens. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, a cold sweat broke out on the chief's brow. Here he was, the leader of a formidable base, unable to devise a solution in such dire circumstances. And he turned his gaze toward Li Feng. Pray tell, what suggestions do you have to navigate this crisis? Li Feng instinctively stroked his chin, pacing back and forth in front of the chief before coming to a halt. I do have a plan, but the chief must agree to a few conditions. Rest assured, these conditions will be entirely within your capacity to fulfill. I would not wish to impose upon you. Whatever conditions you propose, I will comply, even if it costs me my life. The commanding officer's words resonated with authority, deepening Li Feng's admiration for the elderly gentleman before him. You speak too gravely, sir. As I have stated, I do not wish to burden you. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall share my plan with you. Wait a moment. Oh, Is there something else you wish to discuss? Nothing of consequence. I am simply concerned that, given my age, I might forget some critical points. It would be unfortunate to overlook something essential and be held accountable. Therefore, I must summon my aide and secretary to take notes. I see. I thought perhaps you no longer wished to listen. Haha. With that, a faint smile graced Li Feng's lips. Xiaozhong, come in. Yes. Came a robust reply from outside the door, as a young man in his 20s entered. Xiaozhong, please ensure that you meticulously record every word spoken by Brother Li Feng. Not a single word must be missed. Understood, sir. The young man stood at attention, executing a precise military salute. Brother Li Feng, please share your plan. The plan is quite straightforward and well within the capabilities of your esteemed base. I presume there are scouts deployed outside, correct? He glanced at the base commander, who nodded in affirmation. Very well. Once the scouts return with reports of the zombie onslaught, the base should dispatch several helicopters. After the zombies have congregated, we can utilize missiles to separate the horde. The helicopters should then be divided into various directions, creating considerable noise as they depart, and once we are out of the danger zone, they can return. Our task will simply be to eliminate the remaining zombies. It is as simple as that. With a casual gesture, Li Feng concluded his explanation. Now that I have shared my plan, it is time to discuss my conditions. Brother Li Feng, please articulate your terms. Rest assured, once we navigate this perilous situation, I shall fulfill your conditions. My condition is this: after the zombie tide has subsided, I hope the commander can provide us with 2 armed helicopters and a sufficient supply of food and weapons. May I ask if this is agreeable? Li Feng gazed intently at the senior officer, who had crossed the threshold of 50, feeling a surge of confidence within. The excitement was indescribable. The end of their arduous existence was finally in sight. Once I am settled, I shall surely remember your kindness. Please wait for me. Absolutely. Do not mention just 1 helicopter. I will provide you with all the armed helicopters you need. Without hesitation, the officer readily agreed. Then, if there is nothing further, Commander, I shall take my leave. As Li Feng stepped out, he could barely contain his exhilaration and wanted to leap for joy, but he restrained himself, hastening towards the location of Han Yi and the others. Upon arriving at their lodgings, Han Yi spotted Li Feng's return and rushed over, waving his hands. Brother Feng, you're finally back. Did you instruct Xiao Yi to pack our things? Are we leaving? Li Feng paused, feigning nonchalance as he replied, We are leaving. But not just yet. We are about to strike it rich. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, what do you mean by striking it rich? Tell me. Han Yi spun around Li Feng like a child, bubbling with excitement. Such a wonderful event cannot be kept solely to oneself. We must share it together. With that, they arrived at their residence outside the inner city. Brother Feng, let us discuss it indoors. Li Feng nodded and walked into the house. Come on. Speak up. Brother Feng, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us. I can hardly wait. As soon as they entered the room, Han Yi began to circle around Li Feng incessantly. All right. I can hardly bear your impatience. I shall speak, chuckled Han Yi, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. I just had a discussion with the base commander regarding some conditions. I managed to secure 2 armed helicopters and ample food and weaponry for us. After that, I can set off towards my destination. Don't you think I'm on the path to prosperity? Conditions? What conditions? Buzzing, just as Han Yi inquired. The sound of helicopters flew overhead, and judging by the noise, there were quite a few. It seemed the base was truly making a significant effort this time. The conditions pertained to the very things that just flew away. Now let us have some more food. We might need to head to the city walls shortly. After speaking, Li Feng went off to find something to eat, leaving the others puzzled. Brother Feng, what was that flying object? By the time Han Yi reacted, Li Feng had already vanished into another room. Chapter 68. The future Li Feng stood at the edge of the city wall, gazing at the distant flickering flames and the resounding booms echoing through the air, once again lost in contemplation. This battle would soon come to an end. Should I truly continue northward to pursue my own ambitions? Although the north is sparsely populated and the environment rather harsh, I imagine the dangers are not negligible either. The creatures born of such a hostile environment could be more fearsome than those in the central regions. Yet, heading north may indeed be the wisest choice. I need time to recuperate, to grow stronger, and most importantly, to find Yimeng and Wu Lei. Yimeng, wait for me. I will surely find you. No matter the cost. The north, though perilous, feels like the safest place for me. With fewer people, there are correspondingly fewer zombies, and with fewer forests. There are relatively fewer animals. However, I have heard tales of numerous fierce beasts in the north, particularly packs of wolves. But what of it? This cannot serve as an excuse to deter my resolve. North, await my arrival. I shall create miracles for you. It is evident that the base commander, adhering to Li Feng's strategy, is separating the zombies, drawing them to a safe distance before concentrating efforts to eliminate the remaining ones advancing towards the base. In this battle, the victors shall not be the zombies. One lone zombie is hardly frightening. What is truly terrifying is their sheer number. Thus, this tactic of separation is well suited for engagements of such magnitude, divide and conquer. The commander has also fulfilled the conditions proposed by Li Feng, providing 2 armed helicopters along with 2 pilots, enough food for several individuals to last a month, and a portion of weapons and ammunition. Observing all this, Li Feng could not help but smile once more. With these resources, he could conserve a significant portion of his energy and time. As night descended, the encroaching darkness had little impact on the helicopters, yet Li Feng resolved to depart early the following morning in order to witness the apocalyptic landscape below. The base had once again regained its former vibrancy, with many engaging in fervent discussions about a man named Li Feng, whom they hailed as their savior and benefactor. Unbeknownst to him, he felt no need to learn who had spread such tales, for he was on the verge of leaving this base behind. At dawn, as the first light crested the horizon, 2 armed helicopters, laden with supplies, stood ready on the helipads, and Li Feng found himself aboard one of them. "Take off," he commanded over the radio, and the helicopter slowly ascended from the ground. Li Feng observed the base commander waving fervently from below, to which he responded with a crisp military salute, and the commander reciprocated with equal fervor. "Let us go." After completing the salute, Li Feng once again spoke a single word into the radio, and the helicopter roared northward. "Wow. This is my first time on an armed helicopter. The sensation is simply extraordinary." Shortly after takeoff, Hani launched into his usual banter. "From the looks of you, it seems this is your inaugural flight, huh?" "Ha ha." Qiu Yi, typically loquacious, joined in, and the two continued their playful exchanges, unaware of their mutual incomprehension. As the whirring of the helicopter's rotors effectively drowned out their voices, perhaps they both believed the other was extolling their virtues. Fortunately, Yi Mingwei was aboard a different helicopter. Otherwise, their antics might have led to some embarrassing teasing. Li Feng cast a backward glance at the pair and smiled faintly before resuming his gaze out the window. Just a few months into this apocalypse, the desolation below was heart-wrenching. Signs of human activity were being gradually reclaimed by nature. Though this reclamation would take time, it had already begun. The once smooth asphalt roads now bore cracks, with green shoots emerging from the fissures. Not only here, but the city's buildings, streets, and bridges were all being wrested back by the natural world. As the armed helicopter occasionally passed small survivor encampments, many would wave brightly colored fabrics, whether garments or other materials, hoping to catch a glimpse of him. After the helicopter whizzed past, some would curse, while others displayed expressions of disappointment, returning to their tasks. This scene unfolded repeatedly at every base or gathering they flew over, yet Li Feng felt powerless, despite his desire to descend and rescue them. Such a feat was impossible. It appeared that, regardless of the passage of time, the ordinary citizens had not forgotten the government. They still harbored hope and believed in its potential to save them. Yet, the harshness of reality remained unyielding, and disappointment would only continue to unfold before their eyes, leaving them to bear witness to it all. From the very moment the apocalypse erupted, it can be asserted that this nation had descended into a state of anarchy. Overnight, we seem to be transported back to the tumultuous era of warlords, each governing their own territories and engaging in mutual slaughter. The collapse of essential infrastructure, communication, transportation, and healthcare was the catalyst for this chaos, compounded by the overwhelming presence of zombies, rendering any repairs utterly impossible. Each base became a solitary island, self-sufficient, with its own order, military, and currency. The ebb and flow of existence is governed by nature's laws. Prolonged division inevitably leads to unity, and unity, in turn, must face division. This has been the pattern throughout the 5 millennia of Chinese history, countless separations followed by innumerable reunifications. Such a phenomenon of division, as we witness now, cannot endure for long. Ultimately, it will lead to a restoration of unity, continuing the legacy of our civilization. At this moment, the sun was approaching its zenith. And for those trapped within this metal shell, it felt akin to being steamed in a bun. Although the armed helicopter was equipped with a cooling device, the relentless exposure to the sun was still stifling. Observing the two individuals behind him panting, Li Feng shook his head in resignation and addressed the pilot. Brother, could you please find a spacious area with fewer zombies around? Let us rest for a while until it cools down. He then continued on the radio to the second helicopter. Second unit, follow the first unit. We shall find a place to rest. Second unit, acknowledged, over. After flying for a while longer, they finally discovered a clear area suitable for landing both helicopters. Importantly, there were tall trees nearby, offering a respite. Li Feng refrained from interfering with the pilot's decisions regarding where to land, fully aware that the pilot possessed far greater expertise in such matters than he did. Once they landed, everyone rushed towards the edge of the forest, seeking refuge under a large, shady tree, fanning themselves vigorously. As Li Feng walked, he suddenly noticed the two pilots heading towards a nearby tree, and an idea struck him, prompting him to follow suit. You two have worked hard. He greeted them warmly. It's not arduous. This is the mission assigned to us by our commander. No matter how challenging it may be, we will see it through. One of the pilots responded, instantly standing at attention upon hearing Li Feng's words. Yes, I understand. We are outside now. It's very dangerous. So don't stray too far from us. With that, Li Feng sat down on the ground, using his hands as a pillow while extending his senses outwards for about 10 meters. Beyond that distance, the energy expenditure would be too great. 10 meters was just right, barely taxing his body. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, one must always maintain their physical condition at its peak, avoiding unnecessary exertions. Observing Li Feng with his eyes closed, the two pilots also took a seat, yet unlike him, they felt too apprehensive to close their eyes and instead kept a vigilant watch over their surroundings. Noticing their tension, Li Feng opened his eyes and calmly reassured them. There is no need for such anxiety. You can rest easy for a while. I am here to protect you both. What is there to fear? You both must adjust your mental states. If anything were to happen to you in the heavens, it would be disastrous. After saying this, Li Feng continued to close his eyes and rest. Although he had expressed his concerns, the perils beyond the walls of the apocalypse were formidable, and few would dare to sleep outside in broad daylight. Eventually, fatigue overcame the two, and they succumbed to slumber. Noticing they had both fallen asleep, a faint smile crept across Li Feng's lips. Chapter 69. Provocation. The sun had begun its descent, and the searing heat of midday had dissipated. Li Feng slowly rose from the ground, gazing into the distance where verdant hills once thrived. Now, the mountains appeared somewhat desolate, and the trees surrounding him had evidently transformed. The broad leaves had given way to the slender foliage typical of arid regions. It seemed they had entered Gansu province. Once they traversed the vital segment of the Silk Road known as the Hushi Corridor, they would be quite close to their destination. Thankfully, they were not traveling by land. Though the arid region boasted fewer inhabitants than the eastern territories, the roads were well-trodden, frequented by concentrated populations. Historically, the Hushi Corridor had been a crucial artery of the Silk Road, economically thriving. And the concept of the Silk Road economic belt in this post-apocalyptic era had revived its prosperity, leading to a corresponding increase in population. Nodding in satisfaction at this realization, Li Feng felt gratified that he had thought to request 2 helicopters from the base. Otherwise, this leg of the journey might have taken a lifetime. At that moment, he sensed something unusual behind him, and a sinister grin reminiscent of an ancient, malevolent deity spread across his face. He stood up and patted the 2 still sleeping pilots on the side. Wake up and grab something to eat. We shall continue our journey. Just as Li Feng announced their departure, the peculiar sensation seemed to be on the verge of bursting forth. Ignoring it, he called for Qiu Yi, Yi Mingwei, and the others to gather by the helicopter laden with supplies to procure some food, while also sharing his sensations with them. He advised them to refrain from any rash actions to avoid alarming their adversaries. Of course, he could not divulge this information to the 2 pilots, as their awareness would compel them to act prematurely. Feeling a slight hunger in his stomach, he decided it was best to eat well before engaging in any confrontation. Inside the helicopter, he casually grabbed a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water, beginning to eat. However, after consuming only half of the biscuit, he felt his stomach begin to swell. Glancing at the pilot beside him, who was eating slowly and methodically, Li Feng realized that his own large bites and excessive water intake were causing the biscuit to expand uncomfortably in his belly. Embarrassed, He tucked the remaining half of the biscuit into his pocket and began to pace back and forth in front of the others. Minutes later, after observing that the others had finished their meals, he waved his hand dramatically and proclaimed, "Let us depart." Stop. Just as Li Feng's right foot touched the ground, a voice brimming with hostility halted him in his tracks. A malicious grin returned to his face, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed back into his usual demeanor. Li Feng turned around to find himself confronted by a dozen individuals wielding an array of menacing weapons, their expressions fierce and intimidating. Among them, two figures stood out distinctly, clad in police uniforms and brandishing pistols. Police? Was Li Feng's initial thought, quickly dismissed as he observed that their uniforms appeared ill-fitting, either too large or too small. At that moment, two helicopter pilots were about to approach the uniformed individuals when Li Feng called out to them, prompting Xiao Yi and Yi Mingyue to step in and shield the pilots. After glancing at the two pilots, Li Feng redirected his gaze towards the officers, adopting a pose of exaggerated respect as he inquired, "May I ask what brings you here, esteemed officers? If there's nothing pressing, we intend to take our leave." "Indeed, there is a matter at hand. You are to relinquish your supplies. The helicopter may be yours to take," one of the officers bellowed with fierce authority. Li Feng feigned contemplation before responding, "I suppose parting with our supplies is not out of the question. Moreover, we shall certainly cooperate fully if it serves a noble cause, such as saving lives, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the two officers instinctively hesitated. Yet pride and the watchful eyes of their subordinates compelled them to maintain their stance. One of them stammered, "Yes. We. Spare me your nonsense." Li Feng interjected forcefully, and in a swift motion, he vanished into a cloud of dust. In that instant, the officer who had spoken was sent flying several dozen meters away, lying motionless on the ground. The onlookers were left in shock, frozen by the display of power. "You forced my hand. I had intended to let you be." The other officer, now seething with anger, shouted at Li Feng. Suddenly, his body began to undergo a transformation, his limbs swelling to the size of a mythical beast's. "Ah, a chosen one, I see. Come forth. It has been too long since I had a proper workout," Li Feng taunted, unfazed by the officer's fury as he charged at him. Just a few steps away, the officer leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, arms outstretched as he lunged at Li Feng. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Feng braced himself, instinctively raising his arms overhead to block the incoming strike. The impact reverberated through him, yet he managed to stagger backward a few meters, maintaining a safe distance. At that moment, Xiao Yi, observing Li Feng at a disadvantage, attempted to assist, but Li Feng halted him. Shaking off the numbness in his arms, he glanced at the ground where he had stood moments before, now deeply cratered, a testament to the force of the blow. "Impressive," he remarked. "Power and speed evolved in tandem. If this progression continues, one could surely carve out a domain of their own in this apocalyptic world. Alas, fate has intervened, and I have crossed paths with you. Sigh. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain. Perhaps it is too early to speculate." In response to Li Feng's disdainful provocation, the individual made his retort. "Oh, is that so?" A malicious grin spread across Li Feng's face once again, sending a chilling wave from the depths of hell towards the approaching chosen one. Yet it was too late to retreat. With a swift motion, Li Feng's right hand seized the man's neck. After taking 2 steps back to counteract inertia, he lifted him high and then brought him crashing down with all his might. A thunderous sound erupted, and a shockwave filled with dust radiated outward. Following the impact, Li Feng did not relent, raining down punches upon the man's head while uttering words incessantly. As the dust settled, the minions of the two adversaries had long since vanished. Qiu Yi, Han Yi, and others cautiously approached Li Feng, finally able to discern his words. With each punch, Li Feng proclaimed, "You don't believe." He continued his relentless assault. Despite the man's formidable physique, he could not withstand the barrage of Li Feng's blows, his head becoming a gruesome mess. At that moment, Qiu Yi noticed something unusual about Li Feng's body. A faint black mist began to emanate from him, swirling ominously. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qiu Yi's pupils constricted, and he shouted in alarm, slapping Li Feng's shoulder. The moment his hand made contact, a force repelled him back several steps. While Li Feng halted his assault on the chosen one, and turned to regard Qiu Yi with a chilling gaze reminiscent of the underworld. "Everyone, stay still. Brother Feng is experiencing some issues. Do not move." After repeated admonitions, Qiu Yi cautiously addressed the transformed Li Feng, Brother Feng. It's me, Qiuyi. Please, calm down. We are allies, and the villain has already been subdued. He gestured towards the fallen body of the Evolver to emphasize his point. Indeed, the bond of brotherhood prevailed. Upon recognizing Qiuyi, the clarity returned to Li Feng's eyes, and the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. Once restored, Li Feng glanced at the corpse beside him and then back at Qiuyi, inquiring, "Did I nearly enter a berserk state again?" Qiuyi nodded in affirmation. "Goodness." Li Feng sheepishly scratched his head. Just then, the other individual he had knocked unconscious began to stir, rubbing his head in confusion, clearly dazed from the encounter. Noticing the man regaining consciousness, Li Feng approached him with purpose. As the man spotted Li Feng advancing, he halted his motions and turned to face him. Upon meeting Li Feng's gaze, the man fell to his knees, frantically bowing his head. "I beg you, great brother, spare me. I bear the weight of the elderly above me and the young below, along with a bedridden wife awaiting my return for care. Spare me, I implore you. While I may grant you clemency, you must earn it by answering a question with utmost sincerity, allowing me to determine your fate. Should you deceive me, I shall methodically sever your hands and feet, leaving you to perish slowly. I would not dare to mislead you. I shall respond earnestly." The man repeatedly bowed his head. Clearly gripped by terror, Li Feng continued, "Tell me, where did you acquire that police uniform? Answer truthfully and refrain from evasion." The uniform was taken from a police officer at a small survivor base. They established that base, and once we entered, they were slain by a madman, he said, gesturing towards the motionless body of the chosen one not far off. "Oh, I see. Well, my inquiries are concluded. Qiuyi, eliminate him." With that, Li Feng made his way toward the helicopter. No. You promised not to kill me. Please, spare my life." The man completely broke down upon hearing Li Feng's intent to end his life. As he continued to plead, Li Feng halted, turned, and calmly replied, "Indeed. I did say I would not kill you. I made no promises regarding others." He then boarded helicopter number 1. With a crack, the sound of a neck snapping signaled the end of this brief farce. All aboard the aircraft resumed their journey northward. Chapter 70. The Wolves of the Northern Desert. After some time aloft, the surrounding landscape began to shift. Below, the verdant ground was increasingly scarce, replaced by vast stretches of yellow desert. As far as the eye could see, life seemed non-existent. Not even a zombie, let alone a human. "Brother Feng, where are we? It's nothing but desert out here." He could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Li Feng. Li Feng did not respond directly, but turned his attention to the pilot. Understanding Li Feng's unspoken command, the pilot glanced at an instrument aboard the helicopter and stated, "We have now entered Gansu province, currently on the edge of the Tungnar Desert, specifically within the Hushi corridor." "Desert? I've heard tales of terrifying sandstorms that obliterate everything in their path. Animals, humans, all." Hani exclaimed, "Is that true, Brother Feng? How would I know? This is my first encounter with the desert." Li Feng replied, turning to Han Yi in the rear. "Oh, Brother Feng, we've got trouble," Hani stammered. Still adjusting to calling Li Feng Brother Feng for the first time, his voice slightly choked. "Trouble?" Li Feng turned to follow the pilot's gaze. In the distance, a towering wall of swirling sand and dust was advancing ominously towards them. "Oh no, just as I feared," he uttered, casting a fierce glare at the rear, where Han Yi looked equally distressed. Li Feng, a sandstorm is approaching. What shall we do?" came the voice of Yi Mingyue over the radio. "Stay with us." Upon hearing Yi Mingyue's words, Li Feng merely uttered a brief 3-character response, thereby concluding the dialogue. He bore no intention of continuing to blame Hani, nor did he plan to. The occurrence of a sandstorm in the desert was a perfectly natural phenomenon. Casting a glance at the distant tempest, he calmly inquired of the driver, "How long until this sandstorm meets us?" 5 minutes, the driver succinctly replied. "That will suffice. Let us find a refuge from the storm first." From afar, 2 helicopters could be seen traversing the desolate desert, performing spirals in the air as if in search of something, much like a prairie falcon circling in pursuit of prey. Yet unbeknownst to others, Li Feng and his companions resembled not the falcon, but rather the quarry. The towering, boundless sandstorm bore the ferocity of a ravenous hawk, bearing down upon them with relentless intent. As time slipped away, the challenge of finding a sturdy sanctuary amidst the arid expanse became increasingly daunting. A bit more to the left, Li Feng continued to issue directives to the pilot. Finally, as fate would have it, after 2 minutes of flight, They spotted a structure at a small oasis, prompting Li Feng to instruct the pilot to land the helicopter at the edge of the oasis. Once the helicopter had come to a halt, the winds of the approaching storm arrived. Though mild at present, they were potent enough to lift the sands from the ground, rendering it impossible for anyone to open their eyes or breathe. The pilot swiftly secured the rotor blades with specialized ropes before hastily joining Li Feng in the desert haven. Quickly, quickly! Enter with caution, there may be zombies. Li Feng urged the others as they approached the dwelling. The discomfort of standing outside was palpable, and after the last individual had entered, Li Feng swiftly followed suit and closed the dilapidated door behind him. Upon entering the abode, Li Feng extended his spiritual perception, meticulously scanning every corner of the room to ensure their safety. Once satisfied, he found a suitable spot to sit, observing Li Feng's repose. The others felt their taut nerves loosen and each found a place to settle. Li Feng was bemused that, having set out not long ago, they had already encountered such a predicament. Outside, the sky had been shrouded in dust, casting an ominous darkness, while the fierce winds threatened to topple the long-abandoned structure. Creaking ominously as if on the verge of collapse, the tempest continued to rage outside, with particles of sand occasionally infiltrating through the crevices, settling atop their heads and clothing. Amidst the persistent sound of the wind, the only other noise was that of dust being brushed off. Watching his companions repeatedly dislodge the dust only to be choked by it, Li Feng shook his head in resigned amusement. Understanding this predicament, he remained seated, opting to wait for the storm to subside rather than futilely combat the inevitable return of the dust. Unbeknownst to him, Li Feng sensed that the ferocity of the sandstorm outside had diminished significantly, and the howling winds were no longer as fierce as they once were. As he prepared to rise and peek outside, he suddenly perceived the faint sound of panting from an animal lurking beyond the door. Probing his senses outward, a shiver ran down his spine. Noticing Li Feng's unusual demeanor, Yi Mingyue was about to inquire when Li Feng's abrupt gesture silenced her. Through his heightened awareness, he discerned that a pack of 12 wolves had encircled their modest abode. The sheer number of these wolves instilled a profound sense of dread within Li Feng. After all, even formidable beasts like bears, tigers, and lions held a deep-seated fear of encountering a wolf pack. In their current situation, with only 6 individuals present, 3 of whom were virtually defenseless, the odds seemed overwhelmingly grim. Li Feng cautiously drew closer to the others and, lowering his voice to a whisper, conveyed, "There are wolves outside." Just as he finished speaking, Han Yi, struck by shock, nearly shouted, but Li Feng swiftly covered his mouth, casting a fierce glare that rendered Han Yi utterly subdued. "What should we do, Brother Feng?" Qiu Yi asked softly, glancing at Li Feng. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed an unspoken reliance on him, instinctively turning to him whenever challenges arose. Li Feng surveyed their surroundings before responding in hushed tones. "The sandstorm outside has not yet abated. Visibility is poor. I am untroubled, but you are not fit for confrontation. We cannot rush out. Let us fortify this place and hold our ground until the opportune moment arises." With that, he commenced his task, gathering wooden tables and chairs to barricade the entrance. Fortunately, the house lacked windows. Otherwise, he would have faced an even greater challenge in securing the openings. The door appeared to be securely barricaded, and Li Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, fate seemed intent on playing a cruel jest, for just as he exhaled, the pack outside erupted into chaos following the long howl of one wolf. Moments later, they began to batter the already dilapidated door. Despite the makeshift barricade, the aged wooden furniture, long neglected and rendered brittle by the desert's arid climate, offered little resistance. As he observed the widening cracks in the door, Li Feng slowly retreated, positioning himself protectively in front of the others. Silence enveloped the room as everyone held their breath, awaiting the inevitable moment when the door would yield, bracing themselves for the impending explosion of chaos. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless pounding sent Li Feng's heart racing, not out of fear for his own safety, but from the dread of the overwhelming number of wolves, and the realization that he might be unable to shield everyone from harm. A sudden clatter, the sound of a chair toppling, shattered the tense stillness within the room, simultaneously breaking the calm outside. The chilling howls of the wolves echoed across the vast expanse of the desert sky, heralding the storm that was about to unfold. At that moment, what initially appeared to be the mere impact of a single wolf spiraled into chaos, as if the entire pack was eager to breach the door and feast upon the prey within. With a resounding crash, The barricaded door could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught and collapsed. The wolves surged inside. Chapter 71. A lone warrior against a pack of wolves brotherly. They entered. What shall we do? Qiu Yi urgently inquired of Li Feng, observing the wolves that had already breached the threshold yet refrained from attacking. Instead, glaring hungrily at their group, Li Feng regarded the pack and remarked, "It seems they harbor some trepidation towards us and are hesitant to strike. This alpha wolf is remarkably astute." Indeed, as Li Feng had surmised, the leader of the pack exhibited great intelligence and was evidently wary of them, or rather, of Li Feng alone. Dismissing even Qiu Yi, the devourer, concealed among the wolves, the alpha was intently scrutinizing Li Feng, pondering why this seemingly ordinary human instilled such profound terror within its very soul, compelling it to instinctively desire to flee as far away as possible. Yet, as the leader of the pack, it was bound to remain. To flee would mean foregoing its place in any pack, ultimately leading to a solitary demise. After much observation, the alpha could not discern the reason for its fear. Impatient, it sensed that the other wolves shared its growing restlessness. A long howl erupted from the pack, igniting a surge of agitation among them. Li Feng recognized this as the prelude to an imminent assault. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he addressed Qiu Yi, "Guard them well. I shall confront these wolves." No sooner had he spoken than two wolves lunged directly at him. One wolf, leaping within a meter of Li Feng, aimed to pounce. But in a flash, Li Feng seized its foreleg. Meanwhile, the other wolf circled around him, targeting the others. Realizing the danger, Li Feng hurled the wolf in his grasp towards the other, resulting in two anguished cries. Slowly, he lowered his hand. This entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Too swift for the average observer to fully comprehend, let alone react. As the two wolves, tails between their legs and limping, retreated to the pack, Li Feng couldn't help but regard this group of wolves with newfound respect. They displayed tactical coordination akin to that of humans. Only two wolves had dared to confront Li Feng, while the third had abruptly altered its attack trajectory as it neared him. A maneuver that had left Li Feng drenched in cold sweat. He discerned that these two wolves were the weakest of the pack. Their assault was merely a test orchestrated by the alpha to gauge Li Feng and his companion's strength. Now, it had gleaned sufficient insight, or at least a rough estimate, to initiate its final offensive. As anticipated, the moment Li Feng lowered his hand, a long howl echoed once more, and every wolf in the pack joined in, seemingly responding to their leader, signaling that they had received the command. With the sound fading, they surged forth in a unified attack, 12 wolves charging at Li Feng and his companions. As they neared, they split into groups, targeting others as well. Li Feng, overwhelmed by the wolves before him, found himself unable to assist Qiu Yi, his irritation mounting as he heard the continuous screams of his companions behind him. Alas, the first injury occurred, and it was none other than Han Yi, the weakest among them, a mere ordinary man who had never trained in any combat skills. A wolf had ambushed him, tearing away a sizable chunk of flesh from his left arm, blood gushing forth in crimson streams. If the wound was not bandaged within 5 minutes, even if he survived the blood loss, infection would set in, leading to possible amputation or even death. In a swift retaliation, Qiu Yi dispatched the wolf. But the scent of blood, or perhaps witnessing one of their own being slain, sent the pack into a frenzy. They attacked with frenzied intensity. And soon Li Feng found himself wounded, though his injuries healed almost as quickly as they were inflicted. The others were not spared either. Even the two drivers, bitten multiple times, remained silent, resolutely using whatever weapons they could muster to fend off the onslaught. As Li Feng descended into a void of consciousness, he became oblivious to the external clamor and the pain of his injuries, consumed only by his thoughts. Memories of promises made echoed in his mind. Wu Lei, now that you are with me, we are brothers. I will protect you. Yimeng, I will ensure you survive this damned apocalypse. I will not let you come to harm. Since you all trust me so deeply, I vow that as long as you follow me, we are family, and I will safeguard you with my life. Yet, how many of those promises had he fulfilled? Wu Lei, Yimeng, Nangong Wu, Nangong Si, none were by his side anymore. He had sworn to protect them, yet he had failed. Was he to lose someone else here? No, it could not be. A suppressed fury erupted at that moment. Witnessing the dark aura enveloping Li Feng, Qiu Yi, a mix of fear and astonishment in his voice, exclaimed, "My goodness! Brother Feng has lost it again. We're doomed." We must get out before we're buried alive. Qiu Yi flailed about like an ant on a hot pan, panic-stricken, confronted with Li Feng's sudden transformation. The alpha wolf finally felt fear. It recalled the wolves that had been attacking Qiu Yi and the others, redirecting them to assault Li Feng instead. What they did not realize was that, at this moment, Li Feng was more than capable of handling these wolves with ease. As the wolves that had turned against them fled towards Li Feng, Qiu Yi hastily carried Han Yi and made his way outside, directly traversing through the pack of wolves. Remarkably, the wolves paid no heed to their group, perhaps aware that their true adversary was the ominous figure emanating dark energy before them. Dispatching this foe would enable them to pursue the others, no matter how far they fled. Hey, how did we get out? We must help Brother Feng. He can't handle this alone, Han Yi exclaimed, realizing that Qiu Yi was carrying him away. He was anxious to return and assist Li Feng. He can manage. Qiu Yi was about to respond, but only uttered a single word before being interrupted by Yi Mingwen nearby. Reluctantly, Han Yi followed Qiu Yi outside. Understanding that remaining behind would only burden Li Feng further, he did not wish to become a liability. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Upon stepping outside, Qiu Yi noticed that the sandstorm had inexplicably ceased, and twilight had enveloped the surroundings. Just then, Li Feng's voice erupted from within the house, filled with rage, indifference, and a chilling aura of death, devoid of any emotional nuance, akin to a demon that had slumbered for eons in hell, exuding an icy essence of mortality. A howl pierced the air, followed by a violent thud as a figure was hurled from the house. As Qiu Yi and the others discerned the object, they gasped in horror. The wolf lay grotesquely mutilated, its bones shattered. Qiu Yi kicked the carcass, which was now as pliable as a puddle of mud, as though it had been violently compressed. Barely a second had passed before another agonized cry echoed, and yet another wolf was flung out, meeting a similar gruesome fate. One after another, wolves were expelled, and soon, Qiu Yi and his companions grew desensitized to the horrific spectacle. Eventually, silence reigned inside the house after an indeterminate number of wolves had been dispatched. Having just disinfected his wounds, Han Yi cautiously approached the door. Observing Han Yi's movement, Qiu Yi seized him and whispered, "What are you doing? I need to check on Brother Feng. He might be injured." Han Yi insisted, "Let us go together." With that, Qiu Yi took the lead. However, they had only taken a few steps when a noise emanated from the doorway, heightening everyone's alertness and readiness for combat. The sound drew nearer, and a figure emerged. It was Brother Feng. "Brother Feng," Han Yi shouted, but just as he did, Li Feng collapsed face first onto the ground. Chapter 72. Destination. When Li Feng awoke once more, it was 2 afternoons later, the setting sun filtering through the window and illuminating his face. Perhaps due to his prolonged slumber, his body felt exceptionally weak and sore, devoid of any strength. Li Feng strained to lift his weary body, finally taking a moment to observe his surroundings. A solitary bed stood against the wall, accompanied by a desk that resembled a study table, both dust-covered and surrounded by cobwebs, indicating that this place had long been uninhabited. Where am I? This was the foremost question that flitted through Li Feng's mind. Anyone who finds themselves inexplicably transported to a foreign locale would naturally ponder the same inquiry. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed in the room. Thud, thud, growing ever closer. Li Feng's nerves tightened, and his body braced itself for confrontation. The noise halted at the door, followed by the unmistakable sound of a doorknob turning. With a click, the door swung open, and in an instant, Li Feng moved from the bed to the doorway, seizing the intruder by the neck. A sharp crack followed, and only then did Li Feng discern the identity of the person before him. It was Yi Mingyue, her expression one of astonishment as she stared at Li Feng. After a brief moment, her tone shifted to mild irritation as she exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit excessive? How long do you intend to keep holding me like this?" Embarrassed, Li Feng released his grip. Just then, Qiu Yi and Han Yi arrived, witnessing Li Feng's hand finally withdrawing from Yi Mingyue's neck. Qiu Yi, sensing something amiss, approached with a puzzled look and inquired, "Brother Feng, what happened?" Li Feng glanced at Yi Mingyue before redirecting his gaze to Qiu Yi. His voice tinged with awkwardness as he replied, "Nothing." "Qiu Yi, come in. I have something to ask you." "Oh." Upon entering the room and closing the door, Qiu Yi, still bewildered, asked, "Brother Feng, what is going on? You're being so cryptic." Li Feng fixed his calm gaze on Qiu Yi and inquired, "How long have I been unconscious? Where exactly is this place?" Goodness, Brother Feng. You scared me. I thought something had happened between you and Yi Mingwe. You've been unconscious for 2 days. This is Xinjiang. Indeed, we have crossed into Xinjiang. No wonder the atmosphere felt different here, Li Feng mused, stroking his chin, leaving Qiu Yi with a myriad of questions. By the way, Brother Feng, I must mention something to you. Just now, you knocked over the porridge that Yi Mingwe had prepared for you. She thought you were still asleep and had painstakingly cooked it. She spent the entire morning on it. And for the past 2 days, she has been taking care of you, washing your face and everything. And you treated her like that? All right. I'll go find her later. Li Feng feigned annoyance. Believing Li Feng was genuinely upset, Qiu Yi hurriedly dashed outside, fully aware that Li Feng was merely jesting. Li Feng rose and walked outside, basking in the warmth of the setting sun and the gentle caress of the cool breeze. Not far off, a girl with a ponytail sat with her back to him, busily engaged in some task. Li Feng approached her slowly and sat down beside her. The girl acknowledged his presence but continued her work without acknowledging him. Li Feng awkwardly sat beside Yi Mingwe and finally noticed that she was meticulously polishing her AWM. To his surprise, the muzzle was equipped with a silencer, which he had failed to notice before. The silencer looks impressive, quite stylish. Li Feng remarked awkwardly. Yes, it's even more handsome than you. Yi Mingwe replied dismissively, yet her words struck a chord within him. The notion that a silencer could outshine him, especially when he had initiated the conversation, felt like a stinging slap to his face. Though somewhat displeased, he could not afford to be angry. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Feng, and he exclaimed, "Hey, I just realized, how come your bullets never seem to run out? It's remarkable that you still have some left. 20 rounds, to be exact. Did you not notice that I only fire when absolutely necessary?" Yi Mingwe responded, "If there's a chance, I'll find you some more." Li Feng promptly declared, "Find? Where would you even look? Such ammunition is rarely found in bases. It's specially supplied. I didn't bring many for this mission." Yi Mingwe countered, "By the way, you didn't come all this way just to chat, did you? If you wish to apologize, just say it. I want bite. And besides, I can't eat much anyway." "Ah, you saw right through me, impressive." Li Feng quickly flattered, noticing that Yi Mingwe had calmed down. Faced with Li Feng's demeanor, Yi Mingwe was at a loss for words, so she shifted the topic. "We have entered Xinjiang. What shall we do next?" "Of course, we need to establish our own base. However, to build a base, we require personnel and resources, especially food. I fear we need to get a radio soon. And then we'll start searching for people." Li Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then turned to Yi Mingwe with earnestness, continuing, "This is a long-term endeavor. We want to see immediate results, so we must take our time. No need to rush. Let us go grab something to eat. I'm absolutely famished." With that, Li Feng rose and headed towards the building, with Yi Mingwe following closely behind. As she watched his retreating figure, a smile graced Yi Mingwe's lips. In that moment, Li Feng, too, smiled, for it had been ages since he had seen her smile, perhaps the first since her base was destroyed by zombies. Of course, what Li Feng was thinking remained unknown to Yi Mingwe. She was simply captivated by this man before her. However, being a member of the Dragon Flame, she understood that this was not the time for romantic sentiments, so she refrained from expressing her feelings in front of him, and Li Feng remained blissfully unaware. Due to their departure, the base had not provided them with rice, only military rations. Now, the 6 of them sat around a table, savoring the food laid out before them. Among them, Li Feng appeared the most uncomfortable, likely due to having been hungry for too long. The others looked on in astonishment as he opened can after can of meat and munched on compressed biscuits, having learned not to drink too much water this time. Burp. A satisfied belch marked the conclusion of Li Feng's meal. He cleared his throat, preparing to speak again. The crowd simultaneously turned their gaze towards Li Feng. Feeling the intense scrutiny of those around him, Li Feng calmly declared, "Next, I shall allocate some tasks. I find the terrain here quite favorable, therefore, I have decided to establish our base at this location. With the Tianshan Mountains at our back, access to water will not be an issue. Moreover, observe the vast fields outside, ideal for cultivation." "Wait a moment. You two, what are your names?" Li Feng inquired, directing his attention to the 2 pilots. "Report, Brother Feng." "I am Zhao Bin," replied the pilot, who appeared to be in his 20s. "Report, Brother Feng." "I am Zhang Qiu," echoed the other pilot, who looked similarly youthful. "Oh, understood. Shortly, you two must modify the radio on that armed helicopter to maximize its range. Adjust it to achieve the greatest possible distance, understood?" Understood, Brother Feng. You can rest assured. The two responded in unison. All right. I am full now. I will step outside for a while, Li Feng stated as he rose and exited. Chapter 73. Such is my dominance. The Celestial Empire, since ancient times, has boasted vast territories, abundant resources, and a significant population base. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, its populace remains considerably larger than that of other nations. Naturally, a larger population also translates to an increased number of zombies, which can easily lead to a tide of the undead, sometimes numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands, an overwhelming force that typical bases cannot withstand. However, such misfortunes are primarily encountered in the eastern regions. In the western and northwestern areas, the likelihood of facing hordes exceeding hundreds of thousands remains relatively low. Furthermore, the entire Xinjiang region is home to only around 21.8 million people, a figure that is sparsely distributed across various cities and rural areas. Thus, Li Feng's choice of Xinjiang was indeed prudent. At least he need not worry about an imminent zombie onslaught. After finishing his meal, Li Feng ventured outside for a stroll. As he walked, he found nothing but abandoned buildings, not a soul in sight, save for a few scattered zombies on the streets, which he effortlessly dispatched. Observing the scale of the surrounding structures, it appeared that this area might be a town of moderate size. Yet, why was there no one around? One would expect a settlement of this scale to host at least several dozen, if not hundreds, of inhabitants. As he pondered this, Li Feng continued forward when suddenly, with his keen hearing, he detected voices approaching. Quickly, he slipped into a nearby building to observe. Indeed, two individuals emerged from around a corner, wielding firearms of uncertain origin. However, their weapons were obscured by loose clothing, preventing Li Feng from discerning the type. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be locals. The individual on the left complained to his companion, "Does our leader, Alamo, harbor some bias against us? He assigns all the external tasks to us. In such a large town, how are we to find two helicopters? He seems oblivious to the fact that the type of armed helicopter he mentioned can only be operated by military personnel. Is he attempting to seize military assets? He must be courting death. Hush, lower your voice. If anyone hears us, we're both finished. What are you afraid of? Apart from us, there are others here. I would eat excrement in front of everyone in the base." "Oh, is that so? It seems you are quite confident. A man must honor his word. Otherwise, I shall inform Big Brother Alam of your recent conversation." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng decisively exited the room. "Who goes there?" The two men momentarily paused before turning, guns drawn, towards Li Feng. It was only then that he discerned the model of their firearms. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were wielding the venerable replica of the Soviet AK-47, the Type 56 assault rifle. To his astonishment, such a relic still existed. Clearly, its legacy remained undiminished. "Hey, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll send a bullet your way," one of them shouted, irritated by Li Feng's unwavering gaze on the weapon. They completely underestimated him. With his slight build, they believed they could easily overpower him without weapons, let alone with their firearms. However, Li Feng regarded them with equal disdain. The mere presence of such a weapon held no terror for him. With a quick recovery from their threat, Li Feng smiled and said, "Oh, weren't you just discussing the search for those two helicopters? I know where they are. But first, you must take me to Big Brother Alam. Tell us now, or face the wrath of having to explain yourself to your leader," one of them threatened, aiming the gun at Li Feng. Despite the weapon pointed at him, Li Feng remained unfazed and continued, "Go ahead. Kill me, and you will never find them. They are hidden in a very discreet location. Furthermore, I wish to inform Alam myself because I desire to join you, not to steal your glory." Indeed, upon hearing this, both men lowered their weapons and reluctantly responded, "Fine. Follow us." Li Feng trailed behind them, unbeknownst to them that they were escorting a ticking time bomb into their base. They were preoccupied with thoughts of the helicopters and what rewards their leader might bestow upon them, casting a resentful glance back at Li Feng. Had it not been for him, they would have reaped greater rewards, and they began to plot how to punish him later. The trio arrived at the outskirts of the town, where a modestly modified vehicle awaited them. The modifications were rudimentary, consisting merely of wire mesh added to the windows and a collision protection device affixed to the front. "Get in. I'll take you to the base to meet the boss," one of them declared, climbing into the driver's seat while the other sat beside Li Feng in the back, perhaps wary of any potential mischief. Thus, the modified vehicle traversed the sandy road, trailing a plume of dust in its wake. Gazing out the window, Li Feng was reminded of the desolate landscapes from the single-player game, Mad Max, he had once played. In the game, Max drives a heavily modified vehicle, traversing the wasteland and single-handedly obliterating various outposts. Presently, Li Feng embarks on a similar mission, not to destroy but to occupy. During a meal with Qiu Yi, he had merely mentioned that the area was favorable, primarily to placate them, as their prolonged, aimless existence had drained their spirits. Now, as Li Feng ventures forth alone, facing the setting sun, he aims to establish a genuine stronghold for his companions, a base abundant with resources. He intends to surprise them. Observing the sun's descent, Li Feng muses that it is essential to act swiftly. Darkness would complicate matters. After approximately 30 minutes of driving, he finally arrives at the base, where a massive iron gate stands as a barrier between paradise and hell. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards inside promptly open the gate, the heavy iron creaking, a sound that fills Li Feng with a sense of excitement, signifying safety. The vehicle halts close to the gate, and as the three disembark, the two individuals push Li Feng forward, brandishing their weapons at him from behind. Li Feng offers no resistance. Any movement on his part would surely prompt them to fire without hesitation. While indifferent to their actions, Li Feng is acutely aware of the state of the base. The instant he steps out, he senses countless eyes upon him, filled with pity. Those gazes belong to the residents of the base. Yet Li Feng finds himself feeling sorrier for them. Young men, elders, children, and women, all in tattered clothes, engage in various activities, yet they share a common trait: gaunt, lifeless faces. Despite their plight, they continue their tasks, with the narrow, filthy streets occasionally revealing individuals lying motionless in the corners. Li Feng now comprehends why the inhabitants regard him with such pity. Had he been an ordinary man, his fate would mirror theirs. However, unbeknownst to them, Li Feng is not like them. This world belongs to the strong, and they are merely subjugated by those they perceive as powerful. Their destinies are destined to change the moment Li Feng steps into their midst. Minutes later, the two men escort Li Feng to the entrance of a luxurious hotel. One of them enters to announce their arrival, and soon they lead Li Feng inside. There, seated upon a raised platform in the lobby, is a figure indulging in an array of pre-apocalypse delicacies and fine wines. He is undoubtedly Alamo. Without lifting his gaze upon Li Feng's entry, Alamo states, "I hear you know where the helicopter is located." "Indeed, Master Alamo." Li Feng continues to feign compliance. "I just heard from your subordinate that you require me to say it in your presence. Now that I stand before you, it is time to speak. Do not attempt to deceive me." As Alamo faced his impending doom, he remained blissfully unaware. Li Feng sneered, declaring, "I am the one sent to kill you." No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from Alamo's sight. The two men who had escorted Li Feng were caught off guard, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Li Feng's powerful strikes. Without hesitation, he seized the fallen Type 56 assault rifle and unleashed a barrage upon their heads. Outside, the sound of gunfire prompted dozens of individuals to storm in through the entrance, immediately firing a volley of bullets without a moment's pause. The cacophony of gunfire echoed within the room, drawing the attention of all those outside the hotel. These ordinary firearms wielded by commonplace individuals posed no threat to Li Feng. As bullets rained down upon him, they appeared to move in slow motion, allowing Li Feng to deftly evade each one as he charged towards the crowd. In a fluid motion, he drew a gleaming dagger, its cold blade reflecting the light, creating a striking silhouette as he navigated through the throng. With precision, he struck, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake, each victim falling without a sound. Li Feng dispatched dozens without so much as a speck of blood on his garments, his composure unwavering, an ability perhaps reserved for only the most elite of assassins. Meanwhile, Alamo, seated high above and indulging in his meal, exhibited the demeanor of a true leader, remaining unfazed despite the chaos surrounding him. After savoring the last grape, he rose, shedding his outer garment, and calmly regarded Li Feng. "You are the most domineering individual I have ever encountered. Although I do not comprehend your motives for wishing to kill me, many have sought my life, yet here I stand." Alamo chuckled softly, a clear challenge directed at Li Feng. Unquestionably, this was a provocation, and Li Feng, undeterred, took a couple of steps forward, retorting, "You are the most composed villain I have ever seen. You call me domineering, and rightly so. I embrace that title. Go on, try to bite me. It is often said that villains meet their demise through excessive chatter, and Alamu seemed disinclined to engage in combat at that moment, remaining steadfast in his position. However, time was not on Li Feng's side. Dusk was approaching, and if he lingered, Yi Mingwei and the others would undoubtedly begin searching for him. Adding to the uncertainty of the situation, casting one last glance at Alamo without uttering a word, Li Feng charged forward. Chapter 74. The cannibal must be slain with a determined gaze. Li Feng rushed towards Alamo, clenching his fist and gathering his strength. As he closed the distance, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, pouring every ounce of his energy into the blow, while Alamo, arms crossed defensively before his chest, braced himself to withstand Li Feng's fierce onslaught. However, he seemed to underestimate Li Feng's prowess. Li Feng struck Alamo as if he were merely a lifeless mannequin, sending him hurtling against the wall behind the platform. A delicate web of cracks manifested upon the surface, revealing that Li Feng had exerted at least 70 or 80% of his strength in that blow. Rubbing his slightly pained wrist, Li Feng ascended the platform step by step, gazing down at the nearly breathless Alamo sprawled upon the ground. He spoke with a calm demeanor. I believe you understand that this world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, the strong dominate. You should not oppose me. With those words, Li Feng grasped Alamu's head, applying pressure until a sharp crack echoed, and Alamu was rendered lifeless, collapsing to the ground. Glancing outside, he noted that dusk was settling in, and darkness would envelop the land within half an hour. It was time to summon Xiao Yi and the others. Li Feng then seized Alamu's feet and dragged him from the hotel, traversing all the way to the entrance. As he stepped out of the hotel, countless eyes turned towards him and the now lifeless Alamo, who had become nothing more than a warm corpse. Some individuals within the base could scarcely contain their excitement, erupting in cheers as the tyrant who had ruled over them was finally vanquished. They regarded Li Feng as their savior, their hero. Yet, others remained impassive, observing the scene as if it bore no significance to them. Indeed, to them, it merely represented a change of ruler, another demon. And they would continue to endure their suffering, perhaps even worse than before. Reaching the entrance, the two guards did not attack Li Feng upon seeing Alamo behind him. Instead, they remained stationed on their makeshift platform, observing the unfolding scene. Li Feng then discarded Alamo's body onto the ground and turned to address the gathered refugees with a simple, yet impactful declaration. This base is now under my command, and I have been dispatched by the military to oversee this place. Upon hearing Li Feng claim to be a military representative, the crowd erupted in fervor. With some shouting and exhilaration, the government has not abandoned us. They have finally sent someone to aid us. Clearing his throat, Li Feng coughed lightly to regain their attention, and the crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Once everyone had quieted, Li Feng continued, I must go summon my companions and shall return shortly. I hope you refrain from causing any disturbances during my absence. He emphasized the word disturbances with particular weight. Without waiting for their acquiescence, Li Feng strode towards the vehicles, exiting through the gate, which promptly closed behind him. Accelerating with fervor, he raced towards the last remnants of daylight, traversing the wilderness at an exhilarating pace. This time, Li Feng pushed his speed to the limit, reaching their designated small town in a mere 20 minutes. By then, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky. He parked the vehicle outside the town and sprinted on foot towards their resting place, swiftly arriving at the spot where he had initially taken refuge. The room's door stood firmly shut, enveloped in an eerie silence, yet the helicopter lingered nearby. Had they encountered some misfortune? With this thought in mind, Li Feng forcefully kicked open the door. At that very moment, a figure darted into view behind him, accompanied by the cold pressure of a hard object against the back of his head. Li Feng raised his hands above his head and slowly turned around. Li Feng, came a voice tinged with surprise. It was Yi Mingwei. As she called out his name, others hidden in the shadows emerged. Li Feng, where have you been? We've been worried sick about you this entire afternoon. Worried that I might meet with an accident? Li Feng interjected before she could finish her thought. Accident? That's utterly unfounded. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. He twirled around to emphasize his point. Brother Feng, where have you been? Xiao Yi approached, his expression grave. I intended to survey the surrounding terrain, but by a twist of fate, I stumbled upon a small base. I seized it while I was at it, and now I'm back to escort you all there. So, without further ado, let us depart. With that, Yi Mingwei, Xiao Yi, and Han Yi swiftly gathered a few essentials and headed towards the helicopter. The aerial journey proved to be remarkably different. While it took Li Feng approximately 20 minutes at full speed on foot, the helicopter took less than 10 to hover above the base he had mentioned. By now, darkness had fully descended, and after circling once, the helicopter settled not far from the entrance. Li Feng disembarked and walked towards the base, only to be greeted by the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Through the crack of the door, he could distinctly see a bonfire crackling in the clearing just outside. The two guards, upon recognizing their newly appointed leader, wasted no time in jointly pushing the door open. As the door swung wide, a surge of fury ignited within him. Before his eyes, 4 individuals were roasting what was unmistakably a human thigh, and beside them, a figure without 2 legs confirmed the grim reality. The missing limb, all too evident, was being savored by the trio of men and a woman, with the bones by the bonfire further corroborating Li Feng's harrowing suspicions. The 4 of them, initially stunned by Li Feng's entrance, quickly reverted to their earlier stupor. Meanwhile, Yi Mingyue and the others rushed to retrieve supplies from the base, only to be equally shocked by the scene before them. They turned to Li Feng, whose face was now a shade darker than the night, their minds racing with the implications of what was about to unfold. Yet the 4 remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, misinterpreting Li Feng's gaze as a longing for their roasted thigh meat. "Ah, finally ready. Boss, would you like some?" one of them said, rising with a knife in hand, slicing off a steaming piece of thigh meat to offer to Li Feng. Observing the seemingly calm demeanor of the individual before him, Li Feng finally erupted. He seized the person's neck, dark tendrils of malevolent energy once again emanating from his being, swirling ominously around him. At that moment, Li Feng glared at the struggling figure with eyes filled with lethal intent, his voice laced with fury as he proclaimed, "Do you know whom I despise the most? It is not those like Alamu who oppress you, but rather monsters like you who prey on others." Before the man could react, Li Feng forcefully slammed his head into the ground. The resounding impact shattered the man's skull, brain matter splattering in every direction. This horrific act left the remaining 3 paralyzed with fear, pleading for their lives. Yet what troubled Xiao Yi the most was that Li Feng was teetering on the brink of a complete breakdown. "Oh no, Brother Feng is about to lose control again. This base is doomed," Xiao Yi lamented, casting a sympathetic glance at the innocent bystanders. "How do you know Brother Feng is about to go berserk?" inquired Han Yi, incredulously resting a hand on Xiao Yi's shoulder. "I suggest you pay attention. Every time Brother Feng loses control, that chilling black aura envelopes him." Xiao Yi pointed towards Li Feng. "Indeed, it happened last time as well," Han Yi exclaimed, as though he had stumbled upon a new discovery, excitedly slapping Xiao Yi on the back. The sudden gesture startled Xiao Yi, who, with his hood obscuring his expression, turned to Han Yi with mild irritation. "You fool. If you're pleased, show it, but don't startle me. Don't you know that frightening someone can be deadly? I warn you, when Brother Feng goes on a rampage, he spares no one. Keep your distance." With that, Xiao Yi instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, Li Feng approached the other 3, unleashing an overwhelming aura that permeated every corner of the base. Instantly, 300 individuals collapsed to their knees, unable to rise, including Han Yi and the 2 drivers. Xiao Yi and Yi Mingyue also succumbed after a few agonizing seconds of resistance. "Oh no, this is a serious situation," Xiao Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The pressure radiating from Li Feng was akin to that from the deepest pits of hell, an intensity that most could scarcely endure. Had he unleashed his full power, half of those present might have perished. Fortunately, Li Feng was still holding back. "Please, my lord, spare us. We are utterly famished, and this is our first offense. There will be no second chance. We beseech you to show us mercy," the 3 implored, bowing repeatedly in hopes of evoking a shred of compassion from Li Feng. However, they severely underestimated his resolve. At that moment, Li Feng felt no pity whatsoever. He turned, retracting his oppressive aura, and glanced at Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, dispose of them." That gaze sent a chill down Xiao Yi's spine. It was chillingly cold. Hearing Li Feng's words, despair enveloped the 3. Among them, a woman in her 20s quickly crawled to Li Feng, clasping his left leg and frantically tearing at her clothing until her upper body was bared. Exchanging one's body for survival, the only recourse for women in a post-apocalyptic world, leads to inevitable death for those who refuse to succumb. The woman before Li Feng evidently had engaged in this grim transaction before, as evidenced by her adeptness in tearing off her clothing. The man standing nearby remained unmoved. And just when she believed she could once again secure her existence through this method, a hand grasped her crown, a tremendous pressure enveloping her. The sound of her skull fracturing echoed ominously. Blood gushed from her eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, and soon her body lay motionless. Li Feng casually discarded her. Observing Qiu Yi standing there in shock, Li Feng declared, "What are you standing there for? These two are your responsibility." A few men hastily emerged to drag the bodies away and incinerate them. As the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air, none dared to voice a complaint. Li Feng's recent display of power left them too intimidated to defy his will. However, deaths within the base were not uncommon, and the inhabitants quickly acclimated to the grim reality. Li Feng and his companions, without hesitation, took residence in the quarters previously occupied by the former leader of the base. The bodies within the hotel had already been cleared away, and the floors scrubbed clean. From the moment Li Feng entered, this hotel stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated structures surrounding the base, appearing as if it had been newly constructed. So much transpired that day that Li Feng and the others sought refuge in separate rooms to rest, for the following day would hold even greater challenges. Chapter 75. Recruitment. The next day, an announcement appeared at the entrance of the base, printed boldly on white paper. It read, "To the populace of the base. In light of our need for development and construction, we are seeking various talents, particularly individuals skilled in architecture, mechanical repair, and the operation of precision instruments. If you possess any unique abilities, please register in the hotel lobby. Successful applicants will enjoy enhanced benefits." After a morning of selection, only 16 individuals had registered. Among them 3 chosen ones, while the remainder possessed ordinary skills, including a mechanic. However, Li Feng's attention was captured by a singular individual who held a master's degree in architecture. The construction of the base was dependent on this graduate, and Li Feng soon summoned him, articulating his vision for the base's development. The graduate nodded and replied, "Sir, your vision is indeed feasible, but it hinges on the availability of construction materials. Given the current situation, it may prove challenging." Li Feng waved dismissively. "Materials are not an issue. Grant me a few days." Once the graduate departed, Li Feng called upon Qiu Yi, instructing him to take a helicopter to scout for concrete and rebar factories. Qiu Yi diligently undertook the task, discovering a facility in a small county 20 kilometers from the base. After clearing the zombies within, they commenced the transportation of materials in successive batches. With the materials in place, the establishment of the base hinges significantly on the presence of personnel. Yesterday, Li Feng finally put the modified radio, which the pilots had dismantled, to use. The radio repeatedly broadcasted a message: "Survivors of the apocalypse. This is the zero-hour survivor base. We offer ample food, water, and secure living quarters. The coordinates are provided for those hopeful survivors who wish to join us. We warmly welcome you to the zero-hour survivor base." The name Zero-Hour Survivor Base was a spontaneous creation of Li Feng, embodying the essence of starting anew from scratch. As anticipated, following the initial broadcast, the first group of survivors arrived, and in the days that followed, a steady influx of survivors continued. The available accommodations at the base were dwindling, and it was finally time to commence construction. The steel and concrete that had been transported were now ready for use. Li Feng's vision for the base had been meticulously rendered into blueprints by the architect. If successfully constructed, this base would instill confidence against any horde of zombies. The architect, gazing at the blueprints, nodded in approval, exclaiming, "This design is impeccable." With both offense and defense harmoniously integrated, the blueprint depicted a square base with an inner city, each level fortified by imposing walls. The outermost wall defended against zombies, featuring only 2 gates to the north and south. Between the outer city and the inner city stood another wall, equipped with 4 gates, while a similar wall separated the inner city from the central city, also with 4 gates. Surrounding the first gate were additional walls, creating a quarantine zone capable of isolating up to 200 individuals at a time, thus accommodating 400 at both gates, sufficient for the daily arrivals of survivors. Each tier of the city housed different groups: ordinary citizens, individuals with specialized skills, and combat personnel, while the inner city was reserved for management staff. The outer, middle, and inner walls were equipped with 8 watchtowers, ensuring comprehensive surveillance with a full 360-degree view. Outside the outer wall lay a 10-meter wide and high moat, while within the inner city was a vast passage leading far away from the base, kept discreet for emergency contingencies. The construction of the base was a monumental endeavor, not achievable within a month or two. Some tasks could not be accomplished by manpower alone. After explaining the situation to Li Feng, the architect selected several dozen individuals skilled in operating various construction vehicles from among the base's inhabitants. Concurrently, Li Feng and Xiao Yi scoured the surrounding towns to acquire several construction vehicles, which proved nearly sufficient for the base's construction. 2 months elapsed, and the base began to take shape. The population grew from a few hundred to 1,500, 300 of whom were armed personnel, while the majority were ordinary citizens. Apart from the office that Li Feng had established for himself, he had not ventured to other areas. As soon as this individual finds himself idle, his thoughts begin to wander. Presently, he yearns to ascertain whether his parents are still alive and to seek out Lin Yiming, along with Wu Lei and their companions. Regardless of their fate, Li Feng feels an imperative need to search for them. Otherwise, it shall remain an indelible knot in his heart throughout his life. After meticulously arranging various matters, Li Feng ultimately resolves to depart from this place in pursuit of closure. Brother Feng, are you truly intent on leaving to find sister-in-law? She may have already. Xiao Yi paused, fearing that his words might manifest into reality. He refrained from voicing that ominous thought, concerned that Li Feng would blame him, leaving him burdened with guilt. Li Feng, having firmly established his resolve, bid farewell to those around him and set forth in a vehicle he had personally modified. This time, he was determined to embrace the spirit of a true Mad Max. Prior to his departure, Li Feng had ensured that all affairs were in order, setting a course that promised a smooth journey. With Xiao Yi, who possessed slightly lesser prowess than Li Feng, overseeing the base, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to disrupt the peace. Moreover, with the exceptional Special Forces operative Yi Mingyue present, Li Feng could leave with a sense of security to pursue his quest. He drove eastward, swiftly entering the Gansu province. The worn highway signs indicated that he was now within the hushy corridor of Gansu. To his surprise, the surroundings were devoid of the expected yellow sands. Instead, he beheld fields of ripened rice and corn, crops that, regrettably, may never be harvested by human hands. Li Feng shook his head in dismay at the sight of such squandered sustenance and continued on his way. Gradually, the agricultural landscape began to fade, replaced by the occasional poplar forest along the roadside, their leaves turning yellow, heralding the arrival of autumn. Li Feng was essentially retracing his steps, returning to a world overrun by the undead, yet he felt compelled to proceed. As dusk descended, having gone a day without food, Li Feng found a dilapidated house to scavenge a meager meal before drifting into slumber. For tomorrow he would press on. He would soon leave Gansu behind, entering Sichuan, traversing every survivor base, large and small. As he gradually closed his eyes, Li Feng succumbed to a light sleep, though his body could endure without rest. He deemed it prudent to recharge for the journey ahead. However, regardless of the shallowness of his slumber, he unwittingly slipped into the realm of dreams. Chapter 76. The Death of Lin Yiming. Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, springing upright from the ground, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? He pondered inwardly. The environment around him had transformed from desolate desert to an expanse littered with bones as far as the eye could see. The area was vast, with the sole structure being a towering black palace of European design, reaching for the clouds, exuding an aura of awe and terror, emanating an unbearable pressure from within. Li Feng treaded upon the white bones of the ground as he approached the palace. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist coalesced before him, prompting Li Feng to swiftly retreat, readying himself for combat. After a few moments, the mist dissipated, revealing a woman with her back turned to him. At the sight of her, Li Feng's pupils constricted in shock and exhilaration. Indeed, the figure before him was Lin Yiming, the one he had sought for so long. Clad in a flowing white garment paired with denim jeans and pristine white shoes, her cascading hair unmistakably identified her as Lin Yiming. Her silhouette remained irresistibly enchanting. Yiming, I have finally found you. What are you doing in a place like this? Li Feng exclaimed, stepping forward to embrace Lin Yiming, his heart swelling with emotion. In that moment, he had an abundance of words and countless sorrows to express to the woman he adored so deeply. Yet, as he held her tightly, he began to sense something amiss. She stood there, motionless, despite his fervent affection. The prolonged struggle for survival had instilled within Li Feng a peculiar sensation, an acute sense of danger. Now confronted by the very person he cherished, The sudden wave of apprehension compelled him to gradually release his embrace. Just as he withdrew his arms, Lin Yiming began to turn, and Li Feng instinctively stepped back, maintaining a cautious distance. Gazing upon this familiar yet alien visage of Lin Yiming, his heart twisted in anguish. He could scarcely fathom that the woman he loved could transform into the very being he despised, the so-called devourer. Observing Lin Yiming's face swathed in bandages, he hesitated. Yiming, why are you? Before he could finish, she abruptly drew a dagger from behind, plunging it into Li Feng's heart in an instant, her cold, emotionless gaze locking with his. Li Feng's pupils shrank and then gradually expanded, a rasping sound escaping his lips as he yearned to inquire why, yet he lacked the strength to utter a word. Slowly, his vision blurred, and Lin Yiming withdrew the dagger, glistening with his crimson blood. Why? Li Feng cried out as he bolted upright from the ground, his hand instinctively reaching for his chest. Upon discovering that he was unscathed, he exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself. What a vivid dream, to feel such pain. Dreams are but dreams, and Li Feng swiftly cast aside the haunting imagery as he continued on his path, ready to depart Gansu for Sichuan. 2 months later, Li Feng found himself in a building within the capital of the Celestial Empire. Gazing at the distant red walls that enclosed the political heart of the nation, once thriving but now reduced to desolation, he had received word from a mysterious figure, indicating that Lin Yiming was somewhere within those very walls. Li Feng refrained from rushing in, observing the 2 devourers stationed at the entrance. He realized that the situation within was far from straightforward, and a reckless charge would only lead to his demise. After observing for an entire morning, not a single devourer was seen entering or exiting through the main gate, and the square was devoid of anything except for congealed blood. There were even no zombies in the vicinity. Li Feng had to concede the formidable power of the leading devourer within, capable of controlling nearly 20 million zombies in the imperial city. Gradually, darkness enveloped the sky, and Li Feng could no longer suppress the urge to venture inside. Ultimately, driven by impulse, he scaled the wall and entered the interior, which was surprisingly silent, an eerie quiet that bred a sense of dread. Li Feng, you have finally come in. I thought you were going to linger in that building all night. A voice echoed from a dark corner, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps as he leaped over the wall. Li Feng warily scrutinized the shadowy corner, the footsteps growing nearer and nearer. At last, illuminated by the faint starlight of the night, he discerned the figure before him. Shock. That was the only expression on Li Feng's face. Standing before him was Su Yuan, the very person who had once betrayed him and inflicted severe injuries upon him. Seeing the astonishment on Li Feng's face, Su Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Did you not expect this, Li Feng? Once you spared my life, which led to this moment. Should I be grateful to you or despise you? Today, there is more than just this surprise. There's another one. Behold, who this is. With that, Su Yuan began to slowly unravel the bandages from the face of a devourer standing beside him. Lin Yiming. Li Feng's pupils constricted in disbelief. Your husband has arrived. Aren't you going to have a word with him? Su Yuan sneered, his laughter echoing as if everything had unfolded according to his design. Why? So the dream was real. Why have you transformed into the person I loathe the most? Why? Li Feng could scarcely accept the truth that the one he cherished most had become the one he detested. He shouted and roared at Lin Yiming, an indescribable feeling of despair swelling within him, pushing him to the brink of collapse. After several minutes of howling, Li Feng finally ceased, but tears continued to cascade down his face. Observing Li Feng's silence, Lin Yiming finally found her voice. Like Li Feng, she too shed tears. Her voice choked as she responded to his earlier question. Feng, I am so sorry. I did not wish for this either. For the past few months, I have been living in endless remorse and self-reproach, and it has brought me immense pain. I am exhausted, in my suffering. Upon finishing her words, Lin Yiming rushed towards Li Feng. Su Yuan, realizing the danger, hastily prepared to intervene, but it was too late. Just as Lin Yiming was mere centimeters away from Li Feng, she swiftly concealed a dagger within her sleeve and thrust it into his right hand, using the momentum to plunge it into her own chest. This entire sequence transpired in less than a second. It was only when the dagger pierced Lin Yiming's chest that Li Feng grasped the situation. He quickly withdrew the dagger and embraced the fading Lin Yiming, his voice trembling as he asked why. Lin Yiming smiled gently, saying, Fool, I do not wish to be your burden. I am weary and require rest. Before she could finish her words, her anger dissipated entirely. She walked away with a smile, harboring no resentment towards Li Feng. The mere fact that she could perish in his embrace brought her immense satisfaction. As a woman, the courage required to become a devourer and the strength needed to endure until now is truly formidable. Li Feng cradled Lin Yimeng, weeping and howling in despair. Perhaps even the heavens were moved, as a torrential downpour began to fall. Yet, not even the deluge could obscure the heart-wrenching cries that echoed in the air. Gradually, Li Feng ceased his tears, laying Lin Yimeng flat and covering her with his own garment. He rose to his feet and locked eyes with Su Yuan, who, for a fleeting moment, felt the urge to evade the intensity of Li Feng's gaze. Chapter 77. The Battle of Demons. At that moment, Li Feng was consumed by a fury unmatched, as well as profound sorrow and regret. Gazing at Su Yuan, he addressed the air with a calm demeanor, saying, "This body is now yours. Take it if you will, but only if you assist me in vanquishing this devourer before us." "Ha ha ha, my dear boy. I have awaited this moment for far too long." "Very well, I accept your request." A voice resonated within Li Feng's mind. No sooner had the words left his lips than his physique began to transform. Long, raven hair cascading to his shoulders, his eyes darkening until they were entirely black. 5 orbs of black energy, the size of fists, materialized around him and began to swirl in a mesmerizing dance. Ha! The ancient demon sovereign has once again graced this planet. Once his transformation was complete, Li Feng threw his head back and howled to the heavens. The demon sovereign has descended. All shall kneel. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, feeble creatures were paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure, trembling as they collapsed to the ground. Even the zombies on the outskirts of the imperial city fled in terror toward the suburbs. Su Yuan, observing the transformation, realized that the man before him was no longer the Li Feng of mere moments ago. He was now the embodiment of wrath from the depths of the ancient abyss. "You dare oppose my host, and I remember well how you grievously injured him, dragging me into this turmoil. You must be eliminated." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Su Yuan to deliver a devastating punch. Should this blow connect, it would surely result in death or crippling injury. However, Li Feng had seemingly underestimated Su Yuan's prowess, just as his fist was a mere centimeter from the target. Su Yuan deftly caught Li Feng's right hand and countered with a swift kick. Li Feng quickly retracted his fist, blocking the strike with both hands. Stepping back, he examined his palms and, with an unshaken smile, remarked, "It seems I have underestimated you. I cannot engage you with mere ordinary attacks." As the words left his lips, the environment shifted dramatically, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. "Let us see how you withstand my first strike of divine annihilation." As the words left his lips, the tempest intensified, and the once white lightning morphed into a sinister black. Multiple strands of black lightning struck simultaneously towards Su Yuan, the overwhelming energy rendering him unable to open his eyes. With a deafening crash, a massive crater formed where Su Yuan had stood, and he was nowhere to be found. "Is he truly dead? A mere insect?" Li Feng scoffed, brushing the dust from his hands as he slowly approached Lin Yimeng's lifeless body. Crouching down to lift the corpse, a glint of cold light flashed, accompanied by Su Yuan's voice. "You think you can kill me that easily?" At that moment, Li Feng, unprepared and still in a crouched position, was unable to mount an effective defense. A dagger was driven brutally into his back. In that instant, Li Feng turned and delivered a fierce punch to Su Yuan's head, stunning him. While Su Yuan was still disoriented, Li Feng seized his neck with his right hand, hoisting him above his head before crashing him down with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed as Su Yuan's neck snapped. It must be said, the vitality of the devourer was remarkably tenacious, even in such a state. Su Yuan was not yet fully deceased, emitting sporadic coughs as if attempting to utter something, yet unable to do so due to the severed neck. Observing the still-breathing Su Yuan, Li Feng, now imbued with enchantments, helplessly tapped his forehead, then gritted his teeth before savagely stomping on Su Yuan's head. Minutes later, as he gazed upon the pulpy remains, he exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had presumed that this would ensure Su Yuan's complete demise. But just as Li Feng prepared to depart, he felt something entangle his right foot. Looking down, he was utterly dismayed. To his astonishment, the headless Su Yuan had managed to grasp Li Feng's foot with his hand. Li Feng kicked the hand off with his other foot, then approached a nearby building, demolishing a supporting column and unleashing a relentless barrage upon Su Yuan's body. When Li Feng finally ceased his assault, Su Yuan's corpse had vanished entirely, merging with the earth beneath him. With the knowledge that the body was utterly beyond revival, Li Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. He picked up Lin Yiming's body and sought a fitting resting place in the cemetery of the imperial capital for her burial. Li Feng had reverted to his normal self. The demon lord had previously remarked that he was ill-suited for this world, and that it was better for the body to be controlled by Li Feng, thus relinquishing control back to him, promising to aid him in times of peril. Despite his sorrow, life must go on. With Lin Yiming gone, he resolved to continue living. While Wu Lei and the others were likely facing dire fates, what was lost could not be reclaimed, and it was imperative to focus on the present. He wondered how the base he had meticulously planned was faring. A sudden yearning to return and see the progress of his creation surged within him. Li Feng returned to the base after spending more than 2 months away, and by now, winter had set in. The harsh winter of Xinjiang was particularly biting, as icy winds and snow whipped against his cheeks. The base was not far off, and upon his arrival, Li Feng was genuinely awed by the builder's prowess. The exterior matched his expectations perfectly, featuring towering city walls, vast moats, and iron drawbridges. "Stop! Who goes there?" As Li Feng approached the edge of the moat, preparing to leap across, a voice halted him in his tracks. He looked up to see a young man in his 20s, armed with a gun, pointing it directly at him. Li Feng understood that any sudden movement might provoke the young man's weapon. "Brother, go tell your leader that Li Feng has returned," he called out loudly to the figure atop the wall. The man complied, and soon the iron drawbridge began to lower, while the city gate gradually creaked open. As familiar figures emerged with the gates opening, an unexpected wave of emotion surged through Li Feng, nearly bringing him to tears. Xiao Yi, honey, and Yi Mingwei rushed towards him with great speed. Xiao Yi, the most exuberant among them, leaped up like a child and enveloped Li Feng in a tight embrace. "Brother Feng, you've finally returned. We've missed you dearly." Amidst the joyful laughter, they proceeded into the base. Upon entering the interior, Li Feng was astonished by the transformation. The living quarters were no longer makeshift tents, but solid brick houses. According to Qiu Yi, due to the onset of winter and the extreme cold, outdoor activities had been suspended for a while, and there were still areas needing improvement. The population had surged from a few hundred to 6,000, with new survivors continually arriving in response to the broadcasts. There was ample space to accommodate the newcomers. Over the course of several months, the base had established a comprehensive system, and everyone adhered to it. Li Feng's return had undoubtedly invigorated the base. Chapter 78. Provocation from the south. As Qiu Yi and Li Feng walked together, Qiu Yi suddenly seemed to recall something important and hurried ahead. "Brother Feng, I have some wonderful news." Li Feng paused and turned to Qiu Yi, inquiring, "What good news?" Without hesitation, Qiu Yi pulled Han Yi into view, placing his hands on his shoulders with a grin. As soon as Qiu Yi finished speaking, Han Yi approached a nearby vehicle, crouched down, and shouted, "Lift." Instantly, he effortlessly hoisted the over-ton vehicle into the air. "And you thought that was all?" "Certainly not." Just as Li Feng believed that Han Yi was merely an ordinary strength-type evolved being, Han Yi suddenly vanished from his spot, only to reappear hundreds of meters away. And in an instant, he returned to Li Feng's side. Witnessing Han Yi's extraordinary ability, Li Feng gazed at him in astonishment and remarked, "A dual evolved being of speed and strength. I have only encountered 2, and you are the second. However, generally, evolved beings are those infected by the virus. Were you bitten by a zombie?" Beyond his shock, curiosity about this process enveloped Li Feng. At this juncture, Qiu Yi stepped forward with a sigh, continuing, "I had intended to wait until you had rested for a few days before discussing this, but since it has been brought up, I shall proceed." Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yi's tone grew gravely serious. "Approximately a month after your departure, I instructed Han Yi to lead 10 individuals to gather materials as they usually did. However, no one anticipated that, just as they were preparing to leave with the materials, they would encounter a horde of over 100 zombies on their way back. Fortunately, they were armed, and they managed to carve out an escape route, albeit at the cost of Han Yi being bitten and losing 3 brothers in the process." After speaking, Qiu Yi pulled back Han Yi's sleeve, revealing a distinct circle of bite marks on his arm. Lowering his sleeve, Qiu Yi continued, "Later, I had someone investigate, and it turned out that the arrival of those zombies was indeed suspicious. Further intelligence suggested that the southern base had united to target ours. Southern base. Li Feng instinctively stroked his chin with his right hand. All right, I understand. Let's proceed to devise a detailed plan, this time upon our return. We shall make a significant move. Ever since the demonic seed had taken full control of his body, Li Feng had begun to undergo a transformation, gradually succumbing to darkness. This winter was destined to be tumultuous. Upon returning to the base, Li Feng wasted no time and promptly gathered his loyal companions. After a night of deliberation, they ultimately resolved to establish various types of units within the base. They would form an assassination department, a mercenary corps, and a regular army. The mercenary corps would undertake external missions, but only with Li Feng's approval, with all profits accruing to the mercenaries themselves. All departments would be subordinate to Li Feng, with no one permitted to defy his commands. Qiu Yi was appointed as the head of the assassination department, Han Yi as the leader of the mercenary corps, and Yi Mingyue as the commander of the regular troops, second only to Li Feng, yet solely responsible for managing the regular forces. Li Feng would serve as the supreme military commander, with all organizations answering to him. The following day, they conducted enlistment at the city gate. The assassination department and the mercenary corps could not be swiftly established. Only the elite of the elite would be admitted, having to undergo rigorous and brutal combat to be selected, all of whom would be chosen from among ordinary individuals. With over 6,000 people at the base, the final number of enlisted personnel was 2,000, with possibly fewer than 100 deemed qualified. Immediately after announcing the conscription, numerous individuals flocked to enlist. For being a soldier at the base ensured the best living conditions. Those who failed to qualify could only envy their fortunes. In the base, military personnel are afforded absolute priority over ordinary citizens, who are not permitted to contend with soldiers for resources. Concurrently, those who enlist are driven by an additional motivation, the desire to witness the esteemed presence of Li Feng. Within the base, Li Feng has been elevated to an almost mythical status, akin to that of a savior. The unrest among the southern bases stems from the accomplishments of Zero Base over the past few months, which have instilled fear in them. They dread the prospect of being subsumed by a burgeoning power, for the unification has always been an inevitable trend throughout history. In truth, they need not have worried in the past, as Li Feng had no intention of troubling them, at least not in the immediate future. However, following the incident involving Han Yi, Li Feng resolved to expedite the process of cleansing the surrounding bases. Soon, all manner of survivor bases in Xinjiang learned that upon his return, Li Feng had not even taken a sip of water before he began recruiting soldiers. This sent those bases that had previously engaged in petty acts against Zero Base into a state of panic, prompting them to send their finest resources and women to Zero Base. Ostensibly, they were congratulating Li Feng on his safe return. Yet their true aim was to forge a connection with him. Naturally, with such gifts offered freely, Li Feng welcomed them without hesitation, paying no heed to their underlying motives. Currently, Li Feng is studying the strategy of distant alliances and nearby assaults from the Qin dynasty. He offers flattering words to those afar, while maintaining peace with those nearby. As his military has yet to take shape, dozens of bases, large and small, have come forth, and Li Feng has amassed enough resources to sustain everyone in the base for over a week, while provisions can be replenished with time. The most perplexing issue for Li Feng is the influx of women sent by these bases. Faced with 20 beautiful women, he finds himself at a loss. However, this unexpected fortune has certainly piqued his appetite. Each woman is more enchanting than the last, and Li Feng feels an overwhelming urge to indulge in their company. Ahem. Embarrassed by his thoughts, he clears his throat. In his mind, Li Feng has cursed those bases countless times, confronted with such beauty. He feels a headache coming on. This burden is not one he wishes to bear. Glancing at Han Yi beside him, he chuckles softly. These women are now your responsibility. Please make some arrangements for them. With that, Li Feng swiftly departs. Left to me? Indeed. Han Yi gazes at the alluring women with a lascivious grin, causing Yi Mingyue and Qiu Yi to recoil in disgust, leaving him alone with the 20 women. Han Yi, feigning composure, instructs, follow me, and leads them in a particular direction. From day to night, and into the dawn, Han Yi remains secluded in his room, while the sounds of women's voices echo through the night, prompting patrols to inquire multiple times. By the next afternoon, Han Yi emerges from his room, hands resting on his hips, as the women begin to exit one by one to attend to logistical duties. Every woman carries a hint of blush upon her visage. And after Han Yi sought out Li Feng, he found himself both teased and admired by Li Feng and Qiu Yi. Meanwhile, Yi Mingyue cast a perpetual scowl at Han Yi. It must be said, it is fortunate that Han Yi is a chosen one. Otherwise, he would have been utterly drained. Li Feng, envisioning the scene of 20 women in Han Yi's room from the previous night, couldn't help but shudder. He then dismissed all thoughts and focused on the map of Xinjiang, where numerous bases sprawled across the terrain, his gaze imbued with determination. Chapter 79. The Day of Blossoms. The day of obliteration. Everyone prepare, let us embark. With Li Feng's thunderous shout, a battalion of over 1,000 soldiers surged forth into the distance. This was the first battle of early spring, an engagement that could not be avoided. Due to the scarcity of resources in Xinjiang and the depletions from the harsh winter, the Zero Base's stores were nearly exhausted. Only through plunder could they bridge the gap. The movement of such a large contingent across the vast expanse naturally caused a considerable stir, and soon, news of Li Feng's advance reached every base. Observing Li Feng's formidable approach, the leaders of various bases quickly convened to deliberate on how to confront the impending conflict. Though Li Feng and his companions numbered close to 1,000, their pace was unrelenting. After half a day's march, they finally positioned their forces beyond the effective range of the first base's firearms. Standing atop a higher platform, Li Feng surveyed the fruits of his efforts from the winter. Nodding in satisfaction, he then bellowed passionately to those below, "Brothers, do you know what we fight for? 4-0, for our future." The soldiers below shouted with all their might, fearing that their voices might not convey the fervor and pride they felt. Li Feng chose not to elaborate further, but lowered his voice. "Very well, your words are more than enough. 4-0, for our future, we must fight. Brothers, let us seize the base before us, and I, Li Feng, shall toast to your triumph. All soldiers, heed my command." "Yes," they responded. Onward. With the resounding echoes of their fervent voices reverberating through the sky, the battle commenced. This base was not large. Even its walls were merely constructed from a thin layer of concrete and bricks. With the thunderous explosion of a rocket, the smoke cleared to reveal a gaping breach in the wall. A few individuals beside the wall had not even the chance to fire a shot before being buried alive. Others were utterly obliterated by the rocket's tremendous force, their cries piercing the air. The defenders of the base, witnessing the overwhelming tide of attackers, quickly lost their will to resist. Many fled in panic, while others huddled in the corners of the walls, trembling in fear. The leader of the base, equally terrified of Li Feng's onslaught, observed the retreating soldiers in silence before drawing his weapon and firing a bullet. It must be acknowledged, the will to survive is a potent force. Faced with their former leader, several soldiers, cornered and desperate, aimed their weapons at him. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the leader of the base was brutally shot to death amidst the chaos. Those who remained in combat, witnessing the demise of their commander, instantly deflated like punctured balloons, surrendering their weapons and raising their hands in defeat. On Li Feng's side, the battle concluded effortlessly, suffering minimal losses. He had anticipated the ease of this confrontation, yet he was taken aback by how remarkably simple it turned out to be. As he treaded upon the rubble, thick with the residue of gunpowder, Li Feng relished the exhilaration of the conflict, inhaling deeply the acrid air before exhaling with vigor. As night fell and the remnants of resistance were subdued, Li Feng directed his companions to kindle a bonfire in the open expanse. Nearby, the sizzling sound of roasting meat filled the air, a bounty acquired from the base. He had ordered that a portion of the usable resources be transported back to Zero Base, leaving some behind for logistical support. "Brother Feng, what shall we do with these captives?" Han Yi approached, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Let us see if any wish to join us in the forthcoming battles. Those who are willing may accompany us, but we shall not distribute any weapons. As for those unwilling, we shall release them." "Indeed," Han Yi informed Qiu Yi to ensure that he and Yi Mingyue safeguard the base. "Other factions may seize the opportunity, thinking our defenses are vulnerable, and might attempt a surprise attack." "Understood, Brother Feng," Han Yi replied, hastily moving aside to relay the message via radio. The next day, Qiu Yi reported back to Li Feng via radio, relaying that unidentified individuals attempted to sabotage the base but were thwarted by him. Initially, he intended to inquire about the origin of these intruders. Yet one assailant shockingly took his own life by biting his tongue. Li Feng, upon hearing this news, felt little concern. He believed that following this raid on Zero Base, those with ulterior motives would hesitate to disturb them again, for the base was not defenseless. What Li Feng had taken was merely a fraction of the base's military force. Even with a limited number of soldiers, he found solace in Qiu Ye's presence, confident that the base would remain secure. This certainty stemmed from a fundamental truth. In this world, power dictates everything. Thus, one base after another fell under Li Feng's assault. Over the course of a month, at the cost of 100 casualties, he purged all bases within the Darim Basin, nestled between the southern Tian Shan and northern Kunlun Mountains, returning the spoils to Zero Base. Without exception, the leaders of these bases met their demise at Li Feng's hands, along with their families and close associates. He understood the principle of eradicating the roots along with the weeds. It can now be stated without hesitation that the entire Xinjiang region lay firmly within Li Feng's grasp, enabling him to embark upon his next strategic endeavor, establishing a checkpoint at the easternmost convergence of the Altan Taf and Tian Shan mountain ranges. Once this gateway was established, Xinjiang could be regarded as a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. Acting swiftly amidst an array of uncertainties, Li Feng stirred considerable commotion, drawing the attention of relevant personnel in the mainland, who undoubtedly are now cognizant of the situation and may have deemed him a potential threat. Thus, the establishment of this entrance is imperative. It not only serves as a barrier against the mainland's zombies, but also functions as a forward outpost to monitor every move of the mainland, ensuring the tranquility of Xinjiang. After Li Feng elucidated the situation to Qiu Yi, Han Yi, and Yi Mingyue, they unanimously endorsed his vision. Consequently, hundreds of individuals were organized under Qiu Ye's leadership, equipped with necessary materials, and dispatched to that location, while Li Feng remained to safeguard the base. For the ensuing 6 months, Qiu Yi would reside in distant territories. Yet all who ventured there did so without complaint, driven by the vision of Zero Point and the promise of a brighter future. This phrase has transformed into a well-known slogan within the Zero Point base, where the welfare of the base eclipses personal interests. In instances where individual desires clash with the collective good, the latter prevails. Under Li Feng's guidance, the Zero Point base is advancing at full throttle towards its objectives. It is undeniable that human desires are insatiable, akin to officials from the pre-apocalyptic era who, despite earning several times the wage of ordinary workers, still sought more, an endless yearning. Perhaps this reflects one of nature's immutable laws. Chapter 80. News from the mainland. Having just completed the annexation of other survivor bases in the Darim Basin, Li Feng returned to the base, not allowing himself a moment's respite. As the leader of the base, he is beset by myriad tasks daily. Following the absorption of these bases, it is imperative to relocate all personnel to the Zero Point base for centralized management. In this post-apocalyptic world, people have become both as insignificant as grass and as precious as treasures. However, in Li Feng's eyes, those who have been integrated are invaluable. They will contribute to the construction of the base, maximizing their efforts for its development. To quell unnecessary discord, these newcomers will receive equitable treatment, devoid of discrimination. With the arrival of spring, the season for planting has begun. Li Feng is preparing to reclaim the once-abandoned arable land near the base for the cultivation of rice, corn, wheat, and other crops. For the base to thrive in the long term, self-sufficiency is essential. Relying solely on collected resources is a precarious strategy, as resources are finite and will eventually be exhausted, leading to chaos and inevitable ruin. After issuing his directives to logistics, Li Feng nodded in satisfaction as he observed the logistics personnel departing through the gate. At that moment, Yi Mingyue entered, her expression grave. Li Feng, I have just received alarming news from the assassination unit in the mainland. An organization known as the Human Restoration Alliance has taken notice of our base and may be considering actions against us. A representative from the so-called Human Restoration Alliance has arrived outside the base, wishing to discuss matters with you, accompanied by numerous items concealed beneath camouflage fabric, rendering them indistinguishable. Should we permit their entrance? While Li Feng and Yi Mingyue were conversing, Han Yi suddenly burst through the door, panting heavily. Speak of the devil. How many of them are there? Approximately 20. Very well, let them in. Be cautious and bring their leader to me. Understood, Brother Feng. 10 minutes later, a man approximately 30 years old, wearing golden-rimmed glasses and clad in a standard black suit, entered the room, followed closely by Han Yi. Greetings, Chief Li Feng. I am Qian Jin, the the negotiation representative sent by the Human Restoration Alliance. I have long admired your esteemed reputation. You flatter me. It is but a name without substance. Please, take a seat, Representative Qian, Li Feng replied, gesturing towards a nearby chair. I am curious as to what your esteemed alliance wishes to discuss with our base. We possess neither exceptional talents nor abundant resources. The representative, upon hearing Li Feng's words, smiled faintly. What the alliance values is your capability, Chief. The remarkable prosperity you have brought to this base in such a short time is an achievement few can replicate. Thus, the alliance seeks to collaborate with your base to jointly eradicate the zombie menace. Furthermore, the alliance has graciously provided your base with 500 QBZ-95 assault rifles, along with 10,000 rounds of ammunition, 30 rocket launchers, and 200 rockets, 3 new VP-22 wheeled armored transport vehicles, and 4 military trucks. These are merely the alliance's gifts to foster friendship. Should your base agree to collaborate, the alliance will continue to support you. If not, consider these provisions a gesture of goodwill. After hearing the list of supplies, Li Feng felt a surge of excitement, having never encountered such an abundance of military equipment. As the representative, seasoned by countless battles and encounters, he discerned the eagerness in Li Feng's heart. Given the generosity of their offer, it would be unreasonable for Li Feng to refuse such an overture, and he composed himself. Very well, given the alliance's sincerity, I see no reason to decline. Upon hearing Li Feng's agreement, Qianjin finally breathed a sigh of relief, for the higher-ups within the alliance insisted he secure Li Feng's cooperation. He could now return with satisfactory news. Excellent. The subsequent supplies will arrive in a few days. May our cooperation be fruitful. Qianjin extended his hand to shake Li Feng's in celebration before departing the 0-point base with his accompanying personnel. Li Feng, my AWM-specific Magellan bullets. Just as Li Feng was reveling in the exhilaration of acquiring a substantial cache of supplies, Yi Mingyue, who had been standing silently beside him, approached. Upon hearing her words, Li Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, as he had been so consumed by excitement that he completely forgot his earlier promise to help her find such ammunition. And this was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. Li Feng could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head, exclaiming, "Ah, Mingyue, there will be another opportunity. When they next deliver supplies, I shall mention it to them and request their assistance." After hearing Li Feng's words, Yi Mingyue left in disappointment. Observing her forlorn figure, Li Feng seemed to have an epiphany, casting a mischievous glance at the silent Han Yi beside him. Upon witnessing the wicked grin on Li Feng's face, Han Yi involuntarily shivered, shrugging in resignation as he muttered, Fine, I'll go." With that, he swiftly vanished from Li Feng's sight. 5 minutes later, Han Yi reappeared before Li Feng, and his appearance elicited a chuckle from Li Feng. Standing before him, Han Yi bore no resemblance to his former self, disheveled and covered in a layer of yellow dust. Noticing Li Feng's mocking expression, Han Yi rolled his eyes and retorted, "You're still laughing? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state." I spoke to Qianjin, and he promised to bring the ammunition for Yi Mingyue's gun next time. Now, I'm off to take a shower. With that, he disregarded any further comments from Li Feng and turned to leave, a thin trail of yellow dust trailing behind him. After watching Han Yi exit the room, Li Feng leisurely settled down, contemplating how to utilize the supplies. Undoubtedly, this batch of resources would bolster the strength of Li Feng's base, making even those who still harbored hopes of challenging him think twice. Even before the apocalypse, these supplies would have been worth billions, and in the current world, providing just a few weapons to an ordinary base could establish dominance. Faced with such advantageous prospects, it was inconceivable for Li Feng to decline. He was well aware that the Human Restoration Alliance was not the sole power in the Huaxiao region. There were several other factions that were either stronger or equally matched. Their approach to Li Feng for collaboration was merely a ploy to draw him into their fold. They understood Li Feng's capabilities, having seen him swiftly engulf numerous bases. Even their alliance would require time and sacrifices to achieve similar feats. Bringing Li Feng into their ranks was the most favorable outcome derived from extensive deliberation, regardless of his future actions. They had at least diminished a formidable adversary for the time being. If Li Feng's intuition served him correctly, the arrival of the Human Restoration Alliance was merely the beginning. Chapter 81. The arrival of all nations the following day, as Li Feng had anticipated. Upon learning that the Human Restoration Alliance had approached the Zero Base for collaboration before them, Nearly all other factions and organizations hastened to the Zero base. Each group arrived bearing their finest provisions, eager to forge an alliance with the Zero base. However, Li Feng was not one to be easily swayed. He rejected each one of them, mercilessly seizing their supplies, justifying his actions as a means to alleviate their burdens on the return journey. In the presence of others, those individuals naturally refrained from voicing their opinions, hastily retreating to their own base after unloading their supplies. Currently, the number of individuals at Li Feng's base has surged from a few thousand to a staggering 30,000. However, the military force at the base is insufficient to ensure its safety. Consequently, Li Feng has resolved to utilize the acquired resources to expand the military to a total of 10,000 personnel. The time for preparation has arrived. This time, Li Feng has opted not to collaborate with other bases and has confiscated a substantial amount of their supplies. This affront will undoubtedly be difficult for them to swallow, and conflict with Li Feng is merely a matter of time. The expansion of Li Feng's forces is a strategic response to potential future confrontations. Even if Li Feng were to avoid immediate conflict with those factions, he would eventually have to confront them. He has merely expedited the onset of discord. Collaborating with the so-called Human Restoration Alliance serves as a temporary measure, as Li Feng is not yet strong enough to confront all the bases in the central and eastern regions single-handedly. He cannot forget the distribution of military power in the Celestial Empire before the apocalypse, where various medium and long-range ground-based ballistic missiles were present in the central and eastern regions, alongside mobile launchers capable of reducing an entire base to ashes with just one missile. By allying with the Human Restoration Alliance, the likelihood of such threats can be mitigated. At least if missiles were to be launched, the alliance would not stand idly by. The following day, after confirming that no other bases were approaching for negotiations, Li Feng instructed Han Yi to inventory all the supplies. The results of this inventory brought immense joy to Li Feng, as these were primarily the most advanced weapons from the Celestial Empire before the apocalypse. It was astonishing that he had acquired so much simply by sitting there. A mere 10,000 personnel could be adequately equipped. Moreover, that very afternoon, the Human Restoration Alliance delivered essential supplies to Li Feng, including 300 rounds of specialized AWM Magnum ammunition. In the evening, Li Feng slowly made his way to Yi Mingyue's residence with a box of 10 rounds of Magnum ammunition, gently knocking on the door. "Come in." A sweet voice rang from within the room. Li Feng carefully pushed the door open. "Li Feng, what brings you here?" Yi Mingyue's tone conveyed a mix of delight and mild irritation upon recognizing him. As Li Feng entered, he concealed the ammunition behind his back, approaching her with a cheerful demeanor. "Look what I have." He suddenly revealed the ammunition before her. Magnum bullets. Yi Mingyue instantly recognized the rounds in Li Feng's hand. The joy on her face attested to her fondness for her beloved firearm. Li Feng had previously suggested, albeit indirectly, that she consider a more common sniper rifle. Yet she remained steadfast, claiming a sentimental bond with her current weapon. This had amused Li Feng immensely, and Yi Mingyue had playfully quarreled with him for half the day due to his foolishness. Now, having calmed down, Yi Mingyue tightly embraced the bullets in her hands. Looking up at Li Feng, who towered over her, and with a softened tone said, "Thank you, Li Feng." Li Feng found himself utterly flustered by the sudden wave of affection emanating from her, his hand instinctively brushing the back of his head as a hint of shyness crept over him. "Who are we to each other? We still have 290 rounds of such ammunition stored in the warehouse." "What? 290 rounds? Really?" Yi Mingyue responded incredulously, her excitement palpable. Observing her animated demeanor, Li Feng's expression turned serious. "When have I ever deceived you?" "Thank you, Li Feng," she exclaimed, stepping forward and planting a sweet kiss squarely on his lips. Realizing her moment of boldness, she blushed and covered her cheeks with her hands, lowering her gaze. "If there is nothing else, I think I shall rest now." "Oh, all right." Li Feng, still taken aback, instinctively replied before slowly making his way outside. Upon closing the door, he touched the spot where she had kissed him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he departed from Yi Mingyue's quarters. Inside the room, Yi Mingyue's heart raced, thumping rapidly, her rosy cheeks betraying her current emotions. Yet, true to her training as a member of the nation's elite special forces, she swiftly quelled the blush-inducing thoughts swirling in her mind. She loaded her beloved firearm with the newly acquired ammunition, pulled the bolt back, and gazed through the scope out the window toward the horizon. The following day, at the city gate, Han Yi was diligently carrying out the task assigned to him by Li Feng, recruiting soldiers. Naturally, it was impossible for Han Yi alone to make 30,000 people aware of the situation, so Li Feng had already communicated the details over the loudspeakers throughout the base, stating that each household must send forth one individual aged 16 or older to join the military, with exceptions made on a case-by-case basis. Thus, the scene at the city gate unfolded, with Han Yi outlining the benefits of joining the military, followed by participants signing and photographing themselves for documentation. Subsequently, they were escorted by Yi Mingyue to a designated training facility to familiarize themselves with firearms. In any circumstance, individuals are prone to folly, and even in this post-apocalyptic world, it was no exception. Among the novices brought to the training area, a few were taken aback to discover their leader was a woman, one with a curvy silhouette, a ponytail, and a charmingly delicate face, prompting some mischievous thoughts. They approached Yi Mingyue with a tone of provocation. The outcome was predictable, naturally. Several of them found themselves sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat at the hands of the petite girl. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Mingyue chose not to punish them. As a member of Longyan, she possessed a breadth of understanding and insight that surpassed that of others. These individuals approached without malicious intent, merely driven by curiosity. Yi Minghue's lesson was intended to impart the notion that curiosity could be perilous in this world, illustrating that appearances could be deceiving. Following this incident, nearly 10,000 recruits adhered diligently to Yi Minghue's commands, refraining from any inappropriate thoughts. To witness the growth and advancement of an army, it must endure the baptism of genuine warfare. Mere training on the practice field proves futile, for what is learned there is lifeless. The battlefield, ever so dynamic, is fraught with unexpected occurrences, and it is therein that one's true mettle is tested, allowing for authentic development. Nonetheless, warfare is not a spectacle that humanity wishes to behold. Yet fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks on us. The heavens do not always align with our desires. We must adapt accordingly. Chapter 82. A call for aid from Qiu Yi in the dead of night. Li Feng sat in his chamber, eyes closed, attuning himself to the formidable power coursing through his body. After much diligent effort, he had finally gained mastery over the ebb and flow of the god-slaying domain. However, due to his physical form still being unable to withstand such overwhelming strength, he required more time to fortify his body for repeated releases. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the door was flung open by Han Yi, who rushed in, visibly flustered. Li Feng slowly opened his eyes, observing Han Yi's disarray. "What is it that has you so agitated?" "First, have a drink," he said, handing Han Yi a glass of water from the nearby table. Han Yi gulped down the entire glass in one go, taking a deep breath as his heartbeat began to steady. Once Han Yi appeared calmer, Li Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" "Oh no, it's bad, Brother Feng. Qiu Yi just informed me that a large mechanized force is heading towards their location, possibly targeting Zero Base." Han Yi relayed the urgent news, then asked, "What shall we do, Brother Feng?" Li Feng regarded Han Yi's bewildered expression and replied, "What else can we do? We fight. They are almost at our doorstep." He continued, "Go inform Yi Mingyue to gather the new recruits and equip them with weapons in preparation for my arrival." "Understood." Han Yi immediately dashed towards Yi Minghue's quarters to convey Li Feng's orders. Before long, Yi Mingyue had assembled all the new recruits at the training ground, awaiting Li Feng's arrival. A minute later, Li Feng stood before nearly 10,000 eager faces, his expression stern. "I ask you, why do you fight?" 4-0. "For the future." "Good. Now I pose another question. If the enemy has already breached our doorstep, what will you do?" "Annihilate them." "Are you afraid of death?" "Not afraid." "Excellent. Now is the time to demonstrate your courage. An assault is imminent upon our base, and they are already at our gates. I command you to eradicate them all. Do you dare?" "We dare." With this exchange, Li Feng roused the spirits of the multitude. Once everyone had boarded the vehicles, Li Feng turned to Yi Mingyue, saying, "You will remain here to guard the base. Han Yi and I will go to support Qiu Yi. But do not worry. This is an experience we all must face eventually. I am departing." Confronted with Li Feng's refusal to allow her to accompany him, Yi Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the base required vigilant guardianship. It could not be left without leadership, even for a day. Although Yi Mingyue was a member of the elite Dragon Flame Special Forces of the Celestial Empire, she remained an ordinary person and could not compare to the extraordinary capabilities of Li Feng and Han Yi. After their exchange, Li Feng and Han boarded the last military truck, which sped across the sandy terrain, undeterred by the thick dust. After half an hour, Li Feng could faintly hear the distant sounds of gunfire, indicating that Qiu Yi had already engaged the enemy. All vehicles, advance at full speed. Li Feng shouted into the radio, his sole desire being to reach Qiu Yi swiftly. According to the information relayed by Qiu Yi, his few hundred men were no match for an enemy that outnumbered them and possessed far superior equipment. Even with formidable abilities, they would find it impossible to escape. Minutes later, Li Feng finally arrived at the under-construction checkpoint, rushing to join the fray. The checkpoint was vast, and Qiu Yi's few hundred men could not hold it for long. Had Li Feng arrived even a few minutes later, the outcome might have been drastically different. The reinforcements he brought acted like a timely rain, extinguishing the raging inferno to mere flickers of flame. However, these embers remained perilous. The enemy, evidently well prepared, had even deployed tanks. Li Feng estimated at least 10 of them. It was the presence of these armored beasts that prevented Li Feng and his men from forcing the enemy back. Instead, they were suffering continuous casualties. Watching his comrades fall one after another, Li Feng grew increasingly frantic. Damn it, are they intent on obliterating us? Standard weaponry is utterly ineffective. Bring me the radio from the vehicle. I need to call for air support. Li Feng bellowed at a nearby soldier. With a swift motion, the soldier retrieved the radio. Li Feng adjusted the frequency. Hello, this is the Human Restoration Alliance. I am Li Feng, and I require air support. Damn it, those people are ganging up on us. Please provide your coordinates, came the voice from the other end. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Coordinates? How am I supposed to know? Apologies, but without coordinates, there's a high risk of mistakenly striking your base. You need to think it through. I have a plan. I will ignite a signal fire. Just ensure you do not bomb this area. Understood. We will provide air support for your base. Li Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Glancing at Qiu Yi and Han Yi, let our men start a fire, but be discreet. We'll give them a surprise. Soon, gasoline was spread across the ground, and a flame was ignited. The roaring fire blazed like a wall, dividing the battlefield. 5 minutes later, a resounding boom echoed across the sky, ringing distinctly in the darkened environment. With the arrival of a thunderous roar, 3 indistinct fighter jets descended, unleashing a precise barrage of missiles. A wall of fire delineated the boundary between life and death, separating the realm of mortals from that of the infernal. Observing the opposing forces, disarrayed by the bombardment, Li Feng surged forward with nearly 10,000 troops at his back after the initial wave of destruction subsided. Indeed, the enemy, a seasoned military force, swiftly regained composure, with every soldier promptly returning to their battle stations, unleashing a hail of bullets towards Li Feng's men. The troops scattered for cover once more, while the adversary, having sustained significant losses, began a gradual retreat, with only 3 of their tanks still operational out of dozens. Given the circumstances, Li Feng was resolute. He would not let this opportunity slip away. He unleashed the few remaining rockets with fervor. Just then, a tank in the distance, in the midst of retreat, abruptly pivoted its cannon towards Li Feng's position. The implications of a shell striking nearby were dire, especially with his comrades at his side. Yet, the enemy remained indifferent, intent on obliterating them. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated as Li Feng watched the shell hurtling towards him. In that split second, an inexplicable force emanated from him, radiating outward. The shell halted mid-flight, suspended at the cannon's mouth, sparks still flickering from its exit. Not only did the projectile come to a standstill, but the bullets fired by both sides also froze in midair. Li Feng navigated through the suspended storm of bullets, approaching the shell, and with a determined gesture, redirected it back towards the tank. He then returned to his previous position, retracting the divine slaughter domain. With the release of this realm, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. The tank was annihilated by its own shell. Li Feng, overwhelmed by the immense energy of the divine slaughter domain, found himself gasping for breath as he crouched to recover. The immediate threat had dissipated, prompting him to call out to Qiu Yi, who was poised to advance further. Do not pursue. Continuing this chase serves no purpose. Understood. Brother Feng. Qiu Yi ordered the cessation of the pursuit. The battle had drawn to a close. Though the scale of the confrontation appeared formidable, Li Feng understood it to be merely a probing attack from the enemy. The bases could not possibly possess such limited forces. A true large-scale offensive was likely imminent. This thought stirred a flicker of concern within him. Would he navigate this perilous situation unscathed? With a furrowed brow, Li Feng addressed Qiu Yi. I will leave 1,000 men and some supplies here to assist in fortifying this position. Additionally, a contingent will transport the bodies of our fallen brothers back. The remainder will accompany me. Very well, Brother Feng. Qiu Yi observed the sorrowful figure of Li Feng as he departed. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a demeanor in him. It appeared that significant events were on the horizon.